What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Beads of sweat the size of peas emerged on Katie's forehead, and the foul stench in the air was unbearable, the atmosphere around her oppressive beyond imagination. After an hour of observation, Katie finally grasped her surroundings and the situation she found herself in. Everything before her was both familiar and foreign. She was in Impelled Down, the world's most notorious prison in the realm of pirates. As a seasoned fan of the series for over a decade, the name Impelled Down was as well known to her as the back of her hand, perhaps even more so than most of the inhabitants here. Yet the issue was that she had never once envisioned herself arriving here in such a dramatic fashion, suddenly transported without a hint of forewarning. While Katie was lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly broke through, mentioning a name that caught her attention. "Hey, have you heard? That guy, Pork-ass D, Ace, was captured just a few days ago. Is that for real? He's the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and a Logia devil fruit user. How could he possibly be caught? I've heard it too. The news is legitimate. He's being held in this very prison, though I can't say which level." The astonishing news left the others momentarily stunned. After all, this was a member of Whitebeard's crew, and the Navy had dared to capture him. Why goodness, what is the Navy thinking? How could they dare to capture a man from Whitebeard's crew? That old man is the strongest in the world. Doesn't the Navy fear hell turn their headquarters upside down? That's hard to say. Whitebeard is powerful, but he's just one man, and an aging one at that. The Navy is different. They have 3 admirals at their peak, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Hero Garp. Plus, if you add the 7 warlords of the sea into the mix, the outcome is truly uncertain. Hey, are you a pirate or a Navy supporter? Why are you defending the Navy? I'm just stating the facts, all right? A group of people began to bicker among themselves, a way to pass the long hours of prison life. Meanwhile, Katie stood frozen in place, having heard their conversation. Just moments ago, she had been praying that there were still 10 or 8 years left before the Marineford War, hoping to spend some time honing her skills in prison and then escape with Luffy when he came to rescue Ace, perhaps even attempting to save Ace and Whitebeard along the way. By doing so, she could establish her name and soon find herself living the high life with a wealthy and beautiful partner. But now Ace had already been captured, meaning the Marineford War was looming near. Any hope of having even a few days to prepare seemed a distant dream. With her current level of strength akin to that of a mere pawn, she had no qualifications to participate in the impending epic battle, and Luffy might not even take her along. Binding successful, initiation commencing. Just as Katie was lost in her thoughts, a mechanical voice, mixed with electronic tones, suddenly echoed in her mind. Who is speaking? Upon uttering her words, Katie was immediately filled with regret. The other inhabitants of this cell. She was merely the newcomer, already subject to disdain. It was prudent for her to minimize her presence, yet her outburst had successfully shattered her original plan. In an instant, every gaze turned towards Katie, bewildered by her sudden outburst. "Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed, you newcomer? What are you shouting about?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, a burly man bellowed at her, his eyes brimming with hostility. "Forget it, Hook. Don't pay him any mind. He looks like a poor soul who just set foot on the Grand Line and got caught. His head must be addled. It's not worth your trouble. What bad luck to be locked up with such a waste. Disgusting." Throughout this exchange, Katie kept her head bowed in silence, appearing quite fearful. Only when the man turned away did she raise her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. The reason she refrained from acting immediately was twofold. She lacked confidence in her abilities, and more importantly, she was preoccupied with the voice that had recently echoed in her mind, binding successful. The stronger to God system is at your service. Ensure you do not meet your demise on your first day. The system has thoughtfully prepared a novice gift pack for you. Would you like to open it now? She suddenly pinched her thigh, the sharp pain confirming that she was not dreaming. From this day forth, she too was a system bearer, and with that, dreams of striking down Akainu and kicking Kizuru seemed within reach. "There's no rush. I would like to first understand what kind of assistance you can provide and what I must do in return." Faced with this unexpected boon, Katie chose not to hastily open the gift pack, but instead to clarify the nature of this system. "With my assistance, the host can randomly extract certain abilities from those around them. However, there are limitations. Each person can only be drawn upon once. Additionally, the system offers a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. Anything except living beings can be stored within. Furthermore, to test the host's capabilities and encourage progress, the host will need to complete tasks assigned by me. Each time, I will present 2 distinct tasks for the host to choose from, with substantial rewards for successful completion, including exchange points for the systems. Marketplace. Should the host fail a task or deliberately postpone it? While there are no penalties, many opportunities for growth will be squandered. In summary, the choice lies with you. Whether to soar like a dragon or scuttle like an insect is entirely up to your will. At this juncture, the system's voice fell silent, yet Katie's mind continued to echo its words. Though uncertain of the reasons that brought her to this place, she was determined to carve out her own path, to pursue her desires, and to alter the course of this world. System, open the novice gift pack. I wish to see what you have prepared for me. Then it will depend on the host's luck, for the contents of the gift pack are entirely random, even beyond my control. Upon hearing this, Katie's expression darkened, for her luck had always been rather mediocre. Though she could not be deemed an African chieftain, she certainly was not a European deity either. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the soul-cleaving blade Voidbreaker. Yet, today was destined to be Katie's fortunate day. Although she remained unaware of the extraordinary abilities that the soul-cleaving blade would bestow upon her, the mere thought of it filled her with exhilaration. After all, it was the soul-cleaving blade. Once she mastered its initial release or final form, it would be tantamount to gaining a unique power. Should she also be fortunate enough to obtain a remarkable devil fruit, she would essentially become a dual fruit Usran image too splendid to fathom. However, at that moment, Katie had yet to fully grasp the might of the system, and it would later dawn on her just how naive her current thoughts truly were. Chapter 2. Luffy's Arrival and Buggy's Escape System. Could you enlighten me regarding the abilities possessed by this soul-cleaving blade? Katie, intrigued by the weapon now in her possession, pondered the potential benefits of this enigmatic artifact, which had never before graced the narrative. The blade's powers, intricately linked to the concept of space, would require the host to explore and familiarize herself with its effects. Although the system's description was rather vague, Katie was astounded. The essence of the world hinges upon 2 fundamental elements: space and time. Space determines the form of matter, while time dictates its transformation. Never had Katie anticipated that fortune would smile upon her so generously. She was convinced that this soul-cleaving blade was indeed a pinnacle of existence. As her consciousness delved into the system's storage space, she gazed upon the entirely silver-white blade, growing increasingly enamored with it. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have eagerly extracted it for further exploration. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired level 3 beginner body technique from Pirate Lurian A. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired level 2 beginner gun technique from Pirate Lurian B. While Katie meticulously examined the soul-cleaving blade within the system, a cascade of notifications suddenly erupted, ringing for a full half-minute. Once the flurry subsided, she realized that her personal interface had inexplicably accumulated 10 new abilities. The most intriguing was a swordsmanship skill named Half Moon Slash, which she had unexpectedly obtained from Hook. To her astonishment, there was even a skill for charming others, reaching a terrifying level 5. System, is this the extent of your bestowed abilities? What does level 3 beginner signify? And why does each skill have a plus sign? Skills vary in strength. Beginner is the weakest tier, with further classifications such as Proficient, Master, and Grandmaster, each containing 10 sublevels. The plus sign signifies the potential for skill enhancement, which requires a certain number of skill points. The higher the level, the more skill points are necessary. Skill points can only be earned upon the completion of tasks assigned by the system, although diligent practice can also augment skill levels. Nodding in understanding, Katie grasped the system's rationale. It was evident that she needed to devise a strategy to fulfill the tasks assigned. Upon detecting the host's willingness, tasks can now be arranged. Task 1. As the most liberated pirate upon the seas, one cannot tolerate the insults of others for even a second. Please find a way to personally deal with Pirate Hook. Task reward: 2 skill points, 1,000 exchange points. Task 2. Sometimes, patience is a virtue. Ignore Hook's insults and outlast him in prison. Task reward: 1 skill point, 500 exchange points. Upon confirming that her eyes had not deceived her, Katie recognized the system's intentions. It was quite clear that it sought to incite conflict. Comparatively, the first task appeared significantly more straightforward. in the presence of the void. Taking a life seems utterly effortless. The only challenge lies in confronting the guards of Impelled Down afterwards, with the looming possibility of encountering that formidable Magellan. Given his current capabilities, facing him would only lead to certain demise. However, the second task is far from straightforward, as it involves risking one's life in a place where fate is entirely governed by others, fraught with unforeseeable dangers, rendering it exponentially more difficult than the first. Not to mention the rewards being considerably lesser, leaving no room for choice. System: I choose the first task. Task confirmed. I hope the host can accomplish it swiftly. Observing Hook's unguarded back, Katie yearns to plunge a knife into him immediately, yet reason cautions her that the time is not ripe. She must await the arrival of Luffy. Little does she know that this opportunity is already at hand. A naval vessel is racing across the sea, merely a day's journey from Impelled Down. Carrying the only female among the 7 warlords of the sea, the ruler of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, known as the Empress Hancock. Your Highness Hancock, we have arrived at Impelled Down. It is time to disembark. The voice of Vice Admiral Rat echoed through the door, prompting a shared glance between Hancock and Luffy. In a flash, Luffy dashes into Hancock's skirt, and once everything is in order, Hancock steps out of the chamber. Lead the way. Even in the presence of Vice Admiral Rat of the Navy headquarters, Hancock's demeanor remains as frigid as ice. Perhaps it is only in the company of Luffy that a long-lost smile graces her face. Rat's gaze lingers on Hancock's departing figure for an extended moment before he finally averts his eyes. For reasons unknown, Hancock's behavior throughout the voyage has been peculiarly abnormal. Impossible to disregard, yet he cannot pinpoint what exactly is amiss. Is there an issue? No, not at all. We're about to enter Impelled Down. I called you out to prepare. Oh. Regardless of Rat's reassurances, Hancock's responses are perpetually succinct. Observing her aloofness, Rat reassures himself that he is merely being overly cautious. She has no reason or necessity to engage in actions detrimental to the Navy. As the towering iron gates before them begin to slowly open, a musty odor assaults their senses, accompanied by the faint echoes of pirates' anguished cries. The world beyond the gates resembles a nightmarish abyss, chilling to the core. Quickly, quickly! That scoundrel Buggy has escaped. We must recapture him at once. In an instant, the previously tranquil Impelled Down erupts into chaos. As a branch directly under the world government, they cannot allow anyone to escape this place. The shame of the Golden Lion's escape over a decade ago has haunted them, and they will not permit such disgrace to occur a second time. Yet, it is not only the guards whose emotions are in turmoil. The multitude of pirates confined within Level 1 of Impelled Down have long endured the oppressive darkness of this prison, and even the slightest glimmer of hope spurs them to attempt an escape. Where is Buggy? Come and open the door for me. Just let me out, and I will gladly assist you with anything. Buck. Buck. In an instant, the name of Buck echoed throughout the first layer of Impelled Down, with everyone eagerly anticipating his arrival. However, until now, none had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Buck, let alone escape from this place. Observing Hook's anxious demeanor, Katie felt an irresistible urge within her, and the desire to break free was growing insatiable. Buck's escape signified the commencement of Luffy's prison break, with merely 30 hours remaining until the war at Marineford. This was not only the prelude to the great battle, but also the most optimal and secure route for her own escape from Impelled Down. Nevertheless, before all that, she had one task to complete. She must swiftly eliminate Hook to fulfill her mission. Chapter 3. The killing of Hook. Katie was oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, a natural consequence of the mounting tension. Her eyes were fixed intently on Hook's retreating figure, ever poised to draw her weapon. Where in the world was that fool Bucky? Hurry up and save me. Hook's voice grew increasingly irritable. From the moment Bucky escaped until now, his view had been devoid of Bucky's presence, which ignited his frustration. However, Katie remained remarkably composed. Recognizing that Hook's mounting fury presented her with a splendid opportunity, the angrier he became, the greater her chances of delivering a fatal blow. Useless, worthless. Hook raged again at the prison bars, and it was then that Katie sprang into action. In an instant, the latent power within her erupted, and a shimmering katana materialized in her grasp. To those nearby, it appeared as though a faint glimmer had flickered before their eyes, many failing to even register Katie's swift movement. A harrowing scream pierced the silence, jolting everyone into shock as they beheld Hook's chest pierced by a blade from behind, an act committed by the newcomer, Katie. No one understood how she had acquired the weapon, nor did they have the capacity to ponder such questions amidst the chaos. The abrupt turn of events left them dumbfounded. No one anticipated that the previously timid Katie would unleash such violence, and now, with a deadly weapon in hand, she posed an undeniable threat to them all. Blood streamed from the corner of Hook's mouth. The searing pain in his chest and the encroaching darkness of his vision made him acutely aware that his time was running out. The reality of his dire situation was unfathomable as he reached out grasping at the air beside him, his eyes pleading for salvation. Yet the indifferent gazes of those around him plunged him deeper into despair. "Please, spare me," he whimpered, even beginning to beseech Katie. However, Katie had no intention of showing him mercy. Aside from the mission's requirement to eliminate Hook, she understood the principle of eradicating threats entirely. After a few more futile struggles, Hook fell silent. Mission accomplished. Hook was successfully slain, and the reward had been credited. Please check your account. Yet, Katie's demeanor remained tense, for the glances directed at her were laden with terror. She was acutely aware that the knife she wielded posed a grave danger to the unarmed onlookers. "I only target Hook," her cold voice echoed within the cramped cell. Coupled with the splatters of red on her, a palpable sense of reverence filled the air, and the others no longer dared to underestimate this young woman. Though youthful, she was undeniably formidable. Upon finishing her words, Katie sheathed her sword and returned to her original position, quietly awaiting the arrival of Luffy and Buggy, or perhaps the guards. Everything that transpired here had already been relayed to the guards via the videophone bug, and Katie no longer concerned herself with who would arrive first. As the battle concluded, her consciousness delved into the system's marketplace interface, her gaze gliding over an array of formidable skills. Each skill at the pinnacle of the list captivated Katie's attention: the advent of the tree realm, the flying thunder god technique, and even the legendary thunder fruit, hailed as the mightiest of natural types, alongside the tremor fruit possessed by Whitebeard. However, Katie soon encountered a perplexity. The price of Ace's flame fruit in the system's marketplace exceeded that of both the tremor fruit and the thunder fruit. This led Katie to contemplate a possibility, though its veracity remained uncertain. After a prolonged search, she finally identified the skill she wished to exchange, Naval 6 Styles, Moonwalk, at the entry level of LV1. Upon discovering its price was merely 700 exchange points, a sigh of relief escaped her. She possessed only 1,000 points, and fortunately, the cost of Moonwalk did not surpass this amount. As for the skill's level, she decided not to be overly demanding. System: exchange for the skill Moonwalk. Exchange successful. 700 exchange points deducted. Host balance now 300 exchange points. Additionally, detection indicates the current task has been completed. Would you like to initiate a new task now? Commence. The swift appearance of a new task surprised Katie, yet she felt no hesitation in her choice to proceed, as the rewards for completing tasks were undeniably enticing. Although she had not experimented with the successful exchange of Moonwalk, a surge of information regarding the skill flooded her mind, and Katie was confident she had mastered it completely. The system detected that the current time frame was the early stage of the Marineford War and had prepared two mainline tasks for the host. The first: assist Whitebeard in turning the tide of battle and securing victory in the Marineford War, with specific rewards contingent upon the host's final level of completion. The second: since the outcome is already known, why insist? The host is tasked with aiding the Navy in capturing fugitives from Impel Down, thwarting Luffy's rescue efforts, and assisting the Navy in achieving a more significant victory in the Marineford War, with specific rewards similarly dependent on the host's completion level. Faced with the two tasks issued by the system, Katie fell into silence. The second task appeared considerably easier, as the victory of the Marineford War belonged to the Navy. A modest effort on her part could amplify their triumph, allowing her to effortlessly complete the task and reap the rewards. However, should she choose this path, Ace and Whitebeard would inevitably meet their doom. Though she had no familial ties to them, the thought of such an outcome stirred a sense of reluctance within her. After all, during her previous encounters with this storyline in the anime, she had shed tears for them, fantasizing about the possibility of saving Ace if only she could. With a sudden clang, The tightly shut prison door swung open, yet no one chose to flee, for dozens of guards were poised with their guns, watching them intently. Prisoner E50301, lay down your weapon and assume a crouched position with your hands on your head. Numerous firearms were simultaneously aimed at Katie, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension even among the onlookers. Yet, perplexingly, despite being confronted by a dozen guns, Katie's visage bore not a trace of anxiety or fear. Instead, a playful smile graced her lips, as if the weapons were not directed at her. Step aside, don't block my way, for I am pressed for time. Rubber pistol. Just as the situation escalated to a critical point, an unexpected third party emerged. An arm beyond anyone's imagination suddenly appeared and effortlessly dispatched all the guards. Witnessing this, Katie made a resolute decision. System, I choose Task 1. Chapter 4. The dragon emerges from the abyss. At this moment, Katie could no longer remain a passive observer. It was time to escape from this cramped and dilapidated cell. As her feet stepped beyond the confines of the prison, two figures materialized before her, Buggy, clad in prisoner garb, and Luffy, donning his signature straw hat. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, I know about your brother's situation. Can you help me unlock these handcuffs? The urgency in her voice compelled Luffy, who had been hastening his pace, to halt abruptly. You know Ace's situation? Please, tell me. Despite not knowing who Katie was, Luffy was eager to grasp any information regarding Ace. No, I'm not referring to your elder brother Ace. I mean your second brother, Sabo. He is alive, part of the Revolutionary Army, and serves as its chief of staff. Are you serious? Please, don't lie to me. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his mind became a blank slate. Sabo and Ace held irreplaceable positions in his life. He had thought Sabo perished amidst the turmoil in the Goa Kingdom during their childhood, but Katie's revelation ignited a flicker of hope within Luffy, compelling him to seek confirmation. It's true, but he suffered a severe blow to the head, which has caused some memory issues. He cannot recall his past. Thanks to her identity as a transmigrator, Katie easily earned Luffy's trust. Sabo was indeed alive, and he had been rescued by Luffy's father. Sabo is alive. I must rescue Ace and relay this news to him. Buggy, quickly unlock my handcuffs. We shall go save Ace together. Wait a moment. We're not even sure if what he said is true. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army is a significant position. Is your brother really that impressive? My father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Do you think my brother is not formidable? An eerie silence enveloped the room following Luffy's declaration of his father's identity. As everyone's gaze shifted towards him, astonishment etched on their faces. All right. I'm surprised too, but can someone please unlock my handcuffs? Sure, I'll do it now. Buggy, still processing the shock of Luffy's revelation, instinctively complied with Katie's request and unlocked her handcuffs. As she observed Buggy, lost in thought, a peculiar glimmer shone in Katie's eyes. For she had acquired an extraordinary skill from him, mastery in rending level 7. Though she had obtained a level 5 mastery of the Marine 6 techniques from Luffy, the potential and effectiveness of rending far surpassed it. In the system shop, the points required for an equivalent level of shave were less than half that of the rending skill, making the disparity all too clear. Buggy, a user of the chop fruit, possessed the ability to disassemble his body into numerous parts, granting immunity to all slashing attacks. After all, he had withstood the strikes of Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. The ability to tear apart seems rather peculiar. The effects of the split fruit merely impact the user's own body without causing any external consequences. However, the ability to tear does indeed inflict direct damage to the outside world. Upon reflection, Katie could only surmise one possibility, that Buggy had awakened his devil fruit powers. The powers of paramecia-type fruits only exert direct influence on external matters post-awakening, so if Buggy had truly awakened, possessing the ability to tear would be entirely justified. Although, up until Katie's arrival, Buggy had been portrayed as a comedic character in Akira Toriyama's narrative. Two significant facts underscore his exceptional nature. First, he had once served as an intern aboard the pirate King Roger's ship alongside Shanks. Second, Buggy was among the first supporting characters to appear with a continuous storyline, making his entrance prior to that of Mihawk and featuring prominently thereafter. Katie firmly believed that Buggy harbored hidden strength. However, The reason for his concealment eluded her. Perhaps he sought to avoid the limelight, or maybe he was fulfilling a mission entrusted by Roger. Or perhaps there were other motives at play. "My name is Luffy, and I aim to become the Pirate King," he declared. And hearing Luffy's introduction firsthand made it clear to Katie just how immense his courage was. After all, everyone ventured into the sea in pursuit of the legendary treasure left behind by Roger. And this proclamation could be seen as a declaration of war against the majority of pirates. "I'm Katie. All right, let us go rescue Ace," with an additional companion. Luffy was naturally elated and clamored to embark on the mission. "Wait, I don't intend to join you," Katie interjected. "Why not? Isn't it safer to go together?" Luffy's astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated Katie's refusal. Witnessing Luffy's bewilderment, Katie couldn't help but feel sympathy for Buggy, who had suffered greatly at the hands of Luffy's presumptuousness. Experiencing it firsthand, she felt even more pity for Buggy, who had been dragged mercilessly from the first level to the fifth. While traveling as a group certainly allowed for mutual support, it also significantly increased their exposure, making it easier to attract the guards' attention. It would be more prudent to split into two teams. This way, the risk of exposure would diminish considerably, thereby enhancing the chances of rescuing Ace. Moreover, she was confident in her ability to navigate the descent alone. "Wow, Katie, you're so clever. We'll do it your way. Buggy and I will go ahead," Luffy exclaimed, taking charge and seizing Buggy without allowing him a chance to protest. Charging forward with him in tow. "Wait, why aren't you going with Katie? I can manage alone." Buggy's cries faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing without a trace as Katie prepared to set her own plan into motion. The choice to refrain from accompanying Luffy was indeed influenced by the risk of exposure. Yet it was not the primary reason. What she truly needed at that moment was strength. Compared to her initial state, her current abilities had indeed improved. Yet they remained woefully inadequate against the formidable foes she was destined to encounter, rendering her almost as expendable as cannon fodder. However, within the system lies an untapped treasure trove for Katie in the form of the Advancement City. With the assistance of the system, she can effortlessly acquire corresponding abilities from others. This implies that for every prisoner incarcerated in the Advancement City, she has an opportunity to gain abilities, albeit with some redundancy. Yet, in the face of such a vast pool, this poses no issue. Furthermore, as she delves deeper, she can also complete the tasks assigned by the system. Upon determining the main quest, the system simultaneously presents subsequent minor tasks. Upon reaching the 6th underground level, the task reward is a staggering 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points. Instantly, Katie is astounded by the exorbitant reward for this task, especially when compared to the meager compensation for her initial slaying mission. However, the difficulty of this task is anything but trivial. Chapter 5. Descent to the 2nd underground level. As Katie pondered how to infiltrate the 6th underground level, a large shadow suddenly loomed above her, and a menacing signal surged from behind. Instinctively retreating to distance herself from the threat, she swiftly turned to confront her adversary. Her movements fluid and precise as she brandished her weapon, the Broken Void, across her chest. Just as she completed her defensive maneuver, an attack ensued. A heavy iron axe came crashing down on the blade of her weapon, the immense force reverberating through it, causing her hands to tingle painfully, nearly making her lose her grip. In that moment, Katie finally discerned her assailant. It was the prison guard known as the Blue Gorilla from the 1st underground level, a creature possessing the prowess to slay sea kings, explaining its formidable strength. "Congratulations, host, you have attained rookie-level physique LV9. While Katie was astounded by the Blue Gorilla's might, the system's notification arrived belatedly. Concurrently, a powerful surge of heat coursed through her body, and with a mere exertion, she realized her strength had more than doubled compared to before. However, Katie could not rejoice. Despite her significant enhancement, she remained a rookie, a title that inflicted upon her an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. The Blue Gorilla, incensed by Katie's disregard, bellowed and charged at her once more. "If you seek your demise, I shall oblige." With a swift motion, Katie unleashed her newly conceived technique, the Crescent Slash, a crescent-shaped wave of energy slicing through the air towards her oncoming foe. The Blue Gorilla, undeterred, swung its iron axe to counter Katie's strike. Huh. That fool is doomed to suffer for daring to attack the blue gorilla. Soon, he shall be torn to shreds, jeered the prisoners from their cells, filled with envy and malice, anticipating Katie's imminent demise. Yet, the ensuing spectacle defied their expectations. As the axe met the blade, a fissure appeared, nearly cleaving the iron axe in two. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed, and the axe shattered completely. While the sword's momentum remained unabated, hurtling towards the blue gorilla, a torrent of crimson blood erupted as the formidable creature collapsed to the ground. The outcome astonished all witnesses. None could fathom that a fellow prisoner from the first underground level possessed the capability to take down the blue gorilla in a single strike. Despite the guard's overwhelming strength, he had been felled unexpectedly, a result no one could have predicted. Not only the onlookers, but even Katie herself was taken aback by her own prowess. She had merely experimented by combining the rending skill with the crescent slash, curious about the outcome. Yet she had not anticipated such a spectacular result capable of vanquishing the blue gorilla. Great One, I beg you, let me escape this infernal place, implored one quick-witted prisoner, seeking to flee from the hellish confines they inhabited. However, how could Katie be concerned about those people? She had heard their words all too clearly just a moment ago. They had been cursing her, and now they expected her to come to their rescue. Was that even plausible? Turning back, she hoisted up a guard who lay unconscious on the ground, then elegantly departed, waving her hand as if to dismiss the cacophony of howls behind her. In a dimly lit corner, she changed into the guard's uniform, which greatly facilitated her movements. With this disguise, she would no longer be incessantly beseeched to save them, significantly reducing her exposure to risk. Soon, she traversed the first underground level, but the results were not particularly promising. She only acquired two somewhat useful skills: basic swordsmanship level 7 and entry-level cross/level 5. The former was hardly a skill, but rather an understanding and application of swordsmanship. After all, the pirates imprisoned here had bounties ranging from 10 to 20 million berries. So obtaining such gains was somewhat commendable within the realm of the four seas. Observing the eerily quiet first underground level, it was evident that Luffy had likely already surged into the second or third levels. Otherwise, it would not be this serene. It appeared that this level had little to offer her, and it was time to proceed further down. In her memory, Luffy and Buggy had descended to the second underground level through a passage in the center of the Hell of Red Lotus, though Katie was unaware of its exact location, as the anime did not provide specific coordinates or routes. However, she could discern the location of the Hell of Red Lotus by sound. The prisoners there endured continuous agony from thorns, their cries echoing loudly. Moreover, having already meandered through the first underground level, she could roughly ascertain where the Hell of Red Lotus was situated. Before long, a crimson forest materialized in her sight, the air thick with the unmistakable scent of blood. This forest was not a forest in the traditional sense. Everything visible to the naked eye was composed of razor-sharp thorns, tearing apart all who dwelled within. Witnessing this, Katie felt grateful for her choice of the moonwalk skill. Otherwise, this challenge would have been exceedingly arduous. Seeing that there were few people around, Katie hesitated no longer and took decisive action. In a remarkably brief span, she propelled herself into the air with a series of rapid footfalls, successfully soaring upwards against the powerful reaction force. The air swept past her on either side, a truly wondrous sensation that left her at a loss for words to describe this moment. As Katie reveled in the thrill of flight, the individuals below soon became aware of her presence. Yet, the guard's uniform obscured her identity, momentarily confusing the onlookers. Nevertheless, the number of guards on the first level was limited, and they were all familiar with one another. No one had heard of anyone mastering the moonwalk. Even if someone had, there would be no need to traverse the Hell of Red Lotus in such a manner. The guards would typically don specialized gear to enter the Hell of Red Lotus, and her flight path seemed decidedly off, clearly resembling the direction of a previous escape. Everything about it felt decidedly suspicious. Hey, the person flying above, which area are you responsible for, and what brings you here? Come down quickly. Upon hearing these words, Katie realized that her cover had been blown. However, it no longer mattered. She had already spotted the dark opening leading down to the underground level 2. At this distance, The guards above posed no threat to her, and there was no need for further concealment. Fire. The guards below had evidently recognized the anomaly and swiftly issued a shooting command. Nevertheless, despite dozens of them firing nearly 100 rounds, not a single bullet found its mark. Captain, this is futile. The distance is too great for our bullets to reach him. Faced with this outcome, the guard captain felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was evident that the enemy's strength was beyond what they could contend with. Find out who this person is. Why is he wearing our guard's uniform? Is there a traitor among us, or has someone stolen the uniform to impersonate a guard? The captain promptly sprang into action, determined to do whatever was within his power. Chapter 6. The return of Magellan. On the other side, the elevator, which had been descending for quite some time, finally came to a halt. As the doors opened, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the surroundings. Even Hancock, the Empress of the Seven Warlords, could not suppress a frown, for the place exuded an unsettling aura. To her astonishment, she discovered that the common understanding of Impel Down was fundamentally flawed. It was not merely a 5-level prison, but rather, it harbored a 6th level. Was the fiery ace located on this very level? Despite her suspicions, Hancock felt compelled to seek confirmation. Indeed, he is just ahead. Allow me to lead you there. With that, Magellan took the lead, paving the way. However, reassured by the answer, Hancock couldn't quell her worries for Luffy. Ace's location was evidently deeper and more perilous than she had anticipated. At that moment, just as Hancock's concerns for Luffy intensified, the procession came to an abrupt halt. It was then that she noticed a peculiar cell beside her, containing 2 prisoners. A glance inside revealed their identities instantly. The young man with bare shoulders and flowing black hair was unmistakably Luffy's brother, Port-Asti, Ace. Yet the presence of the other individual took Hancock by surprise. With his striking blue skin, robust physique, and prominent gills on his shoulders, only one person came to mind, Jinbei, the fishman, who shared the same esteemed status as she did among the 7 warlords. As Hancock assessed their situation, Jinbei and Ace scrutinized her in return, perplexed by her presence. Jinbei, in particular, felt a surge of unease. Did Hancock's arrival signify the involvement of the 7 warlords in the impending conflict? This would undoubtedly escalate the pressure on their father, and his brow furrowed with concern. Your Highness Hancock, this is the individual you wish to see, Port-Asti, Ace. To be frank, I fail to comprehend what compels you to make such a journey. Even now, Magellan could not fathom why Hancock insisted on visiting Ace and Impel Down. Her request seemed exceptionally peculiar compared to those of the other warlords. I merely wish to witness the person who has incited such upheaval. Is there a problem with that? No, none at all. Confronted with Hancock's indifference, even Magellan, the mightiest man of Impel Down, found himself momentarily at a loss. He silently acknowledged that the title of Empress was indeed well-deserved. Hey, isn't that the Empress Hancock? Is that for real? What is she doing here? No. It really does look like her. Hey, beautiful, come over here. I promise to treat you with utmost gentleness. Hurry on over. Hancock, look this way. Come, look over here. As the realization dawned upon the prisoners that the newcomer was indeed Magellan, the atmosphere within the subterranean depths of the prison erupted into a fervor of despair. Each individual confined in that oppressive space was gripped by a sense of hopelessness, uncertain of the grim fate that awaited them. Yet, amidst this stifling atmosphere, Magellan's arrival ignited their desires, even though they were acutely aware that it would incite his wrath. Silence. Magellan's voice, laced with fury, reverberated throughout the underground chambers. However, his attempts to quell the uproar proved futile. Instead, the prisoners retaliated with scornful taunts. Filthy Magellan, why don't you go take a squat? Did you soil your trousers? The prisoner's jeers thoroughly infuriated Magellan, veins bulging on his forehead, a telltale sign of his impending fury. Those familiar with him instinctively recoiled, wary of his volatile state. You insolent wretches! As the warden of this prison, I possess the authority to execute you on the spot. In that moment, as his words hung in the air, Magellan was enveloped in a layer of purple, viscous liquid, which then coalesced into several dragon-like heads that surged toward the most vocal offenders. No, please. That bastard Magellan is truly enraged. Fear permeated the atmosphere, especially among those targeted by his toxic onslaught, who cried out for mercy and even fell to their knees, pleading for Magellan's clemency. However, at this juncture, Magellan showed no signs of restraint. The ferocity of his toxic assault only intensified, and in the blink of an eye, it descended upon its intended victims. The anguished screams replaced the earlier clamor, with prisoners hastily distancing themselves from those afflicted by the toxic dragon. As a wielder of the poison fruit, every one of Magellan's attacks carried a potent venom. Any unfortunate soul who came into contact with it faced certain death, prompting the others to steer clear. Seizing the chaos to her advantage, Hancock swiftly approached the cell, her lips parting to convey a silent message to Ace. A thunderclap reverberated in Ace's mind, leaving him disoriented. The news Hancock bore was staggering. He could scarcely fathom that Luffy, that reckless fool, had ventured into impelled down to rescue him. A maelstrom of emotions, frustration, anxiety, fear, and a glimmer of solace swirled within Ace, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Jinbei, standing beside Ace, swiftly discerned his unease. Ace's expression was far from normal. Though unaware of Hancock's exact words, Jinbei could not suppress his concern. "Very well, Lady Hancock, pursue your intentions freely. I have already silenced them." At that moment, Magellan, having quelled the prison riot, turned to Hancock, ready to address her. However, to Magellan's surprise, Hancock turned on her heel and left without any intention of taking action. "I've seen enough. Take me away. I do not wish to linger here for another second. The surroundings are far too dreadful." She cast a questioning gaze at General Odoheim beside her, only to find the same bewilderment reflected in his eyes. Although she found it peculiar that they had traveled such a distance only to accomplish nothing but a mere glance, they could not truly act against her, for she was, after all, an esteemed guest of the Navy headquarters and deserved to be treated with utmost respect. After a moment of hesitation, Magellan acquiesced to Hancock's wishes and led the way back to the upper levels, confident that Ace would not cause any trouble under his watchful gaze. If that were the case, then they might as well return. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, spending no more than half a minute on the 6th level. Yet, in that brief half-minute, Ace's heart, which had sunk to its lowest point, began to beat once more. "Mr. Ace, what exactly did Hancock say to you?" It was only after everyone had left that Jinbei dared to inquire about what had transpired. "My brother Luffy. He broke in here to rescue me." Chapter 7. The Wrath of Magellan. How could this happen? Why was I not informed before matters escalated? Magellan bellowed at those around him upon his return to the searing depths of the 4th level. It had only been a brief absence, yet multiple escapees had surfaced, and none had been apprehended thus far. Is this not due to your preoccupation with Hancock, neglecting your subordinates' reports? The blame lies squarely upon your shoulders. You ought to resign and cede your position to me. What began as a quiet complaint escalated into an impassioned tirade, as Magellan unleashed every thought that had festered within him. It was only after he finished that he realized the gravity of his words, casting a furtive glance toward Hannibal, who appeared anxious beside him. "What did you say?" "This is all my fault." Without allowing Hannibal a moment to clarify, Magellan unleashed a fist upon his head. "Transmit my orders. The 2nd underground level is to be entrusted to Salutes and the Blue Gorilla. All remaining forces in Impel Down are to concentrate on the 4th level. Suddy, you shall station the guards at the passage leading to the 5th level, while Hannibal, you will command the remaining guards at the entrance to the 3rd level. This time, we must ensure that the Straw Hat Brats remain confined to this level." "Yes, Director." Just as the assembly turned to execute their orders, Hannibal suddenly recalled something and turned back to speak. "Director, the guards on the 1st underground level have reported that, aside from the clown buggy, another prisoner named Katie has also escaped. Strangely, he chose not to flee outward but instead delved deeper into the 2nd underground level. However, he did not collaborate with the Straw Hat crew, nor was there any previous interaction with Ace. Moreover, he was attired in guard's clothing, leaving us unaware of his current whereabouts. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that this individual possesses knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the moonwalk." Hannibal relayed all pertinent information concerning Katie in one breath. How could a prisoner on the 1st underground level possibly master the Navy's 6 styles? What sort of inspection did you perform prior to incarceration? Why was such a prisoner not confined to the 3rd underground level? Facing the furious Magellan, only Hannibal dared to respond. "Director, this is not the fault of the personnel. It stems from an intelligence oversight. Katie's current bounty is merely 1 million berries, just meeting the minimum threshold for our impelled down. Who could have anticipated that he would conceal himself so effectively, only to emerge now? Hannibal's words, rather than inciting further wrath, quelled Magellan's fury. The unknown often harbors the most formidable threats. Katie's modus operandi starkly contrasted with that of the Straw Hat crew, stealthy, cautious, akin to a serpent lurking in the underbrush, unassuming yet imbued with lethal potential. Notify salutes that, while quelling the uprising in the second underground level, he must also search for the fugitive Katie. Upon discovery, inform me immediately. I shall personally deliver him to the depths of hell. Understood. At that moment, anyone with a modicum of sense could perceive the palpable aura of menace emanating from Magellan. No one dared to respond ambiguously. Achoo! Achoo! Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? What misfortune! Feeling the oppressive heat of the surroundings, Katie could no longer bear to remain in this place for even a second longer. Yet, she had one paramount objective yet to achieve. Just half an hour ago, she had ascended from the ferocious beast layer on the second underground level to the hunger layer on the third, narrowly evading the pursuit of Saruds. However, despite thoroughly exploring both levels, she had not obtained the anticipated results, only acquiring 3 relatively useful skills: Mastery Level 3 in swordsmanship, Mastery Level 5 in physical techniques, and Mastery Level 7 in the swordsmanship skill, or Aura Slash. To be honest, these enhancements had significantly bolstered Katie's abilities, especially since she had previously been utterly ignorant of the sword path. While she may not yet be considered a master swordsman, she could at least wield her sword with some semblance of finesse. Nevertheless, such prowess rendered her merely a slightly stronger cannon fodder in the ongoing war. Far from having the capability to sway the outcome, let alone fulfill the tasks set by the system. At this juncture, what she most urgently needed was to augment her physical strength. The novice-level physique she acquired from the Blue Gorilla, level 9, was woefully inadequate for sustaining prolonged combat. During her earlier traversal through the Red Lotus Hell to reach the second underground level, she nearly exhausted herself, revealing her physical strength as a significant weakness. In a bid to rectify this deficiency, Katie contemplated a peculiar creature residing within the city, a half-human, half-beast known as the Guard Beast, which possessed extraordinarily robust physical attributes. According to the former warlord Crocodile's account, these Guard Beasts were indeed awakened beings of the Zoan type, boasting remarkable physical prowess. Currently, if she could attain a physique equivalent to theirs, her shortcomings would be effectively eliminated. Coincidentally, according to the unfolding narrative, one such beast named Minotaur was present on the 3rd level, having been knocked unconscious by Luffy. Thus, there was hope for Katie to address her weaknesses before descending to the 4th underground level. After all, Luffy was destined to encounter Magellan there. If fortune did not favor her and she crossed paths with him, a fortified body, while not guaranteeing victory, would at least afford her a chance to endure longer. However, should she be fortunate enough to evade Magellan, the enhanced physical attributes would still prove beneficial. With a vague recollection guiding her, Katie finally arrived at the location where Luffy and Buggy had departed from the 3rd underground level, the immense ventilation shaft, marked by remnants of their battle. To her relief, she spotted her target at the end of her line of sight, a Guard Beast, sprawled in the rubble, its upper body resembling that of a bull, while its lower half retained a human form. As she cautiously approached, her heart raced with apprehension, fearing the acquisition of some chaotic ability from the creature. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mystical physique level 5. Before this moment, Katie had never contemplated that an electronically synthesized sound could be so melodious. The sensation of her desires manifesting was simply exquisite. She had transcended from the novice stage to the esteemed yellow level of physical prowess. The surge of heat coursing through her veins was several times more potent than before, and with a mere clench of her fist, she felt an overwhelming power ready to burst forth, capable of obliterating any mountain that dared to obstruct her path. Suddenly, amidst her elation, a faint sound pierced her awareness. In the next instant, her attention was drawn to the Minotaur amidst the ruins, though she had not awakened the ability to perceive the world around her. An instinctive awareness of a formidable life force slowly awakening nearby washed over her, accompanied by an intense animosity directed towards her. The prospect of leaving quietly was no longer viable. She had been unequivocally marked. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Her calm gaze ignited with fervor. Excluding her encounter with Huko, she had only engaged in a genuine battle once before, against the prison guard, the blue gorilla. However, that skirmish had concluded far too swiftly for her to grasp its true essence. Now, she was about to face a series of life and death struggles. And since this creature had no intention of allowing her to pass unchallenged, it presented an opportune moment for her to hone her skills. Moo. In the next moment, the Minotaur rose to its feet, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Katie without faltering. Chapter 8. The confrontation with the Minotaur. The ferocious Minotaur displayed no hesitation nor doubt as it launched a direct assault on Katie. In an instant, it closed the distance, its massive form casting an immense shadow that engulfed her entirely. The colossal spiked club in its right hand was raised high, propelled by a fierce wind as it struck down towards her. Yet, in the face of the swiftly descending weapon, Katie merely smiled, drawing her sword just as the club was about to collide with her. The blade intersected the path of the Minotaur's devastating blow, successfully intercepting the forceful strike. Unfortunately, the ground beneath them was not as fortunate, cracking under the pressure with dark fissures extending several meters away. To Katie's satisfaction, even amidst such a formidable impact, she felt no discomfort. Had this encounter occurred earlier, Lewis would have undoubtedly recoiled in fear, employing his techniques to evade the attack. This newfound resilience was solely attributed to the profound physical prowess she had acquired from the Minotaur. Now it's my turn. Get back. With this single strike, Katie gauged the depth of their strengths, and she did not hold back. Accompanied by a fierce roar, an overwhelming force erupted from her, forcing the Minotaur to retreat. Cross-slash. In a fleeting moment, Katie unleashed two powerful slashes imbued with a tearing effect. Sensing the impending danger, the raging Minotaur instinctively chose to defend, positioning its iron club across its chest to absorb Katie's onslaught. A resounding crash echoed as the massive iron weapon shattered into fragments, and the Minotaur, staring at the remaining piece in its grasp, was taken aback by the destruction of a weapon it had wielded for so long. Has no one told you not to lose focus in battle? In an instant, the Minotaur's body tensed, its fur bristling as it instinctively dodged to the side. A crescent-shaped arc of slashing energy zipped past, spraying blood in its wake. The sharp pain jolted the Minotaur's senses, and it refocused its gaze upon Katie. Finally recognizing her formidable strength, which rivaled that of the intruder who had previously knocked it unconscious. With a bellowing roar, the Minotaur discarded the remnants of its shattered club, eyes blazing with fury as its muscles exploded with power. Its already imposing figure transformed into a veritable mountain of muscle, its crimson eyes reflecting boundless madness and rage. Confronted with the Minotaur's full might, Katie silently sheathed her sword. Come, little bull, let us fight. Katie's taunting provocation ignited the Minotaur's fury. It scraped its hind hooves against the ground, and in the next moment, it vanished from sight. In the face of such an opponent, Katie's mortal eyes struggled to perceive its movements. Yet, instinctively, her body reacted. She crouched low, raising her arm to shield her head from the right side. Having just completed all of this, the vast sky above was shrouded in a colossal shadow, as the fist of the Minotaur struck down upon Katie's arm with an overwhelming force. Despite Katie's body having reached an extraordinary level of prowess, she was still sent flying by the sheer might of the blow. After all, her physical capabilities were merely on par with her formidable opponent, rendering her unable to withstand the full brunt of the Minotaur's strike. A sharp pain radiated from her arm. In that instant, Katie felt as though her arm might fracture. Yet, there was no time for lamentation, as a dark figure loomed in the depths of the smoke, rapidly approaching, undoubtedly the Minotaur once more. A fleeting moment of carelessness had resulted in being struck down, and even though her adversary was a powerful beast, such a lapse could not be forgiven. You bastard! Get away from me! With every muscle in her body erupting with energy, she concentrated all her strength into her right fist, causing the sleeves of her arm to shred into tatters. The next moment, the collision of their vastly differing fists erupted with a cataclysmic force. Shattering, obliterating, the already turbulent air became increasingly chaotic and violent, swirling like a tempestuous wind, while the solid ground beneath them fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. However, this was merely the beginning. The two figures, once grounded, vanished in an instant as if they had never existed. Yet, The subsequent explosion confirmed that neither had truly departed. They were engaged in an even more intense struggle. The ferocious gusts of wind ravaged everything in their vicinity, wreaking havoc upon walls, floors, and all that lay in their path. The silhouettes of the two combatants became increasingly indistinct, one moment present, the next flitting away to a distance of several dozen meters, reduced to mere shadowy phantoms. As Katie felt the exhilarating surge of impact coursing through her, she found herself neither fatigued nor pained. Instead, she was invigorated. The urban life encased within the steel city had long since left her drained, both physically and mentally. Perhaps it was a remnant of her primal instincts or the echoes of a childhood dream of martial prowess. In any case, at this moment, Katie's body felt like a volcano on the brink of eruption, impossible to contain. Yet for the Minotaur, Katie's resilience was entirely unexpected. Although it appeared that they were evenly matched, he had never lost sight of his enemy's formidable swordsmanship, capable of severing a steel mace with a single stroke. Should such a blow land upon him, he would surely be severely injured, if not killed. The notion that a swordsman could forego their weapon and still engage him in combat was utterly astonishing. Moreover, what bewildered the Minotaur even more was the evident progress Katie had made since the onset of their duel. Her strength was unmistakably advancing in every regard: reaction time, offensive capability, physical coordination, and more. He even felt an unsettling sensation that he was becoming a mere sparring partner for his adversary. How little do you think of me to become distracted once more? Very well, I shall end this with my next strike. Katie's voice thoroughly infuriated the Minotaur. Although it conceded that it could not match her strength, it could not abide her audacious claim that she could defeat it with a single blow. In a frenzy, it charged at Katie, longing to rend her into pieces. How delightful! Without a hint of evasion, she charged directly toward the looming figure of the Minotaur. Their fists collided with the ferocity of comets, unleashing destruction far greater than anything that had transpired before. A slow smile crept across Katie's lips. Despite the lingering pain in her hands, the Minotaur could not help but mock her, standing firm and unyielding after the strike, unbowed by her assault. 3, 2, 1. Down. Chapter 9. Magellan Strikes. Luffy captured in the fleeting moment as Katie's voice fell, an immense and peculiar force suddenly manifested. The disdainful and mocking smile on Minotaur's face seemed to freeze as if time itself had paused. In the next instant, the expression of contempt was replaced by one of agony, transforming his visage into something terrifying and grotesque. His upright form began to retreat step by step, blood gushing forth from his right arm, as countless wounds marred his body, resembling a victim besieged by a myriad of sword strikes in an instant. With eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, Minotaur once again lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Gazing down at the fallen Minotaur, Katie felt a sense of satisfaction. This strike encompassed not only her full strength, but also the devastating power of her severing ability unleashed to its utmost potential. The clash of forces was merely superficial. Katie's true trump card had always been the concealed, tearing ability lurking in the shadows. The outcome did not disappoint her, as she had swiftly overcome an opponent with equal physical prowess. However, as she looked at the unconscious Minotaur, Katie pondered deeply. If even a comical character like Buggy possessed such formidable strength, what schemes might those hidden masterminds harbor? This reflection led her to realize that her perception of the pirate world was merely a superficial glimpse. The true essence of this realm lay shrouded in layers of fog, much like the scene before her. Nevertheless, she dismissed such thoughts. Enhancing her own strength was paramount. Knowing everything would be futile if she lacked the power to act. Peering down the ventilation shaft, an unsettling aura assailed her senses. Though she had yet to master observation hockey, it was evident that Luffy was now facing Magellan head-on. The dangers of the fourth underground level were palpable, and a moment's carelessness could cost her life. But she silently urged, "Please, do not let me down." With a determined leap, Katie plunged into the ventilation duct, her feet gliding forward as she descended toward the fourth underground level. While danger loomed, the opportunities presented themselves in unprecedented ways. Should she successfully infiltrate the sixth underground level, her strength would ascend rapidly to the Vice Admiral tier with the system's assistance. At that point, she would possess the power to alter the tide of war. Though the final reward for her mission remained uncertain, Katie was confident it would be substantial. After all, merely infiltrating the 6th underground level promised 7 skill points and 50,000 exchange points. This would enable her to further strengthen her abilities. Ensuring her foothold on the seas would be unshakable, and there was no reason to hesitate. If you desire these hands, then I shall bestow them upon you. Jet pistol. The entire figure was enveloped in smoke emanating from her body, and as her voice trailed off, her right fist launched forward with a velocity so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Futile. Do you not comprehend? No one dares to touch my body. You are no exception. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an excruciating pain coursed through Magellan's brain, leaving him momentarily disoriented. How was it possible that he had been struck by her fist? How could he have dared to challenge her? However, upon witnessing the purple liquid upon the opponent's fist, Magellan fell silent, unable to recall the last time anyone had dared to act in such a manner. Through the eyes of the Straw Hat Boy, Magellan perceived an unwavering resolve emanating from the depths of his soul. One must admit, your determination truly surpasses my expectations. Yet, do you truly believe you can survive after being tainted by my venom? All your efforts are merely futile struggles. Ace cannot be saved, and even you must remain here. As Magellan spoke, Luffy felt the onslaught of the poison, as if countless steel needles were piercing his palm, the excruciating pain causing him to kneel. But how infuriating. Return Ace to me. Even in this agony, Luffy's mind was consumed solely by Ace's safety, entirely disregarding Magellan's words. So be it, you shall remain here. Poison Dragon. The viscous, purple dragon surged towards Luffy. Although taken aback by Luffy's resolve, Magellan was acutely aware of his duties and showed no mercy. Watching the poison dragon approach, Luffy, though intent on evading, found himself powerless. The venom had already infiltrated his entire being, rendering him incapable of escape. In the next moment, Magellan's poison fully enveloped Luffy's body, the excruciating pain from the tainted nerves eliciting uncontrollable screams from him. It felt as though a myriad of ants were gnawing at his insides, a torment that reached the very depths of his soul. Observing Luffy's condition, Magellan realized the Straw Hat Boy had reached his limit. You shall remain here to accompany your brother. He then turned to depart. However, just as he did, a trembling voice interrupted him. Return Ace to me. Turning back, he was astonished to see the previously prostrate Straw Hat Boy had somehow risen once more. Though his body trembled incessantly, he did not fall. Frowning, Magellan was compelled to acknowledge that he had indeed underestimated his adversary's tenacity. From the onset of the battle until now, the opponent had absorbed an overwhelming quantity of toxins, enough to fell hundreds. Yet this Straw Hat Boy remained unexpectedly resilient. Still standing. You are courting death. Poison Dragon. This time, Magellan was resolute, unleashing 5 poison dragons to assail Luffy simultaneously. Gear 3rd, Giant Pistol. Even though his body was utterly exhausted, Luffy was not one to concede. His right fist swelled to the size of a giant S, and he swung it with all his might towards Magellan. The two figures collided and passed each other, but in the next instant, Luffy's body succumbed once more, ceasing its struggle and collapsing motionless. Gazing at the fallen Straw Hat Boy, Magellan remained silent for 2 seconds. Guards, detain the Straw Hat Boy in the 5th underground level. Awaiting trial. Yes, Director. As Magellan gazed upon the now tranquil 4th level of the underground, a wave of relief washed over him. He had finally apprehended the troublemaking Straw Hat Brat, rendering the remaining individuals insignificant. However, just as he allowed himself a moment of respite, a frantic voice echoed from a distance. Director, a grave situation has arisen. What now? Is this any way to conduct oneself? Sir, the fugitive Katie has breached the defenses established by Lord Suddy and the guards, and has infiltrated the 5th level. What did you just say? How can that be possible? Despite the knowledge that his subordinate would not deceive him regarding such a matter, Magellan found it hard to believe. The prowess of Suddy and the others was well known, and prior intelligence had indicated that Katie was located on the 2nd level. How could she have reached this place so swiftly and overcome the defenses to arrive at the 5th level? Chapter 10. Battle with Suddy. Time rewinds 20 minutes. The 4th level of the underground truly lives up to its name as the scorching lair. The heat is overwhelming. Upon entering the fourth level, a wave of warmth envelopes Katie, making her feel as though she might be roasted alive. However, the remnants of purple liquid within her line of sight instantly heighten her tension, for it is evident that Luffy has already engaged in battle with Magellan. With her gaze flickering, she hastily seeks refuge to avoid being seen. Surveying her surroundings and drawing upon the hazy impressions stored in her memory, Katie identifies the general direction leading to the fifth level, and she promptly sprints towards it. Although the prisoners confined in the fourth level could significantly enhance her strength, time is not on her side. Moreover, if she can successfully breach the sixth level, such losses would be negligible. The confrontation between Magellan and Luffy is unlikely to last long. Once their skirmish concludes, Magellan will regain control over the entire Impel Down, and it will merely be a matter of time before she is captured. This fleeting moment is her optimal opportunity to advance further down. As she gazes at the four figures blocking the passage, Katie's fists clench and release repeatedly. 3 beast guards and the chief guard, Suddy, facing such an assembly. She cannot claim with certainty that she can defeat them. Nonetheless, the relentless march of time does not permit her to hesitate. Life is but a performance. She must press on. With that thought, she rushes towards Suddy in a panic. "Sir Suddy, it's bad. The fugitive jester Buggy and Mr. 2 from the former Baroque works have freed a significant number of prisoners on this level. All the escapees are attacking the passage to the third level, which is being defended by Lord Hambani. He may not hold out much longer." "What did you say? Where did they get the keys?" As soon as the words leave her mouth, Suddy realizes that the fugitive known as Mr. 2 is the one who has consumed the candle fruit, capable of conjuring keys out of thin air. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Suddy swiftly organizes a response. "Koala, take those 2 to assist Hambani. I will handle things here. Hurry." With a grunt of acknowledgement, Koala leads the other 2 beast guards, a rhino and a zebra, toward Hambani's defensive area. Watching the guards vanish from sight, Suddy exhales, reassured that their assistance will likely bolster Hambani's defense against the escapees. However, as he gazes at the subordinate who has brought him this information, Suddy senses something amiss. His eyes fixate on Katie, and he ultimately discerns the inconsistency. Her uniform belongs to the first level's guards, yet there are no personnel from the first level present in the entire fourth level. It is evident that this individual before him is an imposter. What is the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable in the first level cells and wish to stay here for a while, Katie? At that moment, Suddy's eyes glimmer with a chilling intensity. "Oh, how did you recognize me?" With a raised eyebrow, Katie was taken aback by how quickly her cover had been blown. She believed she had exhibited no discernible flaws and was perplexed about where the mistake lay. Wearing clothes from the first underground level, yet wandering around on the fourth? Isn't that rather foolish? Ah, so that was the issue. It seemed she needed to be more cautious next time. A sudden realization struck her, and she smacked her forehead. Her exterior had betrayed her. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Her objective had been accomplished, successfully diverting the 3 prison beasts, making what lay ahead significantly simpler. How amusing. Do you still think there will be a next time? Now that you've fallen into my hands, do you truly believe you can escape? Previously, our oversight had mistakenly confined you to the first underground level, but this time, you shall be imprisoned in this searing hell, where you will experience the torment of infernal flames. A derisive smile graced her lips, naturally, the one commanding the prison beasts. Suddy was not lacking in strength, yet Katie was no longer a mere ant to be slaughtered at will. "If you wish to capture me again, you shall have to prove your worth." With a steely gaze, she reminded herself that time was limited. The battle before her needed to be won swiftly and decisively. Just as Katie was about to make her move, an unexpected electronic notification echoed in her mind. Master Level Body Technique LV3. This sudden change momentarily stunned her. Master Level Body Technique. This was her second mastery after Luffy, and she could hardly contain her astonishment. However, for Suddy, this was an opportune moment. She immediately lashed out with her whip towards Katie. With no time to revel in her newfound power, Katie was acutely aware of the formidable opponent before her. A piercing sound sliced through the air, and without hesitation, she swiftly dodged Suddy's strike. Embrace the lash of death. Suddy, irked by her failure to connect, unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. executing 10 strikes in the blink of an eye. The wind howled around her, and the world before her was engulfed by the shadows of the whip. It was undeniable that Suddy was the first to pose a genuine threat to her. Had this assault occurred mere moments ago, she would have had no choice but to retreat. However, the current circumstances were different. Despite the onslaught surrounding her, Katie's eyes could discern every attack, while her mind swiftly calculated methods for offense or defense. She had not awakened Kenbunchika Haki, rather. It was the mastery of body technique acquired from Suddy that empowered her to confront such formidable assaults head-on. Now it's my turn. Skillfully evading Suddy's relentless barrage, Katie finally uncovered a gap in her opponent's defenses. In an instant, she flashed forward, employing the six-style shave to appear directly before Suddy. The air split as she drew her weapon, delivering a cross-shaped slash that was nearly point-blank against Suddy's form. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down Suddy's spine, an incessant alarm blaring in her mind, signaling imminent danger. With his right hand wielding a whip before him, his body recoiled with fervent intensity. It was only at this moment that Suddy comprehended the formidable prowess of the young man who had escaped from the depths below. Not only had he mastered the moonwalk from the six forms, but he had also acquired the exceedingly challenging skill of shave, achieving a level of proficiency surpassing that of a Navy Rear Admiral. His combat techniques and physical prowess were equally as impressive as Suddy's own, rendering him a contender worthy of a bounty exceeding 100 million. Heaven knows how Suddy would react if she were to discover that Katie's martial skills were derived from her own teachings. Chapter 11. The Outburst of Force Yet. This was merely the beginning. Unwavering, Katie's cross-slash struck directly against the whip that obstructed her path. The tearing effect concealed within the strike erupted in an instant, obliterating the whip in Suddy's grasp before continuing its relentless arc toward her body. In this moment of peril, Suddy revealed the formidable prowess befitting her role as the chief warden, narrowly evading the powerful blow that had descended upon her. The razor-sharp gleam of the blade grazed her skin, a mere hair's breadth away from inflicting fatal harm or grievous injury. Glancing back at the gaping hole in the wall, a cold sweat broke upon Suddy's brow. Had that strike truly connected, it would have spelled her doom. It was evident that this was no ordinary sword strike. Otherwise, it would not have so effortlessly dismantled her whip, nor could it have wielded such residual force to devastate the wall behind her. What perplexed Suddy further was the fact that, despite it being merely a cross-shaped slash, there were no fewer than 10 marks of attack etched into the wall. Coupled with the sensation when her whip was destroyed, Suddy furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. This individual likely possessed some enigmatic, extraordinary ability. At this juncture, Katie bore no responsibility to provide clarification. As the saying goes, take advantage of the ailing to strike at their life. Even though Suddy had successfully evaded Katie's assault, she had already found herself at a disadvantage, her weapon rendered useless. It was indeed the opportune moment to press the advantage. With a swift motion, Katie executed the 6 forms of shaving, her mastery surpassing Suddy's capacity for observation. Seizing an opening, Katie launched her attack, swinging her blade from behind. Faced with this sudden strike, Suddy was unable to react in time. By the moment she sensed the impending danger, Katie's assault had already arrived at her forefront. The sharpness of the blade palpable against her skin. The blade descended, landing squarely on Suddy's shoulder. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not materialize. Instead, a sensation akin to steel's unyielding firmness resonated from the blade. Observing the darkness beneath the blade, Katie could not help but furrow her brow slightly. It was indeed the hockey of armament. This was troublesome. Now aware of the disparity, Suddy should have capitulated, for it would allow Katie to be more merciful in her approach. The previous panic had completely dissipated, as the hockey of armament instilled Suddy with newfound confidence. The strength of hockey varies. If I am not mistaken, your hockey has only just awakened. How many blows can it truly withstand? Though the previous strike bore little fruit, Katie noted a distinct white mark where her blade had made contact with Suddy's hockey. Humph, this will suffice to deal with you. Seemingly struck at her core, Suddy resolved not to dwell on this matter any longer and took the initiative to attack. Since this is the case, I shall show no mercy. As the formidable Suddy charged forth, Katie smiled, her mastery of armament hockey exceeding her own expectations. This moment served as a perfect opportunity for her to unleash her pent-up emotions. With a swift utterance, her form vanished once more from Suddy's line of sight. Just as Suddy opened her mouth to speak, a brilliant flash appeared at the corner of her eye, its speed eclipsing anything experienced before. Without time to ponder the reason behind this, Suddy hurriedly activated her armament hockey for defense. Having completed her defensive maneuver, the sharp blade descended upon her once again. The icy sensation was fleeting, and before the thought of counterattack could arise, the enemy's figure had already vanished. At that instant, Katie's demonstrated speed left Suddy in utter astonishment. Although not particularly adept in speed herself, she considered her abilities adequate. Yet now, she found herself unable to match her opponent's pace. What shocked her even more was the sheer force behind Katie's strike. Despite the protection of armament hockey, the area struck still throbbed painfully. A sensation akin to being torn apart. Cold sweat trickled down Suddy's forehead as fear gripped her heart. The armament hockey offered no semblance of safety. Instead, it heightened her anxiety. She could not fathom how to counter a slash that even her hockey could not fully defend against. As Katie had remarked, Suddy's armament hockey had only recently awakened, barely sufficient for prolonged combat. Should her hockey falter, she would be left utterly defenseless. Katie, however, remained blissfully unaware of Suddy's turmoil, wholly immersed in the exhilaration of her relentless assault. The mastery of the shave technique granted her extraordinary speed, while her recently acquired sword skill, the Aurora Slash, further enhanced her velocity. Unlike the cross slash and crescent slash, the Aurora Slash did not manifest sword energy attacks. Rather, it was a rapid dashing slash technique. Initially, Katie had not given it much thought until inspiration struck, leading her to combine Shave and Aurora Slash. The results exceeded her expectations. As the sensation upon impact no longer felt insurmountable, breaching Suddy's armament hockey was merely a matter of time. In the ensuing chaos, Katie's figure became imperceptible, leaving only a flurry of shimmering sword strikes as evidence of her existence. The cross slash, moonlight slash, and Aurora Slash, infused with a tearing effect, rained down upon Suddy, who found herself overwhelmed in mere seconds. Every inch of her body was subject to the relentless onslaught. Crimson droplets of blood fell slowly, creating exquisite splatters in the air. Faced with such a dense barrage of slashes, Suddy could hardly protect every vulnerable spot, forcing her to prioritize vital areas while neglecting others. Rocks were sent flying, and dust billowed into the air as Katie wielded her sword nearly 100 times in a fleeting moment. Suddy's figure soon vanished amidst the swirling debris, and the surroundings were utterly ravaged by Katie's attacks, reduced to a desolate battlefield. With a final strike, Katie's movements came to a halt, beads of sweat cascading down her face. Though the duration of the battle was brief, the toll it took was staggering. In that fleeting moment, she had pushed herself beyond her limits. Had her previous physical condition been in play, she would have been utterly incapable of executing such a series of actions. The exertion had left her completely drained. A gust of warm wind swept through, and the smoke before her began to dissipate, revealing a hazy figure that gradually sharpened into focus. At last, a silhouette, drenched in blood, came into full view. The crimson liquid flowed incessantly like a stream, and even from a distance, the pungent scent of blood reached her nostrils. Yet, despite such grave injuries, Suddy's chest rose and fell rhythmically, clearly still alive. While she was taken aback by Suddy's identity as a warden, she managed to accept it, for those beastly wardens were undeniably formidable, their physical prowess bordering on the grotesque. It was from them that she had derived her own enhanced capabilities, a realization that resonated deeply within her. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with the Scissor Man. Gazing at the tragic figure of Suddy, Katie resolutely turned away. Having wasted so much time, she was unaware of what might be transpiring with Magellan and felt an urgent need to depart, hastening her steps toward the 6th underground level. As Katie's silhouette gradually receded, nearly vanishing from sight, Suddy was overwhelmed with anxiety and frustration. At that moment, the 5th and 6th levels held no barriers to impede him. Who could fathom the terror and destruction he would unleash upon descending? With every ounce of strength, he attempted to pursue her, but as he lifted his foot, his body faltered and collapsed to the ground. The already precarious predicament deteriorated further, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, and in the next instant, his consciousness succumbed to darkness, his unfulfilled desires transforming into mere regrets. Before long, Magellan appeared, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed the scene before him. "Where are the medics? Get them here, quickly." Upon seeing Suddy sprawled in a pool of blood, Magellan's pupils constricted to pinpricks, an overwhelming aura of fury and murderous intent emanating from him. Drops of purple venom fell uncontrollably, permeating the surrounding air. Witnessing Magellan's state, everyone fell silent, instinctively choosing to remain mute, even as the toxic mist threatened to envelop them. At that moment, Magellan teetered on the brink of madness, and a single misstep could turn them all into casualties. Thus, they dared not utter a word. "Save her. The poison passage." With those terse words, Magellan pivoted and departed, his hoarse throat constricted with boundless rage, his body swiftly navigating the path formed by the venom, moving with such speed that it surpassed even Katie's. "Prepare to meet your doom, Katie." Simultaneously, as Katie reached the 5th underground level, an ominous premonition surged within her, as though a terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon her, leaving her deeply unsettled. Glancing back at the dark and profound corridor, a voice resonated in the depths of her mind. Leave this place. Run as fast as you can." The next moment, the chilling wind of the 5th underground level jolted Katie from her reverie, obliterating any lingering hesitation as she sprinted away, pushing her speed to its utmost limits, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Even if this instinct was baseless, Katie chose to trust it, not even pausing to extract abilities from the criminals on the 5th level. Though no evidence suggested that danger was imminent, Katie dared not take the risk. If nothing were to happen, so be it. However, should calamity strike, it would signify the end of her journey, for the only being capable of evoking such a sensation within her was none other than Magellan himself. Despite the significant enhancement in her strength since their initial encounter, she regrettably acknowledged that she still lacked the qualifications to confront him directly. According to her estimations, she would need to master the armed color hockey before daring to engage him in battle. As she sped along, the scenes on either side flashed by like a film played in reverse, although each individual here represented an untapped reservoir of potential. Katie remained resolute in her singular purpose, to flee, to escape at all costs. "Katie, come out. I have complete control over Impel Down. Where do you think you can run?" The chilling voice reverberated through the depths of the 5th level, stirring the previously hushed atmosphere into a cacophony. The prisoners, despite the frigid temperatures, felt a surge of agitation within them. They were eager to discern the identity of the Katie that had so incensed the typically composed Magellan, a man known for his unyielding control. "Hey, do you know who this Katie is? How could someone make that scoundrel Magellan harbor such a grudge? I've never seen him like this since I arrived. It's as if he has become an unhinged beast." "Shuh, lower your voice. If he hears you, even 10 lives wouldn't suffice." Clearly, Magellan's infamy had long been ingrained in the minds of the prisoners, instilling a palpable fear that stifled any inclination to speak ill of him. "I heard from a guard that this Katie is a fugitive from the 1st underground level. Somehow, she managed to escape. Why Magellan is so furious remains a mystery." Those familiar with the situation relayed what they knew, astonishing many in the process. The chaos caused by Luffy had been quelled by Magellan on the 4th level, leaving the inhabitants unaware of the events above. They were, however, taken aback that someone had managed to break free. A fugitive from the 1st level? Isn't that a novice? Why not escape upwards instead of coming down here? Today is certainly peculiar. Just when we thought we were done with the hapless newcomer, another fool barges in. Their gazes fell upon the straw-hatted boy, covered in a purple venom. Evidently, no one believed that the fledgling who had descended from the 1st level could possibly elude Magellan's grasp. To them, it was merely a matter of time before Katie was recaptured. They reasoned that not even the most hardened prisoners in the depths of hell, the 6th level, could hope to escape his clutches. In an instant, a chill ran down their spines as adrenaline surged. Despite the distance, Magellan's voice was still unmistakably clear. They were taken aback by how swiftly he had arrived. Katie had barely traversed half of the 5th level, and if this pace continued, she would soon encounter the frenzied Magellan at the staircase leading to the 6th level. This was undeniably dire news for Katie, as she currently lacked the strength to confront Magellan directly. If she could circle around the 6th level, Perhaps she would gain the leverage needed to face him. What to do? What to do? How can I escape? At that moment, Katie felt like a grasshopper on a hot skillet, frantically devising a means of survival. If you wish to live, follow me. A sudden sound interrupted Katie's contemplation, prompting her to instinctively glance towards its source, where she beheld a man exuding an eerie aura from head to toe. Nevertheless, without the slightest hesitation, Katie chose to follow him into the realm of the unknown. For she recognized the figure before her. No, more accurately, he was a being of ambiguous nature, a member of the Revolutionary Army known as Lightning, and a consumer of the scissor fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into a blade for the purpose of attack. Originally a prisoner confined to the 5th level of the underground, he had now found himself in the 5th and a half level. A unique stratum situated between the 5th and 6th levels, entirely removed from the jurisdiction of Impel Down's guards. Chapter 13. The invitation from Ivankov. Following closely behind the Scissor Man, Katie fled with urgency, and before long, a vast expanse of greenery unfolded before her, a rare sight in the perpetually frigid depths of the 5th underground layer. However, a sense of relief washed over her. If her memory served her correctly, the passage to the 5th layer lay within this verdant haven, for it was here that Mr. 2 had encountered the Scissor Man. Indeed, as Lewis had anticipated, the Scissor Man charged straight into the forest, weaving left and right until he arrived at an unremarkable spot. Bending down, he lifted a patch of earth, revealing a pitch-black opening before the two of them. Without needing any prompting, Katie leaped into the void. She raced down the staircase, sprinting for approximately a kilometer, when a faint glimmer of light suddenly emerged at the end of the path, signaling that their destination, the obscure 5th layer, was near. The Scissor Man followed closely behind, beckoning Katie to enter. With no other options left, Katie understood that the deranged Magellan was likely waiting for her with a 40-meter-long blade, and unless she had lost her mind, there was no way she would venture back out. After taking a deep breath and mentally preparing herself, Katie stepped forward. The reputation of the Queen of Transvestites was formidable, and having never visited Thailand in her previous life, she felt the need to be adequately prepared, lest she suffer the consequence of being pricked. Suddenly, an overwhelming cacophony assaulted her ears, nearly shattering her eardrums. The raucous noise threatened to lift the ceiling off its hinges, sending a piercing pain through her head and leaving her ears ringing. Before she could acclimate, a series of bright lights struck her, and thankfully, her eyes were forged from 24K titanium alloy. Otherwise, she might have been blinded. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, and an enormous head appeared before her without warning, startling Katie to the point where she almost swung her weapon in defense. It seemed a new cool boy had arrived today. Was he eager to experience the sensations of femininity firsthand? As he spoke, his right hand suddenly expanded, its sharp fingers glinting ominously as they lunged toward Katie. With a jolt, she instinctively reacted, drawing her weapon, the Void Cutter, from her waist and intercepting Ivankov's razor-sharp digits mid-air. "Is this why you summoned me?" she queried, glancing sideways at the Scissor Man. While Ivankov was the sovereign of this realm, she preferred conversing with the relatively sane Scissor Man. "All right, Ivankov, let us cease this testing. His arrival here alone indicates he possesses considerable strength." Meanwhile, the previously raucous atmosphere gradually quieted. Not only did the music cease, but even the drugged individuals fell into a hush, as a serene ambience enveloped the space. Eyes turned toward Katie, their gazes oscillating back and forth. "Mr. Katie, this way. Please," the Scissor Man beckoned, turning without waiting for her consent and leading the way ahead. After casting a fleeting glance at the surroundings, Katie noted the stark contrast between her current environment and the narrative she was accustomed to. Nevertheless, she adopted an attitude of acceptance, reasoning that since death awaited her outside, it would be wiser to observe their intentions. She noticed that Ivankov had also followed her closely. They traversed a lengthy corridor before stepping into a dimly lit room alongside the Scissor Man. "Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army?" Ivankov posed this question as soon as they settled in. At that moment, she had transformed entirely, embodying a demeanor that was poised and composed, starkly contrasting the earlier flamboyance that now seemed like a mere illusion. The Scissor Man chose to stand aside, evidently deferring to Ivankov. The Revolutionary Army was a name that was difficult to ignore. Katie found herself questioning the necessity of a reply. As the foremost adversary of the world government, the reputation of the Revolutionary Army was anything but trivial. "Would you like to join us? We are the Revolutionary Army," Ivankov declared, a revelation that took Katie by surprise. Was it truly wise to assert their identity so candidly? Yet, she felt little astonishment. After all, as a time traveler, she had long been aware of their affiliations. Their proposal was, in fact, anticipated. Reassessing the two individuals before her, Katie suddenly realized that her previous perceptions had been misguided. They were not merely indulging in pleasure, but were preparing for a jailbreak and simultaneously gathering strength for the Revolutionary Army. It seemed that her encounter with the Scissor Man was no coincidence. They had likely been monitoring her through the video snail, which would explain their timely appearance to rescue her during a perilous moment, aiming to win her favor for future recruitment into the Revolutionary Army. "I'm afraid I have no such intentions," she replied, shaking her head. Despite being under someone else's roof and receiving their kindness, Katie chose to decline the offer. The atmosphere of the Revolutionary Army felt too confining for her. In contrast, she yearned to embrace a life akin to Luffy's, unrestrained and free. For freedom was the most precious and alluring treasure. With the support of the system, she believed she would eventually rise to become an entity on par with dragons, if not stronger, rendering the notion of working for them unnecessary. Upon hearing Katie's response, Ivankov's expression remained unaltered, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Most individuals who had previously declined their proposition often cited similar reasoning. They had prepared a countermeasure for such situations. "I understand your sentiments, but given your current circumstances, wouldn't it be more prudent to join us? After all, we share common enemies, Magellan and the world government. Only by becoming a member of the Revolutionary Army can you truly secure your place here." This was Ivankov's approach, which bore a hint of coercion, yet it was understandable. Resources in this realm were limited, and they were not philanthropists, naturally preferring to shelter those aligned with their cause. "Apologies, but I do not intend to linger here for long. Once I elude Magellan's pursuit, I shall take my leave. I appreciate your kindness, yet I must respectfully decline." Katie was resolute in this regard. Although remaining here was indeed safe, it hindered her ability to enhance her strength and fulfill the tasks mandated by the system, which contradicted her original intentions. As Katie's determination became apparent, Scissorman and Ivankov could not help but furrow their brows slightly. It would have sufficed had she merely rejected their offer. However, her intention to depart posed a dilemma. The entirety of Impel Down offered but this singular refuge. Should they allow Katie to leave and she were to fall into Magellan's clutches, it would undoubtedly present a grave threat to them, an outcome they wished to avoid at all costs. "Is it not satisfactory here? Why must you insist on leaving?" Ivankov pondered, perplexed by Katie's insistence on departure. Although he had encountered various reasons during the recruitment process, when the realization dawned upon them that only by joining the Revolutionary Army could they remain, everyone opted for compromise. The impending upheaval of the era, the clash between Whitebeard and the Navy, was an opportunity not to be missed. Katie found herself unable to articulate her specific rationale, resorting instead to referencing the imminent Marineford War. "Is it truly impossible to stay?" Ivankov's tone grew notably firm. "I regret to say, it is indeed impossible. It is unfortunate, but for the safety of all, you cannot leave this place." At that moment, a palpable hostility emanated from Ivankov, suggesting he was prepared to resort to force should the situation demand it. Chapter 14. Early release. Katie could unmistakably sense the palpable hostility in the air, and inwardly lamented the impending trouble. While the threat posed by the Scissor Man was minimal, Ivankov was a formidable adversary, having once been close to Dragon. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, Katie had no desire to engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. After all, the Scissor Man had indeed saved her. And in the imminent battlefield, they would be allies. There was no need to escalate tensions with hostility. "Wait a moment. We have no compelling reason to fight," she asserted. "I wager that before long, you will reconsider your current stance and abandon this escape attempt. Thus, my brief departure here will not affect anything." However, the response she received was met with a pair of eyes that seemed to mock her. It was clear that Ivankov was wholly unconvinced. "Very well, Straw Hat Boy. You ought to know that his name is Monkey D. Luffy, hailing from the East Blue. the grandson of the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, the legendary Garp, and also the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. His intent in infiltrating this place is to rescue his brother, Porgasti, Ace. A cascade of revelations about Luffy's identity spilled from Katie's lips. Reluctantly, she felt compelled to disclose Luffy's lineage, as she could think of no other means to persuade the two. Pausing for a moment, Katie fixed her gaze upon Ivankov, contemplating for an extended duration before finally averting her eyes, then continued with measured calmness. Although I am unaware of your purpose here, the son of our leader is in grave danger. Do you truly intend to turn a blind eye to this peril? At Katie's pointed inquiry, the hostility emanating from Ivankov dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a cacophony of thunderous revelations echoing in his mind. The Straw Hat Boy was indeed Dragon's son, consequently. That meant his brother Ace was also Dragon's offspring. This revelation compelled Dragon to take action, as his own flesh and blood was facing execution. Thus, it seemed unnecessary for Ivankov to remain. Of course, all of this hinged on the veracity of Katie's claims. Evidently, Ivankov had misconstrued the situation. While Ace was indeed Luffy's brother, he was not his biological sibling, and Dragon was certainly not Luffy's father. Ace's true father was the far more illustrious Gold Roger, yet Katie had no intention of clarifying this misunderstanding. It was perhaps more advantageous that it remained unaddressed. Why should I trust you? Ivankov retorted, clearly unconvinced by Katie's assertions. When Luffy arrives, you can inquire directly. However, I must caution you, recently, Luffy encountered Magellan on the 4th underground level, and the outcome was dire. As you should be aware, he is now imprisoned on the 5th underground level. If you intend to rescue him, you must act swiftly. Time is of the essence. At this juncture, Katie felt an unexpected calm wash over her. She had done all she could. The necessary explanations had been conveyed. The remainder lay in their hands. Since she was unable to depart for the time being, she decided to take this opportunity to rest. Katie sensed that the forthcoming battles would be exceptionally perilous, leaving little room for respite. Lightning hastened to rescue the young master. In stark contrast to Katie's composure, Ivankov found herself increasingly unsettled. She could only choose to believe in the possibility of Katie's words, if what Katie claimed were true. It would imply that the lives of Dragon's 2 sons were simultaneously in jeopardy, and thus, she could not remain idle, even if the threat were unfounded. Her only consequence would be expending a bit more effort, which posed no real detriment. She was well aware of the balance of risks and benefits. I shall go at once. Without the slightest delay, the Scissor Man hurriedly departed, for the unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations. All he could do now was to ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Boy. Meanwhile, Mr. 2, utilizing his fruit abilities to disguise himself as Bon Clay, had successfully reached the 5th underground level and located the unconscious Luffy. With the assistance of Mr. 3, the Candle Man, he managed to extricate Luffy from his prison. And next, they began their search for Ivankov. Perhaps it was divine favor. Before their arrival, Magellan had already left the 5th underground level for the deeper 6th level. Had their timing been even slightly off, the consequences could have been dire. Katie, come to me. With an enraged roar, Magellan once again descended to the 6th underground level. The return of Magellan astonished everyone to varying degrees, but even more surprising was his state. It was rare to witness him in such a furious demeanor, and curiosity compelled them to uncover the cause of his ire. However, despite their curiosity, none dared to speak out disrespectfully. Those who had just vociferously insulted him were still reeling from the palpable terror he inspired. Yet, there was one exception. What is this? Without me, you can't manage a mere impel down. Release me. I can be of assistance. Casting a glance at the speaker, Magellan offered no response and continued to roam the 6th underground level, his sharp gaze scanning every conceivable hiding place. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After 3 thorough sweeps of the 6th underground level, Magellan found no trace of Katie. It was evident that she was not on this level, but rather concealed in some unknown location, which perplexed him. Despite his relentless pursuit, he had discovered no suitable places for concealment, and he could not fathom where the flaw in his search lay. Give it up. Do you truly think no one has been here? No one knows better than us prisoners that you've been outwitted. As Magellan pondered, that voice echoed once more. devoid of any hint of fear. The situation outside appears quite chaotic. Are you really not considering releasing me? Otherwise, if that person returns after you leave, I shall be powerless to assist. Gazing through the iron bars of the cell at the familiar figure, Magellan remained silent for a long moment. Shiryu, you are no longer the chief warden you once were. Now you are merely an ordinary prisoner, unqualified to negotiate terms with me. The individual conversing with Magellan is known as Shiryu of the Rain. Previously, he held the same title as Magellan, being the director of Impelled Down. However, unlike Magellan, Shiryu had a penchant for murder, frequently slaying prisoners for his own amusement, which ultimately led to his capture by the righteous Magellan, who imprisoned him here. Oh, you nearly slipped my mind. It was your own hand that delivered me to this place. Given this, I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. I will simply wait here for the moment when Ace is rescued, for your dismissal, and for your eventual incarceration. Shiryu's demeanor shifted, abandoning his former pleas to Magellan, adopting a profound silence instead. While Shiryu remained composed, Magellan found himself increasingly agitated. Although reluctant to admit it, Shiryu's words held a kernel of truth. The upheaval among the upper echelons had yet to be quelled, and among the escaped prisoners was one with the uncanny ability to fabricate keys at will. It was imperative to apprehend him swiftly, otherwise, the insurrection would only intensify. Magellan had already lingered too long away from his duties and needed to return. Yet he could not afford to neglect this situation. I can release you, but do not entertain thoughts of escape. If I captured you once, I can certainly do so again, he warned. Though reluctant, releasing Shiryu had become the only viable option, and Magellan was compelled to act in the interest of the greater good. With a final glance at Shiryu, the warning was unmistakably clear. Shiryu merely shrugged in response, offering no further comment. As the door to the cell creaked open and the handcuffs around his wrists fell away, Shiryu inhaled the air of freedom once more. Where is my sword? His first inquiry upon release was about his treasured blade, the renowned Rainstorm. Soon, someone will bring it to you. The guards on this level are now your responsibility. Remember my words, do not attempt any tricks. Despite his resolution, Magellan remained uneasy. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. Chapter 15. The arrival of Luffy as Shiryu regained his freedom. The Scissor Man finally encountered his young master, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. However, Luffy's condition was evidently dire. The purple venom that coursed through his body had inflicted life-threatening injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, the Scissor Man sprang into action, hoisting the unconscious Mr. 2 over his shoulder while grasping the sled's rope with his other hand, and then sprinting toward the base. Mr. Caddy, is what you said truly accurate? At this moment, Ivankov could no longer maintain his composure, having posed the same question countless times. Once the Straw Hat Kid arrived, everything would become clear. In truth, he already harbored an answer in his heart. Why, then, must he inquire of me? In stark contrast to Ivankov's anxious state, Caddy appeared utterly relaxed, reclining with his legs crossed, sipping red wine, and relishing in the pleasures of life. As Caddy had asserted, although the Straw Hat Kid had yet to make an appearance, Ivankov had indeed reached a conclusion. She chose to trust Caddy's words. They shared a common enemy, for as the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Caddy had no reason to deceive her. It was precisely because of her faith in Caddy that her anxiety intensified. After all, this concerned the biological son of Dragon. And shockingly, there were two of them. Who could predict the extent of Dragon's madness? If he were to recklessly lead the Revolutionary Army in an assault on Marine headquarters, the direction of the Revolutionary Army would irrevocably change. Moreover, the very fabric of the world would be altered, and she must act accordingly. And what is your purpose? Gradually regaining her composure, Ivankov turned her gaze toward Caddy once more. She found herself unable to discern the true nature of this young man. His origins and intentions remained a mystery. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million willingly concealed himself in the depths below, continuously infiltrating this place amidst the chaos, prompting speculation about his true motives. Was it to save someone, or was there something else at play? My purpose? Caddy raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief contemplation, he began to articulate his thoughts. It is quite simple. This world has enjoyed an unnatural tranquility for far too long. a calm that has dulled the memory of warfare and sacrifice. Regardless of the outcome of this incident, the existing world order shall be irrevocably altered. The enticing bounty of the sea will once again be redistributed, and such a splendid opportunity is one I cannot afford to miss. With a disdainful smile, an aura of formidable confidence radiated from him. Although he was still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of strength, Caddy was assured that he could rapidly ascend during this process. When the dust of war settled, he would undoubtedly emerge as another sovereign of the new world. Staring in astonishment at the young man before her, Ivankov never anticipated that his answer would be so audacious. His ambition was to challenge the 4 emperors of the new world. Had she truly been away from the seas for too long? Were the youth of today so audaciously reckless? Unaware of one's own worth, as Ivankov prepared to mock Katie, a cacophony suddenly erupted from outside. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Ivankov dashed out of the door, anxiously scanning the crowd. Ivankov, hurry. The young master is on the brink of collapse. The words of the scissor man sent a jolt of fear through Ivankov, who hurriedly shoved aside the obstructive bystanders to reach Luffy's side. However, the sight that greeted Ivankov nearly rendered her breathless. The vast expanse of purple was beyond her imagination. What kind of battle had transpired to leave him in such a state? Internally cursing, she thought, that bastard Magellan had the audacity to hurt the young master so severely, truly reckless. Yet, what astonished her even more was that this straw-hatted boy, in such a dire condition, still possessed consciousness. Please, I beg you, save my companion, save him. The next moment, a hoarse voice cut through the air, interrupting everyone's thoughts. To their shock, the speaker was none other than the straw-hatted boy, on the verge of succumbing to poison. Even at this moment, he remained lucid, still concerned for his comrades. Please, I implore you, save him. With no immediate response, Luffy opened his mouth once more to plead. Don't speak anymore. Trust us, we will save him. The first to react was Ivankov, who, while assuring Luffy, called for medical personnel to attend. Luffy, do you still recognize me? I am Katie. I need you to explicitly declare your relation to the revolutionary dragon. Otherwise, she won't let me go, and I will be unable to rescue Ace. Seeing Luffy on the brink of unconsciousness, Katie rushed forward. If he lost consciousness, her chances would vanish. Perhaps hearing Ace's name rekindled Luffy's fading focus, as he struggled to meet Katie's gaze. Ace, I am the son of Dragon. Katie, please, I beg you, save Ace. Return Ace to me. After uttering those final words, Luffy could hold on no longer. His head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. So, do you now believe my words? With a glance at Ivankov, Katie realized that time had slipped away, and she was unwilling to delay further. That damn softness was strikingly reminiscent of his father. A subtle smile graced her lips. Though the response was not explicit, it was clear Ivankov had come to trust her. It is time for me to depart. The rest is in your hands. With a sigh of relief, Katie prepared to leave. However, before she could take a step, Ivankov called out to her from behind. Wait, in light of your friendship with the young master, there is something you must know beforehand. The former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Ring, was just released by Magellan. Though Magellan has departed, Shiryu remains on the 6th level, seemingly poised to confront you. We are unaware of his precise location, however. It is likely that he is lurking at the entrance of the underground 6th level passage, waiting for an opportunity. If you wish to avoid an immediate encounter with Shiryu, perhaps lightning could assist you. When Ivan uttered these words, his tone noticeably softened, clearly indicating his complete trust in Katie. This poses a dilemma. Taken aback by Ivan's warning, Katie realized that her butterfly wings had indeed stirred considerable change, prompting Shiryu's premature release. This news was of utmost significance to her, given her current strength. Facing Shiryu directly would yield less than a 20% chance of success, perhaps even less than 10. Shiryu is a formidable Vice Admiral level powerhouse, and it would be best to evade him if possible, allowing her to first enhance her abilities. After all, the 6th level houses prisoners with bounties exceeding 100 million. If granted sufficient time, even an encounter with Shiryu would not instill fear in her. Lightning, I entrust this task to you. Having conveyed everything, Ivan hurriedly departed with Luffy. Very well. Please follow me. With that, he guided Katie to a spacious area. Shortly, I shall create a spiraling slide that descends directly to the 6th level. Whether or not you encounter Shiria will depend on your fortune. Nodding in agreement, Katie had no objections. If she remained undiscovered, that would suffice. Even if fortune did not favor her and she encountered Shiryu, she would simply engage him. As long as she was not swiftly defeated, a chance for reversal would remain. Observing Katie's lack of dissent, the scissor man commenced his actions, transforming his hands into 2 pairs of scissors and swiftly cutting at the air, causing his figure to vanish almost instantly. Chapter 16. The new task system constraints my assistance ends here. The rest is up to you, so tread carefully. As the last stone was cleaved by the lightning, the air shimmered, revealing the enigmatic 6th underground layer of the advancing city before Katie. Thank you for everything. I shall take it from here, she declared, rising without a trace of hesitation. Yet, lightning remained rooted in place, momentarily entranced by the gaze of Katie's eyes. He found himself at a loss for words to describe those eyes, vivid and luminous, akin to glass beads glistening under the sun, radiating a greenish hue. It was as if a famished soul, deprived for 3 days and nights, had just laid eyes upon a roasted chicken. Lightning couldn't fathom why such a gaze would emanate from her, especially in this realm of infinite hell, which was far from paradise. After casting one last glance in the direction Katie had departed, he silently wished her good fortune and turned away. He could not ignore the oppressive atmosphere here. Not to mention the ever-looming threat posed by that rascal, Shilio. The ambience was rife with brutality, carnage, bloodlust, and despair. Every conceivable negative emotion permeated this place. A normal person would surely descend into madness within mere days. Yet, none of this seemed to affect Katie in the slightest. On the contrary, the moment she set foot in this lair, her heart brimmed with excitement, exhilaration, and even a hint of ecstasy, leaving no room for unwelcome negativity. The system's notification chime had been incessantly ringing in her mind since the moment she arrived. The first message relayed the rewards for task completion: 50,000 exchange points and 7 skill points successfully credited to her account. Coupled with the remaining rewards from her previous task, she now possessed 8 skill points and 5,300 exchange points, a modest fortune, indeed. However, Katie refrained from hastily utilizing these resources. In comparison to the wares within the system, the 6th underground layer before her was far more enticing. After all, everything here could be acquired without spending a single penny, an absolute treasure trove. She resolved to explore every corner of this subterranean domain before redeeming her exchange points or skill points, as this would maximize her resources. Yet, not everything unfolded according to Katie's desires or expectations. In the distant shadows, a pair of eyes flickered with a subtle glow, murmuring, "The mouse has finally appeared." In the next instant, the figure vanished entirely, the entire process unfolding without a trace of disturbance, as if they had never existed. A surge of warmth enveloped Katie, and in that moment, she felt no greater comfort in the world. Each wave of warmth signified a stronger, rarer ability, including the dual hockey of armament and observation, which was only found in the latter half of the Grand Line. In that fleeting moment, Katie sensed her power ascending to an entirely new pinnacle, a transformative experience. A new task has been issued. Please check your notifications. The news of a task update jolted Katie from her dreams, compelling her to hastily check the details. The ocean was never a solitary expanse. Companions, allies, and power were all indispensable. Task details: the 6th underground layer is teeming with formidable figures, requiring the host to establish alliances with at least 2 of them. Task rewards: 100,000 exchange points and 11 skill points. In the instant Katie absorbed the task description, a figure materialized in her mind: Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, a cunning villain rivaling the likes of Chow Chow. Katie pondered whether she could, like him, unleash a mighty roar that would incite the prisoners to turn upon one another, allowing the strongest to emerge. Yet, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed, for she recognized that she was not akin to Blackbeard. Firstly, her strength had not yet reached such formidable heights. Releasing those powerful individuals would not guarantee their loyalty. Furthermore, the individuals Blackbeard coveted were not to her taste. In this brief moment of contemplation, Katie had already conjured more suitable candidates: 2 legendary powerhouses, the solitary Red Baroque Lyric Field and the Devil's Progeny, Douglas Barrett. The former was the man who triumphed in a duel against the former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, while the latter was a peer of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, whose mere presence had compelled the Navy to unleash a demon-hunting decree. In comparison to these two, the figures Blackbeard sought seemed insignificant. The remaining challenge lay in locating and persuading them. Although it would be arduous, the endeavor was worth pursuing. With this thought in mind, Katie resolved to set forth, as she had yet to encounter them, indicating that they were likely imprisoned deeper within the confines. With her objective confirmed, she swiftly advanced in a singular direction. However, unbeknownst to Katie, a figure had emerged just moments after her departure. With scarlet eyes fixed on the path Katie had taken, Shiryu discovered a newfound thrill in this game of cat and mouse, relishing the prospect of intervening just as she was on the cusp of success. In truth, Shiryu had detected Katie from the very moment she appeared, his haki allowing him to sense her presence without direct confrontation. Compared to Magellan, Shiryu's dual-colored haki was far more formidable, as the absence of a devil fruit power had honed his focus on enhancing his own abilities. Although he had detected Katie almost immediately, he chose not to strike her down right away. Instead, he trailed her silently, curious about the young man's intentions. Undoubtedly, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to claim Katie's life at any moment. Yet, what Shiryu did not realize was that, due to the existence of the system, Katie's strength was constantly fluctuating and augmenting, leaving the outcome of their encounter uncertain. Having been interrupted by the system's voice countless times, this instance compelled Katie to pause, for she had finally located her targets, and remarkably, they resided directly across from one another. This is all attributable to the system, however. Katie harbors no intention of gratitude, for it has just revealed an unfriendly piece of news. The abilities she acquires from others are restricted to Master Level 10, which means that even if she encounters abilities surpassing this tier, she remains unable to obtain them. Consequently, the skills she has gained from Barrett and Ryder are merely Master Level 10, specifically armament haki and physical combat techniques. Even so, Katie cannot find any joy in this situation. Had she been able to acquire abilities on par with theirs, she would have dared to confront Magellan head-on. After all, Barrett's armament haki is formidable, capable of striking down even the strongest of the supernovas with a single blow. In light of this, Katie finds herself helpless, resigned to her circumstances. Chapter 17. The arrival of a fierce enemy. Hey, brat, do you realize how bothersome you were standing there? Before Katie could fully grasp the situation before her, a low, rumbling voice echoed in her ear. Haha, Xiaoba, after all these years, your temper remains as volatile as ever. This was followed by another voice, markedly calm compared to the first, utterly incongruous with someone who had ostensibly spent years in prison. Old man, don't think that just because you've lingered here for so long, you're the boss. Your era has long since passed. Enjoy your twilight years in this cell. The two exchanged barbs, completely disregarding Katie, who stood outside. One must admit, the feeling of being overlooked was quite disheartening. In response, Katie slowly removed her uniform, revealing the horizontal stripes of a prisoner underneath. The atmosphere froze in an instant, all sounds and movements ceased. At that moment, countless eyes were drawn to Katie. Hey, kid. Let me out. I'll give you anything you want. Don't listen to him. Let me out first, or I swear I'll rip your head off. There were those who threatened and those who pleaded, yet all shared a singular desire to escape, for this might be their last chance before the end of their lives, causing an undeniable tension to pervade the air. Shut up, all of you. A furious roar drowned out the clamoring voices. Suddenly, a feral aura surged forth, wreaking havoc in the cramped space. One by one, prisoners collapsed without warning, and fewer than half remained conscious. Before the chaos subsided, another wave of wild energy erupted, equally fierce, equally unrestrained, and equally domineering. When it was all over, only a scant few remained awake, their spirits diminished as if they had endured inhumane torment, suffering greatly. Katie, having experienced this, was undoubtedly astonished. This was the power of Conqueror's haki, capable of rendering countless formidable pirates unconscious in the blink of an eye. The reason she remained unharmed was not due to her strength, but rather because both parties had deliberately chosen to spare her. Truly, they were the illustrious Red and the Devil's Heir. Sensing the formidable presence of the two beside her, Katie couldn't help but reflect with genuine admiration. You recognize us? Upon hearing his name from the other, Ryder was taken aback. Truth be told, he had spent so long in prison that his time here exceeded his own age. There was no denying it. The actions of these two had been so extraordinary that it was nearly impossible to remain unaware of them. Despite Katie's praise, Ryder frowned, instinctively sensing that the arrival of this young individual was no mere coincidence. Rather, it seemed intentional. "Who are you? Why have you come to seek us?" After a moment of surprise, Ryder regained his composure. "Wait. Regardless of your intentions, just let me out first. I cannot stay here for another second." Unlike Ryder, Barrett is now solely focused on leaving, with everything else being of no significance to him. "Of course, I can let you go. But I require you to agree to one condition, to form an alliance with me. Agree, and you may leave. Refuse, and that will be the end of it." Without any pretense, Katie plainly stated her intentions. Whether it was Katie's astonishing proposition or something else, both Ryder and Barrett fell into a profound silence, rendered speechless. As Katie sensed the eerie stillness surrounding them, an ominous premonition stirred within her, as though she had overlooked something crucial. "Alliance with us? On what grounds do you propose such a thing?" Though it was only Barrett who articulated the question, Ryder's demeanor mirrored the same disdain. The solitary and proud Ryder possessed the terrifying capability to challenge the entire Whitebeard pirate single-handedly. The devil's heir, Barrett, had been betrayed by those he trusted most, ultimately convinced that true strength lay solely in individual prowess. Had Katie proposed alternative terms, even if they were somewhat harsh or challenging, they might have reluctantly acquiesced. However, the notion of an alliance was something they found exceedingly difficult to entertain, as they recognized only the strong, never the weak. "Kid, focus on surviving first. Then we can discuss other matters." The unexpected response left Katie momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, an icy chill surged through her. Without a second thought, Katie swiftly rolled away from her previous position. A mere 0.01 seconds later, a swift slash whizzed past, effortlessly cleaving the solid ground as though it were mere tofu. Gazing at the smooth, mirror-like surface beneath her feet, Katie broke into a cold sweat. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she would have been severed alongside the ground. A hazy figure flickered amidst the dust, its presence announced before its arrival. At that moment, having exerted every effort to infiltrate this place, she had anticipated the target to be the one named Ace, only to discover it was these two ancient wretches instead. "Shiryu, if you wish to die, I shall oblige." In response to the provocations and insults from the newcomer, an already irate Barrett did not hesitate to retort. "Come out if you have the ability." Barrett's fury was of little concern to Shiryu, who understood that the formidable strength of the sixth-floor prison was designed specifically for such warped individuals. Having experienced it firsthand, Shiryu knew that as long as one remained trapped, no amount of prowess would avail them. "Damn it, you bastard. Kid, if you can defeat this scoundrel, I will agree to your terms." Whether it was due to anger or something else entirely, Barrett directly stipulated the condition for the alliance. In an instant, Katie's gaze towards Shiryu transformed. His presence had provided her with a successful breakthrough to persuade the two, and furthermore, he brought with him a formidable swordsmanship skill, master-level LV-10 boundary break. Her eyes instinctively shifted towards Ryder, the implication unmistakable. Focus on surviving first. However, the response from the other party remained contrary to her expectations. In fact, Ryder's look towards her was laden with evident distrust. In truth, it is not only Ryder who harbors such thoughts. Even Barrett, blinded by fury, secretly shares this sentiment. They both perceive the disparity between them. However, is the reality truly as such? Prior to encountering Barrett and Ryder, the situation might have indeed been so. Yet now, armed with 3 master-level abilities, the circumstances have changed dramatically. One might possess the strength to contend, and until now, no one, including oneself, has comprehended the entirety of one's own capabilities. As the impending battle looms, Katie equally anticipates the unfolding conflict. Chapter 18. The confrontation with Shiryu. Intriguing, indeed. It is both self-mockery and irony. For Shiryu, he never envisioned a day when he would face a prisoner from the lower levels with a blade, even if that prisoner possessed remarkable skill. However, let us not hasten to death, for such an outcome would render me exceedingly bored. A waft of smoke gracefully ascended as Shiryu's blade, thunderstorm was unsheathed in a flash, its cold gleam reminiscent of moonlit water flowing, striking without warning towards Katie. Is that all? In the face of Shiryu's confidence, Katie's demeanor was audacious and disdainful, entirely dismissive of her opponent. With a swift motion of her right hand, she unleashed a wave of sword energy and vanished in the next breath. Instantly, Shiryu's figure also disappeared. What transpired next astonished all the conscious prisoners present. In a heartbeat, the powerful and sharp sword energy permeated the surrounding space, tearing the solid ground apart with profound fissures. Simultaneously, the spectacle of Katie and Shiryu's battle was successfully transmitted to the command room on the 4th underground level by a nearby telephone bug, plunging the vast chamber into an absolute silence. How could he be so formidable, despite not being present to experience the encounter? The visuals on the screen were sufficient to convey Katie's prowess. The individual she was battling was none other than their former supreme commander, Shiryu of Rain, the unrivaled master of swordsmanship within this prison. They had never heard of anyone enduring even a single round against him. Yet, what they witnessed defied their expectations. The young man named Katie was able to hold his ground against Shiryu, and only at this moment did they comprehend how ludicrous their previous assessments had been. A prisoner who should be confined in the 6th underground level was, in fact, imprisoned on the 1st. Director, aren't you going to take a look? As a swordsman himself, Hannibal felt the gravity of the situation most acutely. The strength of both combatants had transcended the reach of mere onlookers. Currently, only Magellan possessed the capability to intervene in this conflict within the entire Impel Down. Hannibal's voice provided a pillar of support amidst the chaos, and all eyes instinctively turned to Magellan. Do not worry, Shiryu is under my command. The purpose of his release is to apprehend Katie. Only then can I return to address the issues on the other levels. Faced with Magellan's response, they could only remain silent, acutely aware that they bore a significant share of the responsibility for the current predicament. Had they thoroughly investigated Katie's abilities and monitored him closely, the ensuing events might have been averted. Enough idling. We need not worry about Katie for the time being. Let us expedite the resolution of issues on the other levels and swiftly capture the trio, Joker Buggy, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. Furthermore, why has the Straw Hat Brat, who was just confined to the 5th underground level, gone missing again? In an instant, the once serene Magellan erupted anew, truly furious this time. He could not fathom why his subordinates failed to manage even a single prisoner, who repeatedly escaped right before his eyes. When did Impel Down become so utterly incompetent? Almost resembling someone else's garden, where entry and exit were a mere whim. As the warden, he could not tolerate this. Hannibal, the suppression tasks on the upper 3 levels are assigned to you. I will handle the other floors. Do not let me down again. With that, Magellan turned to leave. Knowing that time was equally critical, Ace's execution drew near, and soon the Navy would dispatch personnel to transfer him. Before that, Impel Down must revert to its original state. Yes, Warden. The group naturally dared not be negligent. Even the notoriously unreliable Hannibal wore a serious expression as he organized the forthcoming actions, though he also stationed personnel to monitor the combat on the 6th level, awaiting the final outcome. With a swift motion, a slash was deflected, and before Katie could catch her breath, a stronger attack followed closely. At that moment, Katie had no time to counterattack, forced to awkwardly rotate her body in midair to narrowly evade the lethal strike. What? Is this all you can do? With the situation under control, Shiryu was not in a hurry to eliminate Katie. Killing him now would serve no purpose, only detriment. Shiryu understood clearly that Katie's survival ensured his own freedom. Until the opportune moment arrived, it would be exceedingly difficult for Katie to perish, and he even intended to leverage Shiryu's strength to escape this place. This was merely the beginning. The previous exchanges were but warm-up exercises. However, despite Katie's verbal denial, he felt no ease within. Only by truly confronting Shiryu did one grasp the extent of his power. The battle had lasted mere minutes, yet Katie's stamina was rapidly depleting, and the impact from the attacks left his right hand aching painfully, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. His extraordinary physique seemed insignificant before Shiryu, who suppressed him in nearly every aspect. Katie was utterly convinced that Shiryu possessed strength on par with that of a vice admiral. According to Katie's deductions, The master level represented a dividing line, a boundary between the strong and the weak. Perhaps the strength of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters equated to the master level, while those who transcended it were the individuals who stood at the pinnacle of the world: admirals, vice-admirals, the four emperors, and their subordinates. This delineation perhaps explained why the system confined ability levels to the master rank, to ensure one remained within the strength range of a rear admiral. Yet, this was not the most vexing issue for Katie. In his quest to surpass the master level threshold, he intended to utilize skill points to elevate his hockey level. However, the result was a lack of sufficient skill points. The system indicated that 10 skill points were required to ascend from Master Level 10 to Extraordinary Level 1. And acquiring a single skill point necessitated an expenditure of 100,000 exchange points. Faced with such a staggering disparity, Katie had no choice but to abandon his plans for leveling up. Combining all of one's abilities is still insufficient. It is evidently impossible to forcibly elevate one's power level. However, this does not imply that one is entirely powerless against Shiryu. Although the tearing skill bestowed by Baki is merely at the mastery level, its rank does not wholly embody its potency. Unlike previous encounters, I have refrained from utilizing the tearing ability since the battle commenced, patiently awaiting a moment that could deliver a decisive blow. Katie is acutely aware that the current Shiryu would never easily eliminate me. His release is merely temporary. Should I be captured in the next instant, Magellan would undoubtedly act against him. Thus, I am not as perilous as I may appear. On the contrary, I am quite secure. In the short term, Shiryu will not resort to lethal measures against me, granting me the opportunity to triumph over him. Chapter 19. The Killing Intent of Shiryu to Come, Little Ghost. To allow you to comprehend the chasm between yourself and the world, I shall grant you 3 moves. After a brief skirmish, Shiryu believed he had gauged Katie's capabilities. If they continued this reckless exchange, it would not be long before she could no longer endure, a sight Shiryu was not eager to witness, or rather, to witness so soon. Very well. In an instant of distraction, Katie regained her composure, unfazed by Shiryu's taunts. This was precisely what she had anticipated, and thus, there was no reason to decline. At this moment, Katie too relaxed. As if she had forgotten that the foe before her was the bloodthirsty and murderous Shiryu of the rain, her aura now subdued to its utmost degree. However, in the next moment, the serene atmosphere was shattered. A terrifying momentum surged abruptly, reaching its zenith in an instant. The originally gleaming silver was enveloped entirely by a pitch-black hue, the blade exuding a destructive aura capable of rending all asunder. Oh, this is intriguing. In response to Katie's transformation, Shiryu's demeanor remained unchanged, revealing no hint of alteration. Cross/. 2 arcs of purple blacksword energy sliced forth instantaneously. Imbued with a force far surpassing that of their prior exchanges, augmented by his darkened aura. Yet, Shiryu's expression remained utterly composed, betraying not a trace of tension. As though the one being attacked were not himself. Thunderkill. Another blade of energy was unleashed, meeting Katie's assault head-on. The 2 energies collided mid-air, dissipating without a ripple. Thus concluded Katie's initial strike, yielding no notable impact. Before the dust could settle, a figure darted past, its speed so swift that even Shiryu struggled to perceive it clearly. However, invisibility did not equate to an inability to capture. Katie's form appeared vividly within Shiryu's perception, even clearer than what the naked eye could discern. Merely a trivial skill. A display of foolish cleverness. As he spoke, he raised his blade defensively before him. Just as he completed this action, Katie's silhouette materialized, the blades meeting with precise accuracy. Though Shiryu successfully parried her attack, he found himself involuntarily retreating. Upon landing, Katie suddenly assumed a peculiar stance. This very posture caused Shiryu, who had believed himself in control, to momentarily freeze, gazing at Katie in disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter, his movements faltering as well. This fleeting moment, however, afforded Katie greater opportunity. With a swift motion, she unleashed a blade of energy that grazed Shiryu's form. The darkened aura could not obscure its inherent brilliance, and in that instant, the shining sword energy became the sole beacon in the underground world. Boundary break. The radiance flashed like water, vanishing in an instant. Thus concluded the 3 moves. It was only at the very last moment that Katie's assault finally found its mark upon Shiryu. Katie's sudden outburst astonished everyone, prompting them to engage in a profound exercise of empathy, contemplating whether they could survive had they been in Shiryu's position. The conclusion they reached compelled them to reevaluate the young man before them. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. The sight of Shiryu, sprawled on the ground, was what truly baffled them. Despite Katie's overwhelming display of power, they could scarcely fathom that Shiryu could fall as a consequence. After all, he was Shiryu, a formidable force akin to a monster. Could he really have succumbed so easily? They found it utterly unacceptable, a sentiment echoed even by Katie herself, who momentarily struggled to grasp the reality unfolding before her. Had she truly vanquished Shiryu? Although he had momentarily faltered, allowing her attack to land. The ease of her victory felt almost surreal. She had not even had the chance to employ her tearing skill. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Shiryu. Under the gaze of the crowd, his tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, instilling dread in all who beheld them. What manner of eyes were those? They suppressed boundless madness, radiating an insatiable thirst for blood, brutality, and ferocity. Even the guards, seated on the fourth underground level, were left with goosebumps at the sight of Shiryu's gaze. Those eyes, they seemed more fitting for a demon of the abyss than for a human face. The overwhelming malice sent tremors of fear coursing through even the most formidable prisoners on the sixth underground level. For Katie, who faced the full brunt of Shiryu's murderous intent, the sensation was particularly intense. That pervasive aura of malevolence felt tangible, piercing through her flesh and reaching deep into her soul, akin to a demon that feasted upon the fear of its prey. Gripping her knife tightly, the coldness of the hilt offered her a modicum of solace. System. Allocate all skill points to enhance the tearing skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Katie decisively channeled all her skill points into the tearing skill. A familiar warmth washed over her as the system interface transformed her previously proficient tearing skill, now at level 7, into a master-level skill. Only at this moment did her heart begin to ease. Though it was merely a 4-tier enhancement, she was confident that this upgrade would significantly amplify her skill's effectiveness. Each major level within the system bore substantial differences, and a master-level tear would undoubtedly serve as her trump card. The pressure exerted by Shiryu was immense, and Katie sensed that if she did not find a way to bolster her strength, she would surely meet her demise. In a fortuitous turn of events, each advancement from proficiency to mastery required merely 2 skill points, and her 8 available points were perfectly sufficient. How did you manage this? A low, gravelly voice escaped Shiryu's lips, imbued with an unmistakable authority. Though his words were somewhat vague, Katie understood precisely what he was insinuating. He was questioning how she could wield the same swordsmanship skills as he. Because I am formidable enough, she replied. Katie answered as if it were a matter of course. In response to her answer, Shiryu naturally found it hard to believe. This was no longer merely a question of strength. If Katie could freely replicate the abilities of others, it would indeed be a terrifying predicament. Who knows how many powers she might have appropriated from him? No one, regardless of their strength, wishes for the fruits of their arduous cultivation to be pilfered by another. An occurrence that should be utterly impossible. Yet now, the unimaginable was unfolding before his very eyes as his signature skill was being stolen away, igniting both confusion and deep-seated apprehension within Shiryu. No one could ascertain just how many skills and capabilities he currently possessed. And what was even more alarming than the present was the future. The more powerful he became, the stronger his adversaries would inevitably grow, and the abilities they acquired would only intensify. Shiryu could scarcely fathom the heights to which he would ascend in the times to come. Chapter 20. A difficult choice. Gazing at the young man before him, Shiryu was suddenly beset by regret over his earlier decision. He should not have taken up enmity with someone like him. However, what has transpired cannot be undone, and lamentation serves no purpose. In the face of such an individual, there are but 2 paths: to foster a cordial relationship or to eliminate the threat once they have matured. It was evident that Shiryu had exhausted his options. He had irreparably offended Katie, and any hope of reconciliation was now futile. The only recourse remaining was to eliminate her immediately. With this thought, Shiryu's gaze hardened, radiating an aura of unyielding bloodlust that cut into Katie's very essence like the edge of a blade. Clearly, she could not be spared. With that final proclamation, Shilio ceased to linger and launched his assault. Unlike his previous swordplay, his strikes now were wild and unrestrained, a tempest of unleashed power. Faced with Shilio's frenzied state, Katie felt an overwhelming pressure. The relentless barrage left her no respite. The persistent pain in her hands was torturous, deepening with each clash, and she was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Indeed, when serious, Shilio proved formidable. In a direct confrontation, she was no match for him. "What do you think of that young man, Xiaoba?" "Not much, merely a slightly stronger ant." Barrett's response to Ryder's inquiry was unvarnished, his disdain unmistakable. "Oh, I disagree. From the outset, he has been at a disadvantage, yet he remains unflustered. Perhaps this young man could indeed conjure a miracle." "Huh, that is but an impractical fantasy. Miracles are forever reserved for those who are prepared. If anyone could effortlessly create miracles, there would be no need for this world to exist. As a realist, Barrett adheres strictly to the most tangible and practical of truths, never placing faith in the ethereal or elusive. We shall see if he can indeed manifest a miracle. After all, they have spent decades together." Ryder was well aware of Barrett's temperament, and no amount of discourse would alter his perspective. "What is this? Is it all too much now? Weren't you just brimming with bravado? Come on, keep at it." With masterful observation, Katie fully harnessed her Kinbunchika haki. Perceiving everything around her, spatial fluctuations, the trajectory of sword energy, and Shilio's movements, her Busashoko haki was ever at the ready, prepared to withstand Shilio's onslaught. The battlefield had expanded to the entirety of the 6th subterranean layer. Waiting for Shilio to air, Katie found herself in constant flight, simultaneously seeking to absorb the abilities from the prisoners nearby. Ding. Detecting the power of the Marimara no Mi, would you like to replicate and extract? Ding. Detecting the power of the Suna Suna no Mi, would you like to replicate and extract? The sudden voice echoing in her mind momentarily disoriented Katie, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the prisons flanking her. In the next moment, a young man with an exposed upper body came into view, his physique marred by alarming scars. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Port Asti, Ace, son of Roger, was the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and the sworn brother of Luffy. Undoubtedly one of Katie's favorite characters from her previous life. On the other side stood another formidable figure, though not as renowned as Ace, Crocodile, the user of the San fruit and a former warlord of the sea, who had once dared to challenge Whitebeard himself. Katie found herself confronted with a daunting choice. Both the Flame fruit and the San fruit were exceptionally powerful Logia-type abilities, nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, as one could inflict no damage upon a Logia user without mastering haki. Previously, Katie had encountered other Devil Fruit abilities but had chosen not to select them, as they did not align with her desires. Although the system could assist her in mitigating the drawbacks of the Devil Fruit, it required an exorbitant amount of exchange points, an expense beyond her current means. Yet, these two options were different. She would not refuse either. Fate seemed to conspire against her, forcing her to choose one and forsake the other. The urgency of her situation compounded her distress. If she left this place, the system's capabilities would vanish, rendering her unable to obtain either fruit. System, I choose the Flame fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Katie finally reached her decision. Her choice stemmed from the fact that the exchange price for the Flame fruit was significantly higher than that of the San fruit, even surpassing the costs of most Logia-type devil fruits, including the Magma fruit wielded by Admiral Akainu. This decision was born from Katie's trust in the system. Undoubtedly, there was a rationale behind such evaluation. Despite the common belief that the Flame fruit was a subordinate variant of the Magma fruit, Katie was convinced that this was merely because Ace had yet to fully develop its potential. Fire, as the most primal, ferocious, and direct form of energy, possessed a destructive power that could rival natural disasters, reaching temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees, making it an extraordinarily terrifying force even in the pirate world, capable of withstanding the might of Kaido. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master-level LV-10 Flame fruit ability. The system's voice echoed in her mind as a powerful warmth surged through her, surpassing anything she had felt before. Simultaneously, Katie noted that although she had gained a Master-level LV-10 ability from Ace, there was no special notification this time. This implied that Ace's mastery of his fruit had merely reached the pinnacle of its potential without any further breakthrough. This reinforced Katie's conviction that the true power of the Flame fruit had yet to be fully revealed, perhaps upon her ascension to the next level. She would witness the fruit's rightful grandeur. After everything concluded, Katie sensed an inexplicable transformation within her body. A vague awareness of a unique and formidable power concealed within her being, capable of activation with a mere thought. Suppressing the urge to experiment with it at that moment, she recognized this unforeseen acquisition as yet another trump card against Shiryu. If wielded judiciously, it could yield astonishing results. Thus, she understood the necessity of keeping it concealed. Chapter 21. Victory. Ace, the one battling Shiryu, cannot possibly be your brother? Jinbei's eyes were fixed intently on Katie, who was engaged in combat with Shiryu, unable to fathom how anyone could breach this stronghold. No, he is not my brother. Ace was well aware of Luffy's capabilities. That fool could not wield a sword to save his life, let alone master the power of Haki. Could he be the Katie that Magellan spoke of? As this thought crossed his mind, Jinbei recalled Katie's identity, which, thanks to Magellan, had echoed throughout the 6th level of the underworld, etching the name into the memories of all. Watching Katie struggle against the tide, Ace's heart tightened with anxiety. With mastery over Haki, Katie's strength evidently surpassed Luffy's, approaching even his own, yet despite such power, he still faced a life-and-death crisis. What, then, was Luffy's current predicament? Even at this moment, Ace remained concerned for Luffy's safety. Having a brother like that indeed made it hard to rest easy, especially one so foolish as to recklessly venture into impel down to rescue him. On the other hand, having acquired the powers of the Marineford, Katie's mindset underwent a transformation. There was no longer a need for him to wait. He could exploit the properties of his Logia fruit to create opportunities, immune to physical attacks. Everything transpiring around Katie was unbeknownst to Shiryu, who continued his frenzied assault, relentlessly constricting Katie's space for survival. It was not that Shiryu wished to prolong the battle. Rather, Katie's resistance had exceeded his expectations. Despite being relentlessly pushed back with each clash, he persisted time and again, refusing to fall. Shiryu. The roar of fury echoed throughout the 6th level of the underworld, reminiscent of a lone wolf's final cry. Upon hearing this voice, many instinctively shook their heads in lament, perceiving the despair woven into Katie's words. Clearly, he was prepared to make one last desperate stand, although such an outcome had long been anticipated. The reality of its impending occurrence could not help but invoke disappointment among the onlookers. Another opportunity to escape had slipped away, and who could say if another would come? Shiryu harbored similar thoughts. Katie's ability to endure until now had already defied his expectations. By his calculations, the young man should have perished beneath his blade long ago. It was remarkable that he had held out this long, yet continuing to do so seemed illogical. Nevertheless, Shiryu remained vigilant, employing his observation Haki to scrutinize every move Katie made. The young man's abilities were too bizarre to be taken lightly. Familiar motions re-emerged from Katie, and with a mere glance at his stance, Shiryu discerned his intentions. Undoubtedly, he was preparing to unleash his most powerful technique, the Kaden. Was he truly attempting to use the same trick once more, hoping to vanquish his opponent with his own skill? Did he genuinely believe that employing the same tactic a second time would yield results? Do not assume that everyone is as foolish as you. If that is the case, then let me show you what true Kaden truly entails. As they spoke, Shiryu mirrored Katie's every posture with remarkable precision, their subsequent movements aligning almost perfectly. If one were to disregard their physical differences, it would seem as though they were gazing into a mirror, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. In that moment, Katie's eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve, as all remaining strength surged forth in a final, desperate strike. Sever! Sever! Just as their figures were on the verge of overlapping, they unleashed their respective attacks. A flash of brilliance enveloped the center of the battlefield, and within a radius of hundreds of meters, a cataclysmic aura erupted, reminiscent of a natural disaster. The tumultuous sword energy ravaged everything in its path. Even those situated hundreds of meters away could feel the forceful tremors, as if the very name of the attack yearned to cleave the world asunder. All eyes turned towards the heart of the battlefield. Although speculation had already taken root in their minds, the absence of first-hand observation left them with a lingering sense of anticipation. What if Shirley were to falter? Though this scenario was but a slim possibility, a mere 1 in a million, the faintest glimmer of hope remained. How is this possible? Who are you? Who are you? Before the crowd could discern the outcome of the struggle, a voice filled with panic pierced the air, and to their astonishment, they recognized it as Shirley's, not Katie's. In an instant, a palpable tension enveloped the onlookers. It seemed that the improbable possibility had indeed come to fruition. Or else how could Shirley's voice be so fraught with alarm? Eyes widened in disbelief, they sought to uncover the truth hidden within the swirling dust. Even Barrett, who had previously regarded the situation with disdain, could not suppress his curiosity. Had a miracle truly manifested? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, a figure burst forth from the billowing smoke, racing away in a frantic manner, as though pursued by specters. That unmistakably was Shirley, yet even as they recognized his silhouette, disbelief clouded their minds. They could not fathom that Shirley would react in such a manner. What had transpired in that fleeting moment to cause such a drastic transformation? The stark contrast between his previous dominance and current state was too great to comprehend. Moreover, the keen-eyed among them noticed a wound nearly a meter long across Shirley's chest. Blood gushing forth with reckless abandon, a grievous injury indeed. Without a doubt, the architect of this chaos was the young man named Katie. However, they could not grasp how Katie, who had been at a distinct disadvantage, had managed not only to vanquish Shirley but also to instill such terror within him. As the dust gradually settled beneath the collective gaze, Katie's figure re-emerged before the spectators. Yet, to their dismay, regardless of their scrutiny, no clues became apparent. His somewhat delicate features bore no indication of his piratical identity. Instead, he resembled a noble scion, his pallid complexion lending an air of fragility. Presently, he appeared no different from before, leaving the crowd struggling to reconcile the image of the person who had so thoroughly unsettled the deranged Shirley. "Hello, Katie. Please hasten to release me, for I am willing to serve as your subordinate." However, while the onlookers remained perplexed by the events that transpired, one truth is evident. The defeat of Shirley signifies that, for the foreseeable future, no one can impede Katie. During this interval, she reigns as the sole deity here, possessing the power to bestow the freedom that any heart desires. Upon realizing this, all present are unable to maintain their composure, vowing various oaths in hopes of winning Katie's favor. Chapter 22. The formation of an alliance amidst the clamor and chaos of the outside world. Katie stood motionless, akin to a statue. This stillness was not due to a lack of desire to move, but rather a consequence of her body's limitations. Although her battle with Shirley had concluded, the toll it had taken on her was immense. Her ultimate triumph was not merely the result of her offensive prowess, but rather the potency of the Marineford. The immunity granted by the Logia-type fruit to physical attacks enabled Katie to evade Shirley's strikes unscathed. By utilizing her observation haki, she had anticipated Shirley's attack trajectory, allowing her to elementalize at the last moment and successfully dodge his blow. Conversely, the sudden transformation she underwent bewildered Shirley, leaving him unable to evade her counterattack. With the dual enhancement of tearing and armament haki, Katie breached the defenses of Shirley's haki, inflicting a grievous gash upon his chest with a fierce sword aura. It was this revelation of Katie's extraordinary abilities that elicited Shirley's incredulous exclamation. Despite being aware of Katie's capacity to absorb powers from others, he had never fathomed that this included the abilities conferred by devil fruits. This was a reality he found difficult to accept. After all, devil fruits were rare treasures of the sea, each one unique and elusive. The notion that Katie could unrestrainedly acquire such formidable powers, particularly a Logia type, was staggering. Had it not been for the persistent pain in his chest, he might have doubted his own senses, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream, for such bizarre occurrences were beyond comprehension. Realizing this, Shirley made the decisive choice to retreat. Setting aside his severe injuries, the mere possession of the Marineford made Katie a formidable adversary, as her elemental abilities significantly mitigated his offensive strengths. If he were at his peak, he might have stood a chance, but in his current state, it was prudent to evade confrontation. "I am Magellan. What is the matter?" He answered the snail phone impatiently while searching for the reason behind Luffy's disappearance on the 5th underground level. However, the message that reached him rendered him momentarily paralyzed, akin to a bomb detonating in his mind, leaving him grappling with disbelief. "What did you say?" Shiryu was defeated. Despite his subordinates' repeated assurances, Magellan remained unwilling to accept the reality. Though he harbored a deep disdain for Shiryu, he could not deny the latter's prowess. His initial success in capturing Shiryu had been largely due to the geographical advantages of Impel Down. His abilities were especially suited for confined spaces, where the effects of the Doka Doka no Mi could be maximized. In the narrow confines of the prison, anyone would be at a disadvantage, Shiryu included. Outside, even if he could best Shiryu in combat, capturing him would be an impossibility. If Shiryu wished to escape, he would not be able to detain him. Yet now, the unfathomable had occurred. Shiryu had been vanquished by Katie, a fellow swordsman, a turn of events he had never anticipated. In an instant, Magellan's assessment of Katie shifted dramatically, elevating her to a status equal to his own. Without hesitation, Magellan vanished, making his way to the 6th underground level. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Any individual emerging from that level could spell trouble. In comparison, Luffy's disappearance seemed trivial. Currently, the 6th underground level resembled a ghost town. If Katie were to take any action, there would be no one to impede him. God only knows what reckless deeds he might embark upon. Although the true purpose behind his escape remained a mystery, it was evident that the 6th level represented the limits of Impel Down, and his objective was undoubtedly located there. Contemplating this, a foreboding sense of dread began to stir within Magellan. Simultaneously, after a brief respite, Katie was finally free to act. Ignoring the pleas of those around him, he strode directly to the cell where Barrett and Ryder were confined. Having triumphed over Shiryu, he now felt entitled to engage them on equal footing. "So, what do you think? Am I now worthy of an alliance with you?" While addressing both men, his gaze was primarily fixed on Barrett. Katie had not forgotten the latter's previous words, wherein Barrett had vowed to ally with him if he overcame Shiryu. Now that Katie had successfully defeated Shiryu, it was time for Barrett to honor his promise. Faced with Katie's challenge, Barrett fell silent, his expression a mixture of complexity as he regarded Katie. His earlier bravado had been spurred by anger towards Shiryu, and he had never truly believed Katie could prevail. Ironically, the very outcome he had deemed impossible now lay before him. He found himself at a loss for words. Although he did not comprehend how this young man had achieved victory, a win was a win, and there was no room for argument. However, acquiescing to the alliance felt undignified, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. "Young Katie, if Barrett refuses you, then I shall agree," Ryder unexpectedly interjected. "Having been confined for decades, I certainly require a friend to guide me. Otherwise, I might not even find my way home." As Katie awaited Barrett's response, Ryder's unexpected affirmation took him by surprise. He had anticipated Barrett would relent first, compelling Ryder to follow suit, yet the unfolding events defied his expectations. Katie was not the only one astonished by Ryder's willingness. Barrett wore a similarly incredulous expression. The proud and solitary Ryder had chosen to propose an alliance. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. A flurry of thoughts raced through Barrett's mind, and in the next moment, his resolve solidified. "Kid, I keep my word. Since you've defeated Shiryu, I too shall accept your proposal and join you in alliance." No sooner had Barrett spoken than a notification echoed in Katie's mind. "Mission accomplished. Rewards have been issued." In an instant, Katie was taken aback by a succession of delightful surprises. She had never anticipated that the process would unfold so seamlessly. She had expected to exert considerable effort and persuasion, even bracing herself for potential rejection. However, to her astonishment, each individual consented without requiring further elaboration. Splendid. With this, they would henceforth be allies. "I shall now liberate you." In a flash, she drew her weapon, the dark hue of the armament hockey enveloping it, as she swiftly struck towards the prison cell beside her. Crack! Crack! At that moment, the shackles binding Barrett and Ryder were severed, freeing them from all constraints. Chapter 23. The Consumption of the Fruit. The sensation of freedom is indeed delightful. Breathing in the air beyond the confines of their cell, both Ryder and Barrett felt a surge of joy. After decades of imprisonment, they had finally liberated themselves from their shackles, a feeling that was simply exhilarating. Release me, and I shall join your alliance. On the other side. Upon witnessing Katie's successful liberation of Barrett and Ryder, the other prisoners could hardly contain their excitement, exerting every effort to capture Katie's attention. In response, both Ryder and Barrett merely observed in silence, showing no inclination to intervene. They were solitary figures, indifferent to the fates of others. Instead, eager to see how Katie would respond. They were filled with curiosity regarding the true intentions of the young man who had gone to such lengths to arrive here. If his sole purpose was to enhance his strength, he would undoubtedly have released more prisoners, yet from their observations, it seemed Katie had no such intentions, which left them perplexed. My apologies, everyone, but you are not my targets. Barrett, please deal with the noise. Kiki. Barrett never shied away from destruction. In the next moment, a terrifying aura descended once more, even more ferocious and rampant than before, enveloping nearly half of the 6th level underground in a chaotic tempest centered around Barrett, instantly quieting the cacophony surrounding them. As he cast his gaze upon Katie, Barrett felt a flicker of acknowledgement. This time, he did not deliberately avoid Katie. He too was encompassed within the sphere of his conqueror's haki. At such proximity, the pressure Katie experienced far exceeded that of the others. Yet he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Through this trial, Barrett accepted Katie as an ally. Patong, Patong. A youthful voice suddenly broke the silence as a fuzzy head emerged from Ryder's shoulder. This is my companion, Patong, a Zoan-type mythical beast, the raccoon fruit. It has learned the language of humans. However, Ryder's words fell on deaf ears as Katie's attention was entirely captivated by the object in Patong's hands. It was a purple fruit adorned with black patterns, unmistakably a genuine devil fruit. This was Katie's first encounter with the actual item, although he was now a power wielder. His abilities had been replicated by the system, and he had never before laid eyes on this treasure of the sea. If his guess was correct, this fruit was the Zoan-type mythical beast bat fruit, which would grant its possessor the ability to enhance their state by consuming the blood of others, allowing them to defy aging and maintain their youthful peak indefinitely. It could be said that this fruit was precisely what Ryder needed. Having lived alongside the likes of Whitebeard and Roger, his physical prowess had undoubtedly waned significantly. He was no longer in his prime, and this fruit could swiftly restore him to his zenith or even surpass it. What astonished Katie was not merely the existence of the devil fruit, but the very fact that a fruit of such nature had been concealed in the depths of the 6th underground level where he was imprisoned. Who would dare to believe such a tale? No wonder that in the original narrative, Raid could escape amidst the chaos wrought by Blackbeard. The reason likely lay with this very fruit. Even without assistance, Raid possessed the capability to liberate himself. Under the watchful gaze of Katie and Barrett, Raid consumed the entire devil fruit, his expression remaining devoid of any discernible emotion. The taste was indeed repulsive, yet he devoured it all. One bite of such a fruit suffices? Is he a fool? Faced with Raid's remarks, Barrett was left speechless, never having anticipated that the renowned and aloof Red would turn out to be such a slow-witted imbecile. In that instant, he regretted forming an alliance with someone so naive. But what of it? Regardless of its unpalatable flavor, it could still be classified as sustenance, merely inferior to the fare served in Impel Down. It was not inedible. Confronted with Raid's rebuttal, Barrett fell silent. As prisoners of Impel Down, they could hardly expect decent food, only expired leftovers. In comparison, the devil fruit at least offered freshness. Thus, what is your true objective, Katie? With a shift in conversation, Raid pointedly directed his inquiry at Katie, who had yet to reveal his genuine intentions. If it were merely to form an alliance with himself and Barrett, Raid would not be inclined to believe it. Although their combined strength was formidable, it was not as though there were no other contenders in the world. With Katie's prowess, many would willingly ally with him outside, rendering this perilous venture unnecessary. Barrett shared this curiosity. Since Katie's appearance, they had been observing him, yet could not discern his motives, ultimately resorting to direct inquiry. My objective? Katie did not respond immediately. His initial aim had been rather straightforward, to ensure Ace's survival. However, with the system's involvement, his purpose had gradually evolved, and now, Katie himself was uncertain of his true objective. Yet, this question did not perplex him for long, for an answer soon crystallized in his mind. You must have heard of the recent turmoil at sea. The Whitebeard pirates are poised to engage in full-scale warfare against the Navy. The ocean is on the brink of upheaval, and I intend to partake in this conflict. Should you both be willing, I would naturally hope for your assistance, of course. If you prefer not to engage, that is acceptable as well. Pray, enlighten us with your intentions, without either granting affirmation or refusal. KD's response was somewhat anticipated by them. The entire world was fixated on the unfolding events between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters. Katie's desire to participate was hardly surprising. My plan is he whispered a few words in their ears, outlining his intentions broadly. These are the specifics. The rest shall depend on the particular circumstances. Once Katie finished speaking, Clyde and the other individual remained rooted in place, unable to process her words for quite some time. The revelations she had just shared were utterly shocking, causing their perceptions of her to be completely upended. Here stood a person who seemed indifferent to the value of life itself. Regardless of whether her plan succeeded or failed, the reputation of the Navy would undoubtedly suffer greatly, with the only cost of failure being her own life. Yet, not a trace of fear was visible on Katie's face, as if she had never contemplated the consequences of failure. Chapter 24. The Emergence of Magellan. Ah, how intriguing, truly intriguing. Just as I step out, I encounter such exhilarating events. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall not be left out. Count me in on your plans. Upon hearing Katie's words, Barrett's heart, which had lain dormant for decades, began to beat anew, the warmth of his blood surging significantly, revealing the essence of a berserker. With little Barrett in agreement, I too shall not hold back. It has been far too long since I last saw those old friends, and it is high time I extend my greetings in person, lest the world forget me altogether. Ryder, not one to lag behind, shared this combative spirit. After all, Barrett had single-handedly taken on the Navy's Demon Slayer order, and Ryder had faced the former Admiral Steelbone Kong alone. Faced with Katie's proposal, they had no valid reason to decline. However, before Katie could revel in her triumph, a rapidly moving target suddenly emerged within the range of her observation. The sheer aura emanating from him was enough to draw attention. Katie, the voice, booming before its owner even arrived, was laced with an insatiable bloodlust. Without needing anyone to inform her, Katie instantly recognized the voice's owner, Magellan, the current warden of Impel Down, bearer of the venom fruit. A terrifying presence descended in the next heartbeat, and all that met the eye was a sea of purple venom, which corroded the hard ground into a pockmarked landscape. With a calm gaze fixed on Magellan, Katie felt no need to flee this time. Ryder and Barrett stood resolutely at her side. Either of them alone could easily contend with Magellan, let alone the two of them together. Moreover, even without their assistance, Katie felt confident in confronting him. What made Magellan most formidable was his devil fruit ability. Stripped of that, he was merely a powerful figure within the Navy headquarters. In the past, Katie had indeed felt helpless against him. However, with the acquisition of the Blaze fruit's powers, everything had changed. Before the might of her flames, Magellan's venom could not breach her defenses. If need be, she could even utilize elemental transformation to render herself immune to his toxins. Though victory over him might be uncertain, he would not catch her. Even if she could not defeat him, she was certain of her ability to escape. Hey now, do not look at me like that. This is merely our first encounter. Do not make it seem as though I am the one at fault. Katie's taunts only fueled Magellan's ire, igniting a fury that made him wish to tear her apart. Yet, his rage was tempered by reason. He was acutely aware of the two figures standing beside her, one a crewmate of the Pirate King, and the other a legendary pirate of equal renown to Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion. The moment his eyes fell upon them, a sense of dread washed over him. Magellan understood better than anyone the strength possessed by these two. Judging by their demeanor, they had evidently allied themselves with Katie. It was patently unrealistic for him to confront all three of them alone. Magellan was acutely aware of his current task to delay the trio before him. Defeating them seemed increasingly improbable. Even a single Katie was more than sufficient to overpower Shiryu. The other two were undoubtedly stronger, not weaker. The Navy headquarters would soon dispatch personnel to retrieve Ace, and as long as he could hold out until then, the combined might of the Navy could potentially subdue the three adversaries. However, the next words from his opponent shattered all of Magellan's thoughts into mere illusions. Katie, you go ahead and do what you must. We shall handle things here. It has been years since we last engaged in combat, and this is a perfect opportunity to hone our skills. No one is permitted to leave. Before Katie could react, Magellan launched his assault, unleashing torrents of purple venom that surged like colossal waves toward Katie and her companions. He could not allow Katie to take any action. The two before him were already a significant headache. If he were to unleash more monstrosities, the entire impel down would likely be overturned. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. Stone barrier. In the instant Barrett uttered these words, the ground trembled as if imbued with life, erecting a formidable shield before the trio that thwarted all venomous onslaughts. Barrett, having consumed the fusion fruit, was undeterred by Magellan, adeptly utilizing the surrounding walls to fend off the corrosive effects of the venom. Go on, we do not require your presence here. Very well, await my signal, and we shall strike together. Nodding in acknowledgement, Katie turned and departed. Her presence here was indeed unnecessary, for more pressing matters awaited her attention, and time was of the essence. With a few swift turns, Katie exited the combat zone. Despite Magellan's furious roars behind her, he could not breach the defenses established by Ryder and Barrett. Having distanced herself from the battlefield, Katie made her way toward the location where Ace was imprisoned. Long before she allied with Barrett and Ryder, the system had already assigned her a new mission. Mission requirement: release Ace. Though the task was succinctly stated in just 4 words, the reward was undeniably substantial: 300,000 exchange points and 20 skill points. This mission could be regarded as the simplest she had ever undertaken, devoid of any challenge, yet the repercussions of its completion were monumental. As the focal point of the entire affair, Ace's existence held paramount significance. By rescuing him now, the War of the Best could very well reach its conclusion. With Ace freed from peril, Whitebeard would have no further impetus to continue the conflict. While such an outcome was acceptable, not only would she have successfully completed the system's ultimate task, but she would also have saved both Ace and Whitebeard. There was a cost. She would forfeit an invaluable opportunity to rapidly enhance her own strength. The War of the Best, being the grandest battle in the pirate world, did not include a single weakling among its participants. Every individual on the Navy's side was, without exception, a commissioned officer, and as for Whitebeard's crew, the title of the strongest man in the world was not merely a boast. His subordinates were all formidable captains in their own right. To this end, Katie devised a rather ingenious solution, substituting herself for Ace to journey to the naval headquarters. Once this idea took root, it became impossible to suppress. Although this course of action harbored considerable risks, Katie felt it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Rather, she sensed a significant chance of success. Before long, the cell where Ace was imprisoned came into view. Perhaps hearing a commotion, Ace lifted his gaze towards the outside, and at that moment, Katie was also observing him from within. Their eyes reflected each other's figures. Ace, do you wish to leave this place? Chapter 25. Reaching an agreement, a thunderclap resounded in Ace's mind. He could hardly fathom that Katie's first words would be this. He yearned to leave, desperately wishing to escape. Ever since he had set foot here, he had longed for freedom. Yet, this was not just any place, but the world's largest prison, impelled down. Even if his father were to come personally, it was unlikely he could rescue him. In fact, Ace did not wish for his father to appear. He had survived thus far to draw his father out, unwilling to put him in danger because of his own predicament. Are you willing to help me escape? Ace did not realize that his voice trembled with emotion, as the surprise struck him so suddenly that he momentarily could not respond. Previously, Ace had entertained the thought of pleading with Katie for assistance, but he had witnessed her disdain for the pleas of others, and thus abandoned that notion. Who would have imagined that just as he chose to give up, Katie would approach him of her own volition? This unexpected turn of events truly astonished him. I am willing to let you go, but you must agree to some terms. In the face of Katie's response, Ace's initial excitement gradually subsided into calmness. Indeed, one does not receive gifts from the heavens. A stranger like Katie would not simply grant him freedom without a reason. If you intend to harm my father or the Whitebeard pirates, then there is no need to discuss it further. I shall never agree. At that moment, Ace instinctively regarded Katie as someone with ulterior motives, refusing without even asking for clarification. Mr. Ace, I have not yet specified what I require of you. Why do you assume it would be detrimental to Whitebeard? Perhaps I could even be your ally. Katie felt exasperated. It seemed he could not shed the image of a villain, as Ace outright rejected him without inquiry. "Mr. Katie, what exactly do you want Ace to agree to?" It was Jinbi who spoke this time, having been observing Katie intently since his arrival, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. "It is quite simple. After I release him, he must not reveal his whereabouts or allow anyone to recognize him, as I will take his place here." "What are you joking about?" Both Ace and Jinbi found Katie's nonchalant tone utterly unconvincing, believing him to be jesting. "I assure you, I am quite serious. This is no joke." His tone remained casual, but his eyes were clear and sincere. Why go to such lengths? Ace genuinely could not comprehend the motives of this young man before him, someone he did not even know. It was unfathomable to him why Katie would go to such extremes, for there seemed to be no necessity. Setting aside how he would disguise himself, the dangers he would face were daunting. He would not be greeted with gentle kindness, but rather with public execution. "Because I promised Luffy that I would rescue you." Ace was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luffy would be the reason behind this. Hearing Luffy's name warmed his heart. Luffy? Is he well? Despite his perilous situation, Ace could not help but worry for Luffy. Although he had suffered greatly at the hands of Magellan, Luffy had found a way to antidote the poison and would awaken soon. Upon hearing this, Ace felt a slight relief. As long as Luffy was safe, that was all that mattered. Then why not just let me go? Wouldn't that resolve everything? Even so, Ace could not comprehend why Katie chose to disguise herself as him when there were undoubtedly safer alternatives. "Because I wish to witness the arrival of war." "Why? What benefit does war hold for you?" The moment Katie finished speaking, Jinbi interjected with a question. Clearly, he could not grasp Katie's reasoning. What good could possibly come from war, which only begets disaster and destruction? Does a pirate truly require justification to instigate war? In response to their inquiries, Katie provided an irrefutable rationale, stating that at this juncture, it was necessary to maintain the secrecy of the system's existence. Strangely enough, this seemingly random justification proved remarkably effective. As a pirate, one does not need a reason to wage war, much like how one does not need to justify their affections for someone. You are exploiting your father. Leveraging the Whitebeard pirates. Among those present, it was Jinbi, the warlord of the sea, who reacted most vehemently to Katie's explanation. Having witnessed the countless misfortunes wrought by war as a fishman, he fervently opposed the impending conflict, resulting in his capture by the Navy. Thus, when he heard Katie's reasoning, his response was the most intense. In contrast, Ace remained relatively calm. He recalled how he, too, had been fearless in his early days, even brazenly challenging Whitebeard. Hence, he could understand Katie's mindset. Katie chuckled, amused by Jinbi's words. "Exploiting? Jinbi, do you truly believe I am manipulating Whitebeard? Is that not the case?" Jinbi was equally incensed by Katie's obliviousness. "Very well, let me ask you this. If it were not for me, would this war not have erupted?" Before Jinbi could respond, Katie pressed on. "If I were not here, do you genuinely think Ace would survive? If I were not here, do you believe Whitebeard would still be alive? I have heard of a prophetess named Madame Shirley from Fishman Island. I refuse to believe she has not foreseen what is to come. You should be more aware of the outcome than I. Otherwise, you would not find yourself here. Compared to Whitebeard, is my own situation not more precarious? Pray tell. In what way have I exploited Whitebeard? Jinbi, is he speaking the truth? Did Madame Shirley truly prophesy for our father? What was the outcome? Please tell me." Hearing Katie's words, Ace could no longer maintain his composure. Ever since he had been defeated by Blackbeard, he had prepared himself for any scenario. The only thing he could not endure was the thought of his family suffering because of him. Faced with Ace's inquiry, Jinbei fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. The outcome was precisely as Katie had articulated, and it was this very reality that fueled his vehement opposition to the war. "Katie, I will acquiesce to any request you make. I beseech you, release me." In that moment, a tempest of rage surged within Ace. Jinbei's silence spoke volumes. He would not permit such a scenario to unfold. No one was to entertain the notion of imposing upon their father, not even Kaido, a fellow emperor, nor the Navy headquarters. Resolute, Ace fervently implored Katie to grant him his freedom, for he yearned to emerge, to fight, and to uphold the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. The heart that had once lain dormant ignited anew with fervor. Chapter 26. The emergence of the Fire Fist with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he had anticipated Ace's agreement, a sigh of relief still escaped him when Ace nodded in affirmation. Since that is the case, I grant you your freedom. With a swift motion, he severed all the bonds that constrained Ace. Regardless, I am truly grateful to you. Feeling the long-lost sensation of liberty, Ace expressed his heartfelt thanks to Katie. A plume of fire began to rise from his fist and liberated from the sea-stone handcuffs. Ace could finally wield his abilities once more. By the way, there is another matter for which I require your assistance. Katie had not forgotten the troublesome Magellan that still needed addressing. What is it? Do not hesitate to speak. Having chosen to place his trust in Katie, Ace was unwilling to decline her request. However, he could not help but plead for Jinbei's release as well, for he too was concerned for their father. Please wait. He cannot be freed just yet. Otherwise, my disguise may be compromised. It would be better to rescue him when your brother arrives. Very well. Accepting Katie's explanation, Ace relinquished his plea, albeit relieved to be leaving. Let us proceed. It is time to confront the issue of Magellan. With those parting words, Katie led Ace away. However, the path Katie took back was entirely different from the one she had traversed to arrive. Aerial observation would reveal that Katie had thoroughly navigated the entire 6th level of the underground both times. Upon reaching the battlefield's edge once more, the personal capability panel of the system interface had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both forms of hockey had reached the mastery level of LV10, and in addition, several formidable skills had been acquired. Among these were Jinbei's master-level Fishman Karate, the heroic spear from the giant clan Saint Juan, the Hungry Wolf, and the frenzy ability from Bark's Chote, all of which had also attained the mastery level of LV10, complemented by an auxiliary skill known as mechanical engineering. The acquisition of these 3 skills filled the gaps in Katie's close combat capabilities. The ferocity of Fishman Karate, a signature technique of Jinbei, was beyond question, and the other 2 skills were by no means inferior. Only the mightiest warriors of the giant clan could master the heroic spear, boasting an astonishing level of offensive power. The first to wield this skill was the giant clan's held-in, who used it to send a member of the Don Quixote family flying. However, what captivated Katie's attention most was the last skill, known as Frenzy. According to the system's description, employing the skill would temporarily double one's strength, although it could not be sustained for long and bore significant aftereffects. Nevertheless, it was a rare skill that could save one's life. Yet, what troubled Katie was that many of these skills originated from those who would later join the Blackbeard Pirates, including the observation hockey. Katie even entertained the thought of resolving matters with them right then and there. Alas, time was not on her side, and she lacked the confidence to settle the situation swiftly. Despite her regrets, she could only let them be. Strike now and bring him down with a single blow. With her thoughts refocused, Katie signaled the commencement of her assault, her blade slicing through the air with a sharpness that reverberated ominously, its icy edge radiating a chilling light. The boundary was breached. There was no mercy to be found. Katie unleashed her most formidable swordsmanship. At this moment, Magellan was no longer the same as when she had departed. The venom enveloping his form was not the expected purple but an eerie crimson. And even the colossal stone walls controlled by Barrett could not offer complete protection. Clearly, under the combined onslaught of Ryder and Barrett, Magellan felt immense pressure. Resorting to his most powerful state, the Toxic Colossus, the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, a searing heat suddenly engulfed the scene as Ace, who had been standing aside, was now completely enveloped in flames. The towering inferno captured the attention of all in an instant, a massive fireball resembling the sun itself, radiating devastating warmth. Ace, standing at its center, appeared as the god of fire, commanding all. The abrupt turn of events was sensed by the 3 combatants in an instant. No time for astonishment at Ace's arrival, as Magellan confronted an unprecedented crisis. At the same moment Katie and Ace erupted, Barrett and Ryder also unleashed their full might, for devastating attacks converging simultaneously, leaving him with no avenue for evasion other than to face them head-on. Toxic Realm. The crimson venom surged wildly as Magellan pushed his abilities to the brink, summoning a sea of poison for defense. The ultimate tranquility was immediately followed by extreme chaos. Fire. Venom, stone, and sword energy erupted upon contact, the shockwaves of the assault radiating across the entire 6th level of the prison, even impacting the upper floors. The entire Impel Down trembled. Katie and her companions were thrown back by the force of the explosion, landing far from the epicenter. After an indeterminate time, calmness returned, revealing a massive crater before them. Katie could scarcely locate Magellan amidst the rubble. What should we do? Should we eliminate him now? Barrett proposed, glancing at the unconscious Magellan among the debris. Let him live. We will need to utilize his identity later, and he is required here. Katie regarded him differently but refrained from comment. They harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Magellan, recognizing that he was merely the warden, not the prisoner. Then let him be spared. But he must experience the taste of captivity. Although they decided against killing him, they could not simply leave him unattended. Barrett procured a pair of sea-stone handcuffs to restrain him, binding him further with iron chains. A hint of regret lingering in his heart for not being able to slay Magellan. All right, Ace, this matter is settled. You are now entirely free. Go and pursue whatever you wish. Remember our agreement. Do not reveal your identity, not even to Luffy. Should you seek out Whitebeard, only he must be privy to your true self. Do you understand? With Magellan subdued, there were no further issues within Impel Down, and Ace was free to depart. His eyes were firmly fixed on Katie, unable to find tranquility. This moment had been long anticipated, yet when it finally arrived, Ace found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. Observing Ace's silence, Katie could vaguely discern his thoughts. Ace, if you are uncertain of your next steps, I suggest you swiftly return to the Whitebeard pirates. They should have arrived in the sea by now. Inform Whitebeard of the situation here. He is unaware of the circumstances. Convey my plan to him so that he can promptly adjust the battle strategy and minimize any potential harm. Chapter 27. The Objective, Mr. 2. Are you not afraid that we might abandon you? Ace pondered Katie's unwavering trust, questioning why this individual had never doubted the possibility of being forsaken. Of course, I'm not worried. I believe you are not that kind of person, and I equally trust Whitebeard is not. Gazing at the radiant smile on Katie's face, Ace found himself at a loss for a retort. Take care then. I shall take my leave. With that, Ace turned abruptly and departed without further delay. Neither Ryder nor Barrett intended to intervene in Katie's decision, recognizing it as her own affair. They were merely allies, not partners, and thus felt it inappropriate to meddle. Let us also depart. It is time to proceed to the next phase. Carrying the unconscious Magellan, the duo followed closely behind Katie towards their next destination. How could he be so formidable? Fortunately, we refrained from engaging earlier. The outcome might have been uncertain. Through the video snail, Ivankov, situated on the 5th level underground, witnessed the battle between Katie and Shiryu. Contrary to expectations of her demise, Katie not only survived but bewilderingly triumphed over Shiryu. Though considerable time had elapsed, she struggled to accept this reality, recalling that Katie had not exuded a particularly strong aura upon her arrival. Indeed, we had even prepared for an early withdrawal. However, it seems that may no longer be necessary. The astonishment of the Scissor Man was equally profound, having experienced the terror of the 6th underground level. He understood that for an ordinary person, merely emitting an aura there could induce despair. I wonder how the situation stands now? Magellan should have arrived by now. Ivankov and the Scissor Man were oblivious to subsequent events, as many of the video snails had been destroyed during the clash between Katie and Shiryu, particularly the final impact that reverberated throughout the 6th underground level. Thus, neither Ivankov nor the Impel Down Control Center was aware of what transpired thereafter. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Before Ivankov could respond, the door swung open. Long time no see, Ivankov. The familiar voice, paired with a recognizable face, left Ivankov and the Scissor Man momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Katie's arrival, especially not at this moment when she should have been in the 6th underground level. However, their astonishment was only beginning as figures began to emerge behind Katie. With each new arrival, Ivankov's eyes widened further, reaching a point where his eyeballs seemed on the verge of popping out. The names of renowned figures flashed through Ivankov's mind: the aloof Redfield, the Devil's Progeny Barrett, and the mightiest man in Impel Down, Magellan. Having spent several years in Impel Down, she was well aware of the legendary figures held captive in the 6th underground level. and these two were among the most notable. Yet, what truly astonished her was Magellan's fate. The man who instilled fear in all prisoners of Impel Down had been defeated and had now become a captive himself. What is happening here? Faced with these individuals, Ivan found it impossible to maintain her composure. Each of them possessed the potential to annihilate her, which was precisely why she only recruited prisoners from the 5th level underground and above. While their strength was not particularly formidable, they were at least manageable. Ivan understood all too well that should these few escape, the entire world order would be irrevocably altered. After all, a significant portion of the Navy's elite forces had been mobilized to confront one of those two individuals. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about a certain person, Katie hastily clarified, sensing Ivan's anxiety. Internally, she felt helpless, recognizing the terrifying deeds of the two behind her. Who were you looking for? Despite Katie's explanation, Ivan's tension only intensified. Besides Luffy, she could scarcely think of anyone else worth this visit. Rest assured, I'm not seeking Luffy, but rather the individual who accompanied him. Could you kindly bring him to me? All right, certainly. Ivan was acutely aware that the person Katie referred to as Mr. 2. While she admired him, it was not enough for her to refuse Katie's request. By the way, remember to keep our business confidential. Only the two of you must be aware. No one else is to know. Understood? She emphasized her point by gesturing towards Ivan and the Scissor Man. Do not worry. I know what to say and what to keep to myself. Despite her words, Ivan's mind was clouded with confusion. The room was teeming with people, and their entrance would undoubtedly attract attention. Why, then, the need for such a caution? However, upon stepping outside her room, Ivan finally grasped Katie's reasoning. All those surrounding her lay unconscious on the ground, without exception. What formidable conqueror Esaki! It was evident that only this singular ability could silently incapacitate everyone in an instant. Fortunately, they were merely unconscious and not in mortal peril. Otherwise, her years of effort would have been in vain. Having personally experienced the other Esmite, Ivan felt increasingly wary. Their strength appeared to rival that of Dragon himself. No wonder they were legendary pirates. What troubled her more was the connection between those two and Katie. It was already peculiar for two such proud individuals to coexist peacefully, let alone their apparent camaraderie with Katie. Ivan began to question Katie's intentions. Was her aim to rescue the two? Did they share some past connection? Yet, they were not from the same era, having never crossed paths before. Moreover, it seemed that Katie and Luffy also shared a good rapport. What then? Was the situation with Ace? Ivan was left in the dark, unable to glean any answers. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Before she could see Mr. 2, his voice echoed from a distance, his fervent roar rendering Ivan silent. In terms of concern for Luffy, none could rival him. Such a bond that transcended life itself was indeed rare. Mr. 2, pause for a moment and follow me. Someone wishes to meet you. Despite her reluctance, Ivan intervened, interrupting Mr. 2's cries, as she could not refuse Katie's request. I shall not go anywhere. I must stay here to cheer for the Straw Hats. However, oblivious to the circumstances, Mr. 2 firmly rejected Ivan's plea, at that moment valuing his life less than the situation at hand, rendering everything else inconsequential. No, you must meet this person. I will arrange for others to handle matters here. You must accompany me. With no time for further discourse, Ivan swiftly lifted Mr. 2, delegating the task of cheering for the Straw Hats to those still conscious. Even so, Mr. 2 continued to fervently shout his encouragement. Chapter 28. Ready as the words add, lingered in the air. The elusive oil character remained unseen. The moment Mr. 2 entered the room, he was met with the alarming sight of Magellan collapsed nearby. The unexpected revelation nearly took his breath away, and it quickly became apparent that Magellan was in a state of unconsciousness. At this juncture, Mr. 2 fell silent. Although he was unfamiliar with the other three individuals present, he could sense the formidable aura emanating from them, which clearly indicated they were not to be trifled with. I am Katie. I wonder if you've heard of me from Luffy, she said. Ah, so you are Katie. The Straw Hat Kid mentioned you. Have you come to find me? Mr. 2 responded, recalling that he had indeed heard Luffy mention Katie. However, Luffy had spoken of her as someone who had escaped from the 1st level, which led Mr. 2 to believe she shouldn't possess such strength. His gaze shifted to Ivan, who nodded, alleviating Mr. Two's doubts. "Indeed, I am looking for you, as I require your assistance," Katie stated plainly. Since her escape, over 10 hours had elapsed, and only about 20 hours remained until the public execution, meaning less than a day was left. At this moment, the Navy headquarters could arrive at any time, and she needed to ensure all preparations were in place to avoid any missteps. Otherwise, her identity could be exposed, leading to dire consequences. "What could possibly require my help?" Mr. Two questioned, perplexed. He could not fathom how he could assist with a problem that even they could not solve. "Only you can help with this. I need your ability to disguise yourself as Magellan," she replied. Once again, Mr. Two's gaze fell upon the unconscious Magellan, and he struggled to comprehend why Katie would ask him to do such a thing. "Can you tell me the reason?" he inquired, despite Magellan's unconscious state. The risk involved in impersonating him was significant, prompting Mr. Two to seek clarity. "I cannot provide the specifics, but I can assure you that I have rescued Ace," Katie revealed. The revelation struck like a thunderclap in their minds, leaving them momentarily speechless. "You truly rescued the young master? But where is he?" Ivan asked. His earlier suspicions confirmed by Katie's words, yet he remained astonished upon hearing the news. However, Katie's subsequent statement was even more astonishing. "You are mistaken. The person I rescued is not your young master, but the son of the Pirate King." "What did you say? He is Roger's son?" Barrett's voice echoed as he processed Katie's declaration. His gaze towards her was laden with complexity. For him, Roger had been a uniquely significant figure in his life. Though he did not endorse Roger's final choices, he could not deny the joy and fulfillment he experienced during the time spent alongside him. Thus, upon learning that Ace was Roger's son, he found himself reminiscing about those cherished days of yore. Indeed, Ace is the son of Roger. However, he has inherited his mother's surname and does not acknowledge the father he has never met. Barrett has shown little concern about this fact. His primary interest lies in whether Ace possesses Roger's bloodline, while the surname itself does not trouble him. "Was it Rayleigh who summoned you?" Upon discovering Ace's identity, Barrett naturally assumed that Kitty was sent by Rayleigh and even thought that Roger's former crew was prepared to take action. "I'm afraid I do not know anyone named Rayleigh." To be honest, Kitty shares the same perplexity regarding Rayleigh and his companion's demeanor during the Marineford War. The son of their captain was on the verge of being killed, yet they remained remarkably composed, with even the outsider Whitebeard displaying more urgency than they did, leaving Kitty bewildered as to what they were contemplating. "I see. I understand now. They appear to be under surveillance." Although this statement was not explicitly articulated, Kitty grasped its underlying meaning and began to comprehend why Rayleigh and his companions refrained from intervening. As Barrett mentioned, it seems they are indeed being watched and are unable to act. The decisions made during the Marineford War were not solely dictated by the Navy, but also reflected the will of the world government, with the Navy merely confronting the Whitebeard pirates directly. However, this does not imply the absence of other complications. Without exception, the crew of the Pirate King Roger requires supervision. Otherwise, should the disbanded Roger pirates reassemble, it would spell disaster. Clearly, the Navy lacks the capacity to address all these challenges simultaneously, necessitating the involvement of other factions such as the CP organization or even the Unseen Army. With this realization, Kitty suddenly perceived that the world government was far more complex than he had previously understood. "All right, I will agree to what you ask of me." It was only at this moment that Mr. Two felt courageous enough to interject. The tension was palpable the instant Kitty revealed Ace's identity. A surge of energy erupted from Barrett, albeit briefly, startling Mr. Two and leaving his emotions only now beginning to settle. His agreement was not due to the prowess of Kitty and his companions, but rather because of Ace's significance. The Straw Hats ventured here to rescue Ace, his brother. After encountering Magellan on the 4th underground level, Mr. Two had come to appreciate the daunting nature of their undertaking. One misstep could lead to death. Now that Ace had been rescued, it implied that the Straw Hats no longer needed to take risks, prompting Mr. Two to agree out of gratitude. "Excellent. Then let me elucidate what you must do." After a thorough introduction, Kitty laid out his plans for the group. Aside from Barrett and Ryder, who were already informed, the others were left in a state of utter confusion, even breaking into a cold sweat at Kitty's words. "Are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend what this entails?" It means you will impersonate Ace in front of the fleet admiral and the three admirals. If you fail, you won't even have the chance to plead for mercy. After hearing Kitty's plan, Ivan could no longer maintain his composure and, disregarding the capabilities of Kitty and his companions, voiced the grim reality. Like Jinbei, Ivan also sees no necessity for such actions. Magellan has already been dealt with, and departing directly would be preferable. Very well, simply adhere to my instructions. There is no need for you to know anything further. Mr. 2, the next move is yours. Katie, unwilling to repetitively elucidate the same issue, urged Mr. 2 to act swiftly while simultaneously dismissing Ivan's concerns. At this juncture, the upper guards are likely becoming restless and may soon seek out Magellan. There can be no further delays. Though taken aback, Mr. 2 refrained from voicing any additional comments. He did not perceive Katie's actions as suicidal. After all, he had successfully managed to handle someone as troublesome as Magellan. Perhaps he indeed possessed a viable solution. He then stepped forward to touch Magellan's visage, and in an instant, Mr. 2's appearance transformed. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, rapidly enlarging. His facial features morphed to mirror those of Magellan perfectly. Without physical confrontation, Katie could discern no distinction between the two. Chapter 29, Countdown to 19 Hours Director. Are you all right? A group of guards anxiously observed Magellan before them. Following Shiria's defeat, Magellan had become their sole beacon of hope. The recent abnormal tremors had heightened their concerns, and they feared for Magellan's safety. The consequences of any misfortune befalling him were simply unimaginable. After much deliberation, they resolved to find Magellan, and fortuitously, they spotted his familiar figure before the cell where Ace was imprisoned, their anxious hearts finally finding some solace. What could possibly be wrong with me? I have already vanquished Katie. Although I did not capture him, he has been tainted by my venom. Even if he survives, he will not resurface to wreak havoc. Magellan replied with an air of calmness, facing the queries of his subordinates. Just moments ago, the entire Impelled Down experienced a peculiar tremor. According to our assessment, the source of the disturbance appears to be from the 6th level below. We were genuinely concerned for your safety and were unable to reach you, so we decided to come and check on you. It is a relief to see you unharmed. A guard explained as they scrutinized Magellan, finding no visible injuries, which only deepened their admiration for him. Truly, he was their director, even when faced with formidable foes. He remained unscathed. By the way, how long until the Marine headquarters arrives? Magellan suddenly inquired of his subordinates. It is currently noon. The Marine headquarters is expected to arrive by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, leaving us with 19 hours. They recalled every detail concerning Ace with utmost clarity, providing an unhesitatingly precise response. Understood. You may return now. To be safe, I will remain here until the very last moment. Please inform Hannibal that he is to handle all issues on the other floors. Should any complications arise, he can forget about ever occupying my position. Yes, we shall convey your message. With that, they turned to leave, acutely aware of the gravity of Magellan's words. The recent events were indeed overwhelming. Any lapse in vigilance could result in Ace's rescue, a responsibility none could bear. As he watched his subordinates depart, Magellan exhaled deeply, intending to voice something, only to notice Ace in the opposite cell shaking his head. In that instant, Magellan's body tensed, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Once assured that no one was present, he relaxed and addressed the individual within the cell. Mr. Katie, how well did I imitate you? Quite well, in fact. Better than I anticipated. The deception was not solely Magellan's. Ace in the cell was also a mere illusion crafted by Katie. Mr. Katie, your disguise techniques are truly remarkable. If I were to achieve a similar level without utilizing my devil fruit powers, how would one accomplish such a feat? Mr. 2 expressed profound admiration for Katie's disguise. Were it not for his own eyes, he might have genuinely believed that the Ace before him was the real deal. Every aspect, from appearance to voice, mirrored that of Ace himself. His astonishment was shared by all who beheld the transformation, had they not been previously informed of Mr. 2's prowess as a mimic fruit user. They might have suspected Katie to be the true Ace. Fortunately, this was a skill I meticulously acquired, Asia's premier art of disguise. Katie casually fabricated an excuse to veil the past, dismissing the notion that a man of his stature could possess such makeup skills. In truth, it was entirely the system's handiwork. This was a one-time transformation technique, costing a staggering 100,000 points, in the moment that digit diminished. Katie felt a pang of regret as one precious skill point vanished. Now, Katie deeply understood the significance of skill points. Although he possessed 31, he was loath to expend any, even with several crucial skills on the verge of breakthrough. Just a few enhancements could elevate him to the Vice Admiral rank. His reluctance stemmed not only from a desire to conserve but also from a strategic mindset, preparing for the wars to come. Tailoring his choices according to the enemy's characteristics would yield far greater efficacy. "Mr. Katie, are you not afraid of my exposing you?" The long silent Jinbei finally spoke, still grappling with the implications of Katie's actions. "Expose? Jinbei, you may attempt it. Currently, the entire Impel Down is under my control. Should you reveal my true identity, the war might conclude prematurely, or perhaps it would persist. This remains uncertain. However, one thing I can assure you of." At this juncture, a chilling tone permeated Katie's words, sending an inexplicable shiver through Jinbei, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. "I can guarantee that the moment you finish speaking, you shall meet your demise. And Fishman Island will thereafter know no peace due to your actions." Katie articulated the final 4 words slowly, deliberately, devoid of any hint of jest. "Do you still possess the dignity of a warrior? How can you strike against the defenseless?" Fury surged within Jinbei's chest, his eyes aflame with crimson veins. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Katie. Every individual has their vulnerabilities, their untouchable zones. For Jinbei, that was Fishman Island. He could not permit anyone to harm it. Yet, the very existence of Fishman Island had become his Achilles heel. Once someone grasped its fate, he would be paralyzed by hesitation. Undoubtedly, Katie now wielded such power. Jinbei was acutely aware of the connection between Katie and Barrett. Should the 3 join forces against Fishman Island, even the Whitebeard pirates could not guarantee its safety. "The opportunity has been granted to you. If you choose to disregard it, do not hold me accountable." After speaking, Katie chose to ignore Jinbei, decisively closing her eyes to rest in silence. The battle with Shirita had drained her significantly, though she had regained some strength after her brief respite with Ivan. While her physical energy had been replenished, her mental state remained weary, having not enjoyed a moment of true rest since the prison break, her mind perpetually on high alert. The 6th underground level fell once more into an abyss of silence, time trickling by imperceptibly. In this moment, the world felt markedly quieter than usual. Yet, everyone understood that this serene atmosphere was merely an illusion, a calm before the impending storm. All eyes unconsciously turned towards Marine headquarters at Marineford, where it was evident that a cataclysmic battle capable of altering the very fabric of the world was inevitable. Yet, who could have foreseen that on the eve of war, a time traveler would unexpectedly arrive, potentially altering the predetermined outcomes in ways no one could predict? Chapter 30. Arrival at headquarters. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, the world's largest prison, Impel Down, welcomed its guests. Several naval vessels lay silently docked outside the grand gates of the prison. Meanwhile, the once quiet 6th underground level was abuzz with activity as a multitude of guards, led by Magellan, gathered to facilitate the final transfer of Port Gas d'Ace. In that moment, a palpable tension enveloped all the guards, although the task was merely to escort Ace from the depths of the prison to the entrance. Those fleeting minutes heralded the onset of war, a conflict they all knew was inevitable. Intelligence reports indicated that the Whitebeard pirates had evaded the Navy's surveillance over a week prior, and as of now, their whereabouts remained a mystery. Retrieve the prisoner, Fire Fist Ace. With Magellan's command, the operation commenced. The cell holding Ace swung open, and 2 guards swiftly approached him, each seizing one of his arms to escort him out. At the very last moment before his departure, Ace cast a glance back at Jinbei, his eyes betraying a myriad of unspoken emotions. The weight of Ace's final look etched itself into Jinbei's memory, despite Ace's silence. He comprehended the underlying message, perhaps a warning from Ace, or even from Whitebeard himself. At that instant, Jinbei found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. He was torn between his deep respect for his father figure and the longing for his homeland. He could not bear to forsake either. Time slipped away, leaving Jinbei in turmoil, and before he could reach a decision, all familiar figures vanished from view. "I'm sorry, father. Truly, I am," he murmured repeatedly. grappling with a profound sense of guilt for the years of care and protection bestowed upon him by Whitebeard. Regret filled his heart, a bitter reminder of his perceived inadequacies and lack of courage. Meanwhile, upon learning of Ace's imminent transfer, Luffy could no longer maintain his composure. He dashed from the 5th underground level, making a beeline for the 6th. Ivan, recognizing the urgency, swiftly gathered allies to prepare for a jailbreak. Observing Luffy's frantic demeanor, Ivan felt compelled to reveal the truth to him. However, the watchful gazes around him made it clear that he must keep the truth concealed, opting instead for silence. What had once deviated from its intended course now seemed to return to its original trajectory, as Luffy and his companions initiated their escape. Magellan escorted Ace toward the exit of Impel Down, while Blackbeard, a considerable distance away, was just beginning to make his appearance. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, a vast space that housed only 3 individuals, tension was palpable. Kuma, what is the meaning of this? With your abilities, how could the Straw Hat Kid possibly escape? Surely, you didn't show him mercy? Upon receiving news of the uprising at Impel Down, Sengoku summoned Kuma for an urgent inquiry. Yet, in response to Sengoku's probing questions, Kuma remained silent, sitting quietly in his chair, offering no explanation or defense. Ah, how delightful. My grandson truly excels. I have brought the finest tea. Would you care to indulge? In this world, there is but one person bold enough to speak thus, the esteemed naval hero, Admiral Garp. With veins bulging, Garp's silence only intensified the ire of Sengoku. Garp, how dare you utter such words? If it were not for your status as a hero, I would have apprehended you long ago. Look at the misdeeds of your entire family. Sengoku's words erupted like a thunderous roar, a testament to his unparalleled fury. For it is rare to see the usually composed Sengoku so enraged. This burden is not one an old man like me can bear alone. Faced with Garp's obstinacy, Sengoku felt helpless. He could hardly bring himself to detain Garp, for it was merely a rhetorical flourish. Setting aside their long-standing camaraderie, Garp's reputation within the Navy meant that capturing him would surely incite a multitude of pleas for his release, at least from over half of the vice-admirals. You scoundrel! Hand over the tea. Sengoku snatched the tea bag from Garp's grasp and returned to his desk to attend to paperwork. Observing this, Garp understood Sengoku's intentions, cleared his throat, and took his leave. No sooner had Garp exited than Kuma followed closely behind. Once they departed, Sengoku, who had been diligently immersed in his work, paused and let out a sigh. He was acutely aware of Garp's thoughts. Ever since the news of Ace's plight reached him, Garp had not worn a smile. And in just a few days, the lines of worry had deepened upon his face. Though he comprehended and sympathized with Garp, he could not forsake his own sense of justice and duty. Thank you. Upon leaving the room, Kuma broke his silence to express gratitude towards Garp. Recognizing that his arrival was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate attempt to assist him. Well, you are also here for my grandson. If anyone should be thanking, it is I who should thank you. However, allow me to advise caution. Sengoku is not so easily deceived and may already harbor suspicions about you. It matters not. I have already committed to the final transformation. Though Kuma spoke with calmness, Garp felt a tumult within. He understood the implications of the final transformation, once undertaken. It would obliterate personal thought. You should never have consented to this. Do not blame him. It was my own request. Faced with Kuma's forthrightness, Garp found himself at a loss for words, exhaling softly. Each individual possesses their own choices. One may restrain for a moment but cannot govern for a lifetime. All that remains is to offer respect and support. So be it. Do as you wish, for what power do I hold? His resignation was palpable, as it applied not only to Kuma but also to his son and grandson, and even to those he had taken under his wing. None would heed his counsel. Dragging his weary form, Garp ambled into the distance, his solitary silhouette evoking a deep sense of sorrow. Creak, creak. The long-closed gates of Impel Down slowly opened under the gaze of hundreds. Bathed in the warmth of the sun, Kaido felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Let us proceed with the transfer of prisoners. There is no superfluous chatter. Magellan is entirely methodical in his approach. Likewise, the Vice-Admiral conducts affairs with the same rigor. For this matter is of paramount importance to them, allowing no room for error. 2 guards escort Ace towards the Navy, and once Ace falls under their control, the handover is complete. The entire process unfolds without incident, and Katie offers no resistance, which is precisely what she desired. Thus, the public execution of Ace officially enters its countdown. Chapter 31. The contradictory carp under the watchful gaze of hundreds. Ace gradually receded from view until he ultimately vanished upon the deck of the naval vessel. Director, shall we not return? Standing in place for an extended period. The guards observed the Navy ship fading from sight, yet Magellan's orders remained conspicuously absent, prompting them to voice their concerns. Ah, yes, everyone. Heed the command to return to impel down. Understood. Upon receiving Magellan's directive, the guards swiftly made their way back to impel down. Although their paramount task had been accomplished, it did not signify the cessation of their duties. There were still several escaped prisoners at large, and it was far from a time for respite. Feeling the keys quietly resting in her pocket, Katie's heart eased slightly. These had been specially prepared for her before departure. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise preventing her from unlocking the handcuffs, she would not be left idly awaiting her demise. Despite having meticulously devised the disguise plan, the reality of the moment still rendered Katie somewhat anxious. After all, she was about to confront a cadre of individuals standing at the pinnacle of the world: Sengoku, Carp, and others, all formidable forces without exception. However, the arrow was knocked, and there was no turning back. Katie had no choice but to press on with resolve. She consoled herself with the thought of enhancing her strength at all costs. In less than half an hour, Marine headquarters, Marineford, loomed into view. Even as an adversary, Katie could not deny the grandeur of the island. Towering mountains flanked either side, and the entrance was fortified with a robust defensive system, an undeniable bastion, difficult to breach. Yet, this was merely the superficial layer of power. The true force resided in the formidable individuals stationed here, instilling dread in the hearts of all criminals. It was their presence that endowed this place with the title of a symbol of peace in the age of great pirates. Unlike in days past, today Marineford was abuzz with activity. Tens of thousands of Navy personnel congregated at the headquarters port, bracing for action. The atmosphere, thick with tension, enveloped the entire bay. Gazing upon the neatly arranged ranks of thousands of sailors, a few beads of cold sweat surfaced on Katie's brow. The sheer scale was awe-inspiring. Not a single weakling could be found among the thousands, all seasoned warriors who had faced the battlefield and tasted blood, each possessing the strength of commissioned officers. In that moment, Katie felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her earlier decision, not to retreat and to venture down to the 6th level underground. Otherwise, in this conflict, she would have been reduced to mere cannon fodder. Before long, Katie found herself led to the execution platform. As she beheld the two figures flanking her, her heart tightened. To her right stood Admiral Sengoku, and to her left, the legendary marine hero, Vice Admiral Carp. Even in their silence, they exuded an immense pressure, causing Katie to momentarily doubt her own transformation. Had they discerned her true identity? However, when her gaze met Carp's murky eyes, her anxiety began to dissipate. In those eyes, she perceived only reluctance and regret, indicating that her identity had, indeed, remained concealed. "Why are you still here?" Sengoku was the first to speak, clearly not addressing Katie. "Am I not allowed to sit here?" Yet, Carp's demeanor was unwavering, outright dismissing Sengoku's inquiry with a tone that brooked no dissent, suggesting a readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. "Do as you wish." Sensing Carp's emotional turbulence, Sengoku understood that provoking him further could lead to unpredictable and potentially catastrophic outcomes. The situation could shift dramatically due to Carp's actions alone, a scenario Sengoku was keen to avoid, and thus he acquiesced to Carp's presence. Why did I not heed the old man's advice back then? Why? The repetition of why in his lament echoed profoundly, and even though the matter did not directly involve her, Katie found herself sympathizing with Carp, his plight rendering her speechless. He was a hero of the Navy, yet his son was the world's foremost criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, while his grandson aspired to be the Pirate King, a member of the new generation of pirates in this era of chaos. Additionally, the child he adopted was also a pirate, a captain among the formidable Whitebeard pirates. None of these developments aligned with his wishes, and not a single one brought him solace. "Grandpa, As she uttered those 3 words, Katie quickly realized her error. Ace had always referred to Carp as old man, never as grandpa. Her slip of politeness could betray her identity. "What did you just call me?" Groaning inwardly over her misfortune. It was evident that Carp had caught her inadvertent address. What troubled Katie further was the sudden surge of intense and restless energy radiating from Carp, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Of course, I called you old man. What else would I say?" As she spoke, Katie averted her gaze from Carp's eyes, her hands discreetly reaching for her pockets, bracing herself for a hasty retreat. However, instead of Carp's reproach or a blow from his iron fist, an oppressive silence enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, Carp remained mute, his fluctuating aura wreaking havoc on the surroundings. When Katie finally turned to face him, she was met with tear-filled eyes, glistening with unshed tears that danced within their confines. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the torrent of emotions proved too powerful, and the tears flowed freely, unrestrained. What Katie did not realize was how long Carp had awaited that utterance of Grandpa. His affection for Ace rivaled that for Luffy. He had long regarded Ace as his own grandson and yearned to hear him call him Grandpa. Yet Carp understood that Ace would never easily express such words. Due to the legacy of Roger, Ace had built walls around himself, desiring family yet fearing the repercussions of drawing them near, lest he inadvertently cause harm. Just as Carp was on the verge of dismissing the thought, that long-desired voice suddenly broke through, and in that fleeting moment, Carp felt that all he had endured was worth it. However, when Garp became aware of Ace's current predicament, his gaze inevitably fell upon the sea-stone handcuffs that restrained Ace. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly agitated and unstable. "Garp, do not forget your duty." Sengoku, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily reminded Garp, feeling utterly exasperated, as if his fears were manifesting. Upon hearing Sengoku's call, Garp's emotions began to stabilize slightly, as he gradually reined in the overwhelming aura he had been emanating, striving to exercise restraint. Chapter 32. The appearance of Whitebeard in the distance. The sun hung high in the sky, and as all preparations reached completion, the silent Sengoku grasped the microphone beside him. "Before we proceed, I must announce something important. Port Asti. Ace, who is your father?" Sengoku's voice captured the attention of everyone present. However, they were perplexed as to why such a childish question would be posed at this moment. The entire world was aware that the father of Fire Fist Ace was Whitebeard, leaving them bewildered as to the significance of this inquiry. At that moment, Katie chose to remain silent. Speaking less would minimize her mistakes. After all, as a condemned prisoner, it was only natural for her to display a bit of defiance before her impending execution. Nonetheless, Sengoku was unperturbed and continued with the plan. "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to enlighten you. Port Asti, Ace, your mother is Port Asti, Rouge. It cannot be denied that she was a remarkable woman, as few could endure a pregnancy lasting 20 months. Your very existence was a sacrifice she made with her life. 20 years ago, you were born on an island in the South Sea. At that time, we relied on scant intelligence from the CP to investigate all infants born or soon to be born, yet we could never uncover the truth we sought. Your mother concealed her identity from the world, and who could have imagined that her son would be born a year and 3 months after her death?" As Sengoku spoke, astute minds began to connect the dots. 20 years ago marked the year of Pirate King Roger's execution. Could there be a connection between the two? Fire Fist Ace, you cannot be unaware of this. Your father is none other than the Pirate King Gold. Roger. With those words, a seismic shock reverberated across the globe. The revelation stunned all, for who could have anticipated that such a lineage remained? The blood of the Pirate King coursed through his veins. For Katie, who had traversed time, this was hardly surprising. Any true fan of the sea knew Ace was Roger's son. To conceal her expression, Katie bowed her head low, ensuring that no one could glimpse her face. In the wake of a single name, the entire bay fell into an absolute silence. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true significance of this conflict, not merely to draw out Whitebeard, but more crucially, to sever the bloodline of the Pirate King. Roger's existence posed a tremendous threat to both the Navy and the world government. The era had only just concluded, and no one wished to witness the birth of another Pirate King. Though Ace might not ascend to the title of Pirate King, the possibility loomed large. Already, He had garnered the support of the most formidable pirate crew, and his own strength was formidable as well. As a user of the Marineford, he possessed immense potential, and coupled with the powerful bloodline of the Pirate King, no one could predict how far he might ascend in the future. This was a risk they could not afford to take. They could only choose to eliminate Ace before he could fully mature, extinguishing the threat in its infancy. As the world was taken aback by the revelation of the lineage of the Pirate King, the sea began to undergo a silent transformation. The water level gradually receded, and by the time the Navy recognized the anomaly, the ocean's surface had lowered by more than a meter. What could be the cause of this? Why had the sea suddenly diminished so drastically? The expressions of Sengoku and Garp, who were acutely aware of this change, instantly turned tense. This was undoubtedly an abnormal occurrence. It was highly likely that Whitebeard had arrived. Everyone, take heed, the enemy is upon us. No sooner had Sengoku's words left his lips than several indistinct dark spots appeared on the distant horizon. The Whitebeard pirates had made their entrance. A voice cried out, prompting thousands of Navy personnel to grip their weapons tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as an invisible pressure enveloped their hearts. With the passage of time, the distant shadows became clearer. One pirate ship after another emerged before the Navy's eyes, presenting themselves to the world. A formidable fleet composed of over 40 pirate ships, with numbers reaching into the thousands. The target was confirmed, 44 ships, all belonging to Whitebeard's crew. Yet, the Moby Dick was nowhere in sight. Accurate intelligence soon followed. And as Sengoku listened to his subordinate's report, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if he had forgotten something crucial. The moment he spotted the enormous bubble rising in the bay, realization dawned upon him. He had overlooked the fact that the enemy was surging up from the depths of the sea, even his adversaries. Sengoku had to concede that Whitebeard had executed this maneuver brilliantly, propelling himself directly into the bay from the ocean floor, thereby shortening the distance and minimizing potential losses from the ensuing conflict. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact resonated suddenly, causing the hearts of thousands of Navy personnel to skip a beat. Their spirits weighed down with an oppressive dread, as if an unseen force was constricting their throats, rendering their breaths laborious. A figure emerged, towering above the rest with an imposing presence. Merely standing there exuded an intangible pressure that engulfed the entirety of Marineford. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had arrived. Ho ha ha ha, my dear son, are you unharmed? Wait just a moment, I shall come to your rescue. His boisterous voice echoed across the battlefield, and no one deemed it mere bravado. Rather, they grew increasingly anxious. The man's reputation was undeniably vast and astonishing. Listening to Whitebeard's call, Kaido felt a surge of irritation. Logically, Ace should have already seen him, and thus he ought to be aware of and consent to Kaido's plan. Yet, his continued reference to him as son felt like an affront, leaving Kaido with no means to rebut and thus forced to accept it. Bang! Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Whitebeard set aside his massive sword, slightly crouched down, and stretched his arms to their utmost limits. Two luminous orbs began to materialize above his fists, and fissures appeared in the air, as if reality itself were being torn asunder. As the Navy found themselves in a perplexing situation, the vast ocean surrounding them surged with fervor. Towering waves, reaching heights of several dozen meters, crashed upon them in an instant, and this was merely the onset, far from the zenith of Whitebeard's might. In the blink of an eye, the towering waves escalated beyond 100 meters, instilling despair in the hearts of the tens of thousands of sailors. Should such colossal waves descend, survival would be a mere fantasy. Yet, one could not allow the Ice Age to prevail. In this critical moment, Admiral Akiji, unwavering in his resolve, could not remain idle. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, his hands transforming into ice as they extended towards the monstrous waves on either side. In the next heartbeat, the 100-meter waves were instantaneously encased in ice, and thus, a looming crisis was deftly averted by Akiji's intervention. Chapter 33, The Human Cannon of Oz and the Twin Ice Spears. After freezing the tumultuous waves, Akiji seized the opportunity to launch his assault. Two long spears forged from solid ice plummeted from the heavens, aimed at Whitebeard, their razor-sharp tips exuding a chilling aura. Little brat Akiji, do not be so arrogant. With a mere tremor, Whitebeard shattered the icy spears mid-air, turning them into countless shards that never grazed his form. Furthermore, this powerful shockwave obliterated Aokiji, transforming him into a flurry of ice that cascaded toward the ocean's surface. Yet, at the very moment the shards met the sea, they reformed into Aokiji's likeness, and the waters beneath his feet froze instantaneously, creating a battlefield of frigid ice. Thanks to Aokiji's remarkable prowess, the landing battle commenced. With the cacophony of cannon fire, roars, and anguished cries merging into a singular, thunderous declaration of war that captured the world's attention. Having witnessed the entire clash between Whitebeard and Aokiji, Katie felt her remaining confidence shatter into irreparable fragments. The ability to summon towering waves or instantaneously freeze the ocean was far beyond her current capabilities. Moreover, this devastation was merely a byproduct of their casual skirmishes. One could only ponder the unimaginable destruction that would ensue should they unleash their full might. Master-level Conqueror S Haki detected from Garp, would you like to extract? Earth-level Physique detected from Sengoku, would you like to extract? Just as Katie was engulfed by feelings of helplessness, the System S electronic prompt echoed in her ears. A long-awaited sound. Extract. Without a moment's hesitation, Katie, in desperate need of strength, could not refuse the offer. A familiar warmth coursed through her body, and as everything subsided, she felt an overwhelming surge of power within her, even leading her to believe she could shatter space with a single punch. Although she could not test this newfound strength, Katie distinctly sensed her progress and growth. She was not surprised by the limitations of her physical prowess. After all, she had experienced such constraints before. Nevertheless, she felt a significant elevation in her capabilities. Compared to her previous Shin-level LV5 physique, the Earth-level LV10 was exponentially more formidable. According to Katie's perception, the two states belonged to entirely different realms. At the moment she acquired her abilities, the surge of power was incomparable to anything she had possessed before. As Katie silently absorbed the changes in her strength, the dynamics of the battlefield suddenly shifted. The Navy's artillery positions, once dominant, were severely compromised by a sudden assault. Staring at the colossal Sea King lying in the artillery zone, the commanding officer was taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been advancing against the enemy when this Sea King inexplicably crashed into their ranks, disrupting their offensive and damaging numerous cannons, effectively destroying half of their position. General, look over there. Following the direction of his subordinate's finger, the commander beheld an unforgettable sight, a giant towering at least several dozen meters high. Is this truly a giant? How can it be so immense? In the naval ranks, giants do indeed exist, and amidst the current conflict, their presence is unmistakable. However, when compared to the towering figure before them, even the giants measuring several meters in height appear diminutive, akin to infants. The colossal stature of this being, reaching several dozen meters, has utterly redefined their understanding of scale. Ace, I have come to rescue you, boomed a voice that resonated like thunder. Its furious roar seemingly capable of obliterating the entirety of Marineford. Little oars, unleash your might upon them. The arrival of oars invigorated the morale of the Whitebeard pirates, who had long been simmering with frustration due to the relentless bombardment from the naval artillery. Now that Little Oars had joined the fray, they were determined to retaliate against the Navy. With a furious roar, Little Oars sprang into action, his massive hand plunging into the sea, effortlessly grasping a Sea King that measured several meters in length. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval commander finally comprehended the origin of the Sea King. What filled him with despair was the sight of an enormous fishing net, arguably the largest in the world, looming behind Little Oars, teeming with dozens of colossal Sea Kings. The mere presence of one such creature had nearly decimated their stronghold. He could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue if Little Oars were allowed to wreak havoc unimpeded. Protect the stronghold. Protect the stronghold. There was no time for contemplation. The Sea King in Little Oars' grasp was already released, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, destined to crash into their artillery position. They could only muster every ounce of strength to defend their base. Yet, the outcome was one of despair. Despite their utmost efforts to intercept it, the enormous Sea King was not so easily thwarted. The cannon fire had negligible effect, merely erupting in splashes of blood, failing to alter its inevitable descent. In a critical moment, a blade of energy zipped through the air, fleetingly slicing through the body of the Sea King. The massive creature was cleaved in two. However, although the sword strike successfully severed its form, it could not impede its downward trajectory. The earth trembled as the Sea King's body crashed onto the artillery position, and the few surviving cannons were not spared from destruction. With the realization of the threat posed by Little Oars, the remaining artillery positions turned their sights upon him, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs with reckless abandon. Yet, not all projectiles could traverse the 100-meter distance to strike their target. Moreover, even those that did manage to hit Little Oars inflicted no significant harm. His robust physique could withstand the assault of 100 cannonballs. A mere few would merely scratch the surface. Conversely, each of Little Oars's attacks was not easily countered. The destructive power of the Sea King, weighing several tons, was formidable enough that only those of Vice Admiral caliber stood a chance of withstanding it. The rest were utterly powerless in its presence. Meanwhile, all of the Navy's Vice Admirals were preoccupied with their adversaries, unable to disengage. Thus, Little Oars single-handedly subdued the artillery of the naval headquarters. Conversely, the artillery of the Whitebeard pirates was liberated. Seizing this opportunity, every cannon aboard the 47 pirate ships commenced a fervent counterattack, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the Navy within the bay. In an instant, not only did they suppress the Navy's assault, but they also advanced their position significantly. Observing the distant figure of Little Oars hurling Sea Kings into the fray, it was only at this moment that Katie truly realized that Ace had indeed met with Whitebeard and conveyed his plan to him. After all, in the original narrative, Little Oars did not behave in this manner. He had recklessly charged towards Ace, ultimately meeting his demise. The reason for this alteration lies in the adjustments made by Whitebeard. Since Ace had been rescued, it was imperative to devise a strategy to minimize losses as much as possible. Ace was his son, and the others were equally dear to him. Naturally, he would not stand idly by while they were harmed. Chapter 34. A series of strikes. Gazing at Ace on the execution platform thousands of meters away, Whitebeard found it hard to believe, even now. Have the youngsters grown so audacious? Not only did they release several prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down, but one even dared to disguise himself as Ace and face execution under the scrutiny of the entire world. One must concede that while the plan was fraught with peril, it indeed harbored a chance of success. If that time were to arrive, one could only imagine how furious Sengoku would be. Merely contemplating it brought him joy. Turning his gaze back towards the ship's cabin, a rare tenderness graced his features. For him, regardless of how the world transformed, as long as his family remained unharmed, that was all that mattered. How terrifying it is that the giants can grow to such immense sizes. After Akiji made his move, Kazara finally took action as well. The gigantic form of Little Oars reflected in his pupils, and despite uttering words of fear, he emanated an undeniable chill, vanishing in an instant through elementalization. He reappeared mid-air at the heart of the battlefield, radiating a blinding luminosity, powerful energy waves erupting from his being. Yada no Kagami. Countless beams of potent energy erupted simultaneously, aimed directly at Little Oars, who was hurling Sea Kings in the distance. You shall not succeed, Kizaru. A striking blue figure suddenly materialized, intercepting all the beams mid-flight. This astonishing scene left countless onlookers astounded. The attacker was none other than Admiral Kizaru, yet someone had managed to completely block his assault, and that individual was not Whitebeard. In that moment, all attention was drawn, as people were eager to discern who possessed such formidable power. Caw! A bird's cry resonated, revealing a peculiar creature within the erupting energy sphere, a hybrid of human and bird. That is Marco, the Phoenix, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. A Navy officer exclaimed. As the captain of the 1st Division, Marco's renown was second only to Whitebeard himself, even overshadowing Ace prior to the revelation of his true identity. Thus, the spectators began to accept the reality of Kazara being thwarted, for that individual was indeed Marco. Higi, now it's my turn. In an instant, the half-human, half-bird form transformed into a colossal blue bird, its wings flapping with astonishing speed as it charged towards Kazara. In the blink of an eye, Marco reached above Kazara, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at the Admiral's head. Though the assault was sudden, it posed no challenge for the battle-hardened Kazara, who raised his arm to block the strike. Get away from me. However, at the moment of impact, Marco suddenly unleashed a second surge of power. Erupting with a force exceeding 120%, sending Kizaru flying far away, crashing to the ground. If the earlier scene was something the crowd could accept, this unfolding spectacle was beyond comprehension. The mighty Admiral Kizaru had been kicked away just like that. Was this a jest? Regardless, the truth lay before them. And even if they could not fathom it, the outcome remained unchanged. Faced with Marco's interception, the Yellow Monkey's assault on Little Oars could only end in failure. It was not yet the time for the final showdown. Both sides engaged in mere skirmishes, testing each other's abilities without igniting a true conflict. Concurrently, the formidable Diamond Jaws, unwilling to lag behind on the battlefield, struck the icy surface with tremendous force, shattering it to reveal a massive ice block over 50 meters in diameter. In a display of astounding strength, he lifted this colossal mass with his bare hands, his wrist strength even more astonishing than Marco's repulsion of the Yellow Monkey. The sight of an ordinary human hoisting a weight of several tons was nothing short of miraculous. "Let us see how you handle this," Jaws declared as he hurled the iceberg like a cannonball toward the Navy. Faced with such a formidable assault, despair washed over the thousands of naval soldiers. No one could remain indifferent when confronted with a mountain. Such a force surpassed even that of a vice admiral, rendering it beyond their capacity to withstand. As the iceberg descended, Akainu, who had been seated for some time, could no longer remain passive. His right hand transformed into molten magma, viscous droplets dripping continuously and corroding the hardened floor beneath him into a series of pits. "Great eruption," he roared, his hand expanding to several meters in diameter, effortlessly piercing through the formidable ice mountain as if it were mere tofu. In an instant, the colossal iceberg, larger than a giant warrior, was completely melted away. However, Akainu's onslaught did not cease there. A tremor in his right hand caused the remnants of magma solidified on his hand to explode into countless shards, raining down upon the distant pirates. And this was merely the beginning. More ferocious assaults were yet to come. "Meteor volcano," he bellowed, unleashing enormous magma boulders, each several meters in diameter, that soared into the sky and rained indiscriminately upon the battlefield. The grand spectacle resembled a genuine volcanic eruption, with each boulder emanating an aura of destruction. Akainu's sudden eruption inflicted significant losses upon the pirates and repelled the Navy's advance. The advantage Little Oars had established dissipated in an instant, plunging the battle back into a stalemate. At this juncture, aside from Carp and Sengoku, all elite forces from both the Navy and Whitebeard had entered the fray. Consequently, the battlefield descended into further chaos, with smoke billowing and the sounds of artillery ringing out. Mingled with roars and cries of anguish, the brutality of war laid bare in that moment. Witnessing the array of peculiar yet formidable abilities, Katie felt an insatiable itch within her. If she could replicate them all, her power would be unparalleled. Especially the Yellow Monkey's light fruit, a quintessential ability for murder, thievery, and escape, possessing both tremendous explosive force and unimaginable speed. It was this fruit's capabilities that earned the Yellow Monkey his reputation for dispatching supernovas with ease and for his formidable confrontations with the Four Emperors. "A new mission has been issued. Please take heed, host." As Katie's thoughts wandered, the system's notification sound captured her attention. Upon confirming that a new task had been assigned, she hurriedly delved into the system interface within her mind. It had been quite some time since the system had updated its tasks, especially after releasing Ace, which left Katie, who yearned for power, in a state of agitation. Task description: the host has successfully participated in the Marineford War. Therefore, this presents a perfect opportunity to establish her reputation. Task requirements: reveal her true identity before the conclusion of the war. Task rewards: 1 million exchange points and 25 skill points. After meticulously verifying that she had not misread the information, Katie felt a surge of excitement. The reward for completing the task amounted to a staggering 1 million points, a sum sufficient for her to acquire some truly valuable items. Chapter 35. Luffy's Descent. Katie had long been preoccupied with the splendid items available in the system's marketplace. Were it not for her meager exchange points, a mere 350,000, which fell short of her desired acquisitions, she would have redeemed them long ago. After all, her aspirations began at 1 million. The more affordable items offered little assistance, rendering them unnecessary for exchange. Simultaneously, Luffy and his companions, having escaped from imprisonment, arrived at an awkward juncture. perched upon a massive ice sheet towering 100 meters high. Their arrival coincided precisely with the tsunami unleashed by Whitebeard, which swept their vessel into the air. Before they could descend, the tsunami was entirely frozen by Admiral Akiji, leaving their ship stranded at the summit. Bay, where have we landed? Luffy, consumed by urgency to rescue Ace, had lost his capacity for rational thought. Luffy, come quickly. Unlike Luffy, Bay comprehended the implications of the colossal ice block. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of Admiral Akiji's powers, indicating that they had reached the Navy headquarters, as Bay had surmised. Upon gazing over the edge of the ice mountain, the vast scale of a monumental battle unfolded before their eyes, astonishing all present. Bay, Ivankov, lend a hand. Shatter this ice block. We must slide down. While others remained in awe of the chaos wrought by the conflict, Luffy had already devised a perilous plan for their descent. All right. Regardless of the opinions of those around them, the trio sprang into action, with Crocodile joining their efforts. Together, they forcefully broke a corner of the ice mountain. Its support relinquished, sending their entire vessel and all aboard plummeting down. The sheer drop of over 100 meters terrified everyone. They possessed no form of protection, and the unforgiving ice below promised fatal consequences upon impact. Luffy and his companions made an entrance that was undeniably conspicuous, drawing the attention of all. Thus, under the gazes of countless onlookers, they fortuitously fell into the hole created by Jozu, plunging into the sea. Is this a Navy ambush? Concerning the sudden emergence of these unknown entities, both Navy and pirates remained on high alert. In the battlefield, even a moment's negligence could lead to demise, leaving no room for carelessness. They are escapees from Impel Down. Attack. The Navy was the first to react, having been aware of Luffy and his companions' existence all along, especially given their prison uniforms, which betrayed their identities. Upon witnessing the Navy's response, the pirates felt a wave of reassurance. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although their origins remained unclear, they now regarded this group as allies, ready to aid them against the Navy's onslaught. Ace, where are you? Ace, Ace, Ace. At this moment, Luffy's mind was consumed by thoughts of Ace. He ran desperately, searching for any sign of his brother. At long last. After numerous disappointments, Luffy beheld a familiar figure. Despite the considerable distance, he instantly recognized that the person was Ace. In that moment, he felt an exuberance akin to that of a fool. Ace, I finally found you. Wait for me. I shall rescue you. Luffy's shout resonated not only in Katie's ears but echoed throughout the battlefield, momentarily capturing the attention of many. Cap, it's yet again your troublesome kin. Observing the audacious Luffy, Sengoku could no longer contain his ire directed at Garp. The Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, was well known to Sengoku, not merely due to Garp's influence, but primarily because of Luffy's own reckless actions. He had not only breached the CP9 headquarters at Enies Lobby, but had also ignited the flag representing the world government and its allies, thus shattering the legend of Enies Lobby, which had remained unassailed for 8 centuries. Furthermore, he had escaped from the Navy's demon-slaying order, a feat that had severely tarnished the Navy's reputation. As if that were not enough, he audaciously assaulted a celestial dragon in public at Sabaody Archipelago. If breaching CP9 had merely brought disgrace upon the Navy, then publicly striking a celestial dragon brought shame upon the world government as well. It was these 2 incidents that led Sengoku to reassess Garp's reliability, realizing that he had raised another troublemaker for the Navy. Heh, that's my grandson for you. In response to Sengoku's fury, Garp chose to feign ignorance, masking his embarrassment with a smile. However, his gaze drifted toward Ace, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Today, Ace appeared unusually silent, offering no reaction to either Whitebeard's arrival or Luffy's presence. He merely kept his head bowed in silence. Despite his misgivings, Garp refrained from further contemplation. Already feeling indebted for not being able to assist Ace in his time of peril, and thus hesitated to say anything. On the other side of the battlefield, Jinbe, having arrived, sought out Whitebeard at the first opportunity. Old man, I'm sorry. Before Jinbe could finish his sentence, Whitebeard interrupted him with a raised hand. You need not apologize. You have done more than enough for me. Moreover, that young lad has indeed aided us, so we must not be stingy. Besides, The Navy has grown increasingly arrogant these past 2 years, daring to extend their reach to us. Thus, it is an opportune moment to teach them a lesson. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Jinbe conceded, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond his ability to alter. Jinbe, what are your thoughts on Katie? When posed with Whitebeard's question, Jinbe fell into a moment of contemplation. Although he hadn't interacted much with Katie, his impression was profound. After a brief reflection, he offered his assessment. Undeniably, he is a young man of considerable strength, determination, and remarkable talent. He will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Yet, simultaneously, he is an ambitious individual. And for reasons unbeknownst to me, he perpetually exudes an air of enigma, as if shrouded in a mist of obscurity. Jinbe earnestly articulates his perspective. Hey, it's rare for you to offer such high praise. When Ace boarded the ship, I don't recall you expressing such sentiments. Whitebeard is somewhat taken aback by Jinbe's assessment. Jinbe possesses an extraordinary level of discernment. Even Ace, at his introduction, was merely regarded as having decent talent. A stark contrast to the current appraisal. He is different. Ace is clearly one of us, whereas he is not. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's gaze instinctively drifts toward the man who stands at the execution platform for Ace, his profound eyes concealing the tumult of his thoughts, leaving one to ponder what occupies his mind. Chapter 36. The mysterious powerhouse. By the way, is that straw-hatted little brat Ace's brother? With a scrutinizing gaze, Whitebeard looked towards Luffy, who was charging bravely at the forefront of the battlefield. Indeed, father, he is Ace's brother. In a bid to rescue Ace, this fellow somehow managed to infiltrate Impel Down and nearly met his demise at the hands of Magellan's poison. Oh, is that so? You must protect him well. Do not let him perish. Yes, father. Jinbe, without hesitation, complied with Whitebeard's command and made his way towards Luffy on the battlefield. However, shortly after Jinbe departed, Squirtle, the captain of the Whitey Bay pirates, approached. What brings you here, Squirtle? Whitebeard was somewhat perplexed by his arrival, as according to the plan, he should have been on the front lines at this hour. Father, I have a question to pose. Do you truly regard us as your sons? Squirtle's inquiry astonished Whitebeard, and he was even more taken aback when the latter lunged at him with a knife. Just as the blade was about to pierce Whitebeard's chest, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked Squirtle's weapon away. The unfolding events aboard the Moby Dick surpassed everyone's expectations. No one anticipated that one of Whitebeard's own would launch an assault against him, nor did they foresee the presence of such a formidable individual lurking beside Whitebeard, whose sudden burst of speed was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. You fool, what are you doing? Marco, who had been engaged in battle on the front lines, quickly returned, delivering a swift kick to Squirtle's abdomen that sent him flying several meters away. He then positioned himself protectively beside Whitebeard, his gaze fixed anxiously on the mysterious figure concealed beneath the cloak. Not only Marco, but also Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals of the Navy turned their attention towards this unexpected powerhouse, contemplating all possible scenarios, especially Akainu, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Had it not been for this sudden appearance, he could have truly inflicted harm upon Whitebeard. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. If missed, it would be lost forever. Sengoku, however, considered the matter more deeply. They had undertaken extensive preparations for this war, dispatching nearly 10,000 investigators and collaborating with the CP organization to monitor every potential threat that might emerge. Yet, despite such thorough measures, an unforeseen enemy had materialized, leaving him anxious. Who could say if others would also appear? Should that happen, the outcome would be utterly unpredictable. Do not be alarmed. He is not an enemy. You should return. The first statement was directed at Marco, while the latter was addressed to the cloaked figure beside him. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the cloaked man hesitated momentarily before reluctantly retreating back into the ship's cabin. Watching the figure depart, Marco felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he recognized him from somewhere. However, there was no time for further contemplation, since the other party was reluctant to reveal their identity. It was evident that they held reservations, and moreover, there were more pressing matters at hand that required attention. Squirtle, do you realize what you are doing? How dare you lay a hand on father? Are you seeking your own demise? His anger escalating with each word, he raised his hand, prepared to strike again. Marco. Yet, he was halted by Whitebeard's call. His fist paused in midair. Unable to descend, Marco harbored unwavering loyalty towards Whitebeard, regardless of his fury. He knew he must relent at Whitebeard's command. "You fool!" he exclaimed, striking the air forcefully before retreating to stand guard by Whitebeard's side. Though he could not attack, his gaze towards Squard was laden with icy disdain. "Squard, do you not realize that I have always regarded you as my son?" Whitebeard was perplexed, unable to comprehend why the obedient Squard would suddenly utter such words, and it was clear that something had transpired. "Why? What have you done that you refuse to acknowledge? If it weren't for Akainu informing me, I would still be in the dark. You have evidently struck a deal with the Navy to annihilate us, in exchange for sparing Ace." Faced with Squard's response, Whitebeard fell silent, not because he had truly made such an arrangement, but rather due to the sheer folly of his son. Under Squard's desperate gaze, Whitebeard reached out to grasp his body, yet he did not exert force. He merely enfolded him gently in his embrace. Suddenly feeling the warmth radiating from Whitebeard, Squard stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. "Foolish son, if you truly believe that, there is little I can do. After all, each individual is entitled to their own choices, and I cannot interfere. However, should anyone dare to meddle with our bond, they must be prepared to face my wrath." With that, he released Squard and leaped from the Moby Dick. Due to Akainu's actions, Whitebeard chose not to remain a bystander any longer. Thus, he officially entered the fray. At that moment, even Squard, for all his foolishness, grasped the reality of the situation. Although father had said nothing, his demeanor spoke volumes, and it was clear that he had been deceived by that scoundrel Akainu. "I'm sorry, father. I'm so sorry." With that, Squard plunged into the battlefield in a frenzy. He loathed Akainu, but more than that, he despised himself for believing in Akainu's lies. For raising a blade against father, he unleashed all his pent-up hatred upon the Navy before him, wielding his long knife with reckless abandon, utterly disregarding his own safety. Fixated solely on vanquishing his foes, the tide of battle shifted with Whitebeard's entry. Countless Navy forces surged towards him like a relentless tide, recklessly launching their assaults. Even the three admirals were drawn into the chaos. However, the captains of Whitebeard's crew were no pushovers. Marco, captain of the 1st Division, intercepted the approaching Kazara once more, while the 3rd Division's captain, Diamond Jozu, stood against Akiji. Only the Admiral Akaina managed to break through the pirates' encirclement and reached Whitebeard's side, without a trace of triviality. The moment the two met, they unleashed their full might. Each strike from Akainu erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. However, before Whitebeard, it was rendered utterly inconsequential. In the presence of his world-destroying fruit ability, no amount of magma could approach within 10 meters of Whitebeard. The overwhelming force was such that even Akainu felt a measure of strain. It is undeniable that the title of the strongest man in the world bestowed upon Whitebeard was not merely a product of idle gossip. With Whitebeard joining the fray, the pressure on Luffy and his comrades at the forefront was significantly alleviated. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy swiftly closed the distance to the execution platform under the protection of the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 37. The advancing Luffy. The decisive battle erupted with sudden ferocity as the 3 admirals of the Navy entered the fray simultaneously, leaving all spectators in a state of shock. However, the most captivating clash remained that between Whitebeard and Akainu. The searing magma inferno resembled an apocalyptic scene, rendering it nearly impossible to approach. The intense heat radiated from the battlefield, palpable even from a kilometer away. Yet, in comparison, each of Whitebeard's strikes was even more astounding, a perfect amalgamation of formidable abilities and overwhelming strength. Not only did he successfully suppress Akainu, but the shockwaves from his attacks sent thousands of Navy soldiers flying, and even the legendary fortress of Marineford was continuously ravaged. It was indeed the power capable of obliterating worlds. Despite Whitebeard's age, only the peak of the Navy's admirals could withstand him. No one else would suffice. "What's wrong? Has age rendered you incapable of wielding your sword?" Akainu taunted amidst the battle, believing that as long as he emerged victorious, the process mattered little. However, such trivial provocations were inconsequential to Whitebeard. He had endured countless battles, and nothing could sway him. "You little brat. Do you think you deserve me to unleash my full strength? Save that magma of yours for lighting candles. With that, he swung his sword towards Akainu, the powers of his devil fruit shimmering along the blade. Akainu, aware of the gravity of Whitebeard's assault, quickly concentrated to defend himself. The ferocious power once again swept across the battlefield, turning the area within a kilometer radius of the two into a combat no-go zone, with no one daring to approach. The mere aura that occasionally emerged was enough to instill despair in the hearts of onlookers, let alone those who dared to engage. Observing the overwhelming strength of the two, Katakuri couldn't help but draw comparisons to himself, concluding that, barring any surprises, enduring even half a minute against them would be a stroke of divine favor. The instantaneous ferocity of their attacks was utterly terrifying. Whitebeard's abilities were formidable, and Akainu's magma fruit was not to be underestimated. It boasted the highest explosive power among Logia types, and would not back down in a direct confrontation. Among the three admirals, only Akainu could stand toe-to-toe with Whitebeard. Akiji's explosiveness was clearly insufficient, while Kizaru might possess adequate power, yet would falter in a direct engagement. If Kizaru were to face Whitebeard, Marineford would likely be erased from the map within 10 minutes. In contrast, Katakuri felt his own flame fruit still lacked a certain edge. Both its explosive force and overall intensity were somewhat inferior. Currently, he merely hoped that upon enhancing his abilities, the flame fruit would manifest greater power. Otherwise, he might as well exchange it for the sand fruit, which offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. He even entertained the notion of evolving in the direction of Gaara from Naruto, akin to a one-tailed Shikaku, and in certain aspects, even surpassing it. At the very least, Shikaku could not elementalize or become immune to physical harm, and as long as his physical prowess kept pace, he could become a superior version of Shikaku. As Katie regained her focus and observed Luffy's movements, she was astonished to discover that he was now less than a few hundred meters from the execution platform. Countless pirates were desperately fighting to carve a path for him, and even the commander of the Whitebeard pirates was shielding his advance. In this moment, Luffy became the embodiment of everyone's hopes, even Whitebeard himself, who placed all his expectations upon him. Lightning, it's time to unleash your power. All right. At the command of Ivankov, the long-awaited scissors man finally took action. His hands transformed into scissors, effortlessly slicing through the seemingly impenetrable ground. Before his abilities, the once solid earth became as pliable as fabric in an instant. He then tossed it aside, allowing the fabric-like ground to form a direct pathway to the execution platform, creating the simplest and most convenient route for Luffy. Luffy, go? We've got this covered. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed on Luffy's silhouette. Pirates fought valiantly against the frenzied navy, while the navy relentlessly charged at the desperate pirates. Even the three admirals of the navy were watching Luffy's back. Except for Akainu, while the other two were turning to withdraw. Stop. At this juncture, Jozu and Marco would not allow them to escape. With victory hanging in the balance, they were determined to obstruct the two admirals. Ace. There was no time for pleasantries. Luffy sprinted up the makeshift ramp towards Ace. As he charged forward, Katie couldn't help but glance at Carp beside her. If she recalled correctly, Carp would intervene, but instead, he unleashed an endless torrent of water, which was effortlessly sent flying by Luffy's punch. Damn it, why do you all have to make things difficult for me? Carp then stood to meet Luffy. Grandpa, step aside. Don't block my way. Seeing Carp suddenly appear in front of him, Luffy yelled, hoping his grandfather would clear a path. Impossible. I am a vice admiral of the Navy. The moment you decided to set sail, you should have been prepared to encounter me on the battlefield. If you wish to pass, you will have to step over my corpse. With that, he raised his iron fist and struck at Luffy. Carp's gruff voice echoed across the battlefield, leaving all who heard it in shock. They were acutely aware of the relationship between Carp and Luffy. He was his own grandson. Who would have imagined he would truly strike? Yet, regardless of their thoughts, Carp indeed made his move. Seeing Carp's resolute expression, the hearts of thousands of Navy soldiers echoed with a singular thought. This time, it's secured. Even Akiji and Kizaru, who had initially been retreating, paused their actions, calmly observing Luffy without a hint of urgency. They knew all too well the strength of Carp's iron fists. Even now, they did not believe they could challenge that power. With Carp intervening, victory was all but assured. Grandpa, I must pass through here today. Despite having always feared Carp, Luffy showed no signs of trepidation at that moment. He instantly entered gear second, raising his own fist to strike back at Carp. Bang! In the next instant, a figure was propelled far away. How could this be possible? Tens of thousands of naval officers found it impossible to accept the unfolding scenario. The one who had been struck away was none other than their trusted Vice Admiral Garp. Witnessing this scene, both Aokiji and Kazara nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. This display of power seemed far too exaggerated, at the very least. They should have exchanged a few blows to maintain the facade. However, there was one person who was even more incensed than they were, Sengoku. On the verge of spitting blood and outrage, that rascal Garp had the audacity to put on such a show right before his eyes. How could a seasoned fighter like him be sent flying by a mere rookie with a single punch? Are you jesting with me? For heaven's sake, could you not be a bit more professional? Chapter 38. Whitebeard wounded. Regardless of how the likes of Sengoku perceived the situation, Garp had already been sent flying. And as he lay amidst the ruins, he paid no heed to the opinions of others. Breaking through the final obstacles, Luffy finally ascended the long-desired execution platform. Clutching the key crafted by Mr. 3, intent on unlocking Ace's shackles. Is it truly acceptable to disregard my presence? At that moment, a suffocatingly powerful aura erupted from behind Kedi. Following Garp, the previously silent Sengoku finally sprang into action, transforming into a towering golden Buddha standing 10 meters tall, unleashing his full might with a single strike. Buddha's impact. A colossal shadow completely enveloped Kedi and Luffy in the next instant. Leaving no time for Luffy to free Kedi from her handcuffs, the enemy's attack was already upon them. Left with no choice, Luffy had to abandon his attempt to unlock the shackles. Rubber, balloon. Inhaling deeply, Luffy's body swiftly expanded, transforming into a massive rubber balloon over 10 meters in diameter, shielding Kedi from Sengoku's assault. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku's strike descended, the overwhelming force causing Luffy to spit blood. Yet, despite the pain, Luffy gritted his teeth, aware that if he faltered, he would lose his form and Ace would be harmed. He could not allow anyone to inflict further injury upon Ace. No one whatsoever. Boom. Just as Luffy felt he could no longer endure, the execution platform beneath Kedi creaked ominously before collapsing. With their support gone, Luffy and Kedi plummeted to the ground, fortuitously evading Sengoku's attack. Amidst the chaos, Luffy hastily inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the shackles binding Kedi were finally undone, and the long-lost sensation of freedom surged through her. Truly a delightful feeling. Luffy, I am genuinely grateful to you. It seems I must rely on my younger brother to rescue me. Now, let me protect you as we escape. Although Luffy's actions were not for his own sake, Kedi, standing on the execution platform, clearly recognized the myriad dangers Luffy had faced and the wounds he had endured. Though she was not Ace, she was deeply moved by his unwavering determination. A flame quietly ignited amidst the ruins, and as the pirates witnessed this scene, tears of excitement streamed down their faces. At long last, they had freed Ace. Every sacrifice had been worthwhile. They had given so much in this battle, and countless souls had fallen, never to rise again. Yet, for those who had fallen, even in their final moments, their only wish remained to see someone rescue Ace. Every pirate who had joined this battle had done so willingly. No one had coerced them into this endeavor. Everyone understood the perils of this journey, yet they came nonetheless, for none wished to lose Ace's warm presence. Ace! At this moment, countless voices cried out his name, their excitement palpable. The Ice Age. Neglecting the enemies before him, Aokiji expanded his form and, without so much as a backward glance, hastened towards the execution platform. Even though Jaws had prepared in advance, he was still encased in ice. Get away. A single punch sent the Navy officer blocking his path flying, stripped of the constraints of sea prism stone. Those commanding officers lacking mastery of hockey were no different from worthless fodder in his presence. Yet, Jinbei, witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded. What had he just seen? How could that person control flames? Clearly, Ace was the one with the Marinomi abilities. How could there be a second? If he had not witnessed Ace's departure from Impel Down with his own eyes, he would have surely believed that this person was Ace, when in truth, this individual was Kedi. The reality unfolding before him was simply unacceptable, a violation of all reason concerning Kedi. Nevertheless, whether Jinbei could accept it or not, the truth remained, the systems might surpass all imagination. Inferno ascend. A torrent of flames erupted from Katie, surging forth to form a blazing wall over 10 meters high, decimating half of their adversaries. In that moment, Luffy and Katie advanced in unison, despite never having fought alongside Luffy before. The perception granted by Kinbunchika Haki allowed Jinbei to intuitively understand Luffy's next moves, making it effortless to follow his lead. Dual Spear. As they traversed the battlefield, true obstacles emerged. A figure flickered within the icy mist, arriving at the scene before the attack could. Fire Pillar. As the words left his lips, a pillar of flame burst forth from the ground, melting the ice spears suspended in the air. Simultaneously, Katie's expression grew grave. Such a formidable attack could only be unleashed by Akiji, the Marine Admiral, at this moment. Kalala, but I cannot allow you to leave, Fire Fist Ace. Even now. Akiji bore a perpetually drowsy demeanor, prompting Katie to wonder how he managed to appear so fatigued all day long. If you truly possess the strength, then I concede. Superfluous words were mere trifles. In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. With the stakes this high, retreat was not an option. They would fight to the finish. Violent Akiji. In an instant, Akiji's right arm transformed into elemental form, summoning forth a colossal bird that encased everything in its path in ice. Even the scant water vapor in the air succumbed to the freezing fate, crystallizing into tiny ice beads. Fire Fist. A torrent of searing fire erupted from Katie's right fist, rapidly forming a sea of flames. In the next moment, the intense heat of fire clashed with the biting cold of ice. There was no roar, no fluctuation, only a silent consumption, with flames devouring and melting the icy barrier, while the ice relentlessly extinguished the flames. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, a sudden change was silently unfolding on the opposite side of the battlefield. Suddenly, Whitebeard, who had been suppressing Akainu, clutched his chest in agony. His face contorted in pain. Not only that, but he also sank to one knee, as his heart condition flared up at a critical moment. Seizing this opportunity, Akainu wasted no time. His fist transformed into magma while he approached Whitebeard with astonishing speed. Hellhound. He unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Whitebeard's abdomen. The sheer force, combined with the terrifying power of his devil fruit ability, drove Akainu's fist deep into Whitebeard's body, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its wake. Whitebeard, you truly are aging poorly. With a swift retreat, Akainu understood that such an injury would not be lethal. Remaining by his side would offer no advantage and pose significant danger, for a cornered beast is the most ferocious and savage of all. Chapter 39. Two-Ace Old Man. Countless souls were engulfed in sorrow at the sight of Whitebeard's injury, unable to accept the harsh reality that their proud father figure had been harmed. Akainu, get out of my way. A figure suddenly emerged, charging fearlessly towards Akainu. Although the attack was unexpected, it was not enough to catch Akainu off guard. Confronted with an unknown adversary, Akainu raised his fists to retaliate, possessing unwavering confidence in his own strength. No matter who the opponent was, they could not disregard his powerful strikes. In the next moment, the clash erupted, the aftershocks formidable enough to shatter the once solid ice beneath them. Yet neither party showed any intent to continue. It was a singular, decisive blow. A third individual appeared, defending in front of Whitebeard, vigilantly surveying the surrounding Navy forces. While Akainu cast a dark gaze upon the cloaked figure that had come to Whitebeard's aid once again in his time of peril. Who are you? Why do you persist in protecting Whitebeard? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? In response to Akainu's inquiry, the cloaked figure simply stated, because he is my father. Upon hearing this revelation, Akainu's expression darkened, signifying that there was little room for negotiation between them. They were now irrevocably adversaries. However, one thing perplexed him. When had Whitebeard's crew acquired such a formidable ally? Though the previous attack had been executed hastily, Akainu had nonetheless gauged the cloaked man's strength, which surpassed that of an ordinary warrior, barely fitting within the vice admiral tier. A person of such caliber should not have gone unnoticed by him. Return. Your presence is unnecessary here. After a brief moment of respite, Whitebeard regained his composure and commanded the cloaked figure. Old man, Ace has already been rescued. According to our agreement, I am ready to take action. Yet, This time, the cloaked figure declined Whitebeard's order. Sensing the other's resolve, Whitebeard chose not to press further. Although he had acquiesced to the cloaked figure's participation, he remained positioned to shield him from facing Akainu. It was precisely due to the current circumstances that they overlooked the fact that Ace was also a user of the Marinomi. Observing Whitebeard's special treatment of the cloaked figure, Akainu found himself increasingly bewildered. Who was this individual that shared such a close bond with Whitebeard? Rivaling even the core captains of his crew? Just a coward hiding in the shadows, he thought. Unable to discern the identity of the cloaked figure, Akainu's mood soured. And he could only begrudgingly mock him. Akainu, does saying such things serve any purpose? It merely highlights your own ineptitude. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Whitebeard engaged Akainu in battle once more. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure busied himself by thwarting the onslaught of other attacking Navy commanders. Have you ever been kicked by light? However, just as the cloaked figure was preoccupied with blocking the Navy, a rather lewd voice suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by a glare of dazzling light from the corner of his eye. Watch out. Meanwhile, Marco's warning arrived a moment too late. Despite his utmost efforts to obstruct Kizaru, the latter managed to escape, for if Kizara truly wished to depart, there were few in this world capable of hindering him. Without needing Marco's reminder, the moment the cloaked man heard Kizaru's voice, goosebumps erupted across his body, signaling the imminent peril he faced. As Kizaru's assault approached, he could only cross his arms, enveloped in haki, to shield himself. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent flying into the ruins. Damn it! An enraged roar emanated from the debris. Anyone unexpectedly struck would surely be in no jovial mood. What on earth is happening? However, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into silence. Every combatant paused their actions. Fixated on the figure amidst the rubble, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The shock was not confined to Marineford. It reverberated worldwide, leaving countless witnesses in disbelief, questioning the veracity of their own eyes. How could there possibly be a second Ace? In that moment, all gazes converged on the two faces, mere kilometers apart. Identical features, identical physiques, not even the Navy could discern between them, and even those pirates who had shared years of camaraderie were bewildered, unable to distinguish one from the other based solely on appearance. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a sudden chill to their faces. Only now did the oblivious Ace realize that the cloak which had previously shrouded him had been blown away in the wake of the attack. Instantly, Ace's expression darkened. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Akainu was truly enraged. The battle had progressed to a point where Ace, who should have faced execution, not only remained alive, but had also been rescued. As if that were not enough, a second Ace had inexplicably appeared. What had all their efforts amounted to? Yet, Ace offered no response to Akainu's query. He remained uncertain if Cat's plan had been fully realized, and revealing his identity at this juncture might have unforeseen repercussions. The once brutal and chaotic conflict had come to a halt due to the emergence of a second Ace. There was no need to continue fighting until their identities were clarified. You must be the real Ace. Despite their identical appearances, the powers of their devil fruits could not deceive. Akiji discerned that only the Ace before him wielded the power of flames, while the other had never displayed any abilities. This indicated that the Ace in front of him was genuine, while the other was merely an imposter. Flame abilities, you say? I believe I possess those as well. Akiji's thoughts were easily surmised by Ace, as a flame similarly erupted from his hand. He had refrained from using it earlier out of fear of revealing his identity. How could he not possess such power? Faced with this situation, Akiji fell silent, as did Akainu. Despite their positions as admirals of the Navy, they found themselves unable to comprehend the extraordinary spectacle before them. While external appearances can be easily altered, the abilities bestowed by the devil fruits are singular and irreplaceable. Never had they encountered a scenario of simultaneous existence, leaving them perplexed as to how to interpret the undeniable reality before them. Do you truly wish to know my identity? The unexpected transformation was indeed beyond the scope of his plans, yet it would not impede the forthcoming events. After all, he had already distanced himself from the execution platform, and revealing his true identity was imperative to fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system. Will you enlighten me? Upon hearing Katie's words, Akiji felt a stir within. Though his demeanor remained composed, there is nothing to hide. If you wish to know, I shall gladly share. Chapter 40. My name is Katie. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Ace, who stood beside Green Bull, suddenly vanished, replaced by an entirely new visage. He still bore the wild, unrestrained black hair, yet his appearance was astonishingly youthful, raising doubts among the onlookers as to whether this young man had even reached the age of 20. He stood at a height similar to Ace's, but possessed a more elongated frame, exuding an inexplicable aura. This sensation caused Mihawk, who was not far away, to squint slightly. As the world's foremost swordsman, he recognized the essence that surrounded this individual. Undoubtedly, it belonged to a kindred spirit. This person was unexpectedly a swordsman, and not an inconsequential one at that. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Katie. At that moment, the name Katie was indelibly etched into the minds of countless individuals, and everything associated with him was swiftly organized and dispatched to the hands of those who sought it. Katie? Why does that name ring a bell? Unlike the onlookers on the battlefield, Sengoku, though not fully aware of this sudden apparition, felt a flicker of recognition in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly contacted the intelligence officers nearby. Quick, get in touch with Impel Down and inquire if there is indeed someone named Katie there. If so, retrieve all information related to him. Casting an anxious glance at the young man in the distance, Sengoku finally remembered where he had heard that name. Prior to Ace's execution, Impel Down had sent him a dossier detailing all information about the escaped prisoners, and he had seen Katie's name among them. However, the notes indicated he was merely an ordinary prisoner on the first level, which led Sengoku to dismiss it. Yet now, it was evident that he was no ordinary inmate. He was far more nefarious than those condemned to the 6th level. Having inexplicably acquired the powers of the Mera Nomi was one thing, but to audaciously impersonate Ace and sit on the execution platform under the world's scrutiny before being rescued right beneath Sengoku's nose was not merely a slap in the face to the Navy. It was a blatant humiliation. This public execution, which had cost countless resources, had been transformed into an unprecedented farce due to his involvement, revealing how completely they had been manipulated by their adversaries. Admiral, Impel Down has confirmed the existence of this individual. Here is the information you requested. Before long, a subordinate returned, cradling a thick stack of documents. Grabbing the materials, Sengoku swiftly perused them. In an instant, his expression darkened, except for the first line, which seemed somewhat normal. The remainder of the contents was entirely beyond Sengoku's expectations. The report detailed how Katie had single-handedly breached the 6th level, defeated Shiridu of the Rain, and liberated the notorious fire wielder, Ace, along with the devilish Barrett and the aloof Redfield. It appeared he had formed some sort of connection with Barrett and Redfield, and even Magellan had been knocked unconscious by the combined efforts of Katie and his companions, remaining unresponsive to this day. Moreover, the report also mentioned another alarming development. Marshal D. Teach had recently infiltrated the 6th level and absconded with several significant prisoners, with his whereabouts currently unknown. In summary, the current state of Impel Down is even more chaotic than here, with prisoners attempting escapes and riots erupting everywhere. Without Magellan's suppression, it is unlikely that order will be restored anytime soon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! After reviewing all the information, Sengoku, usually composed, could not contain his frustration, startling his subordinates into silence, fully aware of their superior's temperament. The utterance of damn signifies genuine anger, a rarity for Sengoku, and the repetition of it is even more uncommon. The only time he had expressed such ire was during the Golden Lion's assault that left half of Impel Down in ruins. The mention of 3 damn it was unprecedented and spoke volumes about his current fury, leaving them wary of interrupting him. What on earth is happening to provoke such rage? At this moment, only Garp dared to voice a question. What, uncomfortable in the ruins, are you willing to come out now? Garp's nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Sengoku further. Had he intervened seriously earlier to stop the Straw Hat brat, the present situation might have been avoided. Even if he could not execute Ace, it would have been preferable to the current predicament. Should I step in and capture that brat? Garp, aware of his own shortcomings, proactively offered his assistance. Not for now. Look at this, Sengoku replied, declining Garp's proposal and handing him a document. How is this possible? Upon seeing the familiar faces in the photographs, Garp could not suppress his exclamation. He recognized them well, one of whom he had personally apprehended. Nothing is impossible. This is confirmed intelligence. Though I wish it weren't true, those two have indeed escaped and are likely hiding somewhere. If you act, they might not remain in the shadows. And if that happens, the outcome of this war could become uncertain. What do you propose we do? Clearly, strategic thinking was not Garp's forte. For now, we must keep them at bay while I seek reinforcements. With that, Sengoku departed quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Garp remained, his brow furrowed, doubting whether Sengoku could find many reinforcements. As troop deployments had been established long before the conflict began, leaving little in the way of additional elite forces, his gaze drifted to the figure beside his grandson. A mix of emotions swirling within him. From a standpoint of opposition, they were adversaries, yet personally, Garp could not deny a sense of gratitude. Despite his altruistic intentions, he did not want to witness Ace's execution, even if his actions were reckless and perilous. This war had been irrevocably altered because of him, and the subsequent global landscape would similarly shift due to his influence, steering the world away from its anticipated course. Katie, was it? I shall remember your name. This is not the time for conflict, but I will capture you one day. With that, Akiji vanished, racing toward the chaotic battlefield centered around Whitebeard. In Akiji's mind, Ace held greater significance than Katie, though had he been privy to the intelligence in Sengoku's possession, his judgment might have been different. In an instant, the three most formidable admirals of the Navy clashed with the three strongest members of the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in a fierce confrontation amongst six ultimate powerhouses that engulfed half of the Bay battlefield. Watching Akiji depart, Katie showed no intention of intervening. For her new adversary had also arrived, a challenger who was by no means inferior to Akiji. This opponent bore a resounding title, the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 41. The terrifying Hawkeye Luffy. You should leave first. I will handle this. At this moment, he realized he no longer had the strength to protect Luffy, and allowing him to depart was the wisest choice. All the formidable forces of the Navy had already been intercepted by Whitebeard's men, with the protection of Ivan and Jinbei. Luffy's safety amidst the chaos was assured. Be cautious. Although Luffy was rife with questions, he understood the peril of the situation. That man named Hawkeye had come for him once more. Remaining here would not only be unhelpful but a burden, so Luffy decisively chose to leave. Yet, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Through this war, he realized just how many powerful individuals existed in this world. The three admirals of the Navy loomed before him like mountains, and Whitebeard was as formidable as his grandfather. Even the youth named Kaido, whom he had initially underestimated, now made Luffy acknowledge the vast gulf in their strength. In that moment, Luffy resolved that once this ordeal concluded, he would strive diligently to enhance his own power. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Host. However, before Kaido could truly inspect the notification, another prompt sounded immediately. Mission brief. Only by battling true strongholds can one uncover their shortcomings and accelerate personal growth. Mission requirement. Engage the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, in combat for 10 minutes without defeat. Mission reward. 5 million exchange points, 50 skill points. In the past, Kaido would have reveled in the prospect of such a substantial reward, yet now, he felt no thrill whatsoever. The only emotions that remained were anxiety and depression. Jorokarl Mihawk, universally acknowledged as the greatest swordsman in the world, was revered for his piercing hawk-like gaze, earning him the moniker Hawkeye. He was the master of the supreme great sword, the Black Blade Yoru, and could well be described as a godlike figure. In Kaido's memory, this man, from his first appearance to the very end, employed a singular attack style, an ordinary attack, a simple basic attack. Whether slicing bullets, cleaving ships, or severing meteors, it was perpetually the most straightforward of moves. It remained unclear whether it was his overwhelming strength or the feebleness of his adversaries that rendered his attacks so deceptively effortless. Each engagement felt trivial, as if he had never fought earnestly. Despite the mission demanding only 10 minutes, Kaido held no absolute confidence. You must be a swordsman as well. Draw your sword. At that moment, he received a dual invitation from the world's greatest swordsman, and it was a contest of swordsmanship. Even if he were to lose this battle, no one would deem him weak. Rather, they would regard Kaido as formidable, simply for having gained Hawkeye's recognition. After all, not everyone could receive an invitation from Hawkeye. How many longed to face the #1 swordsman, yet Hawkeye rarely had the time to engage with each challenger. He would only extend an invitation when he perceived potential in his opponent, and such instances were exceedingly rare, perhaps not even once a year. Silently drawing the blade, Katie understood that there was no escaping this confrontation. Even if Hawkeye did not seek her out, she would inevitably pursue him. For the mission assigned by the system was one she must fulfill. In this moment of quiet focus, Katie's mind reached an unprecedented level of concentration, confronting this opponent with no reservations whatsoever. While Katie's attention was fixed upon Hawkeye, his gaze was steadfastly locked onto her blade. From the instant she unsheathed the weapon, his eyes had not wavered. For reasons unknown, he sensed a lifelike pulse emanating from it, a discovery he had never encountered before. A blade imbued with vitality. The implications of this eluded him. This feeling of perplexity was one he had long forgotten, and even his gaze toward Katie took on a serious demeanor. Perhaps this battle would unveil something extraordinary. Detected, Master-Level Swordsmanship Foundation from Dracul Myhawk. Would you like to copy and extract? Affirmative. A surge of warmth enveloped him. Just before the clash, Katie finally felt a surge of confidence. The one aspect she had been lacking was now fortified. With this, all her significant abilities had reached the pinnacle of mastery, while she had yet to break through. Her unique capabilities and the powers granted by her fruit positioned her at a level rivaling that of vice admirals. Prepare to engage. With Hawkeye's final warning, the black blade, Yura, was instantly unsheathed, unleashing a swift green slash toward Katie. Despite it being merely a basic strike, she felt an overwhelming threat. Even at a distance of several meters, her skin prickled with pain. Aurora slash. In response to this attack, Katie refrained from deploying her full strength to execute the boundary cut, recognizing it as merely a casual strike from Hawkeye. Should she resort to her most formidable technique for such a trivial blow, surrender would be the only viable option. Silver light flashed as her blade met Hawkeye's sword energy head-on, her entire being erupting with power. Ultimately, the green sword energy could not withstand the force and dissipated into countless motes of light. Only upon making contact did Katie comprehend the true strength of what had appeared to be a mundane attack. Had her physical prowess not recently improved, she might not have been able to withstand it. Comparatively, even Hawkeye's casual strikes bore the weight and explosive force of a full-on assault from Shiryu. Having felt Hawkeye's might, Katie could no longer afford to remain stationary, waiting foolishly for his attack. She sprang into action, launching her own offensive. Otherwise, he could easily wear her down. She believed she could not endure even 100 repetitions of the earlier assault, and certainly not for 10 minutes. 1 minute would be a commendable feat. She harbored no doubts about Hawkeye's speed with the blade. With a resounding clash, the silver blade of the void met the inky darkness of the night. The two combatants appeared motionless, yet the ice beneath their feet shattered instantly, while the surrounding air erupted with countless fine yet razor-sharp sword energies, slicing through the atmosphere with a sound reminiscent of a howling wind. In that moment, the protracted conflict between tens of thousands of Navy and pirate forces came to an abrupt halt, not due to a lack of desire to fight, but rather an inability to continue. The entire bay has been transformed into a battleground for an 8-man duel, featuring the 3 great admirals of the Navy alongside Dracul Myhawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, facing off against the formidable trio of the White Crew and the fugitive, Katie. Their clash transcends the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even those who wish to lend support find themselves powerless, daunted by the sheer ferocity of the conflict, and no one dares to intrude upon their arena. Amongst this chaos, the confrontation between Katie and Myhawk has captured the world's attention most fervently. As the world's greatest swordsman, Myhawk has always been a figure of immense intrigue, while Katie, the one who has disrupted this equilibrium, incites curiosity in all. They yearn to uncover the true strength and intentions of this enigmatic man who has suddenly emerged. Chapter 42. The beginning of the void. The gleaming swords flashed, and the sword energy danced through the air. Despite the duel involving merely 2 individuals wielding blades, the force unleashed was no less formidable than that of the distant powerhouses. The solid ice beneath them was as fragile as tofu, and the collision of their sword energies ravaged everything within the vicinity, transforming the ice, capable of withstanding the weight of over 100,000 people, into a scene of utter devastation. The battleground had long transcended the icy surface. The sky had become the true arena. Their figures blurred into indistinctness, evading the naked eye, which could scarcely keep up with their astonishing speed. Only the keen perception of observation allowed for a slight awareness of their movements. The stalemate before them left many spectators in awe. While they were unsurprised by Hawkeye's prowess, the formidable strength of the young Katie perplexed them. Though they had seen him brandishing a sword prior to the clash, few truly believed in the potency of his swordsmanship. Most assumed he would rely on his fruit abilities to contend with Hawkeye, given that natural-type powers held a significant advantage against swordsmen. However, the unfolding reality compelled them to acknowledge their underestimation of this seemingly youthful man, who possessed not only formidable fruit abilities but also commendable sword skills. They believed that if Katie survived this conflict, he would undoubtedly evolve to rival the admirals of the Navy in the future. The fight reached a pivotal moment, and Hawkeye found himself intrigued. Katie was the only opponent in this war who had elicited even a modicum of seriousness and excitement from him, prompting him to apply greater force. With a thunderous crash, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing into the icy debris below, shattering the previously equal footing of the battle. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a sense of relief. Katie had finally been bested. Otherwise, they would have struggled to accept the reality of a youth, not yet 20, capable of contending with the world's greatest swordsman. Cough, cough. It felt as though a torrent of foul air was trapped within his chest, and only through desperate coughing could a semblance of relief be attained. The wrist gripping the sword throbbed with pain, nearing the point of numbness. Gazing at Hawkeye suspended in the air, Katie's heart sank heavily. Merely a minute had elapsed since the onset of the battle, and if this continued, he would surely collapse within 10 minutes. His once unstoppable ripping skill had proven utterly ineffectual against his opponent, rendering him repeatedly injured by Hawkeye's relentless assaults. What's wrong? Is this it? The flippant remark ignited Katie's competitive spirit. How could a man falter? This was merely the beginning. Do not presume victory. With a fierce roar, Katie leaped once more into the air, re-engaging Hawkeye in combat. Yet, a minute later, Katie plummeted to the ice again, his condition worse than before, blood staining his form. The agony coursing through his body brought clarity to Katie's mind. In this fleeting moment, he pondered how to navigate the escalating challenge. He was far from his peak condition, and if he persisted in this manner, it was indisputable that he would be defeated within the next minute. System. Deduct 10 skill points to elevate swordsmanship fundamentals to extraordinary level 1. As the words fell, a torrent of profound information surged into her mind, evoking a sensation akin to enlightenment. The shackles binding her body shattered, and a grand door slowly creaked open before her. Katie felt as though she had glimpsed the true realm belonging to swordsmen, validating her prior conjecture that reaching the extraordinary level marked the genuine commencement of her journey into the world of the formidable. Although she had yet to experience it firsthand, Katie was certain that the enhancements bestowed upon her by the fundamentals of extraordinary swordsmanship were indeed substantial. Nevertheless, Katie's exchanges were far from over. System. Expend 400,000 exchange points to acquire 4 skill points, and utilize 50 skill points to elevate the level of my Void Slash. In an instant, her skill points vanished, and her previously amassed million-level exchange points plummeted back to the 100,000 tier, now standing at 995,000. While the surplus 300 were selectively disregarded by Katie. Unlike before, she felt no significant change in her body upon enhancing the Void Slash level. However, the sword in her hand had undergone a transformation. While its appearance remained unchanged, it now resonated with her in a manner she could not fully comprehend. Yet she was assured of its tangible existence. My apologies for the delay, Hawkeye. At this moment, Katie brimmed with confidence, her weary body rejuvenated to its peak, and her gaze towards Hawkeye was filled with unyielding combat spirit. Very well, just do not disappoint me. His tone remained flat. Yet a discerning observer would note the subtle shift. Hawkeye's center of gravity was slightly lower than usual, though it was but a minor adjustment. It carried an entirely different implication. He had adopted a defensive stance in the face of Katie. With a swift motion, a cross-shaped slash quickly took form and surged forth towards Hawkeye. Katie had not enhanced the level of her cross slash, Yet the power of this strike was evidently greater than before, exhibiting a remarkable increase that surpassed mere increments. This was the formidable essence of the extraordinary swordsmanship fundamentals, granting Katie a renewed comprehension of her craft. The disparity in power between the same skill, before and after, was staggering, a testament to the difference in realms. Even so, Hawkeye casually waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating Katie's attack. In the next heartbeat, Katie's figure magnified in Hawkeye's vision, and under the cover of her sword aura, she successfully positioned herself before him. With a strike from the void, she aimed from the most cunning angle, convinced that even Hawkeye would be unable to parry in time. Indeed, as she anticipated, he could not retract his blade in defense. However, this did not imply he was without recourse. With a resonant clang, her silver void slash collided with the hilt of Hawkeye's black blade, yet Katie's assault was far from over. Release. The indifferent words flowed from Katie's lips. Just as Hawkeye pondered the meaning of those two syllables, an urgent signal of crisis enveloped him. It was at this moment that he noticed the identical blade in Katie's left hand. With no time to ponder the reason, Hawkeye hastily retreated, evading the descending attack. Such an advantage was not something Katie would allow to slip away easily. She wielded both blades, launching a simultaneous assault against Hawkeye, her aura radiating with an intensity far surpassing her previous might. In a fleeting moment, the dual-wielding Katie successfully suppressed Hawkeye. "Hey, Bista, is that little brat really that formidable?" questioned several captains of the Whitebeard crew, who had witnessed the fierce battle from a distance, turning to Bista, also a swordsman. "Indeed, he is remarkably strong and inexplicably. His swordsmanship has surged to an extraordinary level in an instant. Otherwise, he would not have been able to corner Hawkeye to such an extent. However, this situation shall not endure for long. Once Hawkeye acclimatizes to his style of attack, the initiative will inevitably revert to Hawkeye, for he is the world's finest." Chapter 43. The Unity of Man and Sword. When Bista uttered these words, his tone was resolute. As a swordsman himself, he could deeply comprehend the disparity. He and Mihawk were not on the same plane. Indeed, Mihawk was a formidable opponent, having once dueled with Shanks, and even Bista's father held him in high regard. Despite Bista's assertions, they still perceived Katie as exceptionally strong. Even Bista himself acknowledged this, recognizing that he might not perform better than Katie were their positions reversed. This sentiment was not limited to the captain of the White team. Nearly everyone witnessing this scene shared a similar realization, conceding that they had underestimated this suddenly emerging young man. Another restless spirit. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Behind his sunglasses, Doflamingo fixated on Katie's figure, lost in contemplation. In that moment, Katie became utterly absorbed, embodying the essence of the sword as his body moved with it, and the blade responded to his hand. The entire world faded away, leaving only the sound of cutting air and the adversary before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered the extraordinary realm of the unity of man and sword. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Mihawk's gaze shifted towards Katie, noting the transformation that had unfolded. This change was not lost on Mihawk. He understood all too well what this state signified for a swordsman. The force he had intended to amplify began to retract gradually. The unity of man and sword is a state of mind that every swordsman ardently yearns for. In this state, concentration transcends mere focus, the mind becomes more agile, and self-perception reaches unprecedented heights. In the unity of man and sword, a swordsman can seamlessly integrate all of their capabilities. What once seemed incomprehensible or insurmountable now appears deceptively simple, as if one could pierce through a mere layer of paper. However, this state is exceedingly rare. Often relying on sheer luck, a lifetime may pass without encountering it even once. To date, I have experienced it only 3 times, each instance yielding significant advancement. At this moment, Mihawk regarded Katie with a sense of admiration. Initially, his challenge to Katie stemmed from curiosity. He wished to ascertain the prowess of this youth who had disrupted the Navy's plans. Upon engaging, Mihawk was taken aback. Though his expression remained impassive, turmoil stirred within him. This young man had already developed his own sword intent. The tearing effect embedded in his attacks was unmistakable to Mihawk, who found it unfathomable that someone still in the realm of a swordsman could grasp such a concept, especially considering that many great swordsmen had yet to achieve their own sword intent. Sword intent cannot be acquired solely through effort. It requires a trifecta of diligence, talent, and opportunity. It is the external manifestation of a person's willpower, and there is no definitive method to learn it, for each individual's will is unique, understood only through personal insight rather than verbal explanation. Even the promising young man I had high hopes for is still far from comprehending sword intent. It was only then that Mihawk realized he had been premature in his astonishment. After witnessing Katie's extraordinary prowess, Hawkeye felt a surge of excitement and increased the intensity of his strikes, knocking him down twice in succession. Just when he believed Katie had reached his limit, his swordsmanship experienced a momentous surge, breaking through the barrier that had stood before countless swordsmen, entering the realm of the great swordsman. Yet, this was not the end. During their next clash, Hawkeye was astonished to discover that, in addition to his tearing sword intent, Katie possessed a second form of sword intent, spatial fluctuation. In that fleeting moment of realization, Hawkeye's instinct screamed impossibility. To possess a single sword intent was already an immense challenge, but to wield two, particularly one related to space, was an even greater feat. Sword intent varies in strength, and anything associated with space is seldom weak. However, subsequent encounters confirmed his perceptions. Indeed, there was a latent power of space within. At that moment, Hawkeye felt a twinge of envy towards Katie, who had managed to cultivate to this level before the age of 20. In his youth, he had only just become a great swordsman, still far from mastering sword intent. And in comparison, he found himself lacking any advantage. Yet, Hawkeye also recognized that the formidable sword intent granted Katie immense power. But it also presented a challenging dilemma, conflict and contradiction. He struggled to fully harness these two forces. At that instant, he entered a state of unity between man and sword. Though unfounded, he had a premonition that when Katie emerged from this state, he would resolve the issue and master both forms of power. Despite this instinct, he could have easily interrupted Katie's concentration, yet he refrained from doing so. It was not out of a sense of superiority or respect for an opponent, but rather a pure desire. Since the encounter with red-haired Shanks, he had not faced a worthy adversary. Standing at the pinnacle, Hawkeye had grown weary of solitude and longed for someone to challenge him with all their might. Zoro, whom he met in the East Blue, held a glimmer of potential. Yet Hawkeye remained uncertain if he could truly develop into a worthy rival. In contrast, Katie presented an even greater opportunity, which is why Hawkeye not only refrained from interrupting Katie's enlightenment, but also became a sparring partner, feeding him techniques. His unwavering confidence in his own strength stemmed from the pride of being the world's greatest. Although Katie's displayed talent was undeniably formidable, Hawkeye was resolute in his belief that even if Katie were to reach his level in the future, he would still emerge victorious. With a thunderous roar, for reasons unknown, Whitebeard and Akainu unleashed another wave of tremendous attacks, sending powerful shockwaves across the battlefield. As his gaze shifted, Hawkeye once again became aware of his surroundings. His consciousness breaking free from that extraordinary state, he lamented silently. Alas, he could no longer return to that previous state. Fortunately, the issue has been resolved, albeit in the span of just a few fleeting minutes. However, my prowess has significantly enhanced. Although I have not acquired any new skills, I have gained a more profound mastery over my existing abilities and have finally become adept at wielding the spatial powers granted by the initial release of the Void Break. I extend my gratitude for this opportunity. Despite my diminished perception of the outside world moments ago, I am aware of the actions taken by Eagle Eye. As my opponent, he not only refrained from interrupting me, but also served as a sparring partner, a gesture that I find commendable. There is no need for hesitation. Since you have awakened, allow me to witness the extent of your growth. As you wish, without the slightest reluctance to accept Eagle Eye's invitation. I too am eager to ascertain the current strength of my swordsmanship. Chapter 44. The sword intent of Hawkeye upon re-evaluating the two swords, Void, in her hands. Katie realized that this was indeed its Shurkai form. She could not help but ponder what its Bankai would resemble. Surely it would not transform into 3 blades, forcing her to wield one with her mouth, like Zoro. To fully harness the power of the Zanpakuto, one must gradually unravel its forms, from Shurkai to Bankai, and ultimately to its final holification state. This progression necessitated a considerable investment of skill points. However, Katie was uncertain whether she could achieve the final holification state herself. After all, not everyone in the Shinigami narrative possessed such capabilities, and even the majority of captain-level warriors could not attain it. With these thoughts in mind, Katie paused, redirecting her gaze toward Hawkeye. The only task before her now was to engage in a genuine battle with him. Everything else paled in comparison. I am coming. As her consciousness spread to the two swords, Katie no longer perceived them merely as weapons. They had become extensions of her own body, inseparable from her essence. With her body swiftly charging towards Hawkeye, she struck down simultaneously, unwaveringly aiming for the black blade. Rather than evading, she boldly descended upon it, with a resounding clang. Astonishingly, her seemingly inconsequential strike forced Hawkeye to retreat a step. What is happening? The onlookers were utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. When had Hawkeye ever displayed such vulnerability? A mere casual strike compelling him to withdraw? Not even the renowned swordsman Vista, present among the few, could comprehend this turn of events. His brow furrowed as he fixated on Katie, an idea flickering through his mind, only to be dismissed in the next moment. Impossible, impossible. How could someone so young possibly wield such power? What is impossible? At that moment, the recently thawed Jozu overheard Vista's murmurs and inquired. Thanks to Katie's intervention, Squard's assault was thwarted by Ace, sparing Whitebeard from injury. In his battle with Akiji, Jozu had not succumbed to freezing as he did in the original narrative due to distractions, although he ultimately fell victim to Akiji's Ice Age. He retained his previously severed arm. Sword intent, that is the only conceivable explanation. Yet, though Vista did not voice his lingering doubts, Jozu understood his implications. Undoubtedly, Vista struggled to believe that Katie had truly mastered the sword intent, especially since he himself, as a grand swordsman, had yet to grasp it. There is nothing impossible. Vista, that young girl cannot be measured by conventional standards. Sooner or later, she will surpass us, and even now, she may not be weaker than we are. Although I am not a swordsman and lack deep insight into the challenges of comprehending sword intent, it may not be beyond Katie's reach. As Jozu articulated this sentiment, he spoke with conviction, genuinely believing in her potential. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the battlefield, one individual harbored a shock greater than all others, none other than the clown buggy. At the very moment the duel between Katie and Hawkeye commenced, he sensed the tearing power embedded within Katie's strikes. In that instant, a chill ran down Bucky's spine, and a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind as he gazed into Katie's eyes, which radiated an unsettling brilliance. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mr. 3, standing beside him, perceptibly noticed the shift in Bucky's demeanor and couldn't help but inquire. Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering whether defeating that Katie fellow would earn us some renown. That guy has completely overshadowed me. You truly possess audacity to even consider challenging that individual. If you wish to pursue it, go ahead. Do not involve me. Mr. 3, unable to tolerate Bucky's antics any longer, stormed away in frustration. Oh, come on. I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. With that, Bucky chased after Mr. 3, leaving behind the earlier exchange as if it had never transpired. As he felt the distinctly different powers emanating from Katie's two blades, Hawkeye couldn't help but nod in affirmation. Since one blade could not effectively wield two distinct sword intents, it was prudent to separate them, one intent per blade, thus elegantly resolving the dilemma. However, while this solution appeared straightforward in theory, its execution was fraught with challenges. At the very least, one must possess the ability to multitask. Otherwise, it would remain unattainable. Furthermore, a high degree of control was essential. Lacking this would significantly diminish the effectiveness. These two prerequisites alone posed substantial difficulties, yet for Katie, they seemingly presented no insurmountable obstacles. With a subtle smile, Hawkeye recognized his initial assessment was indeed correct. Katie would prove to be a formidable adversary, albeit still somewhat lacking at present. With a shifting gaze, Hawkeye grew serious, a formidable aura erupting from him, extending to the dark blade, Night. In an instant, the impression he imparted to Katie transformed entirely, becoming regal and solemn, akin to that of an emperor. Before he could fully comprehend the shift, Hawkeye's attack descended from above. As the blade approached, Katie was suddenly engulfed by a disquieting illusion. It felt as though this strike could cleave the heavens and sever all that existed. An overwhelming dread surged within her, rendering her insignificantly small before this impending blow, as if she were an ant, powerless despite her utmost efforts. With a suppressed groan, a drop of blood escaped Katie's lips. In an effort to dispel her inner terror, she bit her tongue, the sharp pain momentarily eclipsing her fear. Even in the face of such a lethal assault, Katie couldn't help but exclaim how painful it truly was to bite her tongue. Channeling her full strength, she unleashed the ultimate manifestation of her tearing and spatial fluctuations, delivering her most potent strike. A thunderous boom echoed, overshadowing all other sounds across the battlefield. An immensely powerful wave radiating outward, palpable even beyond the confines of Marineford. The previously frozen bay could no longer withstand the pressure and succumbed to its collapse. The entire battlefield was suffused with raging sword intent, shattering clouds hundreds of meters high. Even the Navy personnel, hiding in the trenches, felt their hearts race with trepidation. The sharpness of the energy incessantly pricking at their skin. Even the distant battles of the three great generals and the trio from the White Regiment were abruptly halted. At this moment, all eyes were riveted upon the two figures at the heart of the battlefield. This astonishing scene was beyond their wildest imaginations. Two swordsmen engaged in combat of cataclysmic proportions, successfully redefining their understanding of the world. After all, encounters between top-tier swordsmen are not easily witnessed. Indeed, Jaws, your assertion holds true. This time, Bista acutely sensed the three distinct swords wills erupting on the battlefield. One of these was unmistakably that of Hawkeye. Thus, the remaining two belonged to Katie. Strangely, Bista felt no shock this time, for he had been compelled to adapt to such extraordinary circumstances. Chapter 45, The Swordsmanship of Hawkeye, The Boundary. Before everyone could behold the final outcome, Katie's voice resonated from the ruins. Truly, she was worthy of the title Hawkeye, though merely a voice. It was not difficult for the onlookers to discern the emotions imbued within Katie's tone. It was clearly a desperate attempt to unleash her final strike. The victor of the recent contest was evidently Hawkeye, a result that evoked no surprise, for the title of the world's strongest is not one easily acquired. A surge of formidable energy erupted, dispersing the remnants of the preceding turmoil, revealing the scene within to the expectant crowd. The seemingly unremarkable Hawkeye remained unchanged. Not a flicker of emotion graced his countenance. In stark contrast, Katie bore the brunt of the encounter. A gaping wound, nearly half a meter in length, extended from her shoulder to her abdomen, blood gushing forth, staining her body and the ice beneath her feet in a vivid crimson hue. Although her visage was obscured, the intensity of her aura conveyed a frenzied desperation akin to a beast's final struggle against death. "Akiji, Kizaru, cover me for a moment," Red Dog commanded. His intent clear even without explicit words. It was evident he planned to launch a surprise attack on the weakened Katie, though he harbored reservations about Red Dog's approach. Akiji felt little sympathy for an adversary who had inflicted considerable shame upon the Navy, and thus he reluctantly acquiesced to Red Dog's strategy. "Are you not going to intervene?" Whitebeard inquired softly, casting a glance towards the shadows nearby. "Our relationship is merely that of allies, not comrades. Thus, we are not obliged to act. Everyone encounters peril at times. If one cannot overcome it, it signifies a lack of qualification. You should be well aware of the repercussions of his actions, and how the Navy or the world government will respond to him. Better than we do," came a dispassionate voice carried by the wind, audible only to Whitebeard. "Ha! You remain unchanged, the proud Red," he chuckled. "Instead of concerning yourself with that young one, perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament. In this situation, even you cannot hope to escape unscathed. Do you truly believe the Navy would let you off so easily?" Whitebeard chose not to respond to the skepticism regarding the proud Red, instead gazing into the distance as if contemplating something profound. He then addressed Marco and the others beside him. "You all, regardless of the outcome, must support that young one. Understood?" Despite the reluctance of the two individuals to engage, Whitebeard would not turn a blind eye, for he owed that young one a significant debt of gratitude. "Understood, old man." No one declined, for they had no reason to refuse. Had it not been for Katie, it would have been Ace standing beside them in battle against Hawkeye. Despite their lack of understanding of the many intricacies involved, it was undeniable that the other had aided them. Thus, they could not sit idly by. Meanwhile, Katie had completed her preparation, her strength, spirit, and was converging into a singular point. With a single strike, everything was wagered on this final blow. leaving no reserve of strength afterward. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Katie made her move. As her right foot stepped forward, her right hand wielded the blade, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. The silver blade glimmered in the sunlight, dazzling to the eyes. With a decisive slash, the sound echoed as the blade halted, and a massive wave of sword energy, stretching dozens of meters, instantly took form and shot towards Hawkeye, its sharpness palpable even through the screen. Yet, Katie's actions did not end there. Shifting her weight forward, her previously lagging foot swiftly caught up, and she stepped forward once more, wielding another blade. The shining edge cleaved the air, completing a semicircle, just a breath away from forming a second strike. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. Katie's figure vanished entirely, utterly disappearing from sight and sensation, taking the impending sword energy with her. In an instant, a long-forgotten danger signal surged within Hawkeye. Before he could locate Katie, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, a tearing sensation piercing through his skin, even through his clothing. Though unseen, Hawkeye understood that Katie and the imminent sword energy were right behind him. Aware of her intent, two waves of sword energy converging upon him in a dual assault. He had to admit he had underestimated this young talent, although he had recognized that Katie's sword intent involved spatial elements. He didn't believe she had attained a deeper mastery of such abilities. Yet, reality forced him to reevaluate the extent of Katie's extraordinary talent. Her swordsmanship not only incorporated spatial fluctuations, but also commanded the formidable ability of spatial movement. Faced with this onslaught, Hawkeye sensed trouble. Both attacks were descending upon him simultaneously, leaving no room for evasion. He could only absorb the blows, as the straightforward sword energy attack could no longer resolve the crisis at hand. Hawkeye was not the only one astonished. Every observer present was rendered speechless, unable to fathom how Katie achieved such a feat. The distance and the suddenness of the event dulled their perception, yet not everyone could reach such heights. Akainu, perhaps I should take action, the usually reticent Kizara suggested. Having sensed a hint of danger from Katie's eruption, although it was merely a flicker of possibility, he felt compelled to intervene. Never mind, I shall handle it. Your haki isn't strong enough. If you fail to eliminate him in one strike, and he manages to escape through elementalization, it could spell trouble. Akainu remained steadfast in his decision to act, unwilling to concede to Kizaru's proposal. Very well, but be precise. Do not miss. With Akainu unwilling to relent, Kizara could only acquiesce, albeit with a note of concern. In return, in that moment, Hawkeye unleashed a sword technique he had not employed in quite some time. The movements of the hand were unremarkable, devoid of any indication of peculiarity. Just before the frontal assault could reach him, Hawkeye swiftly unleashed a blade of energy. However, an attack from behind was simultaneously approaching, poised to strike Hawkeye. At that moment, even he could not afford the time to conjure a second blade of energy. Katie's eyes were fixated on Hawkeye, scrutinizing his every action. Although he appeared to be in a precarious situation, she held firm in her belief that he would not be easily defeated. Then she witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The blade he had swung was not retracted, merely vibrating gently, and once again, a blade of energy erupted forth. The ultimate strike she had exerted all her strength to create was effortlessly neutralized by him. Chapter 46. The sudden assault of Akainu. The rampant sword energy once again enveloped the entire battlefield, shattering the already collapsed ice surface, revealing the azure sea beneath as the resilient ice at the epicenter of the explosion was obliterated in an instant. Amidst this chaos, Katie found herself in dire straits. Her initial release of power had become untenable, forcing her to rely on the soul sword she held before her to fend off the ferocious sword energy. The previous outburst had thoroughly exhausted her final reserves of strength, particularly the spatial transfer technique, which, even in her prime, could only be executed a few times. This meant that her newly acquired Earth-level physical prowess could no longer meet her combat needs, indicating yet another financial burden on the horizon. Yet, the immediate priority was not this concern, but rather to swiftly recover her body. System, exchange for A. Seizing the brief moment, Katie spent 500,000 exchange points to procure from the system a mystical bean from the Dragon Ball universe. Gazing at the pea nestled in her palm, she would not have believed it could instantaneously restore her injuries and stamina had it not been a gift from the system. Without hesitation, she consumed it. A crisp crunch echoed in her mouth, reminiscent of a savory pickle. Engaged in a battle against Hawkeye to such an extent was something Katie had never anticipated. Initially, her only thought was to endure for 10 minutes to fulfill the task set by the system. Little did she know that the situation would twist and turn, culminating in a fierce confrontation that stretched to this moment. Although the duration of the battle was not particularly lengthy, it still spanned over 20 minutes. With the comprehension of sword techniques alone exceeding 10 minutes, the subsequent combat was purely Katie's challenge to Hawkeye. As she swallowed, the waves of warmth surged through her body, akin to soaking in a hot spring, as her numerous wounds began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, all injuries, including the severe half-meter-long gash on her chest, vanished without a trace. Even her pallid complexion, once drained from excessive blood loss, now radiated with vibrant health. Had it not been for the considerable amounts of crimson blood still staining her body, Katie might have doubted whether she had ever been injured. Confirming her safe recovery, Katie's attention shifted once more to Hawkeye. After battling thus far, she had come to a clear understanding of the disparity between them. Not far away, he remained pristine and unscathed, her attacks having failed to impact him in the slightest. If it were merely a contest of swordsmanship, she was still far from his level. As Hawkeye had consistently held back, never unleashing his full might, only in the last 2 attacks had he revealed a glimpse of his true potential, justifying his title as the world's strongest. However, had it been a genuine life-and-death duel, she would certainly not rely solely on swordsmanship to confront him. Had she utilized her fruit abilities, the outcome would have been decidedly different, avoiding the current predicament. Unbeknownst to Katie, the recent spectacle had left a significant impression on certain observers. Boss, if I am not mistaken, did that fellow Hawkeye just employ sword techniques? Not far from Marineford. A question arose from someone addressing their captain. Indeed, it was quite unexpected that the little brat could push him to such extremes. It had been years since he last wielded his swordsmanship. Others may be oblivious, but how could he, having battled against Hawkeye for many years, not comprehend the implications? The reason Hawkeye's blade is revered as the supreme sword is not solely due to its sharpness, but rather the immense aid it provides to its wielder, as it enhances the intensity of the sword's aura. This explains why Hawkeye rarely resorts to sword techniques. His ordinary attacks sufficed. As he spoke, he rubbed the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist with his remaining right hand, a glint of inscrutable emotion sparkling in his eyes. Are you regretting your initial decision? Observing their captain's contemplation, those beside him were well aware of his thoughts. Despite having posed this question numerous times, they felt compelled to ask once more. It's not that I regret my decision. After all, that little brat is gradually influencing the world, living up to my expectations. So, what do you think of this young man, Katie? The conversation shifted back to Katie, the unfamiliar face on the screen, leaving even him momentarily speechless. A formidable newcomer. Yet it is too early to make any assertions. If he survives the Navy's retaliation, we can discuss it then. Hey, the newcomers nowadays are quite audacious, daring to toy with the Navy. I can only imagine how Sengoku and Akainu are feeling right now. They clearly understand what the current situation means for the Navy. Katie's interference has rendered all their painstaking preparations futile, a reality that no one can easily accept, and retaliation is inevitable. So, Captain, shall we alter our plans? Katie's emergence was never within the scope of their original strategy, and it is not too late to change course. Never mind. There's no need to change anything now that we have come this far. As you wish. They would not question the captain's decision, while all pirates shunned Marineford. A pirate ship boldly approached it, the iconic red wolf's head unmistakably symbolizing its equality with the Whitebeard pirates, a formidable emperor of the sea. Everything transpiring at the Navy headquarters was destined to astonish the entire world. As the rampaging sword aura gradually subsided, a sudden turn of events unfolded while people strained their eyes for a resolution. Ice Age. Yada no Kagami. Without warning, Akiji and Kazari launched a surprise offensive against the Whitebeard pirates, commencing with an immediate amplification. The ice surface, previously shattered by the sword aura, was instantaneously frozen anew. The sky, too, was attended to, as countless yellow beams illuminated the entire space, each emanating a destructive aura. Damn it! Fire Fist. However, The response from Whitebeard's side was swift and unfaltering. Each individual immediately devised a countermeasure, including Whitebeard himself, who swiftly unleashed his devil fruit abilities, clearing half of the battlefield in an instant. Yet, there was one person who acted with greater alacrity than them all, Admiral Akainu. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he had already appeared above Katie, his elemental magma fist aimed directly at her head, poised to strike down. Those who recognized this shift were left in astonishment at Akainu's decisive action. No one had anticipated such resoluteness, especially considering it was a covert attack in front of the entire world. Chapter 47. The fierce battle with Akainu. The appearance of Katie disrupted the Navy's execution of Ace, causing them to suffer humiliation on a global scale. It was only natural that retribution from the Navy was anticipated. Yet no one expected Akainu to act so swiftly and with such treachery. Ahahaha, that little brat is in for a world of trouble. All present were formidable individuals, capable of discerning Katie's physical condition, and they did not believe that he could escape Akainu's lethal assault while in such a weakened state. Just as Hawkeye prepared to intervene, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Katie, causing his sword to lower as he contemplated the situation. Boom! A strike akin to a volcanic eruption engulfed Katie's previous location, transforming a radius of 100 meters into a molten wasteland. Akainu showed no mercy. This was a full-force attack. Is he dead? Despite Akainu's direct involvement, many remained skeptical that Katie had been eliminated so easily, for the shockwaves he had previously unleashed were too profound to dismiss. Akainu, you truly are a dog. Before anyone could ascertain the outcome beneath the molten surface, that familiar voice reached their ears. Eyes turned in unison toward the source, revealing the young and recognizable visage standing 100 meters away. Is it true that he survived? Even though it was somewhat anticipated, the reality of the situation still evoked astonishment, particularly regarding Katie's condition. Despite being drenched in blood and appearing utterly ravaged, his aura remained undiminished. How did he heal from his injuries? Some keen observers noted that the massive wound on Katie's chest had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace of a scar. Could it be that Katie shared some connection with Kaido? In that moment, this was the only feasible explanation they could conceive. The similarity in their names, coupled with the world's awareness of Kaido's terrifying physical prowess, led them to ponder the possibility of such a link. To recover from severe wounds so swiftly was beyond comprehension. No, that cannot be right. The animosity between Whitebeard and Kaido is well known. Before the war erupted, Kaido even intended to intercept Whitebeard, only to be thwarted by Shanks. Who knows what would have transpired otherwise? Clearly, this theory lacked credibility and was promptly dismissed by others. Nevertheless, the crowd did not delve too deeply into this line of thought. Rather than speculating on Katie's identity, their focus shifted to the impending clash between Katie and Akainu. What did you say? At this moment, Akainu had also regained his composure, his expression dark as he glared at Katie in the distance, his murderous intent palpable. I have never heard such a request, but since you wish to hear it, I shall repeat myself. Akainu, you truly are a dog. The final words were articulated with deliberate slowness, ensuring that all could hear clearly. Although they did not fully grasp the meaning of Katie's statement, it was evident that it was far from a compliment. Consequently, Akainu was enraged. Are you seeking death? The colossal fist of magma was once again raised high, poised to strike Katie. In the face of Akainu's furious assault, Katie chose not to evade. Instead, she compressed the flames emanating from her hands to their utmost potential, enveloping herself in the momentary protection of Haki. Her fists radiated a striking blend of black and crimson hues. Katie yearned to discern the extent of the disparity between herself and Akainu, pondering the deficiencies of her devil fruit powers in comparison to his. However, there was another critical aspect at play, the completion of the task assigned by the system. As Akainu launched his sneak attack, the corresponding mission was simultaneously updated. Mission brief. As a pirate, reputation holds immense significance. One can only quickly gain the world's acknowledgement by defeating universally recognized strong adversaries. Mission requirement: defeat Akainu. Mission reward: 15 million exchange points and 100 skill points. Though the task's demands were succinctly encapsulated in merely 4 words, they bore upon Katie an overwhelming weight of pressure. Each Marine admiral stood as a paragon of strength at the pinnacle of the world. To conquer them was no trifling feat. Nonetheless, Katie harbored no grievances. Despite Akainu's formidable prowess, she had long yearned for the opportunity to face him in combat. In fact, she felt an uncanny premonition that encounters between herself and Akainu would be far from rare, both now and in the future. As flames clashed with magma, the temperature of the entire bay battlefield soared dramatically. Neither combatant intended it. Yet the residual force of their attacks had already caused the Sub-Zero ice to melt with astonishing swiftness. Initially, the two engaged in close-quarters combat, but as time progressed, the icy arena could no longer sustain their weight, and the heavens once again became their battleground. At this moment, both warriors ceased to restrain their powers. Their devil fruit abilities erupted in full force. Orange flames swirled around Katie, transforming her into a sovereign of fire, commanding all flames at her disposal. With the powers granted by the Marineford, Katie soared freely through the sky. Unlike magma, flames lacked a definitive form. They were merely pure energy, easily liberated from the grasp of gravity. In stark contrast, Akainu exuded an even more terrifying aura, his arms transformed into pools of scarlet magma, radiating an overwhelming heat that distorted the very fabric of space surrounding him. Red Dog, come forth to battle. Even though her adversary was heralded as the foremost powerhouse of the Navy, not a trace of fear resided within Katie's heart. Only an indomitable fighting spirit remained. She craved a fierce and exhilarating battle, yearning to vindicate the flames, believing that mere magma dared to flaunt its might before her fiery prowess. With a powerful thrust, Katie unleashed a torrent of flames, propelling herself forward with unparalleled speed, arriving before Akainu in the blink of an eye. Divine Flame, Shiranui. As the distance diminished to mere meters, a colossal spear of fire materialized in Katie's grasp, which she hurled with all her might towards Akainu. Great Fire. In response to Katie's fierce onslaught, Akainu met her head-on, with no intention of retreating. Indeed, even if he had a reason to withdraw, he likely would not. In the next instant, magma and flames erupted in a cataclysmic clash. The fiery spear was instantaneously shattered, while Akainu's magma fist suffered a similar fate, reduced by half. Katie's strike not only harnessed the powers of her fruit, but also concealed a devastating tearing technique. Although its impact paled in comparison to swordsmanship, it was sufficient to affect Akainu. The sky, transformed by their fierce battle, now rained down fiery torrents, intensifying with each moment. The once azure heavens had vanished, replaced by a blood-red expanse, not a mere blush of twilight, but a vivid crimson akin to spilled blood. From a distance, the entirety of Marineford appeared as if engulfed in a hellish inferno, surrounded by molten flames. At this juncture in the conflict, the intricacies of technique held little significance. The outcome would hinge solely upon the depth of one's foundation, the development of their abilities, and the accumulation of combat experience. Chapter 47. A Surge in Power Father. What should we do? Should we intervene? The sudden clash between Katie and Akainu left Marco and the others, who were prepared to offer assistance, in a state of bewilderment. No need, Whitebeard replied. If that young lad truly wished to escape, he wouldn't engage in a duel with Akainu. Let us observe. I have a feeling that what unfolds next will be quite intriguing. At this moment, Whitebeard finally perceived the depth of Katie's character, audacious yet possessing a meticulous mind. Every step he took seemed perilous and unpredictable, yet the outcomes invariably led to his success. Perhaps once or twice could be attributed to luck, but with increasing frequency, it transcended mere chance. Undoubtedly, this young man harbored some undisclosed power, a force that granted him the audacity to confront Akainu. Father, you should tend to your wounds, Marco urged, prioritizing Whitebeard's safety over the clash. Observing the grievous injury inflicted by Akainu upon his father's chest, Marco could not suppress his concern. He was acutely aware of the state of Whitebeard's health. Though his father displayed no outward signs of distress, Marco knew he must be suffering greatly. Do you truly believe I am old? This minor injury is hardly fatal, foolish son, Whitebeard rebuffed Marco's advice. Despite his unease, there was little he could do. A profound sense of crisis began to swell within him. This war had already summoned forth numerous formidable adversaries. Whitebeard had once spoken of how the conclusion of this conflict would herald a new era, and as the leading pirate crew in the world, they would undoubtedly become the focus of countless eyes. Challenges would only intensify, yet his father's health was deteriorating day by day. Marco resolved that upon returning, he would dedicate himself to training and enhancing his strength. They could no longer allow their father to bear the brunt of it all alone. It was time for them, as his sons, to stand forth and shield him from the storm. Unlike Marco, Ace was presently lost in thought, captivated by the battle unfolding in the sky. Possessing similar abilities, Ace understood the immense pressure Katie faced in this confrontation better than anyone else. During his previous battle with Akiji, he had felt the terrifying aura emanating from Akainu. Although he hesitated to admit it, Ace recognized that with his current powers, he would inevitably fall against Akainu. The world regarded the magma fruit as the superior version of the flame fruit, and even Ace had once thought so before meeting Whitebeard. However, his father had imparted a different philosophy. Fire, as the purest and most primordial form of energy, embodies a portion of the world's fundamental rules, possessing unimaginable power. Once mastered to a certain degree, it can stand unyielding against magma, even ignite it. Yet, Ace had failed to comprehend the realm his father spoke of. Gazing at the combatants in the sky, he could not help but wonder if Katie could achieve such a feat. Cough. The pain coursing through Katie's body forced him to gasp for breath, the deep-seated agony starkly revealing the chasm that lay between him and Akainu. The mastery of the peak fruit abilities is insufficient to withstand Akainu's onslaught. Each of his eruptions possesses a formidable power akin to that of a volcanic eruption. Unlike flames, magma possesses a solid, tangible form, with a strength far surpassing that of fire, especially considering the superior level of haki that Akainu wields. The already powerful explosive capabilities of the fruit, combined with his formidable haki, cause sharp pain in Katie's wrist with every collision. How dare mere flames confront me? With an absolute advantage secured, Akainu taunts Katie, not merely to disrupt his composure, but also to stoke his competitive spirit, preventing any thoughts of retreat. They are not far from Whitebeard, and should Katie decide to flee, Akainu is uncertain he could intercept him. Katie's speed has left a profound impression on him. Thus, using provocation to keep him here is the only strategy Akainu can conceive. Katie dismisses Akainu's mockery with nonchalance. Unbeknownst to Akainu, Katie has no intention of fleeing. After completing his previous task, he now possesses immense wealth, capable of elevating his strength to an entirely new echelon in an instant. System: allocate 10 skill points to enhance haki level, 10 skill points to elevate observation haki level, and 10 skill points to improve martial arts level. After a moment of silence, Katie continues. Spend 10 skill points to enhance fruit level. Spend 3 million exchange points to acquire the skill Heavenly Fire Transformation. As Katie's voice resonates, the shackles binding his body release in succession. In that instant, Katie enters a new realm, the realm of the powerful. Near flames? Akainu, how utterly ignorant and pitiable you are. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate how these so-called flames can vanquish your prideful, worthless magma. Katie's declaration reverberates across the battlefield, yet none mock his audacity. Instead, gazes towards him reveal contemplative expressions, as onlookers ponder what impossibilities Katie might conjure. Great flame ring. Flames materialize around Katie, centering him and rapidly expanding. In mere moments, the area spanning hundreds of meters is engulfed in fire, the inferno radiating unimaginable heat. Fire arise, with a commanding shout, as the crowd looks on in bewilderment. A gasp suddenly escapes the throng. Look, what is happening? Following the direction of the pointing finger, they witness an astonishing spectacle. All the flames burning upon the war-torn ruins simultaneously ascend, converging towards Katie in the sky, a sight of magnificence and grandeur. In the battlefield, while many resources are lacking, flames are abundant. Within a radius of several thousand meters, every flame seems to pilgrimage towards Katie. To the eye, there is nothing but fire. As Katie appears to descend from the heavens, embodying the divine fire deity, unifying all flames. Observing the unfolding spectacle with cold detachment, Akainu refrains from intervening. Though the scene appears impressive, he perceives that the true power unleashed poses no threat to him. It is merely a hollow facade. Akainu resolved to vanquish his opponent at the very moment they believed themselves to be invincible, for only then could he restore the dignity of the Navy. As the last flicker of flame merged into the atmosphere, a second resplendent sun emerged in the sky, a colossal fireball exceeding 100 meters in diameter, eclipsing even the genuine sun above. Tendrils of steam continuously ascended from the ocean's surface, as the terrifying heat had begun to evaporate the sea itself. Is this the Flame Emperor? This scene may appear unfamiliar to others, yet for Marco, it was a sight he knew all too well, having witnessed Ace unleash it on multiple occasions. No, it is different. Though I cannot discern his intentions, I can sense that this is not the Flame Emperor. Chapter 49. The Changing Flame, what is he attempting to do? Initially, it was presumed that Katie was gathering all the flames to form a colossal fireball as a means to attack Akainu. However, the current reality seems to suggest otherwise. The fireball simply remained stationary, showing no signs of imminent action. If it were not for the lingering essence of Katie within, one might be led to believe she had fled. Oh, how unbearably hot it is! How could it be this sweltering? Yet, an unintentional remark sparked a sudden realization among the powerful present, each one sinking into contemplation. Heat. Why is there heat? Undoubtedly, the source lies with Katie. For only the enormous fireball, spanning over 100 meters in diameter, could evoke such sensations. As the gathered warriors extended their observation to the fireball in the sky, they discerned something alarming. In their perception, the temperature of the fireball's surface was escalating at a staggering rate, with the outer flames reaching a terrifying heat of over 3,000 degrees. The internal temperatures were undoubtedly even higher, and furthermore, the fireball's size was gradually diminishing. Upon realizing this, the onlookers felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Katie was compressing energy. Everyone understood that the more refined the energy, the greater its explosive potential. Thus, they naturally concluded that this was Katie's intention, unaware that her true plan was entirely different. With this realization dawning upon them, their gazes shifted from Katie to Akainu, who suddenly became the focal point of their attention. It was undeniable that now was the opportune moment to act. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril. They were curious about Akainu's next move. Would he, like before, launch a surprise attack before the eyes of the world once again? Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Akainu's expression darkened ominously. Were it not for the desire to redeem the Navy's tarnished honor, he would have already struck. With his temperament, how could he have waited until now? Even a sneak attack would be justified, as success was all that mattered. The outcome was inconsequential. Justice has always been written by the victors. The defeated are rendered insignificant. Suddenly, the conflict halted, as all awaited the culmination of Katie's assault. The massive fireball rapidly diminished under the watchful eyes of the crowd, shrinking from 100 meters in diameter to 50, then down to 30, all within less than half a minute. Now, it was reduced to a mere 10 meters. Astonished, they beheld the ever-shrinking fireball in the sky. None had anticipated Katie's ability to compress it to such an extent. Flames are synonymous with ferocity, often the most challenging to tame. Faced with such an assault, although numerous, few among the powerful could assure themselves of withstanding the impending strike, for the energy contained within was vast and daunting. Even Akainu found himself regretting, realizing that the situation had escalated to a level he could no longer disregard. However, at a sudden moment, a peculiar flash of light surged within the orange fireball, moving so swiftly that many failed to perceive the fleeting image, yet not including Ace aboard the Moby Dick. His gaze was fixated on the fireball in the sky. Although he was uncertain of what exactly flickered in that fleeting moment, his body reacted instinctively. The instant that light appeared, he felt a jolt as if something within him yearned to burst forth, yet it remained shackled by invisible restraints. Staring intently at the fireball, Ace sensed that what he deemed unattainable might have already been accomplished by Katie. What was that? After the first light vanished, a second, third, and fourth emerged in quick succession, altering the very hue of the fireball. The outer layer continued to radiate a blinding orange-yellow, yet the core appeared grim and obscure, barely discernible. Akainu, act swiftly. While others speculated about the peculiar light, Akiji's sudden command urged Akainu into action. Like everyone else, Akiji was oblivious to the true nature of the phenomenon, yet he instinctively sensed a looming danger emanating from it. His abilities, being the antithesis of fire, rendered him acutely aware. The power concealed within the orange fireball was undoubtedly extraordinary. Almost concurrently with Akiji's voice, Akaina vanished from sight. Setting aside the formidable power hidden within the fireball, the mere existence of a fireball compressed to a 10-meter diameter posed a significant threat, and Akaina had long contemplated his response. Moreover, Akiji's warning, despite their usual animosity, was not to be disregarded. In moments of genuine peril, Akiji never deceived himself, prompting Akaina to act decisively. With a colossal fist of magma descending from the heavens, Akainu's body, save for his head, transformed into elemental form to shield himself from the immense energy contained within the fireball. A resounding explosion reverberated across the battlefield, startling all present. When the dust settled, they realized that the once suspended orange fireball had vanished without a trace. The anticipated eruption of energy did not materialize. Yet the two figures locked in confrontation in the sky left them speechless. In the face of Akainu's full-force strike, Katie not only met it head-on but stood her ground without retreating an inch. This was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly shocked them was Katie's method of defense. The hand that intercepted Akaina bore no enhancement of haki, merely a swirling azure flame. This is. In an instant, everyone was once again taken aback by Katie's resilience. Just moments ago, she seemed severely disadvantaged. In the blink of an eye, she mounted a counterattack so swift it left them reeling. With a brooding gaze fixed on the figure enveloped in azure flames, Doflamingo's face revealed a rare gravity, one he had not displayed even when Katie had previously compressed her flames to their utmost. Possessing an awakened fruit ability, his understanding of such powers surpassed that of most present, leaving him acutely aware of what Katie's flames signified, either an awakening of the fruit or being on the cusp of it. In any case, he realized that she was no longer comparable to the former orange-yellow flames. Ace, focus intently on every detail that follows. It is of utmost importance to you. It is not only Doflamingo who has noticed the changes in Katie. Whitebeard is also aware and has specifically urged Ace to observe closely. Indeed, father, in truth, even without Whitebeard's admonition, Ace would diligently watch everything unfolding with Katie. The transformation she embodies is precisely what he has long yearned for yet has never grasped. Now that he encounters it, he would not allow it to slip by. His fists are clenched tightly, although he is unaware of the origin of Katie's fiery abilities. He is certain they are intrinsically linked to him. The techniques she employs mirror his own, which signifies that she has possessed this power for merely a day. Yet, in such a short span, she has accomplished what he has failed to achieve over several years. Ace is filled with resentment towards his own weakness, resentment towards his lack of effort. If only he had been stronger, he would not have fallen to that scoundrel Teach, nor would father have been injured because of him. Chapter 50, Suppression of Akainu. Why has Akaina fallen silent? Do not be hasty, a greater surprise awaits you, so tread carefully lest you meet your demise. Observing Akainu's expression, as if he had consumed a dead rat, Katie felt a surge of satisfaction. Being ambushed repeatedly, did he truly believe himself to be easily trifled with? Even a clay figurine possesses some spirit. How much more so for oneself? Finally presented with an opportunity, she naturally intended to retaliate. Fool! Just because the flames have changed color, do you truly consider yourself invincible? You are merely a theatrical jester. In response to Katie's continuous taunts, Akainu's anger ignited, and he unleashed a punch that forced Katie to retreat. If that is the case, then let your demise be unequivocal. With a fierce exclamation, Katie's aura began to surge dramatically. The azure-blue flames erupted skyward, their scale so immense that it seemed to obscure the very sun, radiating heat that far surpassed the previous orange flames. How could this be? Does he possess no limits? In mere moments, Katie's aura escalated to a terrifying degree, surpassing 99% of those present, closing in on the strength of a marine admiral. The onlookers were at a loss for how to express their astonishment at Katie's power, which had grown exponentially. Initially, they had perceived Katie as merely a newcomer with decent talent. Following his duel with Mihawk, he had emerged as a formidable contender. Now, however, feeling that suffocating presence, it was clear that Katie had ascended to a level that evoked their awe, and all of this transpired right before their eyes in this very battle, rendering them speechless at the unfolding spectacle. This fellow has truly concealed his strength well. One cannot help but wonder if this is indeed the extent of his power. In contrast to Katie's repeated advancements, they preferred to believe that he had always possessed such capabilities. After all, the path of the strong is seldom easily attained. No one could achieve such heights in such a short span without diligent effort. Yet, while this adage may hold true for others, it certainly does not apply to Katie, who possesses a system that transcends conventional rules. Before it, all norms are rendered inapplicable. Akainu, prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Katie took the initiative. Unlike before, the flames now under her command were not merely a matter of color. The azure blue flames now burned nearly 2,000 degrees Celsius hotter than before, reaching a terrifying 5,000 degrees or more. The instantaneous eruption of energy had multiplied several times over. Under the enhancement of the heavenly fire transformation, both the temperature of the flames and the energy contained within them surged once more, bringing Katie to a sense of saturation as she approached the next threshold. Rather than feeling disheartened by this realization, Katie found herself increasingly elated. This indicated that the powers of the Mara Nomi still held potential for further development. The current azure blue flames posed no threat to Akainu's magma, which implied that the next level of flames could indeed suppress Akainu in return. Merely contemplating this prospect filled her with exhilaration. Even Katie entertained the notion of converting all her exchange points into skill points to enhance the level of her flame fruit. However, she refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to reserve her exchange points for future contingencies. I shall see how long you can maintain this state. The proximity allowed Akainu to discern that Katie's current strength did not reflect her true capabilities. It had been forcefully augmented through some unknown means, and it could not possibly endure for long. Yet, what of it? Even if it lasted but a minute, it would suffice to claim your life. Katie did not contest this, as there was no necessity to do so. Fire Fist. With a roar, azure flames erupted from her fist. Although the technique bore no difference from before, the intensity of the power contained within was incomparably greater, rendering Akainu unable to respond with his usual composure. Magma eruption. The furious magma surged forth, colliding with Katie's flaming fist. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the searing flames and the violently erupting magma clashed violently. How is this possible? In the next moment, Akainu's incredulous voice echoed out, unable to reconcile the scene before him. His once invincible magma eruption could not pierce through Katie's flames. If it had ended there, he might have accepted it, but the reality was far more shocking. The azure flames rapidly spread, wholly enveloping his attack before advancing steadily towards him. Dog bite Red Lotus. His magma-formed arm morphed into a canine head, lunging at the oncoming azure flames. At last, Katie's fire fist was shattered and dissipated. However, Akainu's expression revealed no relief. Rather, it was marked by an unusual gravity. The adversary's single attack had compelled him to strike twice, and during their close-range collision, the azure flames had scorched him, an occurrence he found difficult to accept. Although his magma fruit was not fire, it possessed an exceedingly high temperature. After years of development, its temperature had reached 4,000 degrees Celsius. In previous encounters, he had been immune to the flames of others, yet now he found himself vulnerable. Suddenly, the voice of that person from his youth echoed in his ears once more. The magma fruit, as the foremost explosive ability of the natural system, was defined by its instantaneous output. Everything else was secondary. It was only at this moment that Akainu truly comprehended the meaning behind those words from years past. Undoubtedly, there were too many fruits that surpassed him in temperature, and in this regard, he held no advantage. What he ought to have achieved was unparalleled eruption and output, delivering the world's highest damage in an instant. Regrettably, he had not adhered completely to that guidance. While he had focused much of his energy on eruption, he had failed to reach the ultimate pinnacle, resulting in his current predicament of being suppressed by this accursed flame. Damn it, cursed. It was unclear whether he was cursing Katie, himself, or perhaps both. In any case, Akainu now felt a twinge of regret for disregarding that sage advice. Katie was not particularly clear about her thoughts on Akainu, nor did she have the inclination to ponder them. Her mind was solely focused on swiftly overcoming him. Although she spoke lightly of the challenge, she recognized that Akainu was not an adversary to be easily vanquished. After all, even when subjected to the furious might of Whitebeard, who had pressed him into the ground for an extended period, Akaina had not succumbed to death. Katie certainly did not consider her own attacks to be stronger than those of Whitebeard. Furthermore, she was uncertain how long the enhancement from the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries transformation could be sustained. Once the augmentation faded, she would not only lose all advantages but would also find herself at a distinct disadvantage, as this method of enhancement came with its own set of repercussions. Chapter 51. The Final Strike. Surely, the Naval Command must have taken on water in their heads. How could such a formidable individual be valued at a mere 1 million bounty? At this moment, fragments of information regarding Katie began to surface, and when the populace beheld that paltry 7-digit bounty, they were nearly left aghast. The head of one who dared to challenge the likes of Mihawk and set Akainu ablaze was shockingly appraised at merely 1 million berries. It was undoubtedly the most ludicrous jest they had encountered in a year. Perhaps he had concealed his true prowess too effectively. Otherwise, the Navy would not have committed such a grave oversight. Many still opted to believe that Katie had been hiding his strength, for otherwise, the entire situation seemed too bizarre and absurd. Meanwhile, on an island within the Sabaody archipelago, a figure emerged. Is this the backup you arranged? The Dark King, Rayleigh. Despite his appearance being so ordinary that he could be lost in a crowd, Bogart dared not underestimate him, for his name was Silver's Rayleigh. The strongest first mate of the Pirate King, Roger. Having lived through that era, Bogart understood all too well that this seemingly harmless elder possessed terrifying power when provoked. It was precisely this reality that led to his own assignment here, keeping him from participating in that epic-defining conflict. Surely, you are well aware of our arrangements. Have not your every move been under our scrutiny these years? Why then, do you inquire? Anticipating Rayleigh's response, Bogart did not press further. As Rayleigh had stated, the former crew members of the Pirate King had always been monitored by the Navy or CP organizations. If anything were amiss, they would have known long ago. Their strength was simply too formidable. Even after the dissolution of the world government, they were not permitted to act freely. Fortunately, they had maintained a semblance of order, living quietly for decades. However, due to the target of this execution being the bloodline of the Pirate King, they had become an unstable variable outside the battlefield, necessitating the dispatch of individuals like Bogart to oversee them, just in case. Yet, despite their foresight and the surveillance of all ex-crew members of the Pirate King, the unfolding of events surpassed their expectations. The sudden emergence of Katie disrupted all their pre-battle arrangements, leaving Bogart perplexed. Where on earth had this individual come from? With such power, how could he remain so deeply concealed? It was utterly unfathomable. Divine Fire, Shiranui. Under Katie's command, azure flames rapidly coalesced and compressed, with flaming spears floating in midair. Unlike before, the enhancement of his fruit's level combined with the amplification of the Heavenly Fire's transformation allowed him to wield a greater number of attacks simultaneously. In the next moment, a dozen flaming spears, trailing azure tails, surged toward Akainu, painting the sky in shades of blue and azure. Even the onlookers, aware that they were not the targets, felt an icy shiver of fear run down their spines. Meteor volcano. Massive lava boulders shot skyward, colliding with the flaming spears, the ensuing roars and explosions reverberating, even destabilizing the surrounding space. Feeling the ominous aura of destruction wafting through the sky, both pirates and Navy were relieved that this battle transpired in the heavens rather than on solid ground, for the island beneath them was utterly inadequate to support their conflict. Should the island crumble, they would be inexorably bound to a fate of death. Akainu, your punches are pathetically feeble. Is this truly all you can muster as an admiral? With a tone laced with disdain and expressions of scorn, Katie returned all the suffering she had endured to Akainu while reveling in his helplessness. His face a mask of rage as he yearned to tear her apart. This sensation of delivering a resounding slap in the face was undeniably exhilarating. You fool. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your situation. Compared to the beginning, your strength has diminished. You cannot maintain this state for long, can you? Akainu retorted defiantly. Diminished? You are sorely mistaken. Let me remind you, do not expire on me. Without granting Akainu a chance to counter, Katie unleashed her fury once more, her aura surging to a peak and then surpassing it, as if defying all logic. How is this possible? In that instant, even Akainu could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. unable to comprehend how one could continuously forcefully elevate their power. Was it not true that such a person could challenge the entire world alone? Nothing is impossible in this realm. You simply lack the strength to understand, do you not? Novice? What did you say? The term novice ignited Akainu's fury, for after decades of battle, his reputation was known across the globe, even by the likes of Whitebeard. How could he accept being mocked by a mere child not yet 20? Hellhound. In a flash, Akainu's reason was eclipsed by rage, and he recklessly launched an assault despite his deteriorating condition. Solar flare. A column of fire erupted to intercept Akainu's molten fist. Do you still not understand? You are no longer my match. Undoubtedly, Akainu had expended the most effort in this entire war, having been orchestrated by the likes of Kizaru and Akiji. Whitebeard, in his prime, was a formidable adversary capable of challenging Kaido, and the pressure Akainu faced was beyond anyone's imagination, contending with a force potent enough to obliterate the world. Before engaging in battle with himself, Akainu was already not at his peak, and after enduring such an extended confrontation, his condition had deteriorated further still. Conversely, Katie found herself in a state of dual amplification, not only maintaining her strength but also experiencing an unprecedented surge. The enhancement effects of the eternal fire transformation, combined with the frenzy induced by her skills, elevated her physical prowess to extraordinary heights. In this moment, Katie felt an illusion that she could challenge anyone. Fools! Were it not for your reckless abuse of power, I would not have been forced to endure this. Merely a parasite in this world. Confronted by Akainu's roar, Katie fell into silence before finally speaking. Ultimately, your definition of a parasite holds no weight. The Navy is not always just, nor are pirates invariably wicked. At the very least, the place with the most slaves in the world is what you refer to as the Holy Land of Marineford, rather than the lair of some pirate. With that said, Katie ceased her idle chatter, and her entire being began to gather strength, azure flames swirling around her incessantly. Akainu, let me forewarn you that this will be my final strike. I am eager to see if you can withstand it. Chapter 52. The Defeat of Akainu in an Instant. The atmosphere surged to its zenith, with flames behind him beginning to retract and converge upon his right fist. Observing the flames encircling Katie's fist with unease, Akainu sensed an overwhelming peril, a sensation that even at his peak strength, he might not withstand, let alone in his current diminished state. He found himself at a loss as to how to confront this impending strike. However, one thing Akainu was certain of: he could not retreat. This duel was being broadcast to the entire world, and should he, a Marine admiral, abandon the fight, the Navy's prestige would be significantly undermined. Such an act would demoralize the soldiers on the battlefield and render the outcome of subsequent conflicts increasingly uncertain. Bring it on. I shall endure it all. At this moment, Akainu summoned every last ounce of his power, channeling it into his right hand, as molten lava churned within him, poised to erupt like a volcano. Hero Spear. Hellhound. The two figures darted forward, moving with such speed that onlookers could scarcely perceive them. In the next moment, an explosion of blinding light erupted at the point of their clash, rendering the distant sun a mere flicker in comparison. Retreat. Withdraw from the entire bay battlefield and seek cover. As others gazed skyward, awaiting the outcome of the aerial confrontation, Carp, standing on the execution platform, suddenly issued a command. His expression fraught with alarm. Retreat, quickly. In that instant, though many soldiers were bewildered, they dutifully chose to withdraw, for they observed the high-ranking officers, who had been standing at the forefront, hastily departing at Carp's order, not looking back as they retreated to safety. If the admirals were fleeing, the other soldiers naturally lacked the courage to remain, resulting in thousands of Navy personnel surging back like a receding tide towards their fortified positions. A similar scene unfolded within the Whitebeard pirates. Retreat, retreat. All hands aboard the ships. Leave this place at once. The battle between Katie and Akainu had obliterated the ice that had once sealed the sea, allowing the ships to maneuver freely. In an instant, what had been a battlefield populated by over 100,000 souls transformed into an empty expanse, the evacuation occurring at an astonishing pace. Carp-san, do not worry. I am here. As Akiji approached, Carp spoke in a grave tone. Carp-san, what do you intend to do? Akiji's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Carp. for it had been ages since he had witnessed Karp in action. Even Kizaru, who typically exuded indifference, could not help but glance over, recalling the taste of Karp's fist from years past. Ultimately, I leave this to you. However, Karp did not directly answer Akiji's inquiry. It was not that he intended to conceal his intentions, but rather, he himself was uncertain whether to take action. As a Marine, he felt an obligation to intervene. Yet the opponent was a savior of Ace, making it difficult for Karp to act against someone who had once shown kindness. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Moreover, the two individuals have yet to make their appearance, and should I act recklessly, I cannot ascertain whether it would precipitate a second Great War. Even now, the Warring States period remains absent, placing me at a distinct disadvantage. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, akin to the very act of creation itself. And then the onlookers were confronted with an unforgettable spectacle. The sky, once familiar, was irrevocably transformed. The azure expanse and fluffy clouds had vanished without a trace, divided starkly into two contrasting hues, a tranquil azure blue and a tumultuous crimson. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the azure occupied a greater portion of the sky. However, no one possessed the inclination to appreciate this rare phenomenon. It felt more akin to a hellscape than a beautiful vista. Flames descended from the heavens, incinerating all in their path, and even the boundless ocean below could not shield against the searing heat. The crashing lava striking the sea created a cacophony akin to boiling water. Witnessing this scene, a singular phrase involuntarily emerged in the minds of the spectators: burning heavens and boiling seas. The Ice Age, a profound shock. At this moment, even the onlookers, Akiji and Whitebeard, were compelled to intervene. The Navy's position was utterly incapable of withstanding the shockwaves of the eruption. Pirate ships adrift upon the ocean were thrust far away, nearly capsizing. The four formidable figures launched their assaults in succession, completely altering the landscape of the bay, obliterating everything without leaving a trace. Get out of my way. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens, and the world before the crowd shifted once more. From the crimson lava surged a sudden wave of azure. This unexpected incursion of blue appeared to herald a turning point. The previously evenly matched confrontation was transformed in an instant as the azure flames surged forth, overpowering the crimson lava, forcing it to retreat gradually. As the saying goes, a single step back leads to a retreat in all directions. The breach had long been opened, and the azure flames relentlessly advanced, eroding the crimson lava with increasing speed, having the area engulfed in molten rock in mere moments. Roll back, with Katie's furious shout. The last remnants of lava were obliterated in an instant, and a figure was sent hurtling backward, landing amidst the ruins. The flames rapidly receded, and when all was said and done, only one silhouette remained in the sky, with an overly youthful visage and untamed black hair. There was no doubt that this individual was Katie, the ultimate victor. In that moment, Katie's image was transmitted through various means to every corner of the globe. Even decades later, anyone recalling this scene would be filled with profound emotion, thankful to have witnessed the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse. None could have anticipated this outcome, especially not against the formidable Admiral Akainu, renowned for his unmatched naval prowess. How many pirates had trembled in fear at his mere name? The countless pirates he had defeated numbered not in the hundreds, but in the tens of thousands. His reputation had spread to every corner of the world. Yet this man, once a titan, had been vanquished by a youth not yet 20. In this moment, countless souls fell into silence, unsure of how to respond to such a staggering result. Alas, it was a pity that Akainu was no longer at his zenith. Upon witnessing this, Rayleigh shook his head with a sigh, feeling a sense of regret for Akainu. How is it that you two have learned to speak with such a mocking tone? Deep down, you must be quite pleased, aren't you? Bogart certainly did not naively believe that Rayleigh was lamenting Akainu's predicament. Although Akainu was indeed not at his peak, the age difference between the two was considerable. Akainu had the advantage. Had they been at the same age, Akainu would likely have faced a far more devastating defeat. Haha, once this matter concludes, your navy will undoubtedly find itself in a precarious position. No longer concealing his true emotions, Rayleigh burst into laughter, though his gaze upon Katia revealed an enigmatic glimmer. Chapter 53. Karp takes action. Fixated on the location where Akainu had fallen, despite having triumphed over him, I found myself unable to immediately pursue and eliminate him. For the very same blow had drained my strength. It took a considerable amount of time to recover from the post-battle fatigue. Yet, the repercussions of forcibly enhancing my power soon manifested. My muscles ached profoundly, and even my mind felt clouded and uncomfortable. System, exchange for a fairy bean. The reward for defeating Akainu had been credited, and upon seeing the 8-digit exchange points, I was filled with exhilaration. With these points, I could further augment my abilities, and the extent of my growth remained a tantalizing mystery. Subsequently, I opted to exchange for one as a precaution. Divine Fire, Shiranui. The flaming spear coalesced once more in my hand. There was no need for mercy towards Akainu. Our positions were inherently adversarial. To show leniency to an enemy would be an act of cruelty towards myself, even though I had just decisively defeated him at that moment. Akainu was far from his peak condition, otherwise, the outcome might have been quite different. Moreover, I had utilized the Heavenly Fire's 3 mystical transformations and frenzy, 2 abilities akin to cheating. Without them, victory would have eluded me. The fiery spear took shape swiftly, hurtling towards Akainu's fallen position. Admiral Akainu. The distant Navy personnel cried out in alarm, desperately attempting to rouse him from his slumber. Though Akainu was not particularly beloved, he was nonetheless a revered admiral with a considerable following, and they were loath to witness him fall to a pirate's hand. At a critical juncture, a figure shot forth. Lacking any ostentatious devil fruit abilities or exquisite martial techniques. Instead, propelled solely by sheer physical strength, he broke the sound barrier with a thunderous boom, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, and then shattered my flaming spear with a single punch. Through the fiery obstruction, I discerned the newcomer's appearance. Silver-gray hair framed a weathered visage. Despite the encroaching years, the imposing aura he radiated was unmatched, surpassing that of all present. Yet, I could not allow him to take lives before my very eyes. His deep voice, devoid of any warmth, carried an undeniable authority that demanded compliance. In that moment, I felt an unprecedented pressure. Merely meeting his gaze sent instinctual alarms blaring within me. Grasping the fairy bean from my system space, I held it tightly in my hand, ready to consume it at the slightest hint of danger. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was the esteemed marine hero, Vice Admiral Karp. Although his rank was merely Vice Admiral, he enjoyed privileges that even the Fleet Admiral did not possess: self-determined working hours, discretionary leave, and a dedicated flagship accompanied by hundreds of personnel. Even the admirals did not command such a retinue, and despite his son being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, none dared to challenge him. This extraordinary treatment stemmed solely from his unparalleled combat prowess and indelible achievements. He had vanquished the legendary Rocks pirates, who had once posed a challenge to the highest throne in the world, and during the Roger era, he had tirelessly pursued Roger himself, even contributing to the eventual capture of the Pirate King. His accolades were countless, too numerous to recount. Was it worth it? You have rendered so much service to the Navy, yet have they ever considered your feelings? They have shown no intention of sparing Ace, solely due to his lineage as the blood of the Pirate King. But who has pondered whether Ace himself truly wished to inherit Roger's legacy? When did he ever have the opportunity to choose? Furthermore, why is he named Portgas D. Ace instead of Joel D. Ace? Surely, you must understand better than anyone else. Even now, the very person you protect once harbored intentions to eliminate Luffy. Is such a person worthy of your salvation? Confronted by Katie's relentless inquiries, Garp fell silent. His previously clear eyes clouded with turmoil. He gazed into the distance, watching Ace's figure beside Whitebeard. To claim that Garp felt no disappointment towards the Navy would be a falsehood. However, the weight of his responsibilities prevented him from acting upon personal emotions. For a long time, Garp has felt a profound sense of guilt towards Ace. In this world, absolute perfection is an impossibility. I do not regret joining the Navy. In my eyes, it is the most righteous organization. Clearly, Garp would not abandon decades of conviction due to Katie's words. The most righteous? I beg to differ. The Navy is subordinate to the world government, which was established by the Celestial Dragons. This implies that your so-called justice primarily serves the interests of the Celestial Dragons. The entire world is aware of the atrocities committed by the Celestial Dragons. How can you, who clean up after them, claimed to embody justice? Katie harbored an intense disdain for the celestial dragons, considering their existence lesser than that of a pig. You think I am afraid to act? Garp's anger flared as Katie's words belittled his steadfastness, his gaze towards her growing perilous. No, it is not that you are afraid to act. Rather, you are unable to. In the face of Garp's threat, Katie wore a perplexing smile, and in the next moment, a similarly potent aura suddenly emerged and then dissipated. Though brief, its presence rendered many, especially the Navy, speechless, as they recognized it emanated from the Moby Dick, indicating the existence of a formidable adversary within the enemy's ranks. In contrast, their own high-end combat power was severely lacking. Only 2 of the 3 admirals remained capable of fighting, leaving Garp as the sole pillar of strength, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. At the moment that aura appeared, Garp's gaze shifted from Katie to the distant Moby Dick, though the figure was obscured. Garp knew precisely who it was, undoubtedly the solitary and proud Redfield. Damn it, this is all you're doing. The thought ignited Garp's fury further. All because of Katie standing before him. Haha, thank you for the compliment. In return, I shall leave Akainu's life to you, Katie replied as she began to withdraw. Since Garp had resolved to save Akainu, she knew she could not slay him. Though it was regrettable, it was an unavoidable circumstance. However, Katie remained confident that when next they met, she would emerge victorious. Watching Katie depart until his figure completely vanished, Garp refrained from intervening. He was acutely aware that the current naval forces were insufficient. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged that the situation had escalated beyond his control. Turning back to excavate Akainu from the ruins, Garp furrowed his brow upon seeing the extensive burn injuries covering his body. Inflicting such burns on Akainu was no simple feat, and Garp felt a twinge of regret for allowing Katie to escape so easily. Chapter 54. The appearance of Teach Katie. May I now inquire about your intentions? It was only at this moment that Katie stood in close proximity to Edward Newgate, the man hailed as the strongest in the world. Despite his current state of severe injury, he exuded an overwhelming presence, one that was not merely a manifestation of conqueror's haki, but an embodiment of regal might. My purpose is uncomplicated. I merely wish for neither you nor Ace to meet with demise. At this juncture, Katie displayed no inclination to conceal her motives. Whether driven by the ultimate mission or her unwavering passion as a fan of the sea, this had indeed been Katie's long-standing aspiration. Oh, do you truly believe I am destined to perish here? Although Katie's words bore an edge of provocation, Whitebeard paid it no heed. Is not the wound upon your chest the finest testament to that? Then I extend my gratitude. This time, Whitebeard did not refute her assertion. There is no need for that. Saving you would also benefit me. At the very least, it ensures that one of the 4 emperors will not stand as my adversary when I set foot in the New World. His calm tone belied the tumultuous nature of his words. Even amidst a gathering of formidable warriors, the audacity of Katie's declaration astonished all. He was contemplating engaging one of the 4 emperors. You truly possess remarkable audacity, Whitebeard articulated the collective sentiment. This youth, not yet 20, exhibited a boldness that was nothing short of astonishing, even while the current matters remained unresolved. His gaze was already directed towards the 4 sovereigns of the sea in the New World. Nevertheless, no further objections were raised. His past achievements spoke volumes. While he may not yet be fully prepared, the future was an entirely different narrative. Father, it is time to retreat. Ace has been rescued, and there is no need to continue this battle. Marco interjected, noting that their goals had been accomplished. At this point, the Navy had yet to recover from the repercussions of Katie's encounter with Akainu. A retreat was now quite feasible, devoid of worries regarding naval pursuit. More importantly, Marco found the entire situation exceedingly peculiar. He too sensed the surge of Ryder's aura, realizing that a formidable presence had joined their ranks aboard the ship without his prior knowledge. Fortunately, this individual was not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even so, Marco remained vigilant regarding this unseen powerhouse. Though not an adversary, they could hardly be deemed a friend. Otherwise, why had they not revealed themselves sooner? It is indeed time to depart. Relay the command for a full retreat. Yet as the word retreat lingered on his lips, he found himself unable to voice it, for Whitebeard had glimpsed a familiar, yet foreign visage. Ha ha ha. Father, how can you be in such a haste to leave? I have only just arrived. Surely, after such a long separation, we ought to engage in a proper conversation, my dear father. Teach. How dare you show your face before me? Have you grown weary of life? The instant Teach made his entrance, Whitebeard's demeanor transformed dramatically. An aura of ferocity radiated from him, his veins prominent. This was no longer mere anger. It was wrath manifest. Not only he alone, but the entire Whitebeard pirates, numbering in the tens of thousands, are all in this state. If looks could kill, Blackbeard would have perished millions of times in that brief moment. Aha, old man. Do you think I am still the same Teach from years past? Are you still the same as you once were? You are mistaken from this day forth. I am Marshal D. Teach Blackbeard. Teach's voice reverberated across the battlefield and indeed the entire world through the telephone buck. People stood frozen, unable to react. What they thought was an impending conclusion transformed with the arrival of this self-proclaimed Blackbeard, without a doubt challenging Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates in front of the entire world. Simultaneously, his followers made their grand appearance alongside him. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many fugitives? What transpired in Impelled Down? Where is that Magellan fellow? The likes of Katarina Devon, San Juan Wolf, Bartolomeo Pizarro, and Baxjot were bewildered by the emergence of these notorious criminals who were supposed to be forever imprisoned in Impelled Down. It is understandable that people were unaware of the situation. To prevent unnecessary panic, Sengoku had long since ordered the news regarding Impelled Down to be sealed, leaving the outside world oblivious to the monumental upheaval occurring within. Teach. You remain as arrogant as ever, truly believing that a mere devil fruit can render you invincible in this world? Haha. You are unaware of the true power contained within this fruit. In response to Whitebeard's skepticism, Teach emitted a maniacal laugh, with tendrils of black energy swirling ominously around his hands. At this juncture, Teach's gaze shifted suddenly, landing on Katie beside Whitebeard, his previously carefree smile now somewhat subdued. Katie, is it? What do you say about joining us? You must understand that we are of the same ilk, Teach insinuated. After casting a glance at Shiryu of the Rain, Katie's voice emerged slowly. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to associate with treacherous and disloyal traitors. It's simply beneath me. Without a hint of hesitation, Katie categorically rejected him. Indeed, Mr. Katie speaks truthfully. Teach, you ungrateful traitor. How could you betray the old man who treated you so well? Ungrateful traitor. Ungrateful traitor. In that moment, Katie garnered the unanimous approval of all members of the Whitebeard pirates, articulating the thoughts they had long repressed. The scathing rebuke was immensely satisfying. Observing the sudden darkness in Blackbeard's eyes, Katie realized she had undoubtedly caught his ire, yet she harbored no regrets for her actions. If one were to encapsulate Blackbeard in a single term, it would be that of a cunning villain. He is not a trustworthy ally. Once betrayal occurs, a second is sure to follow. To be in his company, even in slumber, one must keep one eye open, lest one be taken unaware. Furthermore, she saw no necessity to ally with him. What could she possibly gain with the existence of the system, let alone serving him as a subordinate? Such thoughts are sheer folly. Not at all. It should be beyond contemplation. Gaze fixed on Katie's silhouette, Teach's right hand tightened and then relaxed, only to tighten once more. When he first heard from Shiryu that this individual possessed the ability to replicate others' powers, unrestricted even by the boundaries of devil fruits, his initial reaction was one of disbelief. How could someone achieve what even he, with his dark fruit, could not? However, upon learning of the events transpiring in Marineford, he no longer questioned Shiryu's assertion. At that moment, he resolved that this person must either be utilized for his own purposes or entirely eradicated. Now, it appears that the prospect of utilization is no longer viable. The only course left is to devise a method for annihilation. Chapter 55. Your father is still your father with narrowed eyes. Teach's murderous intent was palpable, yet Katie remained unperturbed. The principal reason for Ace's defeat lay in the lack of intelligence, while the deficiency in strength was of secondary importance. The overwhelming dominance of the dark fruit over other devil fruit users was starkly evident. Encountering it unawares would spell disaster for anyone. However, as a time traveler, she would not fall prey to such a misfortune. Furthermore, the conditions for activating the dark fruit were fraught with limitations to temporarily nullify an opponent's abilities. Direct contact was imperative. Though the dark fruit belongs to the Logia category, it does not confer immunity to physical harm but rather absorbs damage, consequently amplifying the pain experienced. With her current swordsmanship, she could easily employ the Void Slash in its initial release state against him, bolstered by the power of Haki, allowing her to engage in battle without fear. Teach, you seek your own demise. With a thunderous roar, Whitebeard charged at Teach, unable to disregard the challenge posed by him. In truth, even without Teach's provocation, he would have acted. As a father, it was his duty to enforce familial discipline when a son strayed from the path. Haha. Come on, old man. Let me show you just how strong your son has become. Teach's gaze towards Whitebeard was filled with fervor. To outsiders, this might appear as a longing for battle, yet Katie perceived it differently. While there might indeed be some eagerness for confrontation, it was overshadowed by an insatiable desire for Whitebeard's devil fruit powers, bordering on greed. As Katie surmised, having followed Whitebeard for over a decade, Teach was acutely aware of the formidable abilities possessed by the Quake fruit, fueling his envy. Even in the absence of absolute certainty, he could not restrain himself from acting. Old man, take him down. Eliminate this traitor. The Whitebeard pirates rallied in support as they witnessed their captain engaging in battle. However, two members displayed expressions of concern. One was Marco, and the other was Ace, who had fought Teach firsthand. Marco's apprehension did not stem from doubts about Whitebeard's capabilities, but rather from worries regarding his father's injuries. Although the wound was not life-threatening, it was nonetheless a burden. In contrast, Ace's concern was genuine. Having battled Teach, he understood the perilous nature of the dark fruit all too well. Marco, I advise you to follow closely, even if you do not engage. You can provide support just in case. Upon hearing Katie's words, Marco paused momentarily before comprehending her intent. All captains except Ace, follow me. After Marco spoke, the remaining 11 division commanders rushed towards the battlefield. They too were fueled by a burning desire. Even if they could not personally vanquish the traitor, they were determined to protect their father and confront the scoundrels accompanying Teach. Thus, the situation shifted abruptly. What had begun as a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy transformed into a confrontation between two pirate crews. The Navy headquarters became a mere backdrop, seemingly uninterested in the conflict, as the defeat of either party would serve their interests. Had Blackbeard not intruded upon Impel Down, they might have united to confront Whitebeard. However, the Navy now only hopes for a mutually destructive outcome between the two factions. A tremendous shockwave ensued. Empowered by his devil fruit abilities, Whitebeard unleashed a devastating punch towards Teach, causing the very fabric of space around them to tremble violently. Dark water. To everyone's astonishment, Teach showed no inclination to evade Whitebeard's assault. Instead, he retaliated with his own punch, enveloped in sinister black currents. The outcome left the onlookers in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. The anticipated thunderous explosion failed to materialize. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Whitebeard's formidable power vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What on earth was happening? They could not fathom how Whitebeard's abilities had simply dissipated. Nonetheless, Whitebeard's onslaught did not relent. He struck again at Teach, who remained steadfast, his hand clenched into a fist. Once more, the clash of black and white ensued. This time, countless eyes widened in anticipation, eager to discern the method Teach employed to achieve this feat, or to grasp the mechanics of his devil fruit abilities. Yet, the final result was a letdown. They could not decipher why Whitebeard's power had vanished. As Teach's fist made contact, Whitebeard's abilities evaporated instantaneously, leaving them to attribute it solely to Teach's enigmatic powers. In that moment, the gaze of every devil fruit user present shifted towards Teach. Undoubtedly, they sensed a palpable threat emanating from him. His abilities posed a significant counter to all others. While they believed such powers must have limitations, they remained unaware of what those might be. Thus, they observed the battle with intensified focus, eager to witness how the world's strongest man would respond. Old man, don't you feel ashamed? You've truly aged. It's time to step aside. Teach, buoyed by his successive defenses against Whitebeard's attacks, had grown overconfident. neglecting the fact that Whitebeard was renowned as the world's strongest man not solely for his formidable abilities, but also for his masterful swordsmanship. After several failed attempts to breach Teach's defenses, Whitebeard's attacking strategy suddenly shifted. The polearm in his grasp was cast high into the air, followed by a powerful punch aimed at Teach. It's futile, can't you see? No matter how many times you try, it's all in vain. At this moment, Teach was still lost in the exhilaration of matching strength with Whitebeard, entirely oblivious to the change in his opponent's tactics. As another attack was thwarted, the airborne polearm descended upon him. Grasping the hilt of the falling blade, Whitebeard swiftly transformed his stance, the movements becoming increasingly elusive. In an instant, Teach finally grasped the situation, yet it was too late. The blade shimmered with lethal intent as Whitebeard showed no mercy. The guandao descended from above, striking Teach squarely in the chest, and a fountain of blood erupted forth. It hurts. The strike delivered by Whitebeard was infused with the power of Haki. The extent of its damage was beyond imagination. However, Whitebeard's onslaught did not cease. This single slash not only succeeded in wounding Teach, but also disrupted his offensive, revealing vulnerabilities. With two resounding thuds, the massive blade swept down, pinning one of Teach's hands to the ground, while he forcefully stepped down upon the other. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The seemingly feeble Whitebeard once again demonstrated his sovereign might to all. Truly, he is an extraordinary being of legend. His strength is undeniable, and his combat instincts are remarkably acute. Doflamingo articulated the thoughts of everyone present as they pondered how to escape Teach's abilities. While Whitebeard not only found a solution but swiftly subdued him, the disparity in power was unmistakable. Chapter 56. The Severed Arm of Whitebeard. Teach, do you have anything to say? At this moment, Whitebeard's voice was hoarse and deep. In an instant, Teach was drenched in cold sweat. After all, he had been by Whitebeard's side for over 20 years and was all too familiar with his temper. At this moment, he was undoubtedly filled with extreme rage. Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Forgive my moment of folly. Under the threat of death, Teach completely abandoned his dignity, pleading for Whitebeard's forgiveness, showing none of the arrogance he had moments before. However, Whitebeard remained unmoved, his large hand gripping Teach's head as his devil fruit powers began to accumulate. Witnessing this scene, Teach trembled all over, a manifestation of his utmost fear. At such a close distance, should an attack erupt, he would have no chance of survival. His head would be obliterated. Father, I am your son. Just before the impending assault, Teach's desperate plea froze Whitebeard in place, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Father, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake. Please, consider our 20 years together and forgive me this one time, all right? You forgave Squard's offense, didn't you? Father. Teach noticed the hesitation in Whitebeard's gaze and called him father repeatedly, a sincere tone evident in his voice. Were it not for the crowd witnessing the entire process, they might have been deceived by Teach's fade, calling him a good son. Father, you cannot let him go. Nearby, Marco, realizing the shift in the atmosphere, urgently reminded them. Although Teach had indeed been Whitebeard's son for over 20 years, his initial intentions were never pure, and he had even killed the captain of the 4th Division, who was also a son of Whitebeard. His actions were utterly unforgivable. Marco's voice jolted Whitebeard from his hesitation, his gaze sharpening with piercing clarity. The halted attack surged forth once more, the murderous intent unmistakable. Bastard, attack. Kill this old man. Knowing that pleading for mercy was futile, Teach decided to risk everything and commanded his subordinates to attack Whitebeard. Go. Stop them. Marco would not stand idly by. A host of captains surged forward, blocking all of Teach's men. Sword punishment shatter. However, just as Katie thought that Blackbeard was about to meet his end, the situation shifted once again. A brilliant flash of sword light descended in an instant, its speed surpassing all perception. The sword energy, which had previously seemed infinitely distant, was now right before Whitebeard. At that moment, no one could react. They were blinded by the dazzling brilliance, and then the world before them was tinged with a vivid crimson, a blinding scarlet. Father! A heart-wrenching cry pierced the air as Ace beheld the severed arm soaring into the sky. His heart bled, for that was the right hand of his father. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Whitebeard, only to be restrained by a hand pressing down on his shoulder. "Katie, let me go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." With bloodshot eyes, Ace stood on the brink of a violent eruption, receiving no mercy even from Katie. It is imperative to comprehend that Whitebeard's actions were motivated by a noble purpose. Should you venture forth only to fall once more under enemy control, the sacrifices made by your father would be rendered futile. "My dear nephew, we are here to assist you." Before Ace could fully register these words, another voice resonated, leaving him astounded by the revelation of an unexpected uncle. Turning to glance back, he beheld two figures, one of whom was a remarkably robust man, smiling in his direction. As Ace scrutinized the stranger, Barrett was equally assessing Ace, his gaze momentarily lost in reverie. He bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew, causing him to be momentarily entranced. "Hey, Barrett, there is plenty of time for admiration later. Let us focus on the matter at hand," interjected the other individual, disrupting their silent exchange before charging ahead. "Wait for me," Barrett called out, hastily following suit. After giving Ace a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Katie leaped away, leaving Ace in a state of bewilderment. Sengoku possesses remarkable prowess, having summoned this individual, impressive indeed. Although the identity of the newcomer remained concealed, Rayleigh was hardly oblivious to who it was. Such a formidable sword strike could only be wielded by himself or that bald-headed puppet master orchestrating everything from the shadows. This time, Bogart chose not to voice his thoughts. The arrival of this figure exceeded his expectations, and the manner of their entrance caused him to furrow his brow. He could not fathom why someone of such stature would resort to ambush. Bogart suddenly felt grateful for his earlier decision to align with Vice Admiral Garp, for it afforded him the luxury of time and choice in pursuing his desires. "You old bald mutt, you still relish in ambushes as you did in the past. Why didn't you bring along those 4 ancient relics?" The voice arrived before the person, as Barrett unleashed a torrent of invective without restraint. "If you've emerged, you must appreciate the value of freedom, otherwise, you could be apprehended and imprisoned at any moment." His tone was laden with authority. Yet, Barrett was no stranger to confrontation, retorting defiantly, "Give it a try, you featherless bald donkey." Only at this moment did the figures of the newcomers become discernible, revealing not one but 3. Who were those 2? As the crowd recognized the arrivals, the question echoed in nearly every mind. They realized they were familiar only with Sengoku, and to their astonishment, the fleet admiral was positioned at the rear. Among the throng, very few recognized the identities of the other 2, nearly fainting from shock. The more robust individual, stronger than Sengoku, was named Steelbone Kong, the former fleet admiral and current supreme commander of the world government's military forces. As for the other, wielding a sword, let me inform you, he is one of those who holds the highest authority in the world, controlling the fates of countless lives. Yet their astonishment was far from over, for the man continued his introduction. "Did you notice the 2 individuals standing beside Katie? The older one is named Barrelick Lanefield, who once engaged in a fierce battle during the reign of Steelbone Kong, emerging victorious. The other is Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates and the 3rd strongest among Roger's crew. The Navy even issued a demon-slaying order solely to capture him." After hearing these introductions, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. They could never have anticipated that a confrontation between Whitebeard and the Navy would escalate to such an extent. With so many formidable figures appearing simultaneously, little did they know, another prominent figure was about to make an entrance. Chapter 57. The mightiest face fruit. Thanks to the unexpected ambush from an outsider, Teach, who had been under the oppressive shadow of Whitebeard, found himself liberated from the threat of death. He retreated to a distance, quietly observing, still ensnared by the lingering influence of Whitebeard. As he gazed upon the bald swordsman standing alongside Sengoku, Katie wore a grave expression. It was impossible not to feel the weight of the moment. Regardless of the swordsman's prowess, his status alone was enough to instill fear. A member of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, whose commands had irrevocably altered the fates of countless individuals and nations, loomed above even the fleet admiral. Katie could not have anticipated that her mere existence, akin to the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, would lead to such a monumental shift in the course of the Marineford War, culminating in the appearance of the 5 elders themselves. Simultaneously, Marine officers of considerable strength, led by Akiji and Kizaru, rushed to the scene. All captains from Whitebeard's fleet, as well as those with bounties exceeding 100 million, gathered as well. The distance between the two factions was a mere 100 meters, insignificant to them. The air felt leaden, stifling their breath. The once dominant vice-admirals now seemed inconsequential amidst the overwhelming presence of peak-level powerhouses. All units, heed the command. Deploy for battle. At that moment, countless gazes converged upon Sengoku. Although he might not be the strongest present, the issuance of his command signified the imminent eruption of the largest conflict in over 50 years. If the clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine headquarters had shaped the course of history, the impending battle stood poised to determine its future trajectory. Should the pirates emerge victorious, the Marines would be left in disarray, and the world government's control over the seas would plummet to an unprecedented low, allowing the pirates to seize dominion over the oceans. Conversely, a Marine victory would drastically alter the landscape. Their prestige would soar to unparalleled heights, ushering in unimaginable development, making the management of the seas and the capture of pirates far more straightforward. Just as the war was on the verge of igniting, a sudden wave of sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the space between the two factions and heralding the arrival of numerous formidable presences. In an instant, what was about to erupt into war came to an abrupt halt. Could you possibly grant me a favor? Let this conflict cease here. Red-haired Shanks. The onlookers were once again struck with astonishment, unable to fathom that the situation had escalated to such a degree. What was the intention behind this? Were they on the brink of a world war? With two of the four emperors present, how much further could this go? Their hearts could scarcely endure such turmoil. Shanks, what brings you here? Sengoku did not welcome the sudden appearance of the red-haired pirate. It was well known that Whitebeard had been grievously injured by a kainu. His right arm severed, leaving him with barely half of his usual strength. While a kainu had also been rendered ineffective, Sengoku had secured the assistance of two powerful allies. And with Garp, Akiji, and Kizaru at his side, he still maintained an advantage in high-level combat prowess. Thus, he ordered the commencement of hostilities. Yet all advantages dissipated with the arrival of the red-haired one. I have come to bring an end to this conflict. Both sides have sacrificed far too much, and countless lives have been lost. Shouldn't we cease this carnage? At that moment, when Shanks uttered these words, the people finally comprehended what they had truly lost in this war. Comrades, allies, cherished friends, and much more. The azure sea was permeated with an indelible scent of blood. The instant Shanks finished speaking, Sengoku realized the gravity of the situation, feeling a sense of foreboding. Sengoku distinctly sensed the morale of the tens of thousands of Marines behind him plummet dramatically. It could be said that if he were to forcefully initiate battle, the original likelihood of success, which stood at 8 parts, had now dwindled to 7 or even 6. As the adage goes, in narrow paths, the courageous prevail. Morale, though intangible, could indeed sway the outcome of a battle, sometimes serving as a decisive element. Damn it! Sengoku cursed once more in frustration. If that is the case, then let us retreat. Just as Sengoku grappled with uncertainty, someone stepped forward to issue the command, then sheathed his weapon and departed, leaving behind only a silhouette. Devoid of any intention to linger, entirely disregarding Sengoku's sentiments, simply because he was a member of the 5 elders. The sole gesture before his departure was a fleeting glance at Shanks, his eyes shimmering with an unusual hue. Sengoku, retreat. The situation had evidently spiraled beyond their control. Steelbone Kazan approached to console Sengoku. He understood Sengoku's unwillingness, yet the matter had escalated beyond the influence of any individual. Withdraw. Retreat. Sengoku himself was astonished at how those words escaped his lips. He only knew that uttering those 2 syllables exhausted every ounce of his strength. As the architect and commander of this war, he yearned for victory more than anyone else. This was not merely for his own glory, but also to lay the groundwork for the Navy's advance into the New World, and, indeed, to conclude his career with a sense of fulfillment. Yet now, all had vanished in vain. The bloodline of the Pirate King had not been severed, and Whitebeard still lived. It could be said that no substantial achievements had been realized. Moreover, the emergence of Katakuri had subjected the Navy to profound humiliation. I have failed. I have failed. In that moment, Sengoku grasped the weight of his failure. Not only had he failed to leave a satisfactory conclusion, but he had also created a significant blemish on his record. Reflecting on this, Sengoku's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Katakuri. Desperate to understand the extraordinary power possessed by this suddenly emerged youth, which allowed him to accomplish what seemed impossible with such finesse. However, in that fleeting glance, he beheld an astonishing sight. Katakuri stuffed something into Whitebeard's mouth. Then, a miracle unfolded. Despite suffering from multiple fatal wounds, Whitebeard's breath stabilized in an instant. Not only that, but the horrific injury inflicted by Akainu began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, fresh tissue swiftly filling the previously missing portions. The wound where his right arm had been severed instantly stopped bleeding, then scabbed over and fell away. In the next moment, Whitebeard's entire being returned to its zenith. Had it not been for his severed right arm, he would have appeared indistinguishable from his former self. What on earth is happening? Not only was Sengoku bewildered, but even Whitebeard himself found himself in a state of confusion as he hastily examined his body, aware that certain drugs could exact a toll on one's life. After a meticulous inspection, Whitebeard felt a profound sense of comfort coursing through him, devoid of any signs of exhaustion. In fact, the chronic ailments that had once plagued him had significantly eased. Aside from the slight discomfort of being unaccustomed to his missing right arm, everything else felt remarkably splendid. Chapter 58. The Retreat Father. How do you feel? Like Whitebeard, Marco was equally concerned about the potential adverse effects of whatever Katie had given him. Although he had no valid reason for his worry, the situation before them was too absurd. Typically, such severe injuries would require months of recuperation. Yet the reality was a swift recovery that was hard to comprehend. Naturally, anxiety began to creep in. Do not worry, I feel splendid. In fact, I haven't felt this good in a long while. He then cast a reassuring glance at Marco, signaling him to ease his concerns. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who witnessed the transformation in Whitebeard, felt a sudden relief that the war had not erupted. The instantaneous recovery of Whitebeard alone would have been enough to astonish him. Moreover, there remained uncertainty regarding what exactly Katie had administered to Whitebeard. How much of such a substance was still available? If it were merely a single dose, it would be manageable, but if there were 3 or more, the mere consumption of such an item could deplete their forces entirely. Realizing this, Sengoku's gaze towards Katie grew increasingly profound, and an idea began to take shape in his mind regarding the Navy's next phase of development, exhausting all efforts to capture Katie. Mr. Katie, I cannot thank you enough. If you do not mind, would you consider staying aboard the Moby Dick for a couple of days? After confirming that his father was in good health, Marco extended an invitation to Katie, his eyes brimming with gratitude. His primary concern had always been his father's well-being, and now that it was resolved, he felt immense appreciation towards Katie. Of course, it was not only Katie who was invited. Barrett and Tide, standing nearby, also received invitations, which they graciously accepted. Then it is better to comply than to refuse. For Katie, aside from following Whitebeard, he truly had nowhere else to go. He was unfamiliar with the world, and wandering aimlessly could lead him into a trap at Marineford. The other two, likely in similar circumstances, had been confined and impelled down for decades and desperately needed a place to reacquaint themselves with the world. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard could undoubtedly provide everything they required, leaving no reason to decline the offer. At that moment, the red-haired pirates approached. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shanks. Katie was momentarily taken aback at being the first one to be addressed, but he quickly regained his composure and grasped Shanks' outstretched hand. Hello, I am Katie. The instant their hands met, Katie felt an overwhelming and unimaginable aura press upon him, akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. While Shanks remained completely still throughout the encounter. Humph! A soft exhalation escaped Katie's lips as he unleashed a potent aura of his own, resolutely pushing against the pressure emanating from Shanks without yielding. Haha, splendid. Indeed, you are a remarkable young talent. With young individuals like you, my generation can finally retire. With a hearty laugh, Shanks' imposing presence dissipated instantly, rendering the earlier tension a mere illusion. Are you trying to overwhelm me? Katie was taken aback by Shanks' unexpectedly high appraisal of her. Although she shared the same sentiment, she felt it prudent to remain humble. In that case, let us depart, she remarked, addressing Whitebeard. Indeed, the time had come to leave. Thus, under the watchful gaze of thousands of Navy personnel and the world at large, the entire Whitebeard pirates crew withdrew from Navy headquarters with an air of triumph. Throughout this entire process, no one attempted to intervene. As they watched the ships fade into the distance on the screen, the Navy headquarters regained its tranquility, yet the onlookers were left in a state of discontent. The outcome had taken most by surprise. Prior to the battle, the overwhelming majority believed that victory would belong to the Navy. Despite Whitebeard's title as the strongest man in the world, he was no longer in his prime, and aside from Marco, the other commanders were no match for the Navy's 3 admirals, highlighting a substantial disparity in high-tier combat strength. Yet, under these circumstances, the triumph of the Whitebeard pirates was nothing short of astonishing. What repercussions might the Navy exact upon Katie for this event? As they gazed at the bounty poster in their hands, they collectively pondered this question, recognizing that a significant portion of the Navy's defeat could be attributed to her. If one were to assume the role of Sengoku, it would be unthinkable to allow such an individual to escape unscathed. Her personal prowess and the impact she had on the Navy would compel one to eradicate the source entirely. As for Katie, she remained oblivious to others' thoughts, as she found herself in a state of bewilderment. The moment the Moby Dick ventured beyond the confines of the Navy headquarters at Marineford, the system delivered 2 messages, one good, the other bad. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, assisting Whitebeard in achieving victory in the Marineford War. The quest evaluation read, successfully rescued Fire Fist Ace. Successfully saved Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, albeit losing an arm in the process, and defeated the Navy's top combatant, Admiral Akainu. The quest completion level was rated S-. The rewards were substantial: 50 million exchange points, 150 skill points, and an A-grade dimensional quest summoning card. Just as Katie was about to inquire about the nature of the final reward, another system notification chimed in. Upon detecting a substantial increase in host power, the system content requires an update to provide better service. The estimated update time is 24 hours. Please be patient. System? System? No matter how fervently Katie called out, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Were it not for her first-hand experience, she might have doubted the reality of it all, suspecting it to be merely a dream. Finally, she could rest. Realizing that the system could not be awakened, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her, despite feeling as though she possessed immense strength. She could not resist the heaviness of her eyelids. Within a second, Katie succumbed to a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted. Although she had managed to rest intermittently over the span of 30 hours, her mind had remained taut and alert, leaving little room for relaxation. The physical exhaustion can be alleviated with the mystical beans, yet the weariness of the spirit remains an insurmountable challenge, compelling one to endure until the breaking point is reached. At last, the ordeal has concluded in a rather satisfactory manner. It feels as though one is dancing upon a tightrope, where even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Mr. Katie, may I inquire about your flame fruit? Ace began. But he soon noticed Katie sprawled in a corner, deep in slumber. The remainder of his words became lodged in his throat, and he could only caution those nearby not to disturb Katie before turning to leave. Although a keen desire to learn all there is about the flame fruit lingered within him, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Despite being younger than himself, Ace held a profound respect for Katie, recognizing that his father must have endured even greater wounds to allow him such ease of departure. Chapter 59. The Invitation from Whitebeard. Ah, what a refreshing slumber that was. When Katie opened her eyes once more, she felt invigorated, her spirits soaring. Katie, you're awake. Before Katie could fully comprehend how long she had been asleep, a nearby individual approached to greet her. How long have I been sleeping? You must have been utterly exhausted, sleeping for over 10 hours, from yesterday afternoon until today noon. I must quickly inform father that the banquet can commence. With that, the unidentified member of the Whitebeard crew hurried away, leaving Katie momentarily alone. However, she was not truly isolated. Other members of the crew had gathered around her. Katie, you're unaware, but father postponed the banquet specifically for you, stating it would begin whenever you awoke. But none of us complained. It was only right. If it weren't for you, Katie, we might have been stranded at the Navy headquarters forever. Thank you, Katie. Cheers erupted, echoing throughout the entire Moby Dick. Ha ha ha. Now that young Katie has awakened, let the banquet begin. A powerful voice resonated, igniting the Whitebeard pirates and their numerous affiliated ships, transforming the surrounding waters into a lively spectacle. The feast was prepared with astonishing speed. Beer and food were promptly laid out, leaving Katie in awe. It seemed as though revelry was a universal pleasure among pirates, with no one willing to decline such merriment. At last, Katie navigated through the throng to find Whitebeard, who presided over a grand table surrounded by several individuals, all of whom were either captains or had bounties exceeding 100 million. Among them was Luffy, who, after a long separation, appeared somewhat displeased. Barrett and Teach were seated closely beside Whitebeard. Katie, take a seat here. Before Katie could locate her place, Ace waved her over, indicating an empty spot next to him, separated from Whitebeard only by Barrett. Though Katie was not entirely familiar with the dynamics, she sensed Whitebeard's high regard for her and proceeded to sit down without hesitation. My young friend Katie, I raise a toast to you. This endeavor has been greatly aided by your efforts. I shall say no more, for all is encapsulated in this drink. With that, Whitebeard lifted his specially crafted 3-meter jug and downed its contents in one go. To Katie. Before Katie could utter a word, everyone around her raised their glasses, their eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Feeling the fervent gazes directed at her, the polite words that had been on the tip of her tongue eluded her, and instead, she lifted her bowl of drink in a gesture of acknowledgement before tilting her head back to drink it all. Excellent. This simple act garnered unanimous approval. For among the boisterous pirates, a bowl of drink spoke louder than lengthy expressions of thanks. Katie's toast seemed to herald the official commencement of the banquet, with cheers, toasts, and boasts resounding in a delightful cacophony. Katie, what are your plans after this? Suddenly, Whitebeard shifted the topic towards Katie, prompting considerable interest among the attendees, who turned their gaze towards her. I don't have any specific plans. I simply intend to explore a bit. Katie did not intentionally withhold her uncertainty. She genuinely had no idea what to do next. The abrupt transition into this world had left her somewhat disoriented, and she had yet to formulate a coherent plan. However, Whitebeard's eyes sparkled upon hearing her response. In that case, why not consider joining us? The atmosphere abruptly hushed. Although the distant festivities may have continued, everyone at their table fixed their attention on Katie, evidently hoping for her to join their ranks. I'm sorry, but although I don't have any concrete plans, I still wish to venture out and see the world. At present, I have no intention of joining anyone. Despite the unexpectedness of Whitebeard's invitation, Katie declined, not out of disdain for the Whitebeard pirates, whom she genuinely admired, evidenced by her efforts to rescue others. Her refusal stemmed from her uncertainty regarding how to integrate herself into this world. She preferred not to join or establish a pirate crew until she had made a more informed decision. That's perfectly fine. You are more than welcome to roam the seas under my name. The Whitebeard pirates will not bind you. Clearly, Whitebeard was not one to relinquish his pursuit easily. This experience had instilled in him a sense of urgency, forcing him to confront the reality of his aging. Even a rookie like Akainu was able to thwart him. And now, having lost his right arm, his strength had undeniably waned. Among his sons, only Marco was capable of standing on his own, while the others, including Ace, still required considerable growth. With a new era on the horizon, Whitebeard harbored genuine concerns. As a result, Katie naturally became the target of Whitebeard's recruitment, leading to the scene unfolding before them. Katie, as long as you're willing to board, I, the 1st Division Captain, can gladly pass my position to you. Marco's bold proclamation took those around him by surprise, leaving them bewildered and uncertain. While they wholeheartedly welcomed Katie's potential inclusion, the prospect of her immediately assuming Marco's position left them somewhat disconcerted, as they had grown accustomed to his presence in that role. Even Katie herself was taken aback by Marco's words. The captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates held an esteemed position, second only to Whitebeard himself, a status that even Ace could not surpass. At times, this title proved to be more advantageous than that of a warlord of the sea. Marco, dear friend, your words truly humble me. Even if you're willing, my comrades may not share the same sentiment. This position is yours alone to occupy. I have a deep admiration for the Whitebeard pirates. Before our journey began, we were mere strangers, but now we are akin to family. My reluctance to agree does not stem from a desire for any esteemed position. Rather, I find myself uncertain about what I truly seek and aspire to do. Thus, I sincerely apologize. Until I discover my own purpose, I shall not join any pirate crew nor establish one of my own. My apologies for my pettiness. Upon hearing Katie's words, Marco could not help but grasp the underlying meaning, and thus he relinquished any intention of further persuasion. Chapter 60. Answering Ace, however. Although he could not join, Katie did not mind having more uncles. Katie's sudden remark left the group in a state of bewilderment. Why would he express a desire for uncles now? Surely he could not expect his father to assume that role. But wait, how could that be impossible? It was entirely plausible, especially since Katie was the one to propose it, which clearly indicated a desire to strengthen their bond. Haha, how about I become your uncle? The ever-astute Whitebeard was quick to catch on. In that case, I shall graciously accept, Uncle Newgate. With a subtle smile, Katie readily acquiesced. Excellent. A hearty cheer drew everyone's attention, and Whitebeard continued, let us raise our glasses to welcome Katie into our family. Though the relationship was one of uncle and nephew, it signified that Katie was no outsider in their midst. Cheers erupted as the previously subdued atmosphere soared to new heights. Although Katie had not officially agreed to join, this was hardly unexpected. Given his immense strength, he had no need to align himself with anyone. He could easily establish a pirate crew of his own. And one could imagine that this nascent crew would not be weak. Perhaps it could even rise to become the strongest pirate crew under the four emperors. Now, with Katie recognizing Whitebeard as an uncle, this was far more than a mere title. It indicated a mutual alliance where both parties would look out for and support one another. Having such a formidable ally was indeed advantageous. Katie, my captain, I toast to you. In an instant, Katie became the focal point of everyone's attention, observing the long line of eager revelers seeking to drink with him. Katie felt a twinge of apprehension. They intended to drown him in alcohol. Yet, he did not retreat. With Whitebeard as a steadfast ally, there were numerous benefits to be gained. He welcomed each drink without hesitation, downing cup after cup. After a round, Katie felt the world spinning around him. Haha, Captain Katie, your drinking capacity is rather lacking. How could that be? I am certainly capable. Despite slurring his words, Katie steadfastly refused to admit defeat. Fire. Bring forth the flames. In the next moment, Katie ignited, azure flames enveloping him in a continuous blaze. Subsequently, streams of alcohol-laden vapor began to rise as the flames subsided, revealing Katie's complexion restored to normal, devoid of any signs of intoxication. How about that? Are you afraid? Utilizing the flame's intense heat, Katie had swiftly decomposed the residual alcohol within him. Faced with Katie's provocation, the proud members of the Whitebeard crew could not concede defeat. Perhaps they could not match his strength, but in the realm of drinking, none would yield. 2 or 3 hours later, when Katie finally expelled the last remnants of alcohol from his system using his flames, every single person who had sought to drink with him lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Ace, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Casting a glance at Ace, who had hesitated several times to speak, Katie continued. Sensing he could surmise what Ace was about to inquire, I am certain that I have consumed the flame fruit. Yet why do you possess the same abilities as I do? In my heart, I mused that Ace's question was entirely expected. It is only natural to inquire when one suddenly finds their unique capability mirrored in another. Katie also observed that not just Ace, but everyone else who remained lucid was gazing at her with curiosity, evidently intrigued by her extraordinary feat. Even Whitebeard, rated, and Barrett cast inquisitive glances her way. Despite having surpassed the age of idle gossip, the events unfolding around Katie were indeed beyond their comprehension, prompting a desire to understand how this young individual achieved such prowess. Fortunately, she had long prepared her answer, remaining composed. I am a user of the replication fruit, which allows me to mimic the abilities of others at a certain cost. However, I am not at liberty to disclose the specifics of that cost. The existence of the system and her identity as a traveler were matters she could not reveal. So Katie attributed everything to the wondrous devil fruit. The most remarkable phenomenon in this world is undoubtedly the devil fruit. Its varieties remain a mystery even now, and the devil fruit encyclopedia has yet to encompass every single ability. Thus, Katie's assertion posed no issues. A replication fruit? Such a peculiar and formidable ability. Upon hearing Katie's explanation, others, regardless of their belief in its veracity, chose not to press further, yet they acknowledged the might of this capability. The randomness associated with devil fruits leaves many lamenting their lack of the desired or suitable powers, while this replication ability seemingly offers a perfect solution. Some even speculated on whether this power could replicate multiple abilities simultaneously. If so, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, instinctively, they felt such a notion was improbable, as it was essential to leave others with a semblance of opportunity. What is that azure flame of yours? Is it an awakening of your fruit or something else? Rather than probing deeply into the replication fruit, Ace posed another question that piqued his curiosity. Having personally experienced the war on the summit, Ace understood well the sacrifices the Whitebeard pirates would have faced without Katie's assistance. Thus he harbored no resentment towards her sharing similar abilities. I am unsure whether it is an awakening of my power, but it certainly reflects a deeper level of development. The two primary factors influencing the potency of flames are temperature and range. At this juncture, Katie paused momentarily before continuing. You are likely aware that temperature is the essence of fire. Only by mastering higher temperatures can the eruption and might of flames be amplified. In comparison to a kainu, while the magma fruit can also manage temperature, its control is limited, peaking at around 5,000 or 6,000 degrees. In contrast, flames, if developed to their utmost potential, could exceed 10,000 degrees. I can sense that your flames have reached a breaking point. Take the time to contemplate this matter, as it should pose no challenge for you. Regarding the scope, it pertains to the extent of your control over fire. If one day you could command all the flames of the world, even those of moderate temperature would suffice to annihilate everything. Of course, such power necessitates an extraordinarily robust physique, one that even Kaido cannot possess. After listening to everything Katie had articulated, Ace fell into a contemplative silence. It felt as though a window had been ajar before him, with the remaining half merely requiring a gentle nudge to fully open. Ace harbored a premonition that his breakthrough is imminent. Thank you. I believe I have discerned my course of action, he remarked. It is of no consequence. We are all family here, so there is no need for formality, came the reassuring response. Very well, let us resume the banquet. All other matters can be addressed once the festivities conclude. Observing Ace's newfound clarity, Whitebeard felt a surge of joy. Once Ace achieved his breakthrough, he would emerge as a formidable force in his own right, rendering him impervious to threats, even if there came a day when he could no longer wield his sword. Chapter 61. The Intoxicated Luffy. How tiresome. I know many of you aspire to be the Pirate King, but let me assure you, it shall ultimately be I who claims that title. A sudden, forceful proclamation erupted, its tone imbued with a youthful timbre yet remarkably resolute, resonating with a profound belief and obsession from the depths of his heart. The atmosphere fell into an unexpected hush, the distant birds ceased their chirping, and the nearby sea became eerily tranquil. The entire Moby Dick was enveloped in an absolute silence. Even the previously inebriated crew members, who had been slumbering and belching, found themselves momentarily subdued. Luffy, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down. Ace, seated beside Luffy, was nearly petrified by his words, hastily rising to pull the inebriated Luffy back. Ace, don't stop me. I must tell them all, even though I may not be able to defeat you now. One day I will surpass all of you and become the freest pirate king upon the seas. The intoxicated Luffy, far from heeding Ace's warnings, vehemently declared his convictions, leaving Ace flustered and at a loss. Everyone in the world yearns to be the Pirate King, and among those seated at the table, several possessed formidable strength beyond imagination. Luffy's words could undoubtedly offend many, especially those of significant stature. If I recall correctly, he is indeed the grandson of that fellow, Garp. Observing Luffy's drunken bravado, the usually taciturn rider was the first to break the silence. What? Are you still holding a grudge against Garp for imprisoning you and Impel Down back in the day? Surely you wouldn't take your frustration out on a mere child. Ryder was well aware of the animosity between Garp and himself. In the past, Ryder had sought to demonstrate his prowess by challenging the then Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong at Marine headquarters. That climactic battle had drawn considerable attention, and Ryder narrowly defeated Steelbone Kong. However, the prolonged conflict had drained him significantly, leading to his easy defeat at Garp's hands, after which he was incarcerated and impelled down for decades, only recently regaining his freedom due to Kitty's intervention. It was only natural for him to harbor resentment towards Garp. You underestimate me greatly. My grievances with Garp are our own affair and do not extend to a mere child yet to fully grow. However, I am curious, what sins has that rascal Garp committed? His son and grandson have both shunned the Navy, becoming its adversaries instead. Haha. Ryder couldn't help but laugh at this thought, relishing it even more than his triumph over Garp. Meanwhile, Luffy's drunken ramblings resumed. Damn it. Just because I am not strong enough yet and have not become the pirate worthy of Shanks' recognition, I am denied even the opportunity to meet him. Upon hearing this, those around him were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ace's brother harbored such a significant background. Grandfather is the heroic Vice Admiral Garp, who shares a complex relationship with the Emperor Shanks. Ace is his brother, and their father is the enigmatic leader of the Revolutionary Army. Upon reflection, it is astonishing that some of the most formidable powers in the world are connected to him. Such a powerful lineage is rare and unparalleled. It is no wonder that after striking a celestial dragon, even Admiral Kazuru had to intervene, yet Garp remained unscathed. However, what captures Katie's attention more than Luffy's identity, which she has long been accustomed to, is Luffy's resolve. During his meeting with Shanks at the Navy headquarters, she had been so focused on Shanks that she had overlooked Luffy's absence, only to realize now that Luffy felt he had not yet become a powerful enough pirate to face Shanks. If she were in his position, Katie is uncertain whether she could possess such a profound consciousness. It seems that Luffy's potential to become the fifth emperor of the sea stems not solely from his protagonist aura but also from his unwavering efforts. I will become the Pirate King. With that final roar, Luffy succumbed to a deep slumber. The gathered company bore no ill will toward this intoxicated junior. Rather, they regarded him with admiration. In the first half of the Grand Line, such declarations would invite mockery and scorn, yet in the latter half, the New World, one cannot survive without the belief of becoming the Pirate King. As Barrett stated, this ocean is a battlefield. All who traverse its waters must possess formidable strength to survive. For without it, one is stripped of the very right to exist, let alone die. The law of this realm is a singular one, survival of the fittest, where compassion holds no value. Shortly thereafter, the banquet concluded. Although victory in war had been achieved, it was not yet time to let down their guard. A naval counterattack could strike at any moment, and pirate raids must also be anticipated. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a sufficient number of alert combatants. As Katie sauntered aimlessly, her mind clouded by drink, the familiar voice of the system echoed in her head. The system announced its updates, detailing the changes. Firstly, when the host replicates another's ability, they may now transcend the previous master-level limitations, with corresponding exchange points deducted based on the skill's level. Secondly, the price of the magical beans has been adjusted, soaring from 500,000 exchange points to 10 million. The system spoke in a calm tone, delivering news that nearly drove Katie to the brink of fury. System, do you have a sister? If so, please send her my regards. After reviewing the system's updates, Katie felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The first change was somewhat beneficial, easing her path, as master-level skills were no longer adequate for her current needs. The ability to replicate skills beyond the master level spared her the subsequent trouble of spending skill points for enhancement. However, what is this second change? The price of the celestial beans has skyrocketed 20-fold, from 500,000 to 10 million. Is this not a personal affront? I must apologize, for I do not possess a sister, and I hope the host understands that my actions are dictated by the rules. Otherwise, I could effortlessly elevate you to the most formidable being in the entire pirate world in a mere second. In this realm, fairness prevails eternally. The reason you are able to acquire power from me is that through the completion of my assigned tasks, I also obtain what I desire. Otherwise, do you believe I would bestow you with power? The reason for the surge in the price of celestial beans is due to your rapid increase in strength. If left unchecked, it would contradict the established regulations. Chapter 62. The advice of the Whitebeard. Confronted with the answer provided by the system, Katie fell into a deep reverie. In truth, she had sensed a potential alteration in the system long before it announced an impending update. She even anticipated that the price of the celestial beings might soar, though she had not foreseen such a staggering increase. However, upon hearing the system's explanation, her focus had shifted from the price of the celestial beings to the rules it articulated. The essence of the system remained shrouded in ambiguity, eluding any definitive characterization. It exists like a deity, untethered by the constraints of rules, wielding powers beyond comprehension, seemingly capable of anything. Yet, it now appeared that this was not entirely the case. The system, too, was bound by certain regulations, though Katie could not fathom who could possibly impose constraints upon it. I have come to accept the price of the celestial beings, but can you enlighten me on what you have gained from me? Or rather, what benefits do I confer upon you by fulfilling your tasks? With no means to alter the system's decisions, Katie resorted to a secondary inquiry. In response to Katie's question, the system did not provide an immediate answer. Just as she was about to abandon hope, the system's voice finally resonated. The realm you inhabit is known as the pirate world. It adheres to its own trajectory. However, from the moment you arrived, this world has begun to transform. As you accomplish the tasks I assign, these changes become increasingly pronounced and swift. This transformation is precisely what I require. For now, this is all I can disclose. When your strength is sufficient, I shall reveal more, allowing you to comprehend the true secrets and regulations of this world and its time-space continuum. In essence, I need your power. Therefore, within the bounds of the rules, I shall endeavor to enhance your abilities. For only in this way can I attain my desires through your efforts. With that, the system's voice faded, leaving Katie standing in place, momentarily stunned. Despite the vagueness of the system's explanation, it unleashed a torrent of thoughts within her, as though a new realm had unfolded before her, upending her previous worldview. Enough of this. I must focus on strengthening my power. Knowing everything is futile if I lack the strength to act upon it. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she reminded herself that her foremost priority was her strength. System, how many exchange points and skill points do I currently possess? After enduring several battles, Katie had lost track of her wealth. The host currently possesses 67,450,000 exchange points, along with 260 skill points. Upon hearing that string of numbers, Katie felt that her previous endeavors and risks had not been in vain. She had finally reaped the rewards. These resources were sufficient to elevate her strength to unprecedented heights. By the way, what is the A-rank dimensional character summoning card? At that moment, Katie recalled that among the rewards for completing the main quest, there was such an item, the purpose of which she did not yet understand. As the name suggests, it is intended for summoning powerful beings from other dimensions, which, like individuals, vary in strength. Akame Ga Kill, One Punch Man, and My Hero Academia all belong to the A-level multiverse. This summoning card has the potential to invoke powerful beings from these anime realms. However, two crucial points must be noted. Firstly, the summoned characters are chosen at random. They may possess formidable strength, yet could equally be quite feeble. Secondly, these characters possess their own independent personalities, and there is no guarantee they will heed the host's commands. Use with caution. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Katie could only describe this item in 2 words: useless, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. This contraption relies heavily on luck. If fortune frowns upon her, she might summon a weakling, rendering it utterly futile. Conversely, even if she were fortunate enough to summon a character of significant prowess, there is no assurance they would comply with her wishes. What if she summoned Saitama, who, upon finding her displeasing, delivered a punch that ended her existence? Her gaze shifted deeper, in contrast to these uncertainties. She preferred a power that she could wield with certainty. As she had yet to replicate Whitebeard's abilities, she decided to test her luck. Why is Captain Katie back again? At this moment, the banquet had only just concluded, and Marco remained by Whitebeard's side, surprised by Katie's swift return. He gazed at her with curiosity. I've encountered some issues and was hoping to seek Uncle's advice, Katie said, her demeanor calm and collected. In truth, she did have questions for Whitebeard. Oh, what is it? Intrigued by Katie's words, Whitebeard leaned in closer. Katie had always exhibited extraordinary talent, so much so that one might assume there was nothing beyond her capability. Hearing that she faced uncertainty piqued his curiosity. It's like this. I possess a multitude of abilities, including swordsmanship, hockey, and various devil fruit powers. I am unsure whether I should focus on honing one to perfection or strive to enhance all of them collectively. Seeing Katie's troubled expression, Marco felt a surge of frustration. He had never encountered someone so ungrateful, lamenting over an abundance of abilities. What of those with singular talents? In contrast to Marco, Whitebeard contemplated her dilemma seriously, his gaze laden with significance. Under his scrutiny, Katie felt as though he could see through her very essence. Indeed, this is a dilemma. Let me ponder. My suggestion would be the latter, enhance all abilities simultaneously. While this may slow your overall growth rate, once you elevate each ability to its zenith, you will possess no weaknesses. Of course, this was merely his opinion. After a brief moment, Whitebeard provided his answer. Thank you, Uncle. I now know what to do. Please rest well. I shall not intrude further. He watched her retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Marco, do you understand? Encountering a person like Katie is both your fortune and misfortune. Fortunately, you are witnessing the dawn of a new era. Unfortunately, you find yourselves relegated to mere background figures within this epic, or rather, in the shadow of Katie, whose brilliance eclipses all else, akin to the solitary sun in the sky that renders the stars insignificant. Surely, Father cannot be serious, once the ace fruit is further developed. Won't it parallel Katie's prowess? It cannot be as exaggerated as you suggest. Marco simply cannot fathom why Father holds Katie in such high regard. It is tantamount to proclaiming her as the future Pirate King. Just watch, soon you shall witness the transformations this world will undergo because of her. Chapter 63, System Proposal System, You Must Not Deceive Me. Even if the die is cast, regret will come too late, Katie thought, her heart heavy with apprehension. After all, we are speaking of tens of millions of exchange points, a sum she was loath to part with so readily. Rest assured, host. I have promised to enhance your strength to the best of my abilities within the confines of the rules. The combination of spatial fluctuations, tearing, and vibration can undoubtedly evolve into the formidable skill known as annihilation. However, it is imperative that the other two abilities are elevated to an extraordinary level. Otherwise, the disparity in power will make practice exceedingly difficult. It is worth noting that the cost of annihilation is more than tenfold that of the other three abilities. Once you comprehend the nuances of this transformation, you will undoubtedly reap great rewards. If only I could synthesize it directly, Katie mused, but I must practice alone. And I have no idea when I will grasp it. Although the system's words held truth, for someone like Katie, who was accustomed to acquiring abilities instantaneously, the sudden demand for self-practice felt rather burdensome. This predicament arose entirely from Katie's decision to seek her fortune with the old man with the white beard. On this occasion, her luck was indeed extraordinary, almost excessively so, as she not only acquired the power of the Trimmer fruit, but also fortuitously selected Marco's bird fruit. In that moment, Katie felt as though she had been favored by the heavens, yet the harsh reality soon jolted her back to earth. Merely neutralizing the conflict between the devil fruits consumed a staggering 10 million exchange points. However, the silver lining was that she no longer had to fear the threats posed by seawater or sea prism stone. Yet, since both abilities surpassed the master level, obtaining either would require additional exchange points. Thus, choosing just one ability would cost her 20 million. And that was with the caveat of diminishing the level of the Trimmer fruit, as Whitebeard had developed its capabilities to an extraordinary extent. If that were the only issue, it might have been manageable. After all, 40 million was still within her means. The crux of the problem lay in the system's revelation that to merge a third devil fruit ability, merely eliminating the conflict between the fruits would require 30 million. The reasons for this were likely dictated by the limitations of the rules, a matter she was too weary to inquire further about. Thus, the mere act of replicating the two devil fruit abilities would deplete her exchange points by 50 million, a notion Katie found intolerable. Ultimately, she resolved to merge only one. However, upon making this decision, a new dilemma arose. She was uncertain which ability to select. The might of the Trimmer fruit was undisputed. Yet Marco's bird fruit was equally impressive. Possessing the mythical phoenix form of the Zoan type, it granted its wielder near immunity to all forms of damage. including attacks from Marine Admiral Kazoru. As she wrestled with her indecision, the system offered its counsel, advising her to exchange for Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. The rationale provided was the same as before. The fusion of vibration, tearing, and spatial fluctuations could yield the entirely new capability known as annihilation, whether through tearing or vibration. These actions merely alter the superficial form of an object. Even the more advanced spatial fluctuations only slightly affect its internal structure. However, obliteration is fundamentally different. It entirely erases the essence of matter. System, I seek to enhance my physical attributes. Do you have any recommendations? Having chosen to place my trust in the system, I will entrust all my inquiries to it. My current earthly physical condition is evidently lagging behind my burgeoning strength. Improvement is imperative, or I shall possess abilities that remain untapped. While I could utilize skill points for enhancement, I am keen to discover if there exist superior alternatives. I recommend that the host exchange for a drop of Ancestor Dragon's blood. This will elevate your physical prowess to the pinnacle of the king level. Although it may be somewhat costly compared to skill point enhancements, the benefits it confers are manifold. Despite being but a single drop, it enables the host to awaken the Ancestor Dragon bloodline, which, although not pure, represents a qualitative transformation. As the progenitor of dragons, the Ancestor Dragon possesses the raw physical might to traverse the cosmos, with power that can only be described as cataclysmic. More importantly, upon awakening the Ancestor Dragon bloodline, the host's physical attributes will experience continuous growth, alleviating any concerns regarding physical fortitude. How does the Ancestor Dragon compare to Kaido? Although the system's portrayal of the Ancestor Dragon is formidable, I still lack a clear understanding. How could Kaido even be mentioned in the same breath as the Ancestor Dragon? He is merely a small caterpillar, inferior even to the fleas upon the Ancestor Dragon's back. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing the system's assertion, my initial instinct was disbelief. The Ancestor Dragon may indeed be powerful, but Kaido is no slouch. He survived a free fall from a sky island thousands of meters high, showcasing remarkable physical resilience. Gazing upon the Ancestor Dragon's blood, valued at 30 million exchange points, I nearly bit my teeth in frustration. This is not merely a slight expense. An earthly physique equates to a master level, while a king level corresponds to the extraordinary level. Elevating to extraordinary capabilities only requires 20 skill points per tier, totaling less than 20 million, which means this is essentially twice the cost. Even so, I ultimately made the purchase. As the saying goes, doubt those you do not trust, but trust those you do not doubt. Since I have chosen to believe, there is no need for skepticism. However, I shall refrain from using it immediately, as I am still aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. Should any commotion arise, it would be difficult to explain. System, I shall allocate 150 skill points to elevate the tearing skill to extraordinary level 1, and I will spend 4 million exchange points to acquire 40 skill points, subsequently upgrading spatial fluctuation to the same extraordinary level 1. My 260 skill points instantly dwindled to 0, and my exchange points, once exceeding 60 million, now stand at 13,445,000. Yet, I harbor no regret. Resources are meant to bolster strength. What else would they serve? With the spatial fluctuation acquired through the initial unlocking, and after the battle with Hawkeye, it has ascended to match the level of tearing, both now at Master Level 1. After expending 150 skill points, both skills were upgraded to Extraordinary Level 1. At this juncture, all that she wished to obtain has been acquired. Katie is convinced that once she merges the bloodline of the Ancestor Dragon, she will be capable of vanquishing even the formidable Akainu in a direct confrontation, regardless of his peak prowess. Gazing at the distant, undulating sea, a wave of tranquility washes over her. Tomorrow, she shall bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates and embark on her own adventure. Although she has never sailed the open seas alone, her heart is not laden with anxiety. Rather, it brims with exhilaration as she anticipates the forthcoming journey and the mysteries that lie ahead. She wonders what individuals and events she might encounter along the way. Perhaps this insatiable thirst for adventure is simply the essence of a boy's spirit. Chapter 64. The Navy's emergency meeting. As he observed the numerous vacant seats on either side of the table, Sengoku felt a profound sense of loss. The Navy had suffered grievously in this battle, with the casualties among officers of the rank of commander and above numbering in the dozens, while those below that rank were in the tens of thousands. What is the condition of Akiji and Akainu? Sengoku inquired, glancing at the empty chair beside Akiji. Rest assured, Admiral, his injuries are not severe. Primarily, he is fatigued and physically exhausted. He should recover in no time, a fellow officer reassured him. Upon hearing that Akainu's injuries were not critical, Sengoku let out a slight sigh of relief. This was a rare piece of good news amidst a torrent of misfortunes. For at least they had not lost high-level combat power. Had Akainu been unable to fight for a month or two, the Navy's situation would have been dire indeed. The purpose of this emergency meeting was twofold. First, to devise a plan to capture Katia. Second, to outline the general strategic direction moving forward. With each statement, Sengoku's tone grew increasingly grave, culminating in a resolute declaration that left no room for doubt. Attendees noted that the pursuit of Katia was prioritized above all else, signaling that her threat was more pressing than the Navy's subsequent deployments. From this moment forth, Katia had firmly secured her place on Sengoku's list of priorities. The attendees understood Sengoku's sentiments. This war, which had boasted an over 80% chance of victory, had been turned to ruin by Katia's mere presence, resulting in a humiliating defeat for the Navy. Even the most laid-back among them, like Akiji, could hardly maintain a serene demeanor under such circumstances. Raccoon, display the video footage from Impel Down, Sengoku commanded. Yes. The prep screen gradually illuminated, evoking a mixture of confusion and anticipation among the attendees, who knew Sengoku would not squander time in such a critical moment. They recognized that the footage originated from Impel Down, the very site of Katia's initial actions, and sensed that hidden secrets lay within. As the playback commenced, an icy, foreboding atmosphere characteristic of Impel Down filled the screen. Yet, a moment later, the image shifted to reveal a stunning blonde woman, unfamiliar to the assembly, flanked by 3 beast wardens. Behind them loomed a dark, chilling passageway. Despite the absence of introductions, the attendees surmised that the passage led to the lower dungeons. But that was of secondary concern. Their primary focus was on Katia's whereabouts. Just as that thought crossed their minds, the familiar visage of Katia appeared on the large screen, clad in the prison guard's uniform of Impel Down. At this revelation, despite their awareness of the unfolding events, a collective sense of anxiety gripped the assembly. Katia was cunning, possessing formidable strength while masquerading as one of their own to deceive the guards. What followed on the screen unfolded precisely as they had anticipated. Katia successfully manipulated her identity to outwit the 3 beast wardens. However, the revelation by the blonde beauty regarding Katie's true identity took everyone by surprise. Yet, in their view, it held little significance, for aside from Magellan, no one in Impel Down could possibly halt Katie's advance. Nevertheless, the ensuing minutes completely upended their expectations. The formidable Katie, who could contend with the likes of Mihawk and Akainu, was unexpectedly thwarted for several minutes by an unknown blonde woman. Although the outcome remained unchanged, the process of this encounter was far more intriguing than the result itself. What on earth was happening? They found it hard to believe the unfolding events were indeed factual. For if they were, what had they witnessed just moments ago? Yet, no one was destined to answer their queries. The entire conference hall remained enveloped in silence, with all eyes glued to the figure on the screen. After a brief moment, the imagery shifted, presenting a backdrop more somber than before. Even as mere spectators of a recorded video rather than participants, they could still sense the chilling atmosphere. However, this was merely the background. What truly captured their attention were the 2 figures on screen, or more precisely, Katie alone, while the other was only noted due to her opponent's identity. The fierce battle was poised to erupt, and compared to prior encounters, this clash was evidently on a higher plane. Fortunately, those present were all formidable individuals, thus not easily daunted. Even so, the viewers could not help but furrow their brows. They recognized the individual battling Katie, the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, whose prowess was indeed commendable, arguably surpassing many present. Yet, even this knowledge did little to convince them that he could overpower Katie, considering she had withstood the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, for over 20 minutes, and had even posed considerable trouble for him. Shiryu's swordsmanship was admirable. Yet it paled in comparison to Mihawk's, placing them on entirely different tiers. Moments later, as Katie unleashed her final strike, the video abruptly concluded. The vast conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all expressions mirroring a blend of gravity, confusion, and curiosity. They simply could not fathom what had transpired with Katie over the past 30 hours, nor could they comprehend the stark disparity in her capabilities. Were it not for their own eyes, they might have doubted whether it was indeed the same person. Marshal, you must possess some insights. Please, enlighten us. For we are utterly perplexed by this situation, implored an impatient vice-admiral, who, unable to grasp the reasoning, directly inquired. He understood that Sengoku must hold certain information unbeknownst to them. Otherwise, he would not have presented this footage. First and foremost, I assure you that the Katie in the video is indeed the same individual you have encountered before. We have formed some hypotheses and received significant intelligence from Blackbeard. While we cannot guarantee the veracity of this information, its credibility remains quite high. Considering various factors, we have arrived at two possible conclusions. Firstly, Katie has consistently concealed her true strength. Secondly, she possesses the terrifying ability to replicate the powers of others. A capability that transcends mere fruit abilities to encompass swordsmanship and hockey as well. How can this be possible? This time, the crowd found it impossible to remain composed. All due to the astonishing and unbelievable words of Sengoku. The notion of replication is a narrative confined to the realms of fiction. How could such a phenomenon exist in reality? Nevertheless, they discerned no hint of jest upon Sengoku's visage. And it was only at this moment that they realized he was earnest. How could this be? Even so, they remained unable to fathom the existence of such an extraordinary ability in the world. It was simply too bizarre. Chapter 65. The Awakening of Red Dog. Nothing is impossible. Otherwise, how could Katie possess the extraordinary abilities of the Burn fruit? This time, it was not Sengoku who spoke, but Crane, whose incisive words left no room for rebuttal. The astonishing events surrounding Katie were so numerous that they had caused others to overlook the inexplicable fact that she possessed the same fruit powers as Ace. With Crane's reminder, they suddenly realized that Sengoku's assertions were not entirely implausible. In fact, they seemed quite probable. Even his motives appeared to have a rational explanation, merely the pursuit of others' powers. With so many formidable warriors involved in this battle, it would be foolish to miss such an opportunity if he truly possessed that capability. However, as they came to accept this reality, new questions arose. If Katie could indeed replicate others' abilities, how many different powers had she acquired? And to what extent had her strength reached? Reflecting on the abilities observed during the battle, the Marine commanders felt a chill run down their spines. They dared not imagine further, for they could not conceive of any means to confront her. The situation was not as dire as they believed. Although they were uncertain how Katie obtained others' abilities, it was assuredly limited. Otherwise, Marineford would have long ceased to exist. Sensing the anxiety among his subordinates, Sengoku felt compelled to offer reassurance. It was paramount that morale remained unshaken at this juncture. Commander, what should we do? Akiji, having served alongside Sengoku for over a decade, was well aware of his intentions and promptly sought to shift the topic. With a subtle nod of approval towards Akiji, Sengoku continued. The best way to eliminate a threat is to eradicate it in its infancy. A chilling aura erupted from Sengoku, a palpable intent to kill aimed at Katie. Despite their anticipation, the others were taken aback when Sengoku issued such a command. Had it been Akainu, they would not have been surprised, but this order came from Sengoku, a man known for his aversion to bloodshed. Under normal circumstances, he would not resort to such ruthlessness, even when Barrett had slaughtered countless individuals. Sengoku had refrained from executing him on the spot. They could hardly recall a time when Sengoku had given such a command before. Of course, Katie's demonstrated talent and abilities warranted such treatment. This operation would involve not only the Navy, but also the cooperation of the CP organization. They would be responsible for tracking Katie, while the Navy coordinated the combat personnel. Sengoku's piercing gaze captured everyone's attention. What lay ahead would not be straightforward. Akainu served as a cautionary example, still confined to a hospital bed, and no one knew the true extent of Katie's power. If the dispatched combatants were insufficiently strong, it would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Therefore, The personnel deployed must at least be of admiral rank or a reserve admiral's caliber. Such individuals with this level of strength are scarcely found within the entirety of the Navy, numbering no more than 10, with over half engaged in fixed duties that prevent their departure. Consequently, it is almost certain who has been designated. Kizaru, heed the command. Upon discovering any trace of Katia, cease all current endeavors immediately and make your way to the battlefield with utmost speed to eliminate Katia without the need for capture. Indeed, Kizaru had anticipated this outcome and had already mentally prepared himself. Observing Kizaru's somewhat solemn demeanor, many were astonished, unable to comprehend why the typically lethargic Kizaru exhibited such fervor today, even omitting his usual troublesome catchphrases. Yet, just when everyone assumed the matter had concluded, Sengoku's voice resonated once more. Akiji, heed the command. Your mission mirrors that of Kizaru. Upon receiving any information regarding Katia, you are to mobilize immediately and ensure you collaborate with Kizaru to apprehend Katia. Slightly taken aback, Akiji had thought he would be uninvolved. However, he soon grasped the gravity of the situation and rose to comply. Wait, I request to engage in battle. The tightly shut doors of the conference room swung open abruptly, interrupting Akiji's words. Akainu, what brings you here? Have your injuries healed? Akiji was taken aback by Akainu's unexpected appearance at this moment. It was merely a superficial wound. There is no need for concern. Commander, I request to replace Akiji in the battle. Observing Akainu's demeanor, Sengoku hesitated, fully aware of Akainu's intentions, his desire to prove himself, to demonstrate that he surpasses Katia, and that his magma fruit is superior to the flame fruit. To be defeated by Katia in front of the entire world was a humiliation for the proud Akainu. And the most effective means of redeeming that disgrace was undoubtedly to vanquish the enemy, cleansing his defeat with the blood of his foe. Akainu, your state is concerning. The objective of this operation is to eliminate Katia, not for you to seek vengeance. I cannot approve your request. Commander, I will not act impulsively, and I possess absolute confidence in my ability to slay Katia. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Akainu, his body partially elementalized, as if a monstrous force capable of annihilating the world resided within the seething magma. If the previous Akainu resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, the current Akainu felt akin to a volcano that had already erupted, suffused with an aura of destruction. Akainu, what do you imply? Do you doubt my capabilities? Initially indifferent, Akiji felt a surge of competitiveness ignited by Akainu's words, an icy intensity erupting within him. Despite recognizing the change in Akainu's presence, he chose to confront him head-on. Sensing the turbulent and volatile energies radiating from the two, even the rear admirals seated around them felt a chill of apprehension. Enough. Everyone, calm yourselves. Do you think this is a duel arena? If anyone is itching for a fight, let them inform me. I shall gladly spar with them. The next moment, Garp's voice boomed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that silenced all. Sensing the fury of Karp, Akiji promptly restrained himself, followed closely by Akainu, who also calmed down. Yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no inclination to yield. Merely awakening the powers of his fruit had led him to believe himself invincible. Had he heeded Zephyr's advice earlier, he would not have required rescue. While others may have been wary of Akainu's stature, Karp was unperturbed, deliberately striking at Akainu's vulnerabilities. In the face of Karp's admonishment, Akainu's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from retorting, for he could not contest the truth of Karp's words. He too regretted not following Zephyr's guidance. The encounter with Katakuri had illuminated the true nature of the magma fruit, and the awakening of its powers brought about an unforeseen boon. As he felt the surge of strength within him, Akainu's foremost thought was to seek vengeance against Katakuri. Chapter 66. The Billionberry Bounty. Upon hearing that Sengoku was convening an emergency naval meeting, Akainu rushed over without hesitation. Although he did not participate, he surmised the meeting's purpose was to strategize against Katakuri. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Sengoku, recognizing Akainu's eagerness, decided to appoint him in place of Akiji. However, he suddenly paused, his sharp gaze fixated on Akainu. The forthcoming conscription mission would be entrusted to Akiji. Akainu, do you have any objections? A tense silence followed. The previously resolute Akainu hesitated upon hearing Garp's words. The major conscription drive had been planned prior to the outbreak of war, and all details were arranged. The only matter left unresolved was the assignment of leadership. Now, only Akainu and Akiji remained as contenders. Should Akainu insist on confronting Katakuri, the responsibility for the conscription would naturally fall to Akiji. Surprised that Garp would speak on Akainu's behalf, both Akiji and Sengoku began to understand Garp's intentions and chose to remain silent, allowing Akainu to make his own decision. Perhaps it would be best for Akiji to take charge. Your indecisiveness is counterproductive, Garp remarked, noting Akainu's prolonged contemplation. Indeed, Akainu, you should oversee the upcoming conscription. This will provide you with an opportunity to recuperate and gather your thoughts. Akiji will seek retribution for you, Sengoku added, fanning the flames of the discussion. No. I shall go. Katakuri must be defeated by my own hand. The conscription can be entrusted to Akiji. Akainu's response was fueled by urgency. Garp's words held weight. As the order was tantamount to a death sentence, it implied that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this battle would likely mark Katakuri's final confrontation. Should he miss this opportunity? Akainu knew he might never face Katakuri again, and thus he was anxious. Without a second thought, he relinquished his claim to leadership in favor of Akiji. Are you certain? Remember, this is a military order. There can be no turning back. Sengoku observed Akainu, who was clearly losing his composure, and quickly added that once he agreed, there would be no room for reconsideration. Military orders are not to be trifled with. I'm certain. Akainu's response was resolute. He was fully aware of Sengoku and Garp's intentions, yet he felt compelled to act as they wished. Katakuri had become his personal nemesis. Failing to defeat him personally would likely lead to stagnation in his growth. He would rather concede on certain matters than allow any weaknesses in his strength. Akainu, Kizaru. Heed your orders. Sengoku's expression turned grave. At your command. The two men, understanding the gravity of the military order, stood at attention. From this moment forth, the mission to eliminate Katakuri is entrusted to the two of you. Once news arrives from CP, you must mobilize immediately without delay. Do you understand? Understood. Marshal, should we still prepare a bounty notice for Katakuri? Just when everyone thought the matter concerning Katie had reached its conclusion, a lieutenant general nearby suddenly broached the topic of the bounty, plunging the assembly into silence once more. The urgency was palpable. Only by acting swiftly could they lower their guard. After a brief moment, Sengoku provided an answer and then turned to the side where Tsuru stood. Tsuru, what do you believe would be an appropriate bounty for Katie? In this domain, Tsuru was the authority. Among the multitude present, none rivaled her understanding of pirates. Even considering her gender, 1 billion, she proposed, though she acknowledged it might be somewhat low. Yet, given his status as a newcomer, this figure seemed fitting. As Tsuru casually mentioned the sum of 1 billion, a collective tension gripped the audience, causing them to overlook her qualifier of somewhat low. They were acutely aware of the implications of the bounty. It was not merely a number, but a reflection of an individual's danger level and strength. Within the Navy, there existed an unwritten rule. A bounty of 1 billion delineated the line between the powerful and the weak. Any criminal surpassing this threshold warranted the attention of an admiral. Among the countless offenders in the world, only about 20 had bounties exceeding 1 billion, each one a figure of considerable notoriety. However, from this day forth, one more individual would join their ranks, a young man named Katie, though it remained uncertain whether he would survive the impending manhunt, at least from this moment. Katie possessed the potential to stand proudly against the world. Very well, we shall proceed as Tsuru suggests and set the bounty at 1 billion. Expedite the announcement. Yes, Marshal, came the response from the same Lieutenant General. With that, the matter of Katie was set aside, and the focus shifted to formulating the Navy's strategic direction moving forward. Thus, the primary objective of the impromptu meeting was deemed accomplished, and the attendees momentarily diverted their attention from Katie. The failure of this war lies chiefly with me. I failed to make the necessary arrangements. Once the massive conscription concludes, I shall resign in accountability. However, until that moment, I remain the fleet admiral. And I expect no one to grow complacent during this final stretch. His piercing gaze swept across every individual present. Anyone who met Sengoku's eyes felt a shiver of trepidation, compelled by his formidable presence. He was aware that these individuals had long been privy to his impending departure, a fact he did not mind. But he was determined that this knowledge would not breed laxity or negligence in their duties. Of course, apart from Garp, who had never shown any regard for authority. Acting solely according to his whims, akin to a rogue soldier, yet his merits and prowess rendered him untouchable. Rest assured, Admiral, we cannot bear to see you leave. We would never allow you to suffer disgrace in these final moments. Someone promptly voiced this sentiment, not as mere flattery, but from the heart. Sengoku had served in the Navy for several decades, and most present had witnessed his ascent firsthand. They held a unique and profound affection for him, both professionally and personally, and would not let Sengoku face embarrassment at this juncture. Rather, they would double their efforts to ensure he navigated this period with ease. Feeling the warm gazes of concern from those around him, the heart of the warring states was filled with a gentle warmth, though he chose not to express it outwardly. Ahem, let us address the matter at hand. The forthcoming arrangements primarily encompass 2 points. The first pertains to the impending large-scale conscription. A new era is on the horizon, and our naval strength must be bolstered. This conscription initiative will span the entire globe, and all departments must ensure their readiness, leaving no room for error. The second matter concerns the escapees from the promoting city and the potential insurrections that may erupt upon the seas. The defeat against the Whitebeard pirates is certain to trigger a surge in pirate numbers, compounded by the emergence of seasoned pirates who have recently escaped. One can only imagine the chaos that will ensue upon the oceans. At this juncture, as guardians of justice, we must rise to protect the tranquility of the seas. Specific assignments will be communicated later. In any case, we shall certainly be busy during this period. Chapter 67. Parting well then, let us conclude this impromptu meeting. If there are no further matters to discuss, you may all disperse. In a brief moment, the vast conference room was reduced to just 4 individuals, the elderly trio of Sengoku, Carp, and Crane, alongside Admiral Akiji. I sincerely appreciate your support. Akiji expressed his gratitude earnestly, fully aware of the significance of his role as the leader of this recruitment initiative. This position granted him an early opportunity to connect with various talents eager to join the Navy. Although this advantage was merely a step ahead, if seized wisely, it could yield substantial loyalty. Furthermore, considering his inherent prestige surpassed that of Akainu, it was likely that more individuals within the Navy would rally behind him, thereby enhancing his prospects for contending for the position of Fleet Admiral. In response to Akiji's appreciation, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, understanding precisely what Akiji was contemplating. Akiji, you must comprehend that my assistance is directed towards the Navy rather than solely towards you. In comparison to Akainu, your approach is more measured and your temperament steadier. The Navy is currently navigating a pivotal phase of rapid development where mistakes are intolerable. Thus, you are more suited for this role. However, you must also recognize that Akainu possesses his own merits. He is far more decisive, and in certain respects, his achievements and contributions surpass yours. Sengoku emphasized particular words to ensure Akiji took heed. Though you have our support, Akainu enjoys backing from higher authorities. Until the final outcome is revealed, no one can ascertain the result. It is paramount not to underestimate the situation. Do you understand? I understand, Admiral. Akiji took Sengoku's admonition to heart. Undeterred by the impending transition, Admiral, I have a question that I am uncertain whether to pose. Please, go ahead. I wish to inquire about the current stance of the Navy, or rather the world government, regarding Blackbeard and his pirate crew, while others may have overlooked it. Akiji had keenly noted that during Sengoku's speculation regarding Katakuri's abilities, Blackbeard's name had been mentioned. Such a reference was uncommon, as Sengoku, despite his benevolence, would never tolerate criminals, leaving Akiji perplexed about the underlying circumstances. In response to Akiji's inquiry, Sengoku's expression shifted noticeably, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. The 5 elders have decreed to retain Blackbeard's status as a warlord of the sea. Thus, he remains aligned with us. Why? It is well known that he violated regulations by being the first to assault Impel Down. We have ample justification to revoke his title as a warlord. Akiji was taken aback by the upper echelon's decision regarding Blackbeard, finding it difficult to accept such a conclusion. There are 2 reasons for this. First, The five elders believe they can leverage Blackbeard to constrain Whitebeard. Second, the presence of Shiryu, one of Blackbeard's subordinates, enables us to accurately assess Katakuri's capabilities. But, just as Akiji prepared to continue his objection, Sengoku interjected. Akiji, I can provide you with explanations this time, and perhaps again in the future. However, there will come a time when I am no longer present. What will you do then? Will you seek clarification from the five elders? The two inquiries posed by Sengoku left Akiji in silence, uncertain of how to respond. This, indeed, highlighted a shortcoming of yours compared to Akainu. You are not a scholar but a soldier, and thus should engage in action more than inquiry. To uphold justice, there are times when we must tolerate evil. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Time is not on your side, and I hope you will be mentally prepared when the moment arrives. If there is nothing more, you may return. There are still numerous issues regarding the Grand Conscription that remain unresolved. Yes, Marshal, despite having more to say. The decision had been made, and Akiji could only depart with resignation. Sengoku, don't you think that's a bit excessive? Akiji is also concerned for the Navy. He has done nothing wrong. Observing his favored disciple being belittled, Garp felt compelled to defend Akiji. Brat, do you even realize how many times I've been scolded by the Gorosei because of you? Akiji's current demeanor is merely a reflection of what he learned from you. If you possess the skill, train him to be as formidable as yourself. And the position of marshal will naturally belong to him. Akiji is not simply emulating me. He is inherently this way. Besides, he's already a vice admiral. What more do you wish from me? That level is not easily surpassed, and you are still stuck at your own plateau. He showed no concern for Sengoku's words, and even mocked him in return. Watching the two bicker, Tsuru shook her head helplessly. They had been squabbling for decades and seemed unfazed by it. Yet she realized she had listened to their quarrels for all those years without growing weary. Captain Katie, must you truly depart so soon? With your strength, you could easily join us in exploring the new world. The first half of the Grand Line poses no challenge to you. Observing Katie prepare to leave, Ace made one last attempt to persuade her. They had clashed several times over the past few days. Though each ended in defeat for Ace, he sensed the barrier between them thinning, making a breakthrough imminent. Additionally, they had become close drinking buddies, sharing a bond that felt like a long overdue reunion, making Ace reluctant to see Katie go. Ace, I too must leave. Why do you not try to keep me? However, before Katie could finish, Luffy, who was leaving alongside her, interjected with displeasure. Who would want to keep you? Aside from causing trouble, what else can you do? Ace, I'm upset. When we meet next time, I will surely surpass you. In response to Ace's teasing, Luffy turned away in irritation. Though the new world is thrilling, the first half still holds many interesting experiences, and not completing it would feel like a regret. Wait for me, everyone. I will join you in the new world in no more than 2 years, and then I will treat you all to drinks. Despite her reluctance, Katie resolved to leave, knowing that remaining with the Whitebeard pirates would hinder her growth. Today's departure was merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion tomorrow. So Katie felt no sorrow. Kid, remember to be cautious of the Navy's retaliation. You are my only little nephew. Do not meet your end. Regarding Katie's departure, Whitebeard did not attempt to prevent it. He understood that his efforts would be futile. Yet, the glistening tears at the corners of his eyes revealed that his heart was not as tranquil as his exterior suggested. Rest assured, old man. The one capable of taking my life has yet to be born. With a wave to bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates, Katie's small boat gradually drifted away. Goodbye, Luffy. And remember to take care of yourself. When the moment of parting truly arrived, the stubborn Ace could not help but urge Luffy to be cautious. Though Luffy seemed genuinely angered, turning his back on Ace and ignoring him. However, Katie, standing beside Luffy, could distinctly perceive his trembling shoulders, an uncontrollable shudder. Katie knew Luffy was crying. He was reluctant to leave Ace. Yet, he had no choice but to depart. He longed to turn back and bid Ace farewell. But he did not wish for Ace to witness his vulnerable side. He was afraid that if he saw Ace again, he would lack the courage to leave. Chapter 68. In the name of Katie, hey, Luffy, Ace, they can no longer see us. Are you truly not going to bid farewell? As Katie's voice faded, Luffy, who had been facing away, turned around. Ace, I will take care of myself. You must remember to look after yourself too. The tremor of her voice echoed far and wide, and even though Katie was several nautical miles away from the Moby Dick, Luffy's words reached Ace's ears with clarity. Farewell, Luffy. Hurry and strengthen your abilities. I shall await you in the new world. Ace could discern the quiver in Luffy's voice. Yet he understood that he could not utter more words or persuade him to stop, for this was a pact between men. Their only recourse was to silently support one another from behind. Enough, Ace. Your brother is clearly not destined for a short life. With Shank's approval, you need not worry about him. Your own well-being should be your primary concern now. Huh? Why? The suddenness of Whitebeard's words left Ace momentarily perplexed. This time, your capture is partly my fault. I had been too lenient with you all, thinking I had ample time for your growth. It appears I was mistaken. I can no longer afford to relax my training of you. Upon our return, I shall rigorously train each of you. A smile graced Whitebeard's face. But to Ace and the others, that once warm smile now appeared ominous, causing them to tremble. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dad, I'm going to buy a newspaper. Unable to withstand Whitebeard's gaze any longer, Ace seized the opportunity presented by the flock of news birds soaring overhead as an excuse to escape. Whitebeard did not hinder him. He too was curious about how the media would portray the conflict between himself and the Navy. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion. 1 billion. Katie's bounty has astonishingly reached 1 billion. In the next moment, Ace's exclamation reverberated throughout the Moby Dick, instantly capturing everyone's attention as they gathered around him. Eager to ascertain the truth. Father, look, it truly is 1 billion. Neither a penny more nor a penny less. Marco, standing nearby, handed a copy to Whitebeard. Guhaha. Has the Navy fallen to such depths? They could only muster this paltry sum. Glancing at Katie's newly issued bounty notice, Whitebeard scoffed. Indeed. The Navy has certainly shortchanged her this time. In my opinion, it should be at least 15 billion. Marco shared this sentiment. For Katie had triumphed in a direct confrontation against Akainu. Even if Akainu was not at his peak then, such a feat was still no small accomplishment. If one questioned it, let them attempt to survive and prove their worth. Father, train me now. I wish to grow stronger. However, the ace who had previously evaded training now actively sought Whitebeard's special instruction. The initial shock at Katie's exorbitant bounty had waned, only to be replaced by a sense of discontent as the thick stack of newspapers in his hands contained nearly half of its content devoted to descriptions of Katie. Advancing the notorious escapee known as Katie, a young man who has altered the course of the war, vanquished an admiral, and is regarded as the foremost villain of this generation. These titles and more are attributed to Katie. Moreover, one article even bestows upon Katie the moniker of God of Fire. While I, too, have been fortunate enough to be mentioned, albeit as a mere point of comparison, the author's motives remain obscure. Yet the entirety of the piece seems designed to belittle me while elevating Katie, even suggesting that only Katie is worthy of the bloodline of the Pirate King. Upon reaching this point, Ace, despite recognizing the malice behind such orchestrations, felt a nagging discomfort. He was indifferent to whether he possessed the blood of the Pirate King. However, the ember of indignation still flickered within him, and Ace was unwilling to be outdone, since he and Katie shared the same fruitability. He resolved that whatever Katie could accomplish, he could surely achieve as well. He reminded himself to prepare thoroughly, for his special training was perilous. Observing the unyielding spirit igniting in Ace's eyes, Whitebeard refrained from comment, silently approving his realization of the gap between them and acknowledging that a little hardship could be beneficial. Brother Katakuri, have you seen today's news? There's a rather intriguing individual mentioned. Even Mother has taken notice, contemplating whether to marry one of her daughters to him. Long before Bruley arrived, Katakuri had sensed her presence, maintaining his composure. Yet, upon hearing Bruley's last remark, a fleeting ripple of emotion crossed his calm gaze, quickly masked to prevent her from noticing. I know, it's this person named Katie, correct? He raised the newspaper in his hand. Just as expected from you, Brother Katakuri. You know everything. Bruley gazed up at the man whose mouth was concealed by a scarf, her eyes betraying a subtle sorrow. This man had sacrificed immensely for them, his siblings, perhaps even more than their mother had in recent years. However, his bounty is not as high as yours, brother. In my eyes, you are still the mightiest." Although she had heard of Katie's remarkable feats, Bruley instinctively believed that Katakuri was superior. Katakuri did not respond to her praise. Instead, his sharp gaze surveyed the horizon. Since Ace's capture, he had been closely monitoring the unfolding situation. He could be considered the individual most attuned to Katie within the entire Big Mom Pirates crew. And it was precisely this understanding that made him acutely aware of Katie's terrifying potential. He felt uncertain whether he could defeat him in a true confrontation. Nevertheless, for now, there was no cause for concern, as the Navy would not remain idle. "Bruley, you should return now. I will conduct another patrol." With that, he departed, fully aware that a new era was on the horizon. As a member of the Yonko crew, he and his companions would undoubtedly be targets for various factions. He was eager to see who would dare to extend their hand into this domain. Damn it! How dare he intervene to rescue that scoundrel Whitebeard? Someone seize this brat named Katie. I must see if he is truly as formidable as rumored. The powerful and unrestrained outburst, even in the presence of their leader, instilled a palpable fear among them, for that leader bore the name Kaido. "Boss, it seems the Marines will not overlook this matter if we proceed now. We are likely to provoke a confrontation with them. Perhaps we should reconsider, as that individual is destined for certain demise." "Scoundrel, are you implying that I fear the Marines?" At that moment, the speaker felt as though he had plunged one foot into the depths of hell, wishing he could deliver 2 resounding slaps to himself. "Boss, I did not mean it that way." Yet, rather than receiving forgiveness, he was met with an overwhelming force, and in the next instant, his figure vanished into the horizon, casting an even heavier pall over the atmosphere. Let us spare him this time. Chapter 69. First encounter with Rayleigh. "Why have you been following me?" Luffy inquired, his gaze reflecting a hint of wariness as he noticed Katie trailing behind him. "Don't be so heartless, Luffy. After all, we are companions who escaped from prison together," she replied. "And I know you are looking for Rayleigh. Coincidentally, I have something to ask of his wife, so why not journey together?" Luffy was taken aback. "How do you know I'm searching for Rayleigh? And since when did he get married? If you're curious, why not ask Rayleigh yourself?" she retorted, offering no explanation for Luffy's confusion, as the 13th island where Shaki resided was now within sight. This was the beginning of his voyage, the Sabaody archipelago. Luffy had left the Whitebeard pirates in pursuit of Shaki, although he had yet to decide what role he would assume in the pirate world. This did not deter him from seeking companions. After all, drifting alone on the sea could be quite lonely, and solitude was not something he cherished. With a creak, the door of the tavern titled Shakuani's Ripoff bar swung open. The bright and spacious room contained only 2 individuals, a beautiful woman with short black hair and an elderly man draped in a white cloak. His hair is white as snow. "A pint of beer, please," the beauty declared. Katie, initially not fond of alcohol, had developed a taste for it after a few days with the Whitebeard crew. Being in a bar, she felt compelled to indulge. "Young man, if I were you, I would refrain from drinking the beer here," the elderly man said with a knowing tone. "Why? Is there something poisonous in it?" she retorted, downing her drink in one go. "Another round, please." Watching Katie drink heartily, Luffy opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, a smirk on his face betraying his thoughts. The beer here was exorbitantly priced. If they couldn't afford it, a beating was surely in their future. "Did you not see the sign on the door? This is a notorious rip-off joint," the elderly man warned again, genuinely concerned for Katie's well-being, while the bartender continued pouring drinks, seemingly oblivious to the old man's words. Haha, I know that, but what does it matter? I have no money anyway, so I can't pay no matter where I drink," Katie replied nonchalantly. The old man was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly glancing at Katie, surprised by her unexpected frankness. Young man, if you drink without paying, you might have to stay here and work. You should consider that," he cautioned. Hearing Katie had no money, the bartender not only remained unperturbed but smiled warmly at her, completely unconcerned about her drinking habits. "Haha, I'd love to join you, sister. But it seems there's no extra space here. Your drinks might have all been consumed by this old gentleman," she jested, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly man. "Unless something unforeseen occurs, he might end up following you for a lifetime. I wouldn't want to be an unnecessary third wheel. That would be quite bothersome," she added playfully. Cough, cough. Before Katie could finish her sentence, the old man beside her erupted into a violent cough, nearly expelling the liquor he had just swallowed. "What nonsense are you spouting, boy?" The old man hurriedly denied. "Sister, look, he indulges in free rides every day yet refuses to acknowledge it. You should enforce family discipline and make him kneel on a washboard." At this, Xiachi could no longer contain her laughter. She was astounded that Katie had the audacity to say such a thing, especially since the old man in question was Silver's Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, famously known as the Dark King. Xiachi did not believe for a moment that Katie was unaware of his identity. The two had merely been playing a game of charades. Is it any wonder he is a criminal with a bounty of 1 billion? He truly has his ways, she mused. Observing this, Rayleigh ceased to conceal his identity, yet he bore no anger towards Katie's impudence. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. 1 billion? Me? Do I truly possess such a sum? Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Katie was taken aback, astonished that he was oblivious to the news. Coincidentally, the bounty announcement had just arrived with the news bird right after Katie had departed from the Whitebeard crew, but he had already left and missed the revelation. You didn't know? Xiachi expressed her admiration for Katie's ignorance. What is it with the newcomers nowadays? They all seem so oblivious, yet they manage to thrive. Here. This is the newly released bounty notice. By the way, Luffy, your bounty has changed too. It has increased from 300 million to 400 million. She also handed Luffy a copy of the notice. As Luffy stared at Katie's bounty, which had an extra 0 compared to his own, he fell silent. An increase of 100 million should have been a cause for celebration, yet upon seeing Katie's astonishing figure, he felt no joy. His peer, who was merely a year older, had already left him far behind. For the first time, Luffy felt pressure from someone of his own age. The photo turned out quite well, he remarked casually. What? Are you only concerned about the photo? You do realize many eyes are on your head right now? Xiachi was astonished by Katie's priorities. For him, a bounty of 1 billion seemed less significant than a good photograph. Haha. Whether they value my head or not is beyond my control. All I can determine is that no one can take my head away without my consent. His calm demeanor belied a steadfast confidence, and the unintentional display of charisma drew sidelong glances from both Rayleigh and Xiachi. Young man, you didn't come here just to exchange trivialities, did you? Xiachi's expression turned serious. She found it hard to believe that someone like Katie would be so mundane. Indeed, I have a matter I hope you can assist me with. Without any preamble, Katie directly stated the purpose of his visit. What is it? I'm curious to hear, Xiachi said, intrigued by the sudden rise of this young man and what he might desire from her. I am in need of crew members, and I would like to hear your thoughts on whether there is anyone in the first half of the Grand Line who could join me as my companion. Observing Katie's earnest demeanor, Shaki felt perplexed. Why not venture directly to the New World in search of companions? It is worth noting that in the initial stages, few possess your extraordinary capabilities. The implication of her words suggested that there were indeed some worthy individuals. Upon hearing Shaki's unexpectedly revealing remark, a subtle smile graced Katie's lips, indicating that there might indeed be such individuals. Momentarily taken aback, Shaki was surprised by Katie's attentiveness, as she had caught the nuances of her speech. Yet, Katie refrained from elaborating further. Shaki yearned to understand why Katie hesitated to pursue the New World. Was she apprehensive, or was there another reason? I shall venture to the New World, but not at this moment. As for my desire to seek companions in the early stages, it is merely a personal inclination without any particular significance. Chapter 70. The kindness of Xiachi. As Xiachi mulled over Katie's response, she refrained from giving an immediate answer. After a brief pause, she remarked, Well, I do have a few targets that may be suitable. However, what will you offer in exchange for this intelligence? It is not something that can be gathered without effort. You are aware of my circumstances. Apart from this head of mine, I possess not a single coin. Regrettably, this head cannot be handed over to you at present. Therefore, if you have someone you wish to eliminate or a matter you find inconvenient to address, I could assist you in exchange for my reward. How does that sound? At this juncture, Katie began to comprehend the adage that a penny can thwart even the most valiant of heroes. It was indeed a disheartening realization. That is unnecessary. I have a more convenient method at hand, though I am uncertain of your willingness, Xiachi said, her gaze appraising Katie as though she were a finely crafted artifact. What method? Katie inquired, her interest piqued. If there were indeed a superior approach, she would be inclined to consider it. Intelligence exchange, Xiachi replied, her demeanor that of a seasoned information broker. As a purveyor of information, I prefer intriguing and valuable intelligence over mere currency. You must understand that the entire world is currently focused on you. Any information related to you is tantamount to wealth. So, what do you say? Shall we exchange information? I will provide you with the answer you seek, and in return, you shall answer one of my questions. Xiachi skillfully coaxed Katie into acquiescing, her demeanor reminiscent of a true purveyor of secrets. I have no objections. Feel free to ask, Katie responded after a moment's hesitation. Although it might expose certain aspects of her, as long as the existence of the system remained undisclosed, Katie felt no qualms. Impressive resolve, Xiachi remarked, offering a note of admiration. There are whispers within the Navy suggesting that your ability is replication, allowing you to duplicate both devil fruit powers and non-fruit abilities. I wish to inquire whether this information holds any accuracy. Confronted with Xiachi's question, Katie found herself momentarily speechless. Not due to the shock of the Navy's knowledge, she had anticipated that her performance in Impel Down would be scrutinized, but rather in astonishment at Xiachi's demeanor. This was not merely an inquiry, it was a subtle reminder to herself. Xiachi, originally known as Shikuyaku, was once a pirate but had renounced that life over 40 years ago, having been relentlessly pursued by Luffy's grandfather, Garp. The author, Oda, has not elucidated her background. Yet the inquisitive fans of the series have posited a relatively plausible theory. They speculate that Xiachi was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. And following the downfall of Rocks, the crew, which included 3 members of the Yonko, disbanded. Xiachi chose to depart from the pirate world and transitioned into the underground realm of intelligence operations. This speculation is not unfounded, supported by at least 2 compelling points. First, both Xiachi's departure from the pirate world and the defeat of Rocks occurred 40 years ago, at the same juncture in time. Second, not everyone is worthy of Garp's pursuit, indicating that Xiachi's identity is undoubtedly remarkable. If this is indeed the case, then setting aside the personal prowess of Xiachi, the sheer magnitude of her intelligence network is beyond imagination. This implies that Xiachi need not explicitly acknowledge her capabilities. She can be entirely certain of her ability to replicate. In this context, her inquiry serves as a cautionary reminder that the Navy is already aware of her powers, urging her to exercise vigilance. Thank you. It appears that Mr. Rayleigh has indeed married a remarkable woman. Huh. Just as he had taken a sip of his drink, Rayleigh once again spluttered. Kid, I suspect you are up to something, and I have gathered enough evidence. Now, tell me how you intend to resolve this. He glared fiercely at the smirking Katie, feeling utterly frustrated. Here he was, simply trying to enjoy a quiet drink, yet he was incessantly provoked by Katie. Who had he offended? Oh, so Aunt Xiachi is actually Master Rayleigh's wife. Master, you should have informed me. I've been addressing her incorrectly all along. Luffy, suddenly enlightened, ignited Rayleigh's ire anew. Let us go, Luffy. It seems you are in dire need of some rigorous training. Oh, finally. I can't wait to start the training. Luffy had long anticipated this moment, eager to enhance his strength. Luffy, I shall regard you as the most courageous man. While Luffy might not have noticed, Katie clearly observed the unmistakable smirk on Rayleigh's face as he departed. Alas, it was no surprise that the very next moment, anguished cries echoed from outside, as if Luffy were enduring an excruciating ordeal. Mr. Rayleigh is still as formidable as ever, Katie mused, sensing the torment Luffy was experiencing. This is all you're doing. Xiachi could not help but roll her eyes at Katie. Tell me your requirements for a partner. I shall see if I can find someone suitable. Laughing lightly, she then turned to address the matter at hand. Requirements? My standards are not particularly high. I have only 3. Strength should not be too feeble, they must not be a killer, and lastly, they should have no prior record of betrayal. Katie could not think of a 4th requirement. Interesting criteria. You certainly do not seem to be selecting pirates. Observing Katie with a hint of curiosity, she remained silent, turning to rummage through the liquor cabinet. Here, these are the 3 individuals you seek. Curious, Katie accepted the documents Xiachi handed over and began to peruse them. To her surprise, none of the three were familiar faces. They were entirely new, never having appeared in the narrative. With a slight furrow in her brow, Katie realized that the world of pirates was far more complex than she had initially perceived. Thank you so much. If anything arises in the future, do let me know. And I will certainly be there, she said, leaving behind a calling snail. You need not be so formal. This is Rayleigh's way of expressing gratitude. He felt guilt for not being able to assist Ace when he was in danger, and this is merely his way of alleviating that remorse. Indeed, one cannot entirely blame him. It is essential to recognize that those who have once followed Roger have long been under the vigilant scrutiny of the world government, stripped of even their most mundane privacy, rendering it impossible for them to rush to his aid. At this juncture, Shockey's voice took on a somber tone. She was acutely aware of how Rayleigh had fared upon receiving the news of Ace's capture. During those days, he had made several attempts to break free, even risking a confrontation with Bogart and the Navy. He had truly exerted himself to the utmost. What a stubborn old man he is, stubborn yet endearing. Shockey does not dispute Katie's assessment. Rayleigh is indeed a man of unwavering resolve. Chapter 71. The initial clash with Rayleigh. Well, I shall take my leave now. Staying here for too long may draw unnecessary trouble. Having gathered the information she sought, Katie was ready to depart, mindful of Whitebeard's warnings about the ever-watchful eyes of the Navy. I won't keep you any longer. Just remember to be cautious, Shockey said. Fully aware of the perilous situation Katie faced and wise enough not to detain her at such a critical moment. Luigi, it seems I must bid you farewell as well. Please take care of yourself, Katie said, glancing at Luffy, who lay weakly on the ground, preparing to take her leave. However, her departure was interrupted by Rayleigh, who was sharpening his sword nearby. Care for a spar? He inquired, surprising Katie with his unexpected challenge. Her heart raced at the sudden invitation, and she could not deny a flicker of excitement. Rayleigh, are you not aware of his situation? We cannot linger here for long, Shockey interjected, unwilling to allow Katie to engage in a duel. It won't take long, just a few exchanges. The Navy won't arrive so swiftly, Rayleigh insisted, his gaze unwavering upon Katie. Then I shall graciously accept your challenge, Katie replied, disregarding Shockey's warnings. She was eager to gauge the strength of the legendary first mate of Gold, Roger, curious to understand the distance that lay between them. As a leaf drifted down, the two figures standing still suddenly vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the spot they had occupied moments before. They're up in the sky, Shockey remarked, unable to contain her observation. At her words, Luffy gazed upwards, but before he could catch sight of them, a turbulent gust of wind forced him to stumble backward. Such incredible strength. Luffy felt overwhelmed, experiencing Katie's prowess for the first time at such close quarters. The mere aftermath of their clash left him reeling, and he clenched his fists, never before having yearned for power as intensely as he did now. Sensing the force transmitted through the blade, Katie recognized Rayleigh's formidable skill, even in his seasoned age. His power remained undiminished. Do you truly underestimate an old man? You needn't rely on your devil fruit abilities to face me. Rayleigh's voice rang out as he pushed Katie back with a single stroke, his gaze taunting her. Very well, then I shall oblige you. In an instant, azure flames engulfed Katie, enveloping her entirely, even encasing her hands, as her aura surged beyond its previous zenith. Unlike Mihawk, Rayleigh did not hold back, or rather, he was not as merciful. Though his swordsmanship had improved since the Marineford War, he still maintained dominance over Katie. Neither had unleashed their true potential. Though Katie had not employed her sword intent, Rayleigh had refrained from doing so as well. It was evident that standing at the pinnacle of power, he undoubtedly possessed sword intent, yet both were deliberately restraining themselves to avoid attracting undue attention. Regarding the intent of the sword, it was revealed to me by Captain Hojian Bista of the 5th Division of the White Group. After listening to his explanation, I realized he had perfectly misunderstood the concept. However, I was too lethargic to clarify, and instead, I opted to elaborate on the abilities of tearing and spatial fluctuations. The searing heat and razor-sharp sword energy were relentlessly hurled towards Rayleigh by Katie. Even the king of the underworld found it challenging to react in the face of such onslaught, allowing Katie to reclaim the disadvantage she initially faced. Fire Fist. The surging flames, imbued with a sense of destruction, surged towards Rayleigh. Yet, before the flames could reach him, he executed a colossal slash, cleaving the flames in two. Enough. If you don't leave now, you'll find it impossible to do so. Just as both were poised to attack once more, Shachi interjected. Upon hearing his voice, Katie finally grasped the magnitude of chaos they had wrought. Nearly half of Island Number 13 had succumbed to the ravages of war, and onlookers had gathered in droves from afar. Undoubtedly, their whereabouts had been compromised. Rayleigh, let us battle again when we meet next. With those parting words, Katie sheathed her sword and departed, fully aware that the speed of Kizaru was unparalleled. It was possible he could return at any moment, and she could not afford to delay any longer. Observing Katie's retreating figure, Rayleigh made no attempt to pursue or respond. What is the matter? Must you engage in a fight to be satisfied? Shachi remarked with a hint of irritation as he watched Rayleigh descend. Ha, it's nothing. It's likely that we won't have the opportunity to meet again in years. Before I leave, I need to ascertain a few things. Rayleigh's gaze deepened as he fixed it on the direction from which Katie had departed. And the outcome of your inquiries? I have no idea, Yet. Rayleigh feigned ignorance, provoking frustration. If you remain clueless, then be gone. Shachi retorted, tossing a bundle at Rayleigh, urging him to leave. Then, farewell, Shachi. With that, he departed, carrying the incapacitated Luffy along with him. Despite the Navy not targeting them, being discovered would pose a significant issue, particularly considering Kizaru's earlier turmoil at Sabaody Archipelago. Half a minute later, a terrifying battle had indeed transpired here. So, is there anyone who can tell me where Katie has vanished to? Clad in golden attire with a white cloak, accompanied by his rather dubious voice. There was only one person within the Navy fitting that description, Admiral Borsellino, also known as Kizaru. Admiral, Katie left just half a minute ago. A Navy soldier promptly reported upon reaching Kizaru. Half a minute? Do you know which direction she went? That way. Just as the soldier pointed, Kizaru had already vanished from sight, his speed so extraordinary that the average person could scarcely comprehend it. Truly, Kizaru is unmatched with such speed. He is undoubtedly the fastest man in the world. Little did he know, had Kizaru overheard this remark, he would surely reward him with a lightspeed kick. 5 minutes later, a small red dot suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Before the crowd could discern its nature, the red dot descended towards the ground, causing the surrounding temperature to surge dramatically. Where's Katie? Without any superfluous words, the figure that emerged was bellowing for Katie. It was the formidable Admiral Akainu. The atmosphere plummeted to an extreme as people recognized his identity. Admiral Akainu, Katie has departed in that direction, and Admiral Kizaru has already pursued her. The soldiers spoke in fragmented sentences, both astonished by the presence of the two admirals and overwhelmed by Akainu's imposing aura. Just as Akainu was about to set off in pursuit, a flash of yellow light coalesced around him, transforming into Kizaru's form. No need, he said. I have already chased in that direction for nearly 100 nautical miles, but found no one. It is evident that he is aware of our pursuit. Chapter 72, The Movements of Blackbeard. What on earth are you doing? You can't even keep an eye on one person. The furious Akainu bellowed at the soldiers beside him, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Enough, Sakazuki. If that individual truly wishes to flee, these ordinary soldiers will be utterly incapable of detaining him. Next time, remember to assign some officers to take charge. With that, he transformed into a flash of light and vanished, arriving and departing in a flurry. Fools. Even now. Faint azure flames flickered around, glaringly evident in Akainu's eyes, as if mocking his impotence. With a thunderous crash, akin to a clap of thunder, an earthquake suddenly shook the entire island number 13. Yet, the intense tremor came swiftly and left just as quickly. When calm returned, the astonished onlookers discovered that Akainu had already departed, leaving behind a scorched earth where he had stood, a hellscape consumed by molten lava. The sounds of gulping echoed as they processed the devastation wrought by Akainu's inadvertent actions. They could hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of destruction that would ensue should he unleash his full power. Would it not lead to the obliteration of the world? How could such a formidable Akainu have been defeated by Katie? Yet, more pondered the extraordinary strength of Katie, the one who had triumphed over Akainu. One could only imagine Akainu's fury upon hearing such musings. Amidst the spectators' fervent discussions, another figure descended quietly, standing amidst the ruins of the battlefield before anyone could take notice. What a hassle! It seems he truly is left, the returning Khazar mused. His dim eyes scanned the crowd, only to depart in disappointment. Clearly, this was Khazar's counterattack. Had Katie appeared at that moment, she would have been unable to evade his keen gaze. Unfortunately, Katie did not reveal herself, rendering Khazar's efforts futile. Moments later, a figure leaped down from the canopy of a lush tree. Fortunately, I have read enough spy novels. Otherwise, you might have actually caught me, Khazara. It was none other than Katie. After concluding her contest with Rayleigh, Katie had initially intended to leave. However, at the last moment, an uncontrollable thought surged into her mind. Why not seize this opportunity to observe who the Navy would dispatch to capture her? Thus, rather than departing, Katie returned to her previous location, finding a tree to conceal herself. From her vantage point, she witnessed the sequential appearances of Kizaru and Akainu. While Katie was not surprised by Kizaru's arrival, she was genuinely astonished to see Akainu join him. It is worth noting that the Navy was under immense pressure. The defeat in the Paramount War had significantly diminished their authority, and the number of emerging pirates had surged to unprecedented heights, resulting in widespread unrest. In such circumstances, even 10 formidable generals would prove insufficient. It is indeed a testament to one's self-worth that the warring states would dispatch 2 generals to confront her. Observing the lava-ridden terrain left by Akainu, Katie's brow furrowed slightly. What transpired in that fleeting moment may elude the perception of others, yet Katie was acutely aware of it. Before departing, Akainu had unleashed a modicum of his devil fruit powers to vent his pent-up rage, a force akin to merely flicking a finger, transforming the vicinity into its current state within a radius of 100 meters. Has his devil fruit ability awakened? It is no wonder he pursued with such fervor. Having battled Akainu previously, Katie understood that the Akainu of yore was nowhere near the strength he now possessed. Though the specifics of his transformation remained a mystery, it was evident that he had transcended his former limits and grown even stronger. It appears I, too, must make some enhancements. Casting a final glance toward the direction in which Akainu and Kizaru had departed, Katie gradually faded into the throng of people. The simultaneous appearance of Kizaru and Akainu instilled a palpable pressure within Katie. A single, peak-form general was already more than she could handle. And now it seemed she faced a double threat, an exhilarating yet daunting prospect. Here lies the palace of Dressrosa. Hihihi, welcome. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, Teach. The brazen voice reverberated through the palace hall, yet none dared to voice dissent. For the speaker was none other than the king, Don Quixote da Flamingo. I am grateful for your assistance in this matter, da Flamingo. I never anticipated you possessed such a remarkable identity. The retention of Blackbeard's warlord status was not solely a result of his own prowess. Da Flamingo had equally contributed behind the scenes. His status as a fallen celestial dragon proved advantageous at times. Who could have foreseen that, on the cusp of a new era, Blackbeard Teach would meet with the Night Demon da Flamingo? It was merely an identity that should have been forsaken, nothing remarkable. The smile that had graced da Flamingo's face began to fade, revealing his discomfort with discussing his identity. So, what is your answer? Do you agree or refuse? The previously relaxed atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a palpable tension. The sound of swords subtly unsheathing barely audible. Do not be anxious. I have not said I disagree. With a raised brow, da Flamingo managed a faint smile upon hearing this. In that case, I shall take it as your agreement, my ally. Blackbeard offered no rebuttal to this title. Unbeknownst to all, the Underground Emperor, the Night Demon, had forged an alliance with Blackbeard, a historic first for 2 warlords to unite. Little did they realize that similar events were unfolding across the globe. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence understood that the world order was on the brink of transformation. Perhaps today or tomorrow, with just a single opportunity, change would ensue. For those ambitious and powerful, this was a monumental chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize, propelling them toward unprecedented heights. For the mediocre, this shall be the darkest, most chaotic, and tumultuous of times, a world vast yet devoid of refuge. Young master, why align with this failure instead of forming an alliance with Katie? One of da Flamingo's subordinates could not help but inquire after Blackbeard's departure. After all, Katie's strength was evidently superior, and for reasons unknown, they had felt an unsettling sensation of being watched during their encounter with Blackbeard. Upon mentioning Katie's name, Doflamingo's demeanor visibly shifted as images of his battle with Akina resurfaced in his mind. That individual's survival remained uncertain, and he was not one to be easily approached. Chapter 73, Consuming the Blood of the Ancestral Dragon on an Unnamed Desolate Island. The system inquired, "Host, are you ready? Consuming the blood of the ancestral dragon may be somewhat painful. Come on, I am the man who defeated Akino. How could I possibly be vanquished by a little pain?" What a joke. Unfazed by the system's benevolent warning, Katie thought it impossible for her to succumb to a mere drop of blood. "Then please open your mouth." Anticipating Katie's response, the system refrained from further explanation. Following the system's instruction, Katie opened her mouth, and without warning, a drop of golden blood appeared, swiftly falling into her mouth before she could fully comprehend the event. Not bad. A bit sweet," she remarked, expressing her sensory experience. Surprised that Katie would make such an observation, the system remained silent in response. In the next moment, while still savoring the taste of the source blood, Katie suddenly let out a series of anguished screams, her body collapsing to the ground as she rolled in agony. The sudden onset of pain rendered her powerless over her own body. "System, this is what you call a little pain? Is this what you mean by a bit of pain? I hate you." With only this brief outburst, Katie's speech faculties were completely incapacitated, leaving her unable to utter another coherent thought. "Rest assured, host, while this process may be somewhat painful, it poses no life-threatening danger. The intensity is due to your body's insufficient resilience. The source blood must overhaul your entire being, shattering the old and reconstructing anew. This naturally entails a degree of pain, yet it heralds a qualitative transformation. Once it concludes, you shall attain a half-dragon physique, an investment of unparalleled value." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Katie wished fervently to strangle it. Shouldn't such crucial information have been disclosed beforehand? What use was it to say so now? This was clearly a deception of consumers. "Give me a call. I want to report this." The instant the blood of the ancestral dragon entered her mouth, Katie felt as though she had swallowed a bomb rather than liquid. It detonated within her, and in that moment, she sensed her body shattering into countless fragments, even thinking she might perish. However, the ensuing pain made it abundantly clear that she was still alive, albeit in excruciating discomfort. Yet, Katie did not consider this a fortunate circumstance. In truth, she found herself wishing for death, as the pain was beyond imagination. The energy unleashed from a single minuscule drop of ancestral dragon blood was nothing short of catastrophic. Though Katie could not see her physical state, she could feel the overwhelming sensation that she had ballooned into a sphere. However, this was merely the beginning. The omnipresent energy ravaged her body, assaulting every part of her being. Muscles and skin were torn asunder, blood gushed forth like an open tap, and within a mere second, Katie was enveloped in a pool of crimson, which swiftly transformed into a scarlet stream flowing into the distance. The bones were not spared from calamity either. The surging energy coursed through the marrow, infiltrating every inch of her body before launching an assault. Neither the bones nor the marrow managed to evade this onslaught, and the sensation was akin to countless ants frantically gnawing away, an insatiable itch. Katie suddenly began to question why humans possessed only 2 arms, as they were woefully inadequate for such a predicament. With her entire body aflame with itchiness, where was she supposed to scratch? Yet, in comparison to the torment endured by her internal organs, these discomforts paled in significance. Although she lacked the ability to introspect and discern the chaos within, the blood flowing from her mouth unmistakably revealed the presence of shattered viscera. In that moment, Katie genuinely doubted whether the system was aiding her or conspiring against her. The notion of expelling her own organs was absurdly exaggerated. Might it not be simpler to perish and then be resurrected? It would not only be less cumbersome but also swifter. The reason Katie still clung to life amidst this turmoil was, in part, due to the blood of the ancestral dragon coursing through her veins. As the tumultuous energy ravaged her body, it simultaneously repaired and enhanced her form. The cells, splitting and reassembling, grew stronger and more vibrant. The regenerating bones became denser and sturdier, while her muscles, though unchanged in size, harbored several times their previous strength. Her skin, seemingly unaltered, became increasingly taut and elastic. However, Katie's condition showed no signs of improvement, as the newly formed cells and muscles were again torn apart by the ferocious energy, plunging her into an endless cycle of suffering. Katie had always believed that death was the most agonizing and fearsome fate, but now she held a fresh perspective. The most excruciating ordeal was neither death nor a gradual torment leading to it, but rather the torment intertwined with restoration, keeping her perpetually teetering on the brink of death. Amidst her suffering, Katie failed to notice the extraordinary transformations occurring within her body. Brilliant golden scales began to erupt from her being. Initially, they were no larger than a sesame seed, but they rapidly expanded until they reached the size of her palm, diamond-shaped scales intricately interlocking to envelop her entire form. Simultaneously, despite having surpassed her developmental years, Katie's body underwent a second maturation. Her height, originally 6 feet, surged past 6.5 feet in an instant, continuing its ascent until it reached nearly 10 feet. After an indeterminate passage of time, Katie suddenly felt her surroundings regain focus. Her blurred vision gradually solidified, and her control over her body slowly returned. The pain began to diminish until, at long last, she regained complete mastery over herself. With a primal roar, she rose, only to realize, to her astonishment, that her voice had transformed into a beastly growl. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she glanced down at her hands. What she beheld nearly sent her into a frenzy. Golden scales adorned her hands, and when she turned to see the golden tail swaying rhythmically behind her, she was on the brink of madness. What in the world was happening? System, reveal yourself. Do not panic, host. This is what I meant by a half-dragon physique. Yet you never mentioned it would be like this. How am I to seek my sister or pursue romance in this form? At that moment, Katie had arrived at the seaside, where she beheld her current appearance. Her entire face, save for her eyes, was entirely cloaked in scales, rendering her unrecognizable as a human. Take a moment to truly feel it, host. This is merely a state of being. You still possess the ability to revert to your original form. Chapter 74. The might of a single punch. Upon hearing the system's words, Katie's emotions finally settled to a slight degree, prompting her to attempt to calm her mind and quietly reflect. As Katie regained her composure, the golden scales began to gradually retract until they vanished completely. Her towering form, originally 3 meters high, diminished steadily, ultimately halting at a height of 2 meters, though it did not revert to the initial 1.80 meters. Katie found no issue with this. Standing at 2 meters might seem extraordinary on Earth, but in this world of pirates, it was hardly considered short. System, should you not provide me with an explanation? Though her appearance had returned to normal, Katie could not erase the recent excruciating pain from her memory, an agony that would linger for a lifetime. It had been unbearably intense, almost beyond description. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but I feared that knowing the truth might lead you to abandon your path. However, it is over now. Is it not? And do take a look around you. Upon hearing this, Katie paused, perplexed by the system's meaning. Nevertheless, she turned her gaze away from herself and surveyed her surroundings, only to be astonished by the sight before her. At some point, a multitude of creatures had gathered around her, encompassing both fierce carnivorous beasts and gentle herbivores. Strangely, these natural adversaries, who would normally clash upon sighting one another, now coexisted peacefully. Even more bewildering was the sight of these animals bowing down before her. Are they worshipping me? Katie ventured uncertainly. Indeed. This is the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. The ancestral dragon stands at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, unmatched by any other being in this world. While these creatures may not comprehend the true essence of your lineage, they instinctively sense the overwhelming presence of your bloodline and thus show you their reverence. Moreover, your physical prowess has ascended to the royal level, surpassing the ordinary royal tier. With the ancestral dragon blood coursing through you, your strength, speed, and resilience far exceed those of others at the same rank. Furthermore, once you enter the semi-dragon state, your physical attributes will elevate to the next tier, the imperial level. Very well, I forgive you. However, do inform me in advance next time. After all, we are companions, Katie acknowledged, fully aware of the magnitude of her transformation. As the system had previously stated, this was a fundamental change. Yet, surprisingly, the system offered no response this time. Katie dismissed it, assuming the system was simply uninterested in engaging with her. Unbeknownst to her, Katie's casual remark had plunged the system into deep recollection. She was not the first individual the system had interacted with. However, no one had ever regarded it as a partner before. Most had merely viewed it as a useful tool, and those who were somewhat kinder considered it merely a collaborator. Being seen as a companion was a novel experience for the system, leaving it momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Katie's words, feeling somewhat flustered. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the sound of cannon fire erupted suddenly, as an unknown pirate ship inexplicably launched an assault on Katie. Narrowing her eyes, she reflected on the inhumane torment she had just endured. Although she had forgiven the system, it did not imply that her anger had dissipated. On the contrary, she was seething with rage. How fortuitous! With a powerful stomp, her body transformed into a human projectile, propelled by an immense force, soaring through the air at an astonishing speed that even surprised Katie herself. Just moments ago, she had exerted only half of her strength. Yet she had reached a velocity that was nearly equivalent to her full power. This was merely a demonstration of her physical prowess. She believed that should she harness the abilities of her devil fruit, her speed would triple. However, in an ironic twist, her intention to leap twice and land directly on the enemy's deck resulted in her unexpectedly hurtling towards the bow of the pirate ship, almost tumbling headfirst into the fray. Just as she was about to adjust her course, a voice suddenly resonated, compelling her to abandon her initial plan and instead surge even more fiercely towards the enemy vessel. Charge! I shall crush that naked man. How dare he flirt with my woman, oblivious to his imminent demise. It was then that Katie realized she was entirely unclothed, her garments having vanished without a trace after the torturous ordeal. Being referred to as the naked man was one thing, but being unjustly accused of seducing his woman was intolerable. How dare he tarnish her reputation? Gathering her strength, Katie was eager to test the extent of her enhanced physical capabilities and discover her limits. With a thunderous roar, a colossal waterspout erupted from the tranquil sea, sending waves crashing as the pirate ship that had dared to attack her vanished without a trace. The tumult persisted for a full 10 minutes before the ocean regained its calm, revealing the remnants of the once menacing pirate ship. Yet, it was unrecognizable. Reduced to mere fragments, its front half completely obliterated. Had it not been for the scattered debris bobbing upon the surface, one might have mistaken it for a derelict vessel. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? The bewildered pirates remained adrift in the water, still grappling with the reality of whom they had provoked. He's just a male model. How can he possess such strength? A voice suddenly broke through, capturing the attention of all present, directing their gazes towards the heavily made-up woman beside the captain. Do you know him? The captain was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly inept woman possessed knowledge of their adversary's identity. However, she had previously used a telescope to glimpse the enemy, so it was plausible she might indeed recognize him. You know him too, Captain? He's the one who's been making headlines in the newspapers recently. It's no wonder he always catches the media's attention. His physique is remarkable, and he has quite the impressive stature, the woman remarked with a hint of admiration. However, a sense of ominous premonition flickered through the captain's mind as he hastily retrieved the bounty notice for the infamous Kaidi, which he kept close at hand, and presented it to the woman. Is this the person you are referring to? Yes, indeed, but what does the billion berries signify below? Is that the price for one night? That is exceedingly steep. I could toil my entire life and never amass such a sum, she remarked enviously. Damn it. This is Kaidi, a criminal with a staggering bounty of 1 billion. Have you never encountered a pig or seen one run? Chapter 75, Summoning Esteth. Regarding the events that transpired after her departure, Katie remained blissfully unaware and, frankly, uninterested. They were merely a swarm of insignificant insects, and investing even a moment's thought on them felt like a waste. As she gazed at the isolated island that had vanished from view, a cool sensation beneath her reminded her of her current state, completely unclothed. System, do you have any clothing that can be adjusted at will? Please provide me with a set. Exchange successful. 50,000 exchange points deducted. Please check your inventory, host. Before she could even select her attire, the points had already been deducted. What kind of clothing costs 50,000 exchange points? System, have you lost your senses? Now, she was left with a mere 1,340,000 points. Despite her complaints, her hands moved swiftly. As the system's voice faded, the clothing materialized in her grasp. She tried it on briefly before hastily putting it on. This material is quite impressive. Unlike ordinary garments, this outfit from the system offered no sense of constriction. Wearing it felt as if she were donning nothing at all, exceedingly comfortable. This is crafted from nanomaterials, capable of adjusting in size while also being heat-resistant. I've practically given it to you for 50,000. If you dislike it, you can return it. That won't do. It's already mine. After experimenting with the attire, Katie quickly recognized its advantages. All its features seemed trivial. What truly mattered was how it seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly accentuating her figure. Thanks to the enhancement from the dragon ancestor's blood, Katie's physique had reached an exquisite state, embodying the ideal golden ratio. Though she appeared slightly slender, the subtly defined muscles at her neckline were not to be underestimated. While the physique is intrinsic, clothing is external. Katie found it hard to categorize her new outfit. It exuded the formality of a suit while retaining the casualness of leisure wear. She believed she could wear it to any event, truly versatile. However, Katie did not dwell on her attire for long. Her attention shifted to a special card within her storage space. System, activate the A-Class summoning card for the exempt mission. Are you certain? The system was slightly taken aback by Katie's sudden decision. I am certain. This choice was not made on a whim but after careful consideration. The simultaneous presence of Akainu and Kizuru weighed heavily upon her. Katie was acutely aware that she lacked the strength to confront the two highest combatants of the Navy directly. She needed assistance. Although Shaki had provided her with 3 candidates, she could not guarantee that she could persuade any of them. Therefore, despite the inherent risks of exposure, Katie resolved to use the summoning card, as it offered at least a 50% chance of success. Moreover, should fortune favor her, and she successfully summoned a top-tier warrior who could be persuaded to join her, she would be immensely fortunate, not only gaining a companion but also inadvertently completing a new task, long before she had even joined the White Group. The system had already assigned her a new main storyline mission. Task 1. Remain with the Whitebeard pirates and assist Whitebeard in becoming the Pirate King. Task 2. As a formidable being, why should one submit to others? Is it not more enticing to establish one's own faction and conquer the world? Faced with this choice, Katie did not hesitate for long and decisively opted for Task 2. She found the idea of subservience distasteful. Since she possessed both the opportunity and strength, why not take a bold gamble to carve out her own dominion? Moreover, there was another reason. Whitebeard had no intention of claiming the title of Pirate King. Just as one cannot awaken someone feigning sleep, Katie did not believe she could persuade Whitebeard, who had no desire to be the Pirate King, to ascend to that esteemed position. It is worth noting that for decades following Roger's demise, Whitebeard was universally acknowledged as the strongest in the world. At that time, he had both the capability and the resources to seize the title of Pirate King, yet he chose not to do so. Thus, Katie naturally would not select Task 1. Simultaneously, after accepting Task 1, the system presented her with a new task. Task Introduction. To establish a faction, one must gather personnel. Please recruit talents promptly. Task Requirements. Find a companion whose strength rivals that of a Marine Admiral. Task Rewards. 20 million exchange points and 100 skill points. Clearly, the system was more concerned with the process rather than the outcome. Otherwise, simply stating her name would garner few refusals, making the task exceedingly simple, a mere gift. The A-level character summoning card has been utilized. The dimensional portal is now opening, and the summoning task is being randomly selected. At this moment, Katie remained tense, uncertain of what the system would conjure. If it turned out to be that bald-headed Saitama, she would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. The summoning target has been determined. The identity is the general of the Empire of the Crimson Eye, Isteth. The portal has been constructed, and the character has descended. As the system's announcement concluded, a black hole suddenly appeared before Katie, and moments later, a figure fully manifested before her. Clad in a pristine white military uniform that elegantly accentuated her physique, the long azure hair billowed in the wind, illuminated by sunlight, leaving Katie with a sense of overwhelming beauty that was almost blinding. Suddenly, A chilling aura enveloped her, and Katie realized her indiscretion. Her gaze had remained fixated on Esteth's form, which was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Yet, it was unavoidable, as she was utterly enamored with Esteth as a character. If given the chance, Katie would have relished the opportunity to traverse into the world of Crimson Eye, where she would promptly strike down the scoundrel named Tatsumi for daring to pursue her goddess. Such audacity was intolerable. Forgive me. It is merely your beauty that captivates my gaze, Katie hastily apologized, striving not to leave a poor impression on her goddess. Stunned for a moment, Esteth was taken aback that someone dared to respond to her in such a manner. Her reputation had spread throughout the entire empire, and never had anyone dared to compliment her so directly. Suddenly confronted with such forthright admiration, Esteth found herself at a loss for how to respond. I cannot help but take a fresh look at the young man before me, suddenly perceiving a hint of attractiveness in him. As a male, he possesses a complexion that even I find enviable, yet it does not exude any effeminacy. Moreover, the battle-hardened Esters instantly discerned the extraordinary power residing within Katie's seemingly frail form. Beneath that delicate exterior lies an unimaginable strength, akin to a slumbering dragon that, upon awakening, would astonish all. Am I the one you summoned? Where is this place? Who are you? Chapter 76. The Conditions of Esteth. I am Katie, and I regret to inform you that this is the world of pirates, not the empire you are familiar with. In fact, you have departed from your original world. What did you say? Clearly, Esteth found Katie's words implausible, wearing an expression that implied disbelief. Observing Esteth's demeanor, Katie felt a wave of helplessness. After all, who could readily accept such a phenomenon as traversing worlds? Even she herself had struggled to come to terms with it upon her arrival. I am not deceiving you. If you doubt me, feel free to attack. With that, she opened her arms in a gesture of complete vulnerability. How amusing. Should you perish, do not blame me. Though Katie exuded confidence, Esteth had already begun to believe her. It was well known that while the imperial weapons were formidable and peculiar, they could not simply disregard one's assault. However, even with her newfound belief, Esteth was not inclined to forego her attack. She was eager to ascertain the extent of this individual's abilities. With a swift motion, her long sword was drawn, and an icy blade materialized instantaneously, its speed rendering Katie momentarily stunned. Her extraordinary perception had failed to detect it before its emergence. Nevertheless, despite her astonishment, she remained rooted in place, unwilling to evade. The sharp ice blade sliced through Katie's form, cleaving her in two without a single drop of blood spilling. How could this be? Esteth could hardly believe her eyes as she stared blankly at the bisected Katie. That person had transformed into flames. Her attack had utterly failed to yield any effect. What do you think? If my memory serves me right, the imperial weapons, while powerful, do not possess such strength, do they? To further convince Esteth, Katie's entire being, save for her head, became elemental, transforming into wisps of flame that danced around Esteth. If that is the case, why have you summoned me? Esteth accepted the reality of the traversal, yet she could not fathom the purpose behind Katie's summoning. I need you. Upon uttering those words, Katie anxiously regarded Esteth. Initially intending to say, I need your strength, she found, for reasons unknown, that the words had morphed into a simple declaration of need. Leaving out the notion of strength entirely, the omission of those two words altered the entire meaning. It was akin to a confession of affection. Stunned, Esteth stood still, a flush rising to her flawless cheeks, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Despite her reputation on the battlefield as an undefeated legend, she had never experienced romance, nor had anyone ever confessed to her. Faced with Katie's unexpected confession, Esteth recalled her father's words from childhood. Esteth, remember, when seeking a man, ensure he is stronger than you. Otherwise, what right does he have to be your man? This phrase had become one of her few cherished memories of her father, thought to be unattainable until this moment with Katie. To conquer me, you must at least defeat me. Otherwise, what right do you have? With that thought, Esteth unleashed a formidable aura, her blade poised directly at Katie. In light of this, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Rest assured, for the sake of fairness, I shall wield flames, yet my body shall not be consumed by them. At this moment, Katie's fighting spirit surged, Never before had she yearned for victory as fervently as she did now. In this battle, she resolved to triumph, no matter the cost. Chapter 77 of A Song of Ice and Fire. The azure flame surged rapidly, and in that moment, Katie embodied the deity of fire. However, if Katie was the god of flames, then Esteth was undoubtedly the goddess of ice and snow from the far north. Ice shards materialized from thin air, their sharpness palpable even at 100 meters distance, pricking Katie's skin and raising goosebumps. In the next moment, the innocent deserted island chosen by Katie erupted with two terrifying presences. Towering flames ascended towards the heavens, seemingly striving to break free from the bonds of earth and sky, scorching everything beneath the fiery domain. Nothing could survive in such extreme heat. Nevertheless, even with Katie unleashing her full power, the azure flames could only envelop half the island, while the other half was ruled by cerulean ice, as unyielding as rock, resisting the encroachment of the flames. Observing the equal division of fire and ice, Katie nodded in acknowledgement. Truly, she was the youngest and most formidable general in the Empire's history, her control over ice rivaling that of the Navy Admiral, Akiji. Unlike Akiji, Esteth's mastery of ice emphasized its structural integrity. Her ice was harder, though slightly inferior in temperature. The advantage lay in her higher explosive power and stronger offense, while the drawback was a more limited area of effect. Fire Fist. In that instant, Katie cast aside any notion of restraint, channeling endless flames into her right fist, which expanded into a colossal fireball with a diameter of several dozen meters, surging towards Esteth with overwhelming might. No endless domain of ice could extinguish the assault of the flames. Shirkai. In a flash of light, two blades materialized, the flames curling upward to form a gigantic sword of fire, as Katie propelled her body forward in pursuit of her fiery fist. In that moment, Katie was fully committed. The ice goddess sighed. As her voice fell, the ground erupted with ice spikes towering up to 100 meters, the flames before them akin to an infant being instantly pierced through, neutralizing Katie's attack while simultaneously launching an assault on her. Boundary break. With a swift movement, Katie showed no sign of retreat, her blade meeting the oncoming ice spikes head-on. The gathered power erupted in an instant, a radiance more brilliant than the sun flashing past, as the steel-like ice spikes shattered into two pieces upon being struck. A fleeting glance shifted Esteth's expression, her gaze growing grave. She had initially thought this man merely wielded the ability to embody flames, but it turned out he possessed remarkable swordsmanship as well. Her long-dormant heart surged once more, rekindled by Katie's extraordinary prowess. Come, let us engage in a worthy battle. Drawing the blade at her waist, she unleashed a flurry of ice blades, raining down upon Katie indiscriminately, akin to a tempest of icy rain. Very well, then. I shall comply. With a focused thought, a shield of flames materialized before her, and she dashed forward, crossing the 100 meters in an instant to reach above Esteth. With a powerful downward strike, the clash of blades echoed, her attack intercepted. Behold my technique. Relying on her formidable physical strength, Katie relentlessly pressed down with her sword, bending Esteth's form and forcing her to kneel upon one knee. With a swift retreat, Katie gazed at the slightly panting Esteth, silently lamenting the missed opportunity. Just moments ago, victory seemed within her grasp through sheer force, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of several glimmering ice needles, sharp as they were minuscule. Without the ability to elementalize, she was certain that a single strike would bore two transparent holes through her body. Though regretful, she had no choice but to relinquish the imminent triumph. Undeterred, Katie launched another assault, executing her swordsmanship to perfection while harnessing an array of powers, including tearing, vibrating, spatial fluctuations, and her fruit abilities, ensuring maximum output at all times. Faced with Katie's multifaceted offensive, Esteth could only pour all her efforts into conjuring eyes to counter the onslaught. Despite her singular abilities, her remarkable combat experience and innate talent allowed her not only to hold her ground, but to engage Katie in a fierce exchange. The ice, under her command, transformed into various shapes and attacks, efficiently neutralizing Katie's strikes with minimal cost. The battle unexpectedly reached a stalemate. Flames danced in Katie's hands, showcasing their fierce and rampant nature as torrents of fire blades surged towards Esteth, resembling a sea of flames. Unlike at the outset, Esteth no longer merely braced for impact. She sculpted a gentle incline, directing most of the flames skyward, leaving behind a trivial amount that posed no threat to her. However, under Katie's relentless onslaught, the tide began to shift. The flames gradually advanced, albeit at a sluggish pace initially, yet the momentum quickened, signaling Katie's growing advantage in this duel. Feeling the relentless surge of power coursing through her, Katie marveled at the efficacy of the dragon ancestor's blood, valued at a staggering 30 million exchange points. Previously, such sustained intensity would have been unattainable. Indeed, the body is the foundation of revolution, a truth that holds universally. With her current physical prowess, she was capable of sustaining the attack strength akin to that of the Heavenly Fire's Triad transformation in conjunction with her Berserk state, all without resorting to her half-dragon form. Once fully unleashed, Katie believed she could face even the awakened abilities of Akaina without faltering. Half an hour later, the battlefield's dynamics were strikingly clear. Isthetha's ice domain was completely encircled by flames, leaving only a final stretch of 100 meters. Observing the unwavering and resolute gaze of Isteth amidst the fiery embrace, Katie abandoned any thoughts of capitulation. Fighting alongside her until the very end was the utmost respect she could offer. Be careful. A warning signaled the commencement of Katie's final assault. The flames, enveloping the island, rapidly converged, and as the culmination approached, a cyan blue sun materialized behind Katie. Under the searing heat of 5,000 to 6,000 degrees, the ground had long since transformed into liquid magma. In that moment, the island bore no signs of life apart from Katie and Isteth, a true inferno of flames. Emperor of Flames. Katie resolved to conclude everything using her most formidable skill. In that moment, even the battle-hardened Isteth, who had never known defeat, was taken aback by the spectacle before her. The searing fireball, spanning over a kilometer in diameter, was something she doubted she could withstand even at her peak. She truly could not comprehend how this man, named Katie, had achieved such a feat. Seemingly oblivious to the concept of fatigue, relentlessly battling until now. Nevertheless, she felt no diminishment in his power. He was nothing short of a monstrosity. However, Isteth had no intention of conceding just yet. She possessed one final trick, uncertain of its efficacy, but she would never surrender without attempting it first. Chapter 78. I shall be responsible for you with a commanding voice. The artificial sun gradually descended towards Isteth under Katie's control. Feeling the searing heat approaching her, Isteth's body involuntarily trembled, an embodiment of extreme tension. Such an assault could not be taken lightly, however. What surged within her was more a thrill and excitement at facing a formidable adversary. As a fervent warrior, Isteth never feared an opponent's strength. Rather, she dreaded the prospect of encountering a foe too feeble to provide her with a proper warm-up. If she were to choose a manner of demise, she would desire to fight with all her might and perish like a true warrior on the battlefield. As the sun-like fireball drew near, Isteth remained rooted in place. Seemingly dazed and unresponsive, neither evading nor defending herself, as if she had resigned. A flicker of realization crossed her mind. Had she not witnessed the harrowing tale of Akame Ga Kill, one might easily assume she was surrendering. Yet, intimately familiar with the narrative, she understood the terrifying superhuman abilities Isteth possessed. Her previously relaxed demeanor once again tightened with anticipation. As flames descended, the remaining expanse of ice melted away in an instant. And even Isteth herself suffered from the fiery onslaught, her attire marred by varying degrees of charred marks. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the flames, Isteth, who had remained silent until now, finally took action. Her previously subdued aura surged to its zenith. Centered around her, a tempest swiftly spread across the battlefield. The next moment, the world fell silent. The air ceased to flow, and the Emperor of Flames' attack halted in its tracks, including Katie herself. It was as if time had paused, freezing the world in that singular moment. However, within this stillness, Isteth suddenly expelled a torrent of crimson blood, a price for her frozen domain. She was no longer at her peak. Attempting to freeze Katie and counter the Emperor's assault was no trivial task, and her body could not withstand the backlash. Yet, fortunately, the ordeal had reached its conclusion. Gazing at the frozen Katie, a faint smile graced Isteth's pale visage. She had won this battle. With a gentle lift of her hand, she positioned her sword against Katie's neck. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the smile vanished from Isteth's face, replaced by shock at the emptiness conveyed through the blade. The figure before her was merely an afterimage. The real Katie had vanished without a trace. Her attack had proven ineffective. Simultaneously, the frozen world came to an end. Reality returning to its course. Katie's form swiftly dissipated, and the unbearable heat surged forth once more. Observing the flames so near, Esteth relinquished her sword. The previous attack had drained her remaining strength, rendering her incapable of countering the impending onslaught. Suddenly, warmth radiated from her back, an arm encircling her waist. Accompanied by that familiar voice she had just heard. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for insisting on determining a victor, causing you to be hurt like this." Esteth turned to behold a visage that had once disappeared. Indeed, it was Katie herself. A flush crept across her face, as if struck by a sudden revelation at that moment. Esteth found herself inexplicably captivated by Katie's undeniable charm. Held in his embrace, she felt not a trace of repulsion. Rather, she unexpectedly relished the sensation. Reminiscent of her childhood when her father would cradle her in his arms, yet this was somehow more stirring. "Go," Katie commanded, and as the words left his lips, a colossal fireball that had hovered before Esteth soared skyward, hurtling towards the distant sea with astonishing velocity. A thunderous explosion followed. The eruption of the Flame Emperor sending forth a mushroom cloud that rose high, transforming the entire maritime expanse into a boiling tempest, waves surging higher with each moment. A fierce hurricane descended, engulfing a vast stretch of the ocean, including the desolate island where Katie and Esteth found themselves. Yet, within Katie's arms, Esteth remained untouched by the chaos and turmoil. No gale nor torrential rain could breach the 5-meter sanctuary surrounding Katie. He was a haven exclusively for Esteth. In his embrace, she felt an extraordinary allure, a cocoon of safety that made her reluctant to part from it, a sensation she had not experienced in what felt like an eternity. It was reminiscent of her father's embrace in her youth, though not entirely akin. It brought her solace while simultaneously unsettling her spirit. Esteth had once believed she could confront all adversities alone, devoid of reliance on others, yet now it seemed that notion was a mere illusion. Merely a lack of a suitable confidant. Sensing the warmth radiating from Katie, she nestled closer, seeking a more comfortable position. Unbeknownst to her, Katie's predicament was even more awkward. Due to their height difference, Esteth had to tilt her head upward to meet his gaze, while Katie was compelled to look downward, acutely aware of her breath against him. Compounding the awkwardness, Esteth's pallor betrayed her exhaustion, yet her indomitable spirit shone through, creating a juxtaposition that stirred Katie's heart. Nevertheless, all else paled in comparison to the final predicament, for the intense heat from the Flame Emperor's attack had rendered half of Esteth's attire non-existent, presenting a sight that left Katie breathless. Thus, he surrendered. Gradually, he lowered his head, inching closer to Esteth's alluring crimson lips, his movements tender and cautious. Uncertain of her feelings, he dared to proceed, ready to halt at the slightest hint of her resistance. To his astonishment, Esteth did not reject him. Instead, she welcomed his approach. As their lips met, Katie was enveloped by a sensation unlike any he had previously known, a delightful mixture of coolness and sweetness. The soft texture ensnaring him, rendering him helplessly entranced. His blood surged with fervor, and he could no longer restrain his inner turmoil. His eyes ignited with a wild intensity, transforming him into a creature of primal instincts. "I will take responsibility for you," were the only words his waning rationality permitted him to utter. Once again, the battle erupted. The intensity of the conflict surpassing that of the earlier skirmish, creating a truly spectacular scene. Chapter 79. Arrival at the City of Seven Waters. I apologize, but it is impossible to meet Mr. Iceberg without an appointment. Is there truly no way to make an exception? A faint breath escaped from Katie, so subtle yet potent that it overwhelmed the ordinary gatekeeper, leaving him trembling and unsure of how to proceed. "Parker, let them in," came an unexpected voice. Mr. Barry, surprised by the sudden appearance of the man behind him, felt reassured that these individuals would not dare to act out of line with him present. Little did he know, the gatekeeper regarded Barry as the linchpin, while Barry himself was already fraught with anxiety. Having endured the trials of Judicial Island, he considered himself somewhat seasoned. Yet the aura emanating from the man before him, clad in a cap, instilled an unfathomable dread, far beyond anything he had previously encountered. Not even the formidable Luffy, who had triumphed over Lucci, could compare. Thus, he swiftly instructed the gatekeeper to cease his obstruction of Katie. Such an individual was beyond their capacity to detain, even if they were to muster the entire armed forces of the island. A judicious choice. As Katie approached Barry, she gently lifted her hat, allowing him a glimpse of her visage. With a resounding click, an unexpected revelation struck. In that instant, an icy chill enveloped Barry. What had he just witnessed? How could that person have suddenly graced this place? Mr. Barry? The gatekeeper, noticing Barry's sudden stupor, felt compelled to remind him. His gaze darting between the pair entering, the man and woman, curious about the cause of Barry's bewilderment, the strongest on the island, displaying such an expression. Keep everything about these two to yourself. Not a word shall escape your lips. Understood? Barry, recalling something urgent, turned to caution Parker, the gatekeeper. Why yes, the gatekeeper, startled by Barry's sudden seriousness, understood the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware of what to say and what to withhold as it pertained to his livelihood. Yet, he genuinely possessed no information about the pair, only noting their distinct and strikingly similar attire. Unbeknownst to him, it was an ensemble that Katie had painstakingly selected, spending 400,000 exchange points to procure. For reasons unknown, after Katie and Esther's had been forthright with each other, the system began to present her with challenges. Take, for instance, Esther's attire. She had endured a series of 7 erroneous selections before finally receiving the correct 8th option, resulting in an unnecessary expenditure of an additional 350,000 exchange points. Having instructed his subordinates, Barry dared not linger any longer and hurried to catch up with Katie, who was leading the way. Sir, this way, please. President, we have esteemed guests. Although they had arrived at Iceberg's office, Barry first knocked and announced their presence before ushering Katie inside. Katie chose to overlook Barry's little stratagem, seemingly having learned caution from their experiences with CP9. However, in the presence of true strength, how much value do such tactics hold? Uncertain of the purpose behind this esteemed guest's visit, Iceberg's demeanor appeared somewhat grave, prompting Barry to stand quietly beside him, vigilant. Greetings, Mayor Iceberg. As she spoke, Katie removed the cap from her head. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, despite Iceberg's mental preparation. He could not help but be taken aback upon seeing Katie's visage, his mind momentarily blank. He never anticipated that Katie would grace him with her presence, and merely considering her past actions instilled a sense of panic within him. The jailbreak, the chaos at Navy headquarters, the defeat of Akainu. Any one of these events would have shaken the world, yet all three had transpired before this exceedingly youthful figure. It was utterly astonishing. Fear not, Mayor Iceberg. After all, I am a friend of Luffy's, and I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. My purpose is simply to inquire about a certain individual. Upon hearing Katie refer to herself as a friend of Luffy, Iceberg felt a slight relief, as his impression of Luffy was profound, after all. His disciple Frankie was now part of Luffy's crew. However, Katie's subsequent remark plunged Iceberg back into trepidation, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Could it be that you have some misunderstanding, my dear Katie? I could hardly know your friend. Observing Iceberg's hurried denial, Katie smiled. It was a classic case of self-incrimination. The mayor had rushed to refuse before she had even posed her question, and his demeanor spoke volumes. Surely, Mayor Iceberg, you are not disinterested in discovering whom I seek? Before Iceberg could respond, Katie uttered a name, Fisher Tiger. You must be familiar with him. In an instant, Iceberg's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he anxiously regarded Katie. Witnessing this transformation, Barry stepped forward to shield Iceberg, though he was unaware of the significance of the name Katie had mentioned. Nonetheless, he could perceive Iceberg's anxiety and reluctance, and he would not stand idly by, even if the adversary was beyond his own capacity to confront. I truly do not know the individual you speak of, Mr. Katie. Please forgive me. At that moment, Iceberg confronted the pressure emanating from Katie, his body trembling in honesty while his words remained steadfast in denial. Observing Iceberg's desperate resolve, Katie felt a twinge of frustration. All she desired was a simple meeting with Fisher Tiger, yet here she was, embroiled in complications. Sensing Katie's impatience, the previously silent death abruptly stirred. The temperature in the room plummeted to several degrees below zero, and before Iceberg and Barry could react, they found themselves completely encased by countless icy spikes, some piercing their flesh directly. Speak swiftly of that person's whereabouts, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Death had always been impatient with her enemies. Those who fell into her grasp either surrendered outright or faced torment in the dungeons before capitulating. Feeling the biting cold and the palpable aura of death, Iceberg sank into despair, even as he overlooked how his adversary wielded such mastery over ice. Yet, even in the face of a deathly threat, Iceberg remained resolute, unwilling to divulge any information. Enough, death, it is time to cease. Since Mr. Iceberg offers no assistance, we shall find our own way. I firmly believe that if we were to execute half the inhabitants of this island, that individual would surely emerge to confront us. Let us depart. With that, she turned to leave. However, Iceberg, standing behind her, grew anxious. He had no doubt about Katie's capability to achieve such a feat if she so desired. Not a single soul would remain upon this island. My lady Katie, how can you act in such a manner? They are innocent civilians. Because of you. They are no longer innocent. Katie left her final words before departing. Yet, before she could reach the door, it swung open of its own accord. Oh dear! What could possibly be so grave that it occupies the thoughts of this esteemed individual? It is indeed a privilege for little Talon. Iceberg, please arrange for their meeting. Chapter 80. The Abandoned Dock, Number 1. Grandma Kokoro. What brings you here? Iceberg exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the entrance of Kokoro. Despite his words, he remained hesitant. The matter concerning Frankie compelled him to resolve firmly to protect his young apprentice at all costs. You foolish boy, how has your intellect diminished so? Do you truly believe that by withholding information from this esteemed individual, he would be unable to locate little Tyran? Moreover, you surely have not forgotten what little Tyran has always yearned for. Although I am advanced in years, my sight is far from dim. If there exists anyone capable of realizing his wishes, it is undoubtedly this person. Do you wish to see your youngest apprentice forever confined to that shadowy place, eternally guarding a vessel that cannot set sail? Kokoro's words struck Iceberg like a heavy hammer, plunging him into silence. My apologies, I was indeed foolish. Lady Katie, please follow me. I shall take you to find Tyran at once. Observing Iceberg's renewed determination, Katie's gaze gleamed subtly. It seemed Kokoro's words had sparked a realization within Iceberg, as his demeanor had notably improved compared to before. Regarding Fisher Tyran's identity as Iceberg's apprentice, Katie was not the least bit surprised. All pertinent information, save for his current whereabouts, had been disclosed in the intelligence provided by Shaki. According to Shaki's report, Tyran's last known appearance was precisely here, in Water 7. Thus Katie had made a special trip. Fisher Tyran, a male from the Fishman tribe, was the youngest disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom. Due to the uniqueness of his identity, he had been kept hidden from the eyes of outsiders. His exceptional status stemmed from the remarkable existence of his brother, Fisher Tiger, that fierce fishman who single-handedly ascended the Red Earth continent 13 years ago to liberate countless slaves, necessitated Tyran's need for discretion. Unlike Tiger, Tyran inherited formidable combat abilities yet harbored a deeper passion for shipbuilding. He sought Tom's tutelage with the aspiration of crafting the mightiest battleship in existence for his brother. However, before Tyran could fulfill his dream, the news of Tiger's demise reached him first. Years later, when Tom departed once more, Tyran's aspirations shifted. Boss, I shall take my leave now, Barry stated, evidently recognizing that the ensuing matters were not suited for his involvement. Without waiting for Iceberg's reminder, he prepared to depart. Wait, Iceberg called out to him. You should accompany us. Your assistance will be required for certain tasks. All right. After a brief pause, Barry nodded in agreement. Thus, the five of them stealthily departed from the Carria company, making their way to dock number 1 on the island, the finest dock under Carria's management, where countless ships set sail toward the vast ocean at every moment. Barry, lead us to the abandoned site. Upon reaching dock number 1, Iceberg issued his command. For no one was more suited to guide them than Barry, the foreman. Understood. Despite his myriad of questions, Barry wisely chose to act rather than inquire further. After a series of left and right turns, they finally arrived at the entrance of the so-called abandoned site. At this moment, the solitary Iceberg stepped forward, producing a key that he alone possessed. With curiosity, He gazed at the imposing door before him. As the foreman who had worked here for nearly a decade, Barry himself did not possess such a key. Typically, he would merely leave unused items outside the door. In the following day, someone would naturally organize them. It was an inexplicable oddity. Chapter 81. Tyrone's wish. What lay before the eyes was not the chaotic scene one might have anticipated. Rather, it was surprisingly neat and orderly. Various components and equipment were meticulously categorized and stacked, from the tiniest nuts and bolts to the substantial motor frames. Even more astonishing was the sheer expanse of the abandoned yard, which was vast beyond imagination, with the faint sound of the ocean waves crashing against the shore echoing in the distance. The rhythmic clanging of iron striking against iron resonated gently in the air. Driven by curiosity about the individual she was about to encounter, Katie felt a sense of intrigue. The merfolk were a race steeped in a glorious history. Approximately a millennium ago, they wielded dominion over both sea and land, with Fishman Island reigning supreme above the waves as an undisputed sovereign. However, for reasons unknown, one day Fishman Island mysteriously sank beneath the ocean, and the merfolk faded from the world's consciousness, allowing humanity to ascend as the new dominant power. Intriguingly, the strength of an adult merfolk was said to be tenfold that of an adult human, bestowing upon them an inherent advantage. Yet, for nearly 1,000 years, there had been no reports of particularly formidable individuals arising from the merfolk. Even the former warlord of the sea, Jean Bay, whom she had previously encountered, while possessing some strength, fell astonishingly short of the pinnacle of power. The legendary fate of Tiger was equally unexpected. He was severely injured by a naval major, leaving one to ponder how he had once ascended the Red Earth continent to rescue so many slaves from the celestial dragons. One could hardly perceive how they possessed 10 times the strength of humans. It was more plausible to argue they were 10 times weaker. However, within the intelligence provided by Shaki, there was a detail that piqued Katie's interest. It mentioned that Fisher Tiger had exhibited a certain extraordinary power, which enabled him, while still a minor, to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. This revelation intrigued Katie, for perhaps the secrets of the merfolk might be unveiled through Tyrone. As they turned the final corner, the five finally beheld the source of the clanging sound. The imposing figure was awe-inspiring. Even seated, he towered nearly 2 meters tall, his crimson skin betraying his non-human identity. Tyrone, stop fiddling with your things and come over. I have a friend to introduce to you. Coco Loro's voice rang out. Coco Loro, Ice Mountain, you all have arrived? At the sound of Coco Loro's voice, Tyrone decisively set aside his work, his gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals behind Ice Mountain. Upon catching sight of Katie, his pupils noticeably contracted. Tyrone, did you read the newspaper I sent you a few days ago? This is the person featured on the front page, the elusive Katie. The outcome of the war atop the summit had left countless people astonished, with Katie's remarkable performance ensuring her name was etched in the memories of many. It was unclear when the moniker elusive had begun to circulate, but it had rapidly become widely recognized. Tyrone did not deny this. From the very moment he laid eyes on Katie, he had recognized her identity, his gaze remaining fixed upon her as he yearned to uncover how this young individual had achieved such feats. Similarly, when Tyrone cast a glance at himself, Katie's gaze remained fixed upon Tyrone. For reasons unbeknownst to her, he evoked a peculiar sensation. Outwardly, he appeared unremarkable. Yet her instincts whispered a warning that this individual was far from ordinary, as if a formidable beast lay dormant within him. Katie chose to heed this intuition. Ever since her body was enhanced by the blood of the ancestral dragon, she discovered her sixth sense becoming increasingly acute, at times surpassing even her perception of observation hockey. Greetings, I am Katie, and I wish to invite you to join me at sea as my crew. Without preamble, Katie stated her intentions directly. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. While they had sensed that Katie's purpose was directed towards Tyrone, the audacity of her proclamation still left them astonished. It is worth noting that this was an invitation from Katie, whom many believed would ascend to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea, potentially usurping one of the existing 4 emperors. Should Katie publicly recruit crew members, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy across the world. For countless individuals yearned to serve under her banner. Oh, by what conviction do you believe I would depart with you? Tyrone queried, intrigued by Katie's unwavering confidence. Because of strength, she replied. I have heard from Granny Kokoro that you harbor a desire you wish to fulfill, and she mentioned that perhaps only I can assist you. Although I am unaware of the nature of your wish, I am confident in my ability to help you achieve it. As Katie spoke, her words radiated resolute determination. Her formidable self-assurance even inspiring those around her. In their eyes, Katie's stature seemed to swell, as if nothing were beyond her reach. Haha. What if I were to claim that my desire is to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion over the world government? Do you still believe you can assist me? In response to Katie's confidence, Tyron posed a most challenging query, his eyes locked onto hers, eager to gauge her reaction. Overthrowing the celestial dragons? What else would I expect? Your ambition is rather commonplace. As for myself, although I have yet to ascertain my future path, I harbor no aversion to toppling the celestial dragons. I find no objection to it, and do not consider it beyond my capabilities. A profound silence enveloped the desolate arena. Tyron's ambition was already sufficiently daunting, and to voice such sentiments in a public setting could be deemed a capital offense. However, in comparison to Katie's assertions, Tyron's aspirations paled in significance. To challenge the reign of the celestial dragons, how many in this world would dare utter such bold declarations? Even the 4 emperors reigning over the New World might not possess the audacity to voice such sentiments. What astounded Tyron further was the unwavering conviction in Katie's eyes as she spoke, a genuine belief that she could accomplish what she claimed. The onlooking iceberg and others felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Although Kokoro had affirmed Katie's prowess, they had only entertained a flicker of possibility. Who could have anticipated that Katie would possess such unwavering confidence, so resolutely certain of her capabilities? The iceberg and Kokoro are relatively fine. At least they are aware that Talon's desire is merely astonishment at Katie's confidence. However, the impact of all this on Barry is undoubtedly profound. It is essential to recognize that the world government, under the dominion of the celestial dragons, boasts over 170 allied nations, with innumerable subordinate organizations. Its power being nothing short of terrifying. Even the Revolutionary Army tends to remain in the shadows, quietly developing and striving to avoid direct confrontation. Katie's words have indeed delivered a considerable shock to them. You can't truly believe that defeating a Kainu renders you invincible and free to act as you please. Can you? I have a strong aversion to boastful individuals. The originally easygoing and amiable demeanor vanished in an instant, as an overwhelming aura of dread gradually emanated from Talon, causing the atmosphere to turn tense and uneasy. How about a little competition, then? Chapter 82. The Intervention of His Death. Let us test our mettle. Tyrone, naturally, would not refuse Katie's challenge. In fact, that was his intention all along, to kindle Katie's desire for battle. This arena seems rather unsuitable, Katie remarked, surveying the meticulously arranged tools and components around her. Of course, our battlefield lies upon the sea. With that, Tiger took the lead, advancing ahead. However, after taking but a few steps, a voice from behind interrupted him. I want to fight. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Esteth, who had remained silent beside Katie. It was only at that moment that people truly noticed this woman who had been quietly observing, though she had previously demonstrated her prowess in the iceberg office. The suddenness of that incident had not drawn much attention from Iceberg Barry. Yet now, Esteth's declaration left them pondering. They could not fathom how she too possessed the ability to manipulate ice, a power synonymous with Admiral Akiji. Nevertheless, with Katie as a precedent, they were somewhat bewildered but ultimately accepted this revelation. I do not engage in combat with women. Tyrone, having never witnessed Esteth's strength, promptly dismissed the notion, his disdain evident. In his estimation, while Esteth might possess some level of ability, she would not be a match for him. After all, in today's world, strength is equated with fame. And this woman was unknown to him, thus he doubted her might. However, upon hearing Tyrone's words, Iceberg felt a pang of apprehension. The temperament of the woman beside Katie was notoriously volatile, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Even now, he bore a few lingering wounds that throbbed with discomfort. Tyrone. This woman. But before Iceberg could finish his warning, Esteth had already made her move. Esteth laughed, yet her mirth was laced with an ominous intent. Something is amiss. In the next moment, Tyrone sensed an impending danger and cried out, attempting to evade, But it was too late. Countless sharp ice spikes encircled him in an instant. Boom! The close-range assault erupted violently, causing the ground to tremble and the surrounding air to be thick with icy mist. Tyrone. Iceberg watched anxiously amidst the swirling frost, his concern palpable. Do not worry. Young Tyrone is not so easily vanquished by such an attack. In contrast, the elder Kokoro observed calmly, unperturbed by the chaos. How intriguing, truly fascinating. She wields the same powers as Akiji. This must be your doing, Katie. Tyrone instinctively attributed everything to her. Who can say? Katie neither confirmed nor denied this. Let me handle this battle. It is the captain's duty to do so, lest I lose the respect of my crew. Very well. With Katie's insistence, Isdeth resigned herself to the sidelines, remaining silent. Follow me. As she spoke, she took the lead. And though Katie's intent was clear, Tyrone chose not to elaborate further. After all, true strength is revealed only through action. Let us see what she is made of. As I ventured along the desolate path, the briny sea breeze enveloped me, while the roar of the ocean crescendoed to a deafening pitch. In mere moments, the vast expanse of the sea came into view. Gazing up at the inky blackness of the night sky, Katie felt a sense of satisfaction, for it ensured that her movements would not be easily discerned. Hurry along. Let us conclude this swiftly. I cannot afford to linger here for too long. A wry smile crossed her lips as she mused. I hope your prowess matches at least half of your verbal bravado. Chapter 83. The fishmen unable to enter the water ripples emerged in concentric circles. The tranquil sea under the moonlight was no longer able to maintain its serene facade, replaced instead by turbulence and unrest. Come forth, let me witness the true strength of one who has triumphed over a Kainu. At this moment, Tyrone's eyes brimmed with a fervent fighting spirit. He could scarcely recall the last time he had fought with all his might. After years of calm, his blood surged once more, and he eagerly anticipated the impending battle. As you wish. Katie, of course, could sense Tyrone's fighting spirit. From the very beginning, this confrontation was inevitable. To persuade Tyrone to willingly join her side, she must first defeat him herself. Otherwise, what right would she have to lead? Shave. In an instant, her body vanished, traversing 100-meter distance to stand before Tyrone, her ebony fist raised high, crashing down with ferocity. The next moment, the sea erupted in chaos. The waters churning violently around the two, a maelstrom that could be felt even by those thousands of meters away on the iceberg. Incredible, simply incredible, except for Esther's. The other three were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. They understood that this was merely the beginning. They dared not imagine what would transpire should both warriors unleash their full potential. Iceberg, alert the island's residents. The gods of the sea are returning. With a grave expression, Kokoro stated earnestly while observing the tumultuous waters before them. The gods of the sea? Surely not, Kokoro. When Luffy and the others were here, they had only just come a few months ago. How could they possibly return so soon? Although Kokoro possessed extensive maritime experience, Barry found it difficult to believe that the annual gods of the sea would deviate from their customary patterns. However, Iceberg wore a heavy expression, deep in thought as he regarded the chaotic battlefield. Barry, let us return. I have a premonition that this time, the gods of the sea will not only return but will be even more formidable than before. With that, Iceberg turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Yes. Though Barry remained somewhat perplexed, he chose not to voice further questions. He had always unconditionally supported the decisions of the mayor of Iceberg. For this man had transformed his previously dismal existence. Without him, Barry might still be languishing at the gambling tables, wasting away his days. Casting a glance at the departing duo, Esther's refrained from comment. While she was unaware of the nature of the so-called gods of the sea, she remained skeptical. She had never believed in deities. If they existed, they were merely beings of extraordinary power or other forms of life. In any world, strength remained the only unchanging truth. Her gaze was fervently fixed on Katie amidst the battlefield, captivated by the power this man possessed. Esther sensed that the Katie she had faced previously was not his full strength. Even in that state, she had proven no match for him. She could scarcely fathom the spectacle that would unfold should he unleash his complete potential. With unwavering focus on the combat unfolding before her, Esther's had come to glean much about Katie's circumstances and the broader situation of their world over the past few days of adaptation and understanding. Thus, She was acutely aware that the current Katie was incapable of utilizing the so-called fruit abilities. Therefore, he must resort to the strengths that had remained concealed during their previous confrontations, allowing him to gain deeper insight into the true extent of Katie's powers. Come, let me witness your true strength. As the pain reverberated through his fist, Tyron furrowed his brow slightly. Compelled to acknowledge that the individual before him possessed a certain degree of prowess, with sheer physical strength surpassing his own. Is this all you have to offer? Conversely, Katie felt a tinge of disappointment in Tyron's displayed capabilities. If this constituted his full strength, it was merely on par with a pirate worth 200 to 300 million berries, which, while commendable, fell short of what he had anticipated. Do not fret. That was merely a warm-up. The true battle commences now. In an instant, Tyron's aura surged dramatically. I should mention, I am a strengthened human who has consumed the enhancement fruit. With a resounding explosion, the air shattered as Tyron shifted from a defensive to an offensive stance, launching an attack on Katie. Receiving Tyron's punch head-on, Katie was taken aback by the overwhelming force, his body forced to retreat a considerable distance. How does that feel? Is this strength satisfactory? Observing the effectiveness of his attack, Tyron felt a swell of pride. The power is impressive, but the cost is quite significant. As a fishman, you cannot even venture into the water. Is it truly worth it? This remark shattered Tyron's elation entirely. Mind your own business. Tyron's temper flared. Those who consumed the devil fruit could never swim again. While this might be bearable for a human, it was an excruciating torment for a merman like Tyron. To this day, Katie had never witnessed another fishman besides Tyron consuming a devil fruit. Enough with the chatter. It's time to die. Tyron resolved to cease all further conversation with Katie. Engaging in dialogue had been his gravest error over the past year. Ha ha ha. Unleash any techniques you wish. This time, Katie was prepared to give his all. A resounding explosion echoed far and wide, awakening countless residents of Water 7 from their slumber. The scene visible through the glass instantly jolted them awake. The sea, the gods of the ocean have arrived. In an instant, chaos enveloped Water 7, with gasps and shouts merging into a cacophony. Is this still humanity? The tumultuous sea in the distance left Barry dumbfounded. The towering waves, nearly 100 meters high, were merely the aftermath of two individuals clashing. He began to question whether he and Katie truly belonged to the same race. In that moment, Barry finally comprehended why Mr. Iceberg and Granny Kokoro firmly believed that the gods of the ocean would undoubtedly come. The power unleashed by their battle was not weaker than that of the ocean deities, and such reverberations could very well summon them. Even more dire, should the gods of the sea converge with the aftermath of their clash. The scale of destruction would be unimaginable. Mr. Iceberg, what should we do? Faced with the impending disaster, Barry was truly at a loss for how to respond. He turned his gaze towards Mr. Iceberg, for at that moment, only this man could make a decision. Barry, find someone to notify everyone to evacuate as far from the coast as possible. Then wake Lulu and the others. If all else fails, we may have to activate that. Mr. Iceberg's brow furrowed in a tangled expression of uncertainty, unsure if they could survive this crisis. However, that option was still not fully prepared. To activate it suddenly could very well lead to complications. Yet there was no other choice. It was better than total annihilation. Hurry. Chapter 84. Instant Step. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, Barry no longer hesitated and turned to execute Iceberg's orders. He left behind Iceberg, who stood alone with a furrowed brow, anxiously gazing at the undulating 100-meter waves in the distance. Dear old lady, are you not leaving yet? Esther's inquired, noticing Kokoro still lingering on the shore, watching the unfolding scene. This old body can still hold out for a few more days. But you, young lady, be careful not to catch a cold from the sea breeze. Hee, no need for your concern, dear old lady. Ignoring Kokoro's provocation, Esther's focused on the current predicament, which was not favorable for Katie. What's wrong? Weren't you rather arrogant before? Tyron, evading Katie's attack, found the leisure to mock her. Witnessing her helpless expression brought him immense joy. Silently observing Tyron, Katie had anticipated that this battle would expose her shortcomings. Her aerial combat skills were too simplistic and straightforward. It was only then that she realized her movements relied solely on the master-level Navy 6 styles technique, SAR, which she had developed through continuous combat. After all, she had originally copied it from Luffy, who had merely possessed a master-level skill. Do you want me to go easy on you and let you have a few moves? The more silent Katie became, the more exhilarated Tyron felt, returning the supercharged blows she had dealt him earlier. The sensation was utterly delightful. Unbeknownst to him, Katie was not paying any attention to Tyron and failed to hear his taunts. As she recognized her own issues, Katie pondered on how to resolve them. Two paths lay before her. One was to replicate Tyron's extraordinary Saru, and the other was to exchange for the extraordinary level 1 skill, Instant Step. Available in the Exchange System S Marketplace. This skill was reminiscent of the highly advanced movement techniques from the anime Death God. The reason for her delay in decision-making was that the Instant Step skill she coveted required 10 million more exchange points than the former, totaling 20 million. Exchange for the extraordinary level 1 skill, Instant Step. After a moment's reflection, Katie made her resolve. When Esther's confirmed her intention to accompany her, the task reward had already been credited. After deducting the cost for selecting clothes for Esther's, Katie still had a substantial 33 million exchange points. Even after subtracting the 20 million, she could manage it. Moreover, the 6 styles Sarah had proven insufficient in genuine battles among true powerhouses, since she was destined to improve. Why not take a bold leap and acquire something superior? After a long interval, a familiar surge of warmth enveloped her once more, flooding her mind with waves of information. In the blink of an eye, she had mastered the skill of Instant Step. Had she not experienced it herself, Katie would never have believed such an occurrence was possible. It defied all scientific logic. Why the silence? Have you been conquered by my strength? Haha. The more Katie remained silent, the more Tyron's excitement grew. What have you been saying from the very beginning? Are we still fighting? Bastard. Tyron seethed, seeing Katie's expression of complete disregard, feeling akin to throwing a punch into thin air with no effect whatsoever. Saru. Once again, Tyrone charged toward Katie, resolutely determined that he would not utter another word unless he triumphed over her. Observing Tyrone's rapid advance, Katie remained unfazed, only springing into action when his fist was about to descend upon her. In an instant, she vanished from her spot. How is this possible? Tyrone, taken aback by the sudden vacancy before him, could scarcely believe the remarkable surge in Katie's speed. Chapter 85. Tyrone's Transformation. What? Can you not accept this? I have just warmed up. Katie's nonchalant voice once again echoed through the air. Upon hearing Katie's remark, Tyrone felt an inferno igniting within his chest. Just moments ago, he had uttered those very words, and Katie's repetition now seemed like a slap in the face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Katie, I will not let this go. With a furious roar, Tyrone, his eyes ablaze, charged toward Katie. He was on the brink of exploding with rage. All he wished for was to sew her mouth shut with a needle. If Katie had inflicted 100 points of damage upon him, 99 of those points stemmed from her incessant chatter. Ah, is this anger turning into shame? Observing Tyrone on the verge of madness, Katie's lips curled into a slow smile. Only by pushing him to his limits could she provoke an all-out explosion from him. Though her methods were somewhat dubious, it was the only approach she could conceive. Tyrone's ability to wield a devil fruit was indeed unexpected, yet it was insufficient. The enhancement from the fruit could never allow him to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million while still in his youth. The augmentation of his abilities merely doubled his physical prowess, a strength far beyond what the intelligence on Shaki had suggested. Thus, Katie was certain that Tyrone was still holding back. Chafe, 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 as she felt the gust of wind from Tyrone's fist narrowly missing her. Katie was grateful for her earlier decision. Had she attempted to replicate Tyrone's shave technique, the results would have been far less impressive. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients rings true. One gets what one pays for. Here I am. Where are you aiming your fists? After evading Tyrone's assault once more, she seized the opportunity to land a punch on his face. Though her strike lacked significant force, it effectively stoked the flames of animosity. As the saying goes, one should not hit where it hurts when insulting. However, Katie completely defied this wisdom, not only verbally humiliating Tyrone, but also physically striking him in a true affront. The dual torment of body and spirit compelled Tyrone to unleash his full potential. Bastard, you will pay for this. His towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall, suddenly surged in height as muscles bulged and rippled, rendering him a veritable mountain of flesh. In the next moment, mysterious golden patterns erupted on his crimson skin, spreading until they adorned nearly a third of his body. At this moment, the aura emanating from Tyrone was more potent than ever before. Sensing the raging and tumultuous energy radiating from him, Katie furrowed her brow tightly. Without even engaging in combat, she could discern the sheer terror of Tyrone's transformation. Since the onset of his metamorphosis, her instincts had been screaming warnings of imminent danger. Moreover, Katie noticed that, inexplicably, the sea beneath the battlefield seemed agitated, as if drawn by some unseen force. A multitude of sea kings was gathering around them, and she could sense at least 100 of them, with the number steadily increasing. Clearly, all these changes were the result of Tyrone's presence. Katie, you have successfully provoked me. I hope you will fight alongside me until the very end. Otherwise, I will not board your ship. With the might of his newfound strength to bolster his confidence, Tyrone spoke with conviction. Does that mean if I defeat you in your current state, you will join us? Even if you manage to join us, what difference would it make? The battle has already ignited a fierce fire within Talon. Despite recognizing Katie's strength, he remains confident of his victory. In an instant, without uttering a word, Katie charges at Talon. Though he appears formidable, she feels no fear. No one has ever instilled fear in her heart. However, the overwhelming force behind Talon's punch makes Katie acutely aware of his immense power. The impact feels less like flesh meeting flesh and more like a blow from the hardest metal in existence. Even though she initiated the attack, her fist and arm ache as if they had been shattered. There is no time for lamentation. Talon's next strike is already upon her. She narrowly evades a direct hit by turning her body, but the searing pain in her abdomen renders her momentarily blind, nearly causing her to faint. She feels as if she is a leaf swept away by a tempest. Yet, the onslaught is not over. Seizing the opportunity, Talon, now at an advantage, launches a second assault. His extraordinary strength grants him remarkable speed, and he suddenly appears above Katie. Though her eyes cannot see him, her instincts warn her of the impending danger. At this moment, she has only just regained her footing. There is no time to resist or evade. Armament. She crosses her arms above her head, and the dark hue of her armament envelopes her, deeper than the night itself. With a thunderous crash, a sound reminiscent of a planet's explosion reverberates. The gods of the sea have arrived. However, for the residents of Water 7, this signals the arrival of the sea deities. Towering waves, exceeding 100 meters, surge forth with the power to annihilate everything in their path. The shoreline has already been entirely submerged by the ocean. Mr. Iceberg, everything is ready. Gazing upon the vast, monstrous waves in the distance, Barry can scarcely believe that such a cataclysmic sight is merely the result of the clash between Katie and Talon. Until now, he could never have imagined a single individual could wield such overwhelming power, truly a walking disaster. Remain vigilant, initiate action at the first sign of trouble. Do you understand? At this moment, Iceberg feels immense pressure. His instincts tell him that the waves are far from reaching their peak. Yet their current magnitude already surpasses the usual might of the sea deities. If they were to swell even larger, he cannot ascertain whether the island beneath his feet could withstand it. Sensing the volatile energy in the air, Iceberg regrets allowing the two to meet. For this precarious situation may have been averted. Alas, it is now impossible to halt their confrontation, and while he may not excel in combat, he understands the disrespect in interrupting a battle already in progress. Your little man appears to be on the brink of collapse. Why are you not the least bit concerned? Surprisingly, even at this moment, Koro was still able to stand beside his death, closely observing the unfolding battle. There was no need for me to worry. While not dismissing Koro's assertion, he was nonetheless confident that Katie would not be defeated, despite the seemingly dire situation. Isteth noted that throughout the encounter, there was not a trace of panic in Katie's eyes. Although unaware of Katie's hidden strategies, Isteth firmly believed that in the end, victory would undoubtedly belong to Katie. Chapter 86, The Emergence of the Half-Dragon Form. Katie, is this all you can muster? A bounty of 1 billion, yet this is your strength? Taunted Talon, his fist stained with crimson blood. Since entering this state, Katie had ceased to be his equal. However, Talon was aware that due to various constraints, Katie was unable to unleash her full potential, such as her ability to control flames. Moreover, He had heard whispers of her exceptional swordsmanship, which is why he provoked her, hoping to compel Katie to reveal her true power, only to defeat her thereafter. Forgive me, but as a swordsman, I shall never draw my blade against an unarmed opponent. It is my principle. Despite being drenched in blood, Katie stood tall and resolute as she uttered these words. Talon's gaze shifted upon hearing her response. He had not anticipated that Katie harbored such determination, and unexpectedly, he found her somewhat endearing. However, this newfound admiration was shattered by Katie's next remark. Moreover, I see no necessity for you to compel me to draw my blade. The nonchalant demeanor on Katie's face incensed Talon. Damn it, can't you refrain from boasting? Even after I've reduced you to this state, you still have the audacity to speak so. It's merely a superficial wound. Now it's my turn to transform. Upon finishing his sentence, his aura abruptly shifted, rendering the surrounding air dense and oppressive. As Katie fell into silence, an inexplicable tension gripped Talon's heart, as if some dreadful force were approaching, causing his pulse to falter. In the next instant, a flash of golden light surged forth, so radiant against the backdrop of the pitch-black night that Talon rubbed his eyes repeatedly, struggling to confirm he was not hallucinating, though doubts lingered. For the Katie he once knew had been replaced by a monstrous figure adorned with golden scales and a tail, devoid of any trace of her former self. What bewildered Talon further was the inexplicable, instinctive fear that surged within him as he sensed Katie's ethereal presence, a fear he could not suppress, no matter how fervently he tried. In that moment, an impossible thought crossed his mind, a primal dread, a suppression of his bloodline's power. It cannot be. It cannot be. How could there exist a bloodline stronger than that of the sea god? As this notion took root, Talon vehemently rejected it. He could not fathom that a bloodline could surpass that of the sea god, who once ruled the entire world. Who are you? No, what race do you belong to? Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Talon was at a loss, unable to reconcile his thoughts, yet unable to conceive any alternative. I am Katie. How could you not recognize me? Is it my striking appearance that has left you speechless? She concluded with a self-assured expression, failing to provide a complete answer to Talon's inquiry. Katie was acutely aware that Tyrone's astonishment stemmed entirely from the blood of the ancestral dragon. Truly, it was no surprise that a being perched atop the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy would exhibit such remarkable effects. Although she remained oblivious to the source of the transformations within Tyrone, the potency of that force was undeniably formidable. Yet, it paled in comparison when confronted with a single drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. Chapter 87, 1 against 2, regardless of who you are. In the end, victory shall undoubtedly belong to me. At this moment, Talon unleashed a roar akin to that of a wild beast. It was not only a declaration of war against Katie, but also a self-encouragement, a means to temporarily suppress the fear that surged within him. Otherwise, he would be unable to meet Katie's gaze, let alone engage in battle. To prove his superiority over Katie, Talon took the initiative to launch an attack. A surge of ferocious power erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a series of sonic booms as Talon transformed into a meteor, hurtling towards Katie. Within the vertical pupils reflected the silhouette of Talon. From this moment forth, every movement of Talon was inescapable from his perception. In his half-dragon state, his awareness of the external world reached an astonishing level, surpassing even the insight of the observation hockey. The world before him seemed to slow down, allowing his eyes to perceive everything with clarity. In the face of Talon's assault, Katie exhibited no intention of evasion, standing still until the very last moment. When he finally raised his left hand to block in front of him, grasping Talon's massive fist, which was comparable to the size of a basin. Talon's enormous stature afforded him no advantage. He was simply too slow. As he spoke, the power in Katie's left hand erupted, yanking Talon into his embrace. Following this, he crouched back, his right fist poised to strike directly at Talon's abdomen with unerring precision. In the next instant, Talon was propelled away at a speed surpassing sound, transforming once more into a meteor streaking across the inky night sky, leaving one to wonder where he had flown off to. With a thud, Coco couldn't help but swallow hard as she gazed at the resplendent figure against the night. What is this? Talon, awakened to the power of his bloodline, was undeniably formidable. He would dare to confront even an admiral of the navy. Yet, before Katie, he appeared utterly feeble, akin to an infant struck down with a single blow. As if they were not even in the same dimension. What baffled Coco even more was her inability to comprehend why Katie possessed a bloodline strength that far surpassed even that of the sea god's lineage. Despite being situated several kilometers away from the battlefield's edge, she could still keenly feel the oppressive aura emanating from Katie. An uncomfortable sensation that instilled in her a sense of reverence. Coco also noticed that the Sea Kings, who had previously gathered around Talon, now exhibited expressions of sheer terror, rooted to the spot in fear. Clearly, Katie's unknown bloodline power completely suppressed Talon's sea god's bloodline, leaving the Sea Kings bewildered. Unlike Coco, Isdeth displayed no surprise upon witnessing Katie's transformation. Even though she had been unaware of Katie's latent powers, she cared little for the details. All she knew was that Katie had grown stronger. Sensing the volatile elements in the air, a peculiar light gleamed in Isdeth's eyes, her body trembling slightly. It was a manifestation of extreme excitement. As a battle enthusiast, Isdeth would never concede defeat after losing to Katie once. Rather, it only intensified her desire for combat and her yearning to vanquish Katie. From the moment of arrival in this world, a fortnight has elapsed, during which Isdeth has gleaned the intricacies of the power system here from Katie. Having manifested the demon god and the essence of evil, she momentarily set aside considerations of the devil fruit's power. However, she found herself quite intrigued by the concept of hockey as described by Katie. Under Katie's direct tutelage, Isdeth swiftly mastered the power of armament hockey within 2 weeks and felt compelled to challenge Katie once more. Count me in for this battle. In an instant, Isdeth's figure appeared at the center of the battlefield, her brilliant gaze reflecting Katie's presence, with her blade aimed resolutely at Katie. Tyrone, astonished by Isdeth's sudden entrance, pondered her allegiance. Wasn't she an ally of Katie? Yet, before Tyrone could comprehend the unfolding scenario, Katie's voice echoed once more, "Come on, let us have a fierce battle." Although Isdeth's involvement took Tyrone by surprise, it was not entirely unexpected. Ever since mastering armament hockey, she had harbored intentions of engaging in combat. As a fervent warrior, she could hardly bear to remain a mere spectator. Yet Katie remained unfazed by facing 2 opponents. Once she entered her half-dragon form, it was evident that Tyrone alone posed no threat. To explore the limits of her half-dragon form, Katie refrained from concluding the battle prematurely. After all, if she could not fully harness her abilities, they would be of little value. Isdeth's participation provided a greater challenge. Perhaps only by confronting both Tyrone and Isdeth could she extract her full potential. Ice Thousand Swords. Without hesitation, Isdeth initiated the attack, conjuring countless icy blades that filled the sky, a spectacle of thousands united. Go! With a commanding shout, all the swords surged forth towards Katie, shaking her head in resignation. Katie could only commend Isdeth's prowess. It was apparent that Isdeth discerned their current predicament. She understood, while that Katie was unwilling to employ any other abilities. Consequently, Katie's greatest vulnerability lay in her long-range capabilities, which Isdeth astutely exploited to mount a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Tyrone recognized the significance of Isdeth's assault. Grinning as he maneuvered past the icy blades to flank Katie, intending to corner her in a precarious situation. Feel my punch. In that moment, both Tyrone and Isdeth launched their attacks simultaneously. Each icy sword bore the strength to pierce stone, and the power behind Tyrone's fist was unquestionable. No mountain could withstand it. With unwavering focus, Tyrone's gaze remained fixed on Katie, eager to witness how she would respond. A commendable tactic. However, in the face of absolute power, all is futile. As the intent coursed through her spine, a thick, golden tail arched behind her, striking Tyrone before his fist could land. Simultaneously, her right arm swelled with explosive muscle, harboring the might to obliterate worlds. Hero Spear. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the air. The entire world was thus enveloped in an absolute silence. Even Coco, who had always remained composed in the face of adversity, could not maintain her poise when confronted with this blow. She turned to flee, no longer daring to linger. Barry, activate Tom Carrera. At that moment, the iceberg's palms were slick with cold sweat as she gazed upward at the rapidly approaching, boundless waves, silently praying for their arrival to be delayed. This force was vastly greater than that of the gods of the sea. and the iceberg harbored no doubt that it possessed the power to annihilate the entire city of Seven Waters. Chapter 88. The Emergence of Katie. Help. Help. Faced with towering waves reaching hundreds of meters in height, the residents of the city of Seven Waters could no longer maintain their composure. The sky was entirely obscured by the monstrous waves, invoking a profound sense of despair. In this moment, some chose to flee desperately, while others opted for silence, remaining motionless, lighting a cigarette for themselves. They were neither calm nor fearless. They had simply chosen to surrender, awaiting the arrival of death. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the very ground, covering the entirety of the island. What is happening? The unexpected turn of events left them bewildered. The overwhelming waves had already plunged them into despair. Why must there be more calamities visiting this island, destined for annihilation? Everyone, listen. This is Mayor Iceberg. I want to assure you that we have a means to escape the threat of the sea gods. There is no time for a lengthy explanation, but please, hold on to anything stable around you to maintain your balance. In that moment, Iceberg's voice became a beacon of hope for the countless souls steeped in despair. Akin to the first ray of sunlight breaking through the clouds, people instinctively obeyed Iceberg's command, discarding their cigarettes and clutching onto stable objects nearby. Then, the tremors returned with even greater intensity, persisting without any sign of abating. The island was indeed shifting. Observant individuals were stunned to discover that the ground beneath them was moving. Mary, how is the situation? At that moment, Iceberg remained vigilant, monitoring the various conditions on the island. Though this plan had been in motion for decades, initiated by Master Tom and continuing to this day, its purpose was clear: to resist the sea gods and transform the entire island into a vessel, departing before the arrival of these deities. While most preparations were nearly complete, Iceberg still felt an unease. After all, this was the first test of its kind. The vessel was named Tom Carrera in honor of the immense contributions made by Tom and the diligent employees of Carrera Company to the city of Seven Waters. All is proceeding smoothly. The Tom Carrera is performing even better than we anticipated. However, just as he spoke, Barry's voice abruptly ceased, causing Iceberg's heart to tighten with anxiety. Despite the Tom Carrera operating normally, it would be challenging to evacuate before the sea gods arrived. At this rate, it was feared that half of the city of Seven Waters might not escape their wrath. In the face of this news, Iceberg fell silent, grappling with a loss so immense that it was nearly unbearable. Yet, he felt powerless. Confronted with a disaster of such magnitude, he truly did not know what to do. Water heart, over-the-shoulder throw. Just as Iceberg was engulfed in boundless despair, a voice pierced through, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Before the colossal sea gods, a figure emerged, radiating a golden light. At that moment, all eyes instinctively turned towards that diminutive being. They were oblivious to the reason why that individual could hover in the sky, nor did they comprehend his intentions. Yet, an inexplicable tension gripped their hearts, as if something extraordinary was about to unfold. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Katie plunged her hands into the waves, her arms unleashing a surge of power in an instant. Then, the onlookers beheld an unforgettable spectacle. The boundless, ceaseless ocean was altered in its course by a single person, as he directed the entire wave away from the city of Seven Waters, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Chapter 89. The decision of the iceberg. It was only at this moment that the iceberg finally comprehended the master's final instructions before his departure. Iceberg, you must take good care of Talon. One day, you will understand why I have asked you to do so. As time rewound, Tom stood before him once more. Master, after 13 years, I finally grasp your meaning. I once believed that your concern stemmed from Talon's identity as a merman, prompting me to look after him more diligently. However, it is clear now that this was not the case. You were reminding me never to underestimate the individual strength of a formidable opponent, urging me to recognize the disparity between mechanization and personal prowess. Fixating his gaze on the tumultuous sea in the distance, Iceberg fell into silence, contemplating for a considerable time before continuing. Yet, this is not all you meant. Otherwise, the designers of 800 years ago would not have exerted all their efforts to create the Pluto battleship. Furthermore, when you held the design blueprint of Pluto, your role was not merely custodial. Although I am but an unworthy disciple, I can still recognize your handwriting. Moreover, I have observed that not only you, but also the caretakers of the Pluto design throughout the ages have infused their own thoughts into it, progressively enhancing the battleship's capabilities. Each of them was among the finest designers of their time, having traversed 8 centuries and passed through the hands of thousands of top-tier designers. The current iteration of Pluto bears little resemblance to what was known 800 years ago. Coincidentally, you resolved the final dilemma left on the design blueprint, addressing the conflicting issues among the myriad designers. It can be said that whoever masters this blueprint can construct the most powerful Pluto battleship, unparalleled in history. At this juncture, Iceberg paused and glanced at Tom, eager to hear the master's perspective. And what do you think I intend to do? Or rather, what do you believe I wish for you to do? Tom did not respond to Iceberg's inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question. Anticipating that Tom would not divulge his intentions, Iceberg continued, "If I am not mistaken, you hope for me to construct it. You have long recognized Talon's combat talent. His existence is meant to ensure I fully comprehend the might of top-tier warriors, thereby enabling me to better forge the Pluto battleship." In response to Iceberg's assertion, Tom remained silent, his weathered gaze fixed on the horizon, as if lost in reminiscence. Creating the Pluto battleship is the responsibility of every designer. Its very existence symbolizes significance. What it represents is a journey for you to explore. Even I do not know. Your path is yours to determine. I lack the authority or reason to dictate your actions. Echoing in his mind were the familiar words and tone of his master. Tears shimmered in the corners of Iceberg's eyes. "Master, you have not changed at all over the years. Do you remember what you once said? It is an honor to contribute to a man like Roger. You were truly magnificent back then." His slender eyelids could no longer contain the flood of tears. 2 streams cascaded down Iceberg's cheeks incessantly. "As your first disciple, if I cannot create the Pluto design before me, how will I ever have the face to meet you in the future?" 3 years ago, the design blueprints I entrusted to Frankie were merely a tiny fraction of the entire project. Moreover, they were merely copies of the authentic original documents, which I have diligently safeguarded. Fear not, Master, for I shall construct the Pluto warship. When the time comes, I shall ensure that the world government witnesses it in all its glory. Although you have consistently opposed our vengeance against them, how can we find solace without addressing the agony of your absence? The wheels of time have begun to turn, and this time, I am eager to see if the foolish celestial dragons can maintain their thrones. The tears have ceased. The eyes of the Ice Mountain are as piercing and sharp as those of a hawk. This battle, I concede, was one I lost. Once all is said and done, Tyrone acknowledged his defeat. Although the fight did not reach its conclusion, there was no further need for it to continue. From the outset, I was merely a passive recipient of blows, especially considering that Katie had yet to unleash her full potential. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed long before. My reluctance to admit defeat stemmed from the remnants of my competitive spirit. However, after witnessing Katie's ability to quell the surging waves, I truly accepted her strength. While I could execute the water-hard, ocean current throw, I could never achieve such spectacular results, thus I promptly conceded. Indeed, I acknowledge your prowess. Do the words I spoke previously still hold weight? I gazed at Tyrone, who showed no signs of belittling him despite his victory. Through this confrontation, Katie grasped the extent of Tyrone's abilities. In a fully unleashed state, his physical prowess equated to that of a half-step emperor level, capable of holding his own against an awakened Akainu. Such strength qualifies him as a formidable vice-admiral, surpassing even Jack, one of Kaido's 3 disasters. Of course, I concede. Although his gaze wavered slightly, Tyrone ultimately nodded in affirmation of his promise. Is there a problem? Katie, perceptive to Tyrone's hesitation, instinctively inquired. I. After much stammering, he failed to articulate a reason. Suddenly, the voice of Ice Mountain pierced through the air. Are you reluctant to leave? Hurry and take your ship and get out. You've occupied my warehouse for a decade. Do you intend to keep it forever? No one wanted you before. But now you have someone willing to take you in. Take your ship and depart with them to spare me any further inconvenience. Observing Ice Mountain's impatient demeanor, Tyrone was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the gentle senior brother he knew? If he had read Journey to the West, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Monster! Return my senior brother!" You. The unfortunate Tyrone found himself at a loss for words, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ice Mountain. clearly enraged. What do you mean, you? In the absence of the master, my words are commands. Quickly gather your belongings and leave. Yet Ice Mountain's tone showed no signs of softening. Rather, it grew increasingly fierce. Leave if you must. I had no desire to linger in this wretched place anyway. Angry, Tyron left first, striding towards another destination. Watching Tyron's figure fade into the distance, Katie turned to the iceberg beside her and remarked, "He is gone. There's no need to put on a brave face." Hearing of Tyron's departure, the iceberg finally turned to gaze in the direction he had vanished, eyes reflecting an undeniable sense of reluctance. "Why must you do this?" With a soft sigh, Katie understood that Tyron might not grasp the situation immediately. Yet she was well aware of the implications of such a departure. Chapter 90. Talon's ship. Talon is unlike others. For over a decade, he has seldom ventured outside, spending the majority of his time in that dim, abandoned yard. He harbors a profound dependence on this place and on me. If I do not display a certain harshness, I fear he may lack the courage to depart. His voice, tinged with melancholy, reflects his reluctance to leave, and how could the Ice Mountain bear to part with Talon? As the elder brother, Ice Mountain is perpetually concerned for his two younger disciples, and because Talon is the youngest, he even regards him as a son. The sudden prospect of separation weighs heavily on Ice Mountain's heart. While he must be resolute with Talon, he is equally unkind to himself. He fears that he may not be able to bear letting Talon go. Yet reason compels Ice Mountain to recognize that the City of Seven Waters offers no stage for Talon's growth. Keeping him tethered would only lead to detrimental consequences. Thus, despite his reluctance, he cannot intervene. "Lady Katie, I entrust my junior brother to you from this day forth," he states, bowing deeply to Katie. This gesture of respect is accepted by Katie, signifying her commitment to do her utmost. To refuse such a bow would imply an inability to fulfill this promise. And how could Ice Mountain find peace in that? "Rest assured, I will take good care of Talon," Katie assures him, hastily helping Ice Mountain up. As captain, this is the only assurance she can provide at this moment. Katie holds a deep admiration for Ice Mountain. Their brief interactions have revealed him to be a capable and responsible mayor. She witnessed the commotion in the City of Seven Waters, where the entire island seemed to move as if it were a ship. Such a feat would be unattainable even on Earth in a previous life, showcasing Ice Mountain's remarkable abilities. For Talon, Ice Mountain humbles himself, bending his noble back. Katie understands that without Talon, Ice Mountain would never bow to his own status. In the midst of their conversation, Talon's previously vanished figure reappears, this time accompanied by a significant object, a 100-meter-long vessel. The moment it materializes, Katie's gaze becomes irrevocably fixed upon it. Thanks to the crew under Blackbeard, Katie possesses master-level mechanical skills. Although she is yet to explore the ship or hear Talon's introduction, she can discern at a glance that this vessel is far from ordinary. Unlike most ships, its framework is primarily constructed of metal, radiating a unique silvery glow. However, it is not devoid of wood. Katie also notices large swathes of dark red mahogany. While she is unaware of its specific variety, its quality is unmistakably high. Yet, these are merely external attributes. What truly captivates Katie is the sound emanating from within, akin to that of a generator. In this peculiar world, anything can serve as a source of energy. Luffy's pirate ship, the Thousand Sunny, is powered by cola. However, no vessel has harnessed electricity as its energy source thus. The revelation of a generator aboard Talon's ship astonishes Katie. "Mr. Katie, you can comprehend the ship's structure?" Ice Mountain inquires, noting the fluctuations in Katie's demeanor. He is taken aback to discover that this warrior is also an intellectual, which is somewhat daunting. Somewhat, she replies modestly. The hull is designed in a streamlined shape, significantly reducing the resistance of seawater. The framework predominantly consists of a metallic structure, indicating that the interior of the vessel is equipped with high-powered machinery that necessitates robust metal support. However, there are no visible cannons on either side of the hull, leading me to deduce that there must be one or more specialized and formidable weapons concealed within, thus eliminating the need for external artillery. Chapter 91. The Emperor of None. Unlike the typical three-masted sailing vessels, Talon's ship boasts an enlarged area of its two auxiliary sails. This enhancement allows the ship to achieve greater speed when sailing against the wind, albeit resulting in a somewhat reduced velocity under favorable conditions. At this juncture, Katie paused, her brow furrowed in apparent distress, as if grappling with an unseen dilemma. "Is there an issue with the vessel, my lady Katie?" Although the title remained unchanged. The tone had transformed dramatically. This time, Iceberg's voice resonated with genuine respect. Katie's insights were undeniably astute, and her ability to discern so much from a mere glance indicated her mastery of mechanics, earning her Iceberg's deep admiration. Indeed, there is a concern. It is well known that ships predominantly navigate under favorable winds. Solely augmenting the area of the auxiliary sails to enhance performance against the wind is, from a holistic perspective, not a judicious design choice. I trust Mr. Tom's apprentice is aware of this. Yet, the design persists, suggesting an underlying issue that cannot be overlooked. Clap, clap. What can we say, Mr. Katie? Before such unparalleled strength and unexpected knowledge, I find myself lacking in merit. Talon, why don't you introduce your ship? By the time Katie had expounded at length, Talon had already disembarked, equally astonished by her discourse. In truth, this vessel had been completed and launched a decade prior. Yet due to my circumstances, it had never set sail. Talon's gaze upon the ship was tinged with guilt and regret. For a completed vessel, the inability to embark upon the sea was its greatest sorrow. Strictly speaking, this ship represents my master's final masterpiece. While the design blueprint was a collaborative effort between my master and myself, the critical power system was solely his creation. Even now, I am incapable of replicating such a device. It is not an exaggeration to say its existence transcends decades, even centuries, beyond this era. An extraordinary vessel, it harnesses electricity. It can generate power manually or capture lightning during rainstorms. When fully charged, it can sustain high-speed navigation for at least 2 weeks, achieving speeds twice that of standard naval warships, and can even unleash bursts of speed several times greater when necessary. As you mentioned, this ship indeed possesses unique offensive capabilities. What they entail, I shall keep under wraps for the moment. You will discover it upon boarding. This time, Katie was taken aback. Upon discovering the presence of a generator aboard, she sensed that this vessel was far from ordinary, yet she was unprepared for its remarkable prowess. How splendid! Does it have a name? Katie eagerly inquired, yearning to uncover the name that befits such an impressive ship. It is yet unnamed. I await it, as does it. For the one who will take us away. Talon's eyes were fixed intently on Katie as he spoke. Then let us call it the Emperor of None. How does no emperor under heaven sound? Regarding naming, Katie was not particularly adept. However, inexplicably, when Talon entrusted this task to her, the words Imperial Nothingness slipped effortlessly from her lips. Imperial Nothingness. A realm devoid of emperors. As Katie pondered the gravity of the name she had chosen, Iceberg's gaze towards her transformed. The significance of the phrase a realm devoid of emperors was beyond Iceberg's comprehension, for there exists nothing in this world capable of measuring its weight. The assembly collectively turned their attention back to Katie, their anticipation of a formidable name met with astonishment at its unparalleled grandeur. This appellation could be perceived as a declaration of war against the most potent forces of their world, a challenge to the royal aristocracy, and a confrontation with the celestial dragons of the world government. Should this name be adopted, it would irrevocably position them in opposition to the world government. A path of unyielding enmity. Katie, are you truly serious? Given the gravity of the matter, Iceberg felt compelled to reconfirm. While he did not doubt Katie's prowess, he understood that this endeavor could not hinge solely on one individual. Even the strongest would encounter limitations. I am certain, and I believe my comrades will not dissent. With a gentle smile, Katie glanced at her companion Esther's and the nearby Talon. I unconditionally support all of Katie's decisions. The moment Katie's words echoed, Esther's made her stance unequivocally clear. She had never placed value on the trappings of nobility. Before her arrival in this world, her singular desire was for war and combat. She remained indifferent to the potential destruction of the world, let alone the significance of royalty. Like the others, Esther's gaze lingered on Katie, yet unlike the rest, her eyes revealed an elusive tenderness. As a former general of the Empire, Esther's possessed a profound understanding of the power of royalty and could envision the formidable challenges and setbacks that Katie would inevitably face. Nevertheless, she chose to support Katie. For he was her man. I have no objections either. Following Esther's, Talon also voiced his agreement. Brother, forgive my impulsiveness. I cannot overlook the vengeance owed for my master and brother. I have waited a decade, an entire decade, for someone courageous enough to challenge the celestial dragons. I cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. As he spoke, Talon's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The world government had taken from him the two most significant people in his life, a grievance he could never relinquish. Captain Katie, if it pleases you, I humbly request a place aboard your vessel. Might it be possible? In that moment, Talon disregarded all else, formally beseeching Katie for an invitation. It would be my utmost pleasure. With a broad smile, Katie stepped forward and patted Talon's shoulder. Decades later, when Iceberg reflected upon this moment, he felt a profound gratitude for Talon's insistence, though those thoughts were mere afterthoughts. Ah, at last, I have a name. I adore the name Imperial Nothingness. Just as everyone remained enveloped in the astonishment brought forth by Katie, a voice suddenly emerged, its youthful timbre suggesting a child no older than 7 or 8 years. Astonished by the arrival of the ship brought by Tyran, Katie could hardly fathom the series of surprises it had in store for her. Tyran, you never mentioned that this vessel had birthed a ship spirit. With a radiant smile, she gazed at the majestic emperor No under the moonlight. Faintly sensing a pulse of life, an entirely different life form, distinct from the carbon-based existence of humanity. The disparity between a ship with a spirit and one without is monumental. For instance, had there been no ship spirit, Luffy would have perished long ago under the onslaught of the Navy's extermination orders. During the assault on the CP-9 headquarters, the survival of the Straw Hat Pirates was solely due to the ship's spirit of the Mary, which, in a final act of desperation, navigated them away from the clutches of the Navy's decree. Chapter 92. Departure. I had intended to elaborate later, but unexpectedly, this little fellow could not restrain itself and dashed out, gazing at the Imperial number 0 with a smile. Talon's eyes were filled with a tenderness akin to the sunlight of spring, capable of melting the ice that had frozen throughout the entire winter. It has been arduous for you to tend to the Imperial number 0 alone for a decade. From now on, I shall share this responsibility with you. The world is home to countless ships, yet the existence of ship spirits is exceedingly rare. To give birth to a ship spirit, the love of all crew members must be infused. It is no wonder Talon's gaze towards it is so peculiar, as if he were looking at a friend. Talon, tidy up. We must set sail. At this moment, the distant sky had begun to lighten, and the situation did not permit further delay. The inhabitants of Seven Waters City had undoubtedly taken note of the events that transpired the previous night. Although no one could see my face, the commotion was undeniably substantial. Should it attract the attention of the naval admiral, my presence would surely be exposed. Despite possessing the strength to confront the admirals of the 2 Yuan Navy headquarters directly, now was not the time for open conflict. At this juncture, what I needed most was time, if granted ample time. Katie was confident she could summon a force that would astonish the entire world. Although I had long been prepared, when the moment arrived, Talon felt an unexpected reluctance. After the recent adjustments, he had seen through his senior brother's poor acting, and the thought of this only deepened his unwillingness. Talon, go. As a man, one must be accountable for one's words. Since you have resolved to overthrow the world government, you must possess the effort and determination befitting that resolution. Otherwise, you shall be deemed a coward. In my lifetime, I have held the utmost disdain for cowards. Talon, do not give me a reason to look down upon you. Even when facing Talon, Ice Mountain showed no mercy, rebuking him to leave, his wide eyes reflecting nothing but strictness and coercion. Senior brother, Talon's voice quivered, choked with emotion. Despite Ice Mountain's words, he struggled to summon the resolve to depart, for he had lived here for nearly 20 years. With all his memories tied to this place, the sudden prospect of leaving was difficult for him to accept. Noticing the hesitation and reluctance in Talon's eyes, Ice Mountain's demeanor grew increasingly stern. Get out. If you do not leave, I shall no longer recognize you as my junior brother. His eyes widened in fury, the veins on his temples bulging. A thunderous roar startled Talon, causing him to tremble. With a thud, Talon knelt before Ice Mountain. Thank you. I truly appreciate your care over these many years, senior brother. Today, I shall depart. I will fulfill my promise and never bring shame upon you or our master. With those final words, Talon turned and strode away without a hint of hesitation. He glanced back at Ice Mountain, then joined Katie and Esther's aboard the Imperial No. 0. Moments later, the roar of the ship echoed through the stillness of dawn as the Imperial No. 0 slowly departed the harbor, watched by many. It was only after it completely vanished from sight that Ice Mountain finally moved. Let us proceed, for we have much to attend to. It is highly likely that the Navy will come knocking soon, so I urge everyone to be discreet. Mary, please remember to convene all senior executives of the company tomorrow. I wish to hold a meeting. Chapter 93. The Aerial All Captain. Where shall we venture next? After a few days of acclimatization, Talon had begun to overcome the anguish of leaving his homeland, striving diligently as a formal seaman and part-time navigator. Talon, have you heard of the legend of the Golden Homeland and the Trickster brand? In response to Talon's inquiry, Katie not only refrained from answering but countered with a question of her own. If the captain refers to the Swindler brand, then I am familiar with that tale. Talon replied without hesitation, his speed of response almost instantaneous. Indeed, it is he I speak of. However, you are mistaken about one thing. Brand is not a deceiver. All he spoke was true. The Golden Homeland does indeed exist. He merely arrived too late. With a sigh, Katie expressed her sympathy for Brand. The unfortunate soul toyed with by fate. Surely not, Captain. The fabled Golden Homeland is said to be Koya Island in the Koya Sea. Countless individuals have sought it. Yet none have ever glimpsed a shred of gold. You cannot truly believe in such an absurd legend. Despite Katie's skepticism, Talon remained unconvinced. The legend of Brand had persisted for 4 centuries, during which countless souls had journeyed to Koya Island in pursuit of the Golden Homeland. And each had met with inevitable failure. This had solidified Brand's reputation as a deceiver, a title forever remembered by the world. Then let me ask you, have you heard of the rushing current of the Koya Sea? Katie once again posed a question to Talon. I have heard whispers. It is known as a perilous route, fraught with the danger of life or death. Are you suggesting that? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Talon, and he gazed at Katie in disbelief. Are you implying that the rushing current obliterated the true Golden Homeland? But what relevance does that hold for us? From the outset, Talon struggled to grasp the significance of Katie's words. Whether the Golden Homeland existed or if Brand was indeed a swindler seemed irrelevant to him, prompting him to inquire directly. The Golden Homeland was indeed assailed by the rushing current. However, it was not destroyed. Instead, it was transported to the heavens, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, becoming a haven for another group of inhabitants. It is now known as the Aerial Isle, the very destination we are to embark upon next. Katie's revelation struck Talon like a thunderclap, leaving him astonished that his first stop after departing from Water 7 would lead him to a place that seemed born from fantasy. What? Do you lack faith in the Emperor's might? Katie, perceiving Talon's thoughts, gazed at him knowingly. This voyage had not been part of Katie's original plans. The sudden decision to seek out the Aerial Isle was motivated by a desire to locate a specific individual, the natural lightning fruit user, the god of thunder, Enel. When she first learned that the Emperor's might could harness the thunder from rainy weather, Enel's image had appeared in her mind. With him aboard, concerns over energy would be a thing of the past. Subsequently, upon witnessing the internal power system of the Emperor's might, Katie resolved to pursue this endeavor. Even if Enel resided on the distant moon, Katie was astounded by the formidable power system of the Empress. Capable of an instantaneous burst of speed approaching 300 kilometers per hour, a staggering feat on the sea, where ordinary vessels barely reach speeds of several dozen kilometers per hour. Envision the spectacle of maintaining such velocity while harnessing Enel's infinite power source. It was utterly inconceivable. How could the Empress possibly fear a mere surge of ocean currents? With that thought, I shall commence preparations to demonstrate the might of the Empress. With that declaration, Talon hastily retreated into the ship's interior. What, I wonder, draws you to Sky Island, compelling you to undertake such a perilous venture at this juncture? After Talon departed, Esther's could no longer contain her curiosity. She understood how crucial time was for Katie. The repercussions of the Marineford War were gradually unfolding, with thousands of pirates flooding the Grand Line in the New World, fiercely challenging the existing world order. The tides of change were undeniably upon them. At such a critical moment, strengthening her abilities should be Katie's foremost consideration. which left Esther's perplexed about Katie's insistence on venturing to Sky Island, especially when the newspapers were already branding her a coward, fearful of the Navy's retribution. To speak candidly, Sky Island is not my true destination. It is the moon that draws my interest. There resides a boastful yet highly promising individual, whose abilities rival those of an admiral from the Navy headquarters. As she spoke, her right hand pointed skyward. How do you plan to ascend? Although Esther's was profoundly astonished, she recognized that Katie was not one to indulge in jest. Come, let us return to the room for a more detailed discussion. Grasping Esther's hand, she hurried toward their quarters. Once everything was in readiness, Esther's single utterance extinguished all of Katie's intentions. Oh no, my relatives have arrived in town. Gazing at Esther's mischievous grin, Katie nearly choked on her indignation. Mayor of Iceberg, do you truly have nothing to say? The commotion from last night was far from ordinary. As the person responsible here, it is inconceivable that you possess no knowledge of the situation. 7 hours later, the Iceberg office of the Carrera Company was visited by two unexpected guests, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsellino, known as Akainu and Kizaru, respectively. Furthermore, the entire Carrera Company was besieged by thousands of Marines, casting an uneasy atmosphere over Water 7 akin to a shroud of ominous clouds. I sincerely apologize. I have conveyed all that I know to both of you. As you mentioned, many events transpired last night. The sudden eruption of the sea gods plunged Water 7 into peril. My duty at that moment was to safeguard the city rather than investigate the source of the upheaval. I trust the island's residents can attest to my actions. Like you, I too wish to ascertain the identity of the individual radiating golden light. For he is the hero who saved 1 million inhabitants. As usual, the Iceberg spoke in a calm and measured tone. Yet the expression on his face revealed little of his true state of mind. One must realize that harboring a fugitive wanted by the government is a capital offense. If you truly possess any knowledge, I advise you to disclose it promptly. Our patience is running thin. The chilling gaze fixated intently on the Iceberg, while Akainu's aura grew increasingly agitated, causing the temperature within the room to soar dramatically. A few sheets of paper spontaneously ignited, turning to ash in an instant. Esteemed gentlemen, I assure you I know nothing. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 94. The discovery of Kizaru. Since that is the case, we shall take our leave, Kizaru remarked, pulling away from the increasingly aggressive Akainu as he departed. I shall see you off, Ice Mountain responded, rising to escort Kizaru. I can manage on my own. A low growl escaped Akainu, a manifestation of his simmering fury. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, forcing Ice Mountain to stagger back, collapsing against the corner of the wall. Mr. Ice Mountain, are you all right? Once Kizaru and Akainu had exited, Barry hurried forward to assist Ice Mountain. Go inform everyone that the company is closed for the day. The meeting I asked you to arrange should be postponed until tomorrow. I need to rest. With those final words, Ice Mountain's body slumped onto the table like a noodle, drenched in cold sweat, resembling a drowning victim just pulled from the water. What about you? Barry expressed his concern for Ice Mountain's state. Do not worry, I am fine. A moment's rest is all I require. Hurry and do as I instructed. The company must not descend into chaos at this time. He waved Barry off, indicating that he was not in any serious distress. Then please rest well. I will handle matters outside. You can count on me. Realizing his presence was of little use, Barry complied and departed. Knowing the chaos caused by the sudden arrival of the Marine headquarters admiral was considerable. Curse you, scoundrel. Just wait. Akainu glared at the spot where he had been seated moments before. In that instant, all doubts and concerns that had arisen from the decision to create the Hades battleship dissipated. Akainu's brazen disregard made Ice Mountain acutely aware of the nature of this world. It was a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong, survival of the fittest prevailed, and without sufficient status or identity, one was rendered utterly powerless, even in determining the manner of their own demise. Power. Only through strength could one earn respect and equitable treatment, ensuring survival in this merciless world. Why are you leaving? I haven't finished my inquiries. On the other side, having just exited the Carrera Company, an enraged Akainu turned his ire towards Kizaru. Ah, have you forgotten what Admiral Sengoku said before we departed? Ice Mountain may merely appear as the owner of the Carrera Company, Yet he is closely affiliated with no fewer than 10 nations. Even our Navy relies on him for numerous matters. When CP9 investigated the Hades blueprints, they did not dare to act decisively against him. We cannot afford to sever ties now. Are you suggesting we have made this trip in vain? Akainu begrudgingly accepted Kizaru's explanation, though dissatisfaction lingered. He had not relinquished his position as the chief of the Grand Recruitment for mere aimless wandering. The outcomes of their 2 operations had been increasingly disappointing. The first mission at least yielded a lead on Katie's whereabouts, but this time, they did not even know the identity of their target. At this rate, who could say when they might apprehend Katie? Let us first venture to the sea. Perhaps we can uncover something. Upon concluding the conversation, the departure towards the sea commenced. The burden of pressure was not solely borne by Akainu, naturally. Kizaru felt the weight as well. He sensed that if they could not swiftly capture Kaido, his very existence would soon become a threat to his own life, a feeling innate to adversaries. At this juncture, what more could be discovered? Nevertheless, despite his verbal skepticism, his body obediently followed, providing a semblance of solace, even without hope. Sakazuki, come quickly. Upon reaching the shore, Kizaru's voice, tinged with urgency, reached his ears. A stirring in his heart compelled Akainu to hasten towards him, only to behold the sea strewn with countless shards of ice. Could this possibly be Akiji's power? The thought escaped Akainu's lips upon sighting the ice. Had this occurred prior to Kaido's emergence, Akainu may not have arrived at such a decisive conclusion. However, due to Kaido's presence, this seemingly implausible scenario was the first to cross his mind. The primary objective remained the extermination and capture of Kaido, yet concurrently, they were tasked with uncovering the nature of Kaido's abilities and the extent to which he could replicate various devil fruit powers. Kizaru, take a piece back with you and consult Akiji. Let us hear his perspective. At that moment, Akainu regained his composure. If they sought to ascertain whether these ice fragments originated from Akiji's abilities, it was most prudent for Akiji himself to determine, rather than engage in wild speculation. Understood. In the span of their conversation, Kizaru's figure vanished into the horizon, evidently cognizant of the gravity of the situation, unwilling to linger. Meanwhile, Akainu returned to Water 7, commanding the island's navy to expedite their withdrawal. Admiral Akainu, the fleet admiral instructed me to inform you that upon your return, you must proceed directly to his office. Upon returning to the port of Marineford, the fleet admiral's personal messengers sought him out. In contrast to the messenger's demeanor, Akainu was already in motion, propelled by the mere mention of fleet admiral, disregarding all else. Come in. At this moment, the tone of Sengoku was notably somber. Fleet admiral, is there news? The instant he crossed the threshold, Akainu posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. However, the response did not come from any of those seated within the room. Well, if at ISNT Admiral Sakazuki, what brings you here in such a hurry? The voice emanated from a screen nearby. Marshal D. Teach, what are you insinuating? In an instant, Akainu's aura surged to its peak, thick smoke billowing towards the heavens. Teach, you surely do not wish to forfeit your position in the Seven Warlords, do you? Sengoku's voice followed, underscoring the emphasis on do not, clearly reminding Teach of his prior assault on Marine headquarters, a warning unmistakably conveyed. Let us not be so serious, after all. We are standing together now. The fleeting shadows upon his face may not concern others regarding the identity of the Seven Warlords, yet Teach remains utterly indifferent. Had he acquired Whitebeard's powers during the Marineford War, he would have already ascended in the New World to become one of the 4 emperors. Teach, I have imparted all pertinent information about Kitty to you. Now, share your thoughts. Without further ado, Sengoku, weary of unnecessary discourse, summoned Teach to deliberate on the matter of Akiji and Akainu discovering ice blocks at sea. Without direct experience, I cannot ascertain whether Kitty possesses the ability to replicate Admiral Akiji's fruit. However, one certainty remains. I firmly believe Kitty can indeed wield at least 2 or more devil fruit abilities simultaneously. As we delve into the matter at hand, Teach's expression grows gravely serious. Why? My sixth sense, uttering seemingly unfounded claims, yet his countenance betrays an earnest gravity. Chapter 95, An Analysis of Akiji Teach. You are truly courting death. The irascible Akainu could no longer contain his fury, his forehead creasing with a series of furrows. The notion of intuition, particularly that of a pirate, is seldom reliable, often missing the mark. What does it matter? Deep down, you already possess the answer. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. There is no need to continue this discussion. With that, he abruptly terminated the video call. Akiji, is that truly your ability? Eager for an answer. Akainu overlooked Teach's provocation and turned his gaze toward Akiji, who was intently observing the block of ice. For him, the condition of Katie was of utmost importance. The others present shared the same sentiment, their eyes fixed upon Akiji, awaiting his response. When Kizaru returned with the ice block, Sengoku immediately summoned Akiji, instructing that Garp and Tsuru be notified, and shortly thereafter, Akainu arrived. The 6 individuals, wielding the highest authority within the Navy, gathered once more. All for the sake of Katie. To be honest, I do not believe Katie has replicated my ability. Akiji did not keep them waiting long before offering his perspective. Freezing. As he spoke, Akiji conjured another block of ice. Though both were composed of ice, they differed significantly. He handed the 2 blocks to Garp and the others for them to examine. You should be able to discern the difference compared to the ice brought back by Kizaru. Mine is of a much lower temperature, yet the structure of the other is more solid and resilient. These are entirely different manifestations. While I can achieve similar results, it is somewhat troublesome, and I would not do so unless absolutely necessary. Listening to Akiji's explanation, Sengoku and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. The initial oversight stemmed from the abruptness of the situation, leaving them little time for contemplation. Now, having regained their composure, they quickly identified the distinctions. Thus, if Katie had indeed replicated my ability, the ice produced through his hands would not exhibit such stark differences. This is the basis for my conclusion that he has not imitated my power. Upon hearing Akiji's words, Sengoku and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight upon their hearts finally lifted. However, Akiji's expression remained grave and unyielding. Akiji, do you have anything further to say? The observant Tsuru was the first to notice the seriousness and tension etched upon Akiji's face. Honestly, I harbor a rather ominous premonition, based on our past assessments. A figure as renowned as Katie should be proclaiming his intentions to gather allies and march into the New World. But what do we see? Katie first appeared at Sabeti Archipelago, and now he is in Water 7, and we are still uncertain if it is truly him. Moreover, there are numerous strange, unknown forces at play, including the ice and the golden figure. Frankly, the adversary exhibits a command over ice that rivals my own, and it is entirely possible that in a short burst, he could surpass me. As he uttered these words, Akiji's expression bore no hint of jest. Every event within this narrative is profoundly anomalous, and I can conceive of only one possible explanation. At this juncture, Akiji paused his discourse, allowing others a moment for contemplation. After a brief interval, his voice resonated once more. Clearly, Katie is in the process of recruiting crew members to amass strength. Opting for a discreet approach to avoid drawing our attention, perhaps also dismissing those ordinary individuals lacking in power. Her presence in the Sabeti Archipelago was not meant for a confrontation with Rayleigh, but rather to seek out that woman who withdrew from the pirate world 4 decades ago, Shaki, a broker of information in the underworld, who possesses intelligence from all corners of the globe. Based on this intelligence, I boldly speculate that Katie's objective in visiting the Sabeti Archipelago is to acquire data on formidable individuals worldwide, intending to win them over one by one, which explains her disappearance from the public eye. If the individual who appeared in Water 7 last night was indeed Katie, it is highly probable that she has successfully gathered 2 powerful allies, each of whom must possess at least the strength of a vice admiral. Should she manage to assemble all her targets, the magnitude of this force is beyond my imagination. The vast office of the fleet admiral fell into an absolute silence following Akiji's remarks. Even the usually unreliable Garp wore a grave expression, his donut suddenly lacking its allure. Although these are merely Akiji's conjectures without a shred of evidence, the likelihood of their veracity stands at an astonishing 99%. What is even more alarming is that, from our perspective, Katie has already accomplished half of her mission. Yet, the Navy remains oblivious, unaware of how many individuals Katie has gathered, their strengths, or her subsequent intentions. Akiji, is Shaki still in the Sabaody archipelago? Sengoku queried after a moment, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Apart from Katie, Shaki undoubtedly represents the second pivotal figure. Controlling her could unravel all remaining mysteries. I sincerely apologize, but by the time I realized I needed to personally apprehend her in the Sabaody archipelago, she had already departed. Likely alongside Katie, Akiji replied. Nodding, Sengoku had anticipated this outcome. Shaki was well aware of her elusiveness, having evaded capture even after years of pursuit by Garp, ultimately leading to a fruitless endeavor. Despite this foresight, disappointment lingered. Such a hard-won lead had abruptly severed. And locating a deliberately concealed individual across the vast ocean is no trivial task. In that moment, the 6 individuals commanding the oceans might fell into collective silence, genuinely uncertain of how to proceed regarding Katie. Ahem, I must say, there is not entirely a lack of options, Garp interjected, breaking his silence. What options? Although Garp's unreliability is a well-established trait, it cannot be denied that there are rare instances when he proves to be quite dependable. From the Sabaody archipelago to the city of 7 waters, have you noticed that this journey defies the Great Route? This implies that Katie does not currently harbor intentions of advancing into the New World. Though the reasons remain obscure, it is undeniable that we can leverage this situation. It is worth noting that formidable individuals in the first half of the Great Route are scarce, and those deemed worthy by Katie are even rarer. After excluding those who cannot possibly join her ranks, the remaining targets become evidently clear. Given this, we can patiently await Katie's inevitable entrapment. However, this strategy hinges upon our complete acquisition of information regarding all formidable individuals. None must be overlooked, for otherwise, this approach would be rendered futile. As for the individuals who recently emerged in the city of 7 waters, we remain in the dark about their identities. His expression grew serious. Although Garp has now stepped back from the front line, the incompetence of the intelligence department still incited his ire. Chapter 96. Katie's Method. Tyrone. Your navigational skills leave much to be desired. What should have been a journey of merely half a month stretched into over 20 days under your command. I am utterly exasperated. After more than 2 weeks, I finally spotted the silhouette of Kaya Island on the horizon. If you are so skilled, why don't you take the helm? I am merely a deckhand, and my role as a navigator is purely amateur. While Tyrone expressed remorse for the misdirection, he adamantly refused to shoulder all the blame, arguing that it was not his fault that there was no qualified navigator aboard. After all, he is merely a part-timer. It is commendable enough that we arrived at all, so what more could be expected? Alas, this is quite the conundrum. It seems unlikely we will find a suitable navigator for our journey to Sky Island. Let us disembark for now. We cannot very well sail to the Navy headquarters. Since a resolution is not forthcoming, Katie decided to set aside her worries and address the immediate matters at hand. Who could be arriving this time? As she gazed at the approaching vessel on the sea, Kalikai idly speculated, turning back to glance at the modest dwelling he had inhabited for decades. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Thanks to that young lad named Luffy, his dreams were finally within reach, and he could now embark on a new chapter of his life. However, that young rascal had recently stirred quite a commotion, daring to infiltrate, impel down, and wreak havoc at the Navy headquarters, a display of audacity that was all too characteristic. Reflecting on his farewell with Luffy, Kalikai couldn't help but smile. Yet, this smile was short-lived, swiftly replaced by overwhelming dread and disbelief as he beheld the man with a bounty of 1 billion. Kalikai's mind went blank, utterly paralyzed by the choice before him. Should he flee for his life or kneel and plead for mercy? He stood frozen, as if turned to ice, until Katie and the others docked the ship. Katie. He struggled to muster a greeting, but his tongue felt as if it had been severed, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. No need to be anxious. I am a friend of Luffy's. You must be Kalikai, Katie reassured him. She understood well why Kalikai was so flustered. Perhaps this was the burden of associating with prominent figures. What brings you to me? Upon hearing Katie identify herself as a friend of Luffy, Kalikai's anxiety began to alleviate slightly. I wish to travel to Sky Island. I am curious if you possess any viable methods. Without pretense, Katie got straight to the point. Kalikai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Katie sought him for this reason, but he quickly regained his composure. If she were seeking assistance with anything else, he would have been of no help. Indeed, there is a way. Luffy and his crew ascended along the knock-up stream. We merely need to await the next eruption of the stream, and you shall be able to ascend as well. Were it any other topic, Kuli Kai might have hesitated. But when it came to Sky Island, he considered himself unparalleled in knowledge. When will the next eruption of the knock-up stream occur? With the human conditions met, it now depended on the weather. The soaring sea currents erupted 5 times over the course of a month, with the most recent explosion occurring just 2 days ago. If all goes as expected, the next surge should take place in 5 days. A slight furrow formed on his brow, indicating that his luck had run thin this time. The weather had not been particularly favorable. Was there no alternative? 5 days might not seem lengthy, and under normal circumstances, he would have waited it out. However, the current situation was far from ordinary. The Navy had taken an interest in him, and lingering in one location for even a day was considered excessive, let alone 5. I regret to inform you that I only know of the soaring sea currents, Kuli Kai replied. Katie couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at his words. This predicament was indeed troublesome. The Imperial No. 0 vessel was formidable, yet it lacked the ability to fly, making it exceedingly difficult to ascend without the assistance of the soaring sea currents. What if we simply lift the ship? Tyron, brimming with confidence in his own strength, suggested. The thought nearly terrified Kuli Kai, who couldn't help but glance at the ship behind Katie and her companions. Although the vessel was not particularly large, it weighed at least several dozen tons. How could anyone possibly lift it? Let's reconsider that plan. The Sky Island is situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Relying solely on human strength to ascend is no trivial task. If we tire midway, it would be disastrous, unless absolutely necessary. Katie was not inclined to depend on brute force for the ascent. It was far too early to resort to such desperate measures. Let us take a moment to rest. I have my own strategies. After sailing continuously for over 20 days, the physical toll was secondary to the mental exhaustion that weighed heavily upon them. Just as Katie and her companions turned to return to the ship, Kuli Kai spoke up. Lady Katie, if possible, may I accompany you? I wish to witness the Sky Island for myself. He knelt before her as he spoke. As a descendant of the Brand family, Kuli Kai's greatest aspiration was to personally discover the legendary Golden Homeland, to prove that his ancestors had not spoken in vain. Missing the opportunity to join Luffy previously was a profound regret, and this time he was determined not to leave with any lingering disappointments. Katie might very well be his last chance. He had to try, no matter the cost. That is feasible, but our method of ascent may be rather unconventional. Are you certain you wish to follow us? Once you embark on this path, there will be no turning back. I am certain. Please allow me to join you. At that moment, Kuli Kai was resolute, willing to risk everything for the chance to try. Very well, remember to be punctual at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. With those words, Katie departed with her companions. Time passed, and evening fell. So, is this your plan? As she spoke, Esther's pointed at the peculiar fruit left behind on the deck by Katie. The fruit, roughly the size of a soccer ball, was adorned with intricate purple spiral patterns. Undoubtedly, it was a devil fruit. Indeed, this is my plan. That devil fruit is a paramecia type known as the Door fruit, which possesses the ability to traverse alternate dimensions. I obtained it by chance, and with its power, we can reach the Sky Island even without the soaring sea currents. Though spoken with words of reassurance, a silent apology lingered in the heart. The fruit in question was indeed a Marineford. Yet it was not a serendipitous acquisition. Rather, it had been procured for 3 million exchange points from the system's marketplace. After deducting this sum, a neat total of 10 million remained, equivalent to the cost of a single celestial being. Thus, the mystery unraveled. However, could the ship spirit truly consume the devil fruit? Certainly, for the ship's spirit is imbued with life, rendering such a feat entirely possible. Moreover, just as Esteth prepared to pose another inquiry, Katie swiftly silenced her cherry-lipped mouth, realizing that to squander such a beautiful moment on mere questions would be a great loss.